Chapter 001. So be it. In the city of Luo, Xiao Chen hailed a taxi. To Oscar Bar, he commanded, having just received a call from his roommate, who informed him that his girlfriend, Li Yao Yao, was seen entering Oscar Bar with a wealthy heir from school. Initially engrossed in a book at the library, Xiao Chen was struck dumb by this revelation. Yao Yao had been unusually distant these past few days. While he had sensed a shift, he had not anticipated it would come to fruition so swiftly. With a heart full of fury, he arrived at the entrance of Oscar Bar. Yet, upon reaching the door, uncertainty gripped him. Perhaps Li Yao Yao was merely enjoying a night out with classmates, or perhaps she felt compelled to join them against her will. Standing at the bar's entrance, he was enveloped by the cacophony of music and the throng of patrons that he chose to wait, convinced that once Li Yao Yao emerged and saw him, she would follow him home and provide an explanation for her presence there. Resolute in his decision, he seated himself on a chair across from the bar. His gaze never strayed from the door of Oscar Bar, fearful of missing Li Yao Yao's exit. Despite the constant flow of men and women entering and exiting, he remained patient, quietly awaiting her appearance. After what felt like an eternity, the figure he had longed to see finally emerged. However, the reality was far from what he had envisioned. There she was, in the arms of a stranger, her cheeks flushed evidence of having indulged in considerable libations. Xiao Chen, unfamiliar with the social circles at school, had no knowledge of the wealthy heir his roommate had mentioned. He hurried forward, intent on retrieving Li Yao Yao and returning to the campus. But then, a heartbreaking sight unfolded before him. The two of them headed straight into the adjacent Orange Hotel. Xiao Chen halted in his tracks, observing that Li Yao Yao appeared quite eager to go inside. He was rendered motionless, unable to comprehend that this was the same Li Yao Yao who had never allowed him to embrace her during their year together. Their intimacy had only ever extended to holding hands. And now, she nestled in another's embrace, leaving him in a state of shock. His heart ached as if it had been cleaved in two. In disbelief, he hesitated, but after a moment of turmoil, he took a tentative step forward. He felt compelled to uncover the truth about Li Yao Yao's secrets she might be harboring behind his back. With a flicker of hope, he followed her. After learning the room number at the front desk, Xiao Chen pressed on. Guided by instinct, he was assaulted by a barrage of sordid sounds that pierced his ears with their crudeness. At last, he found room 3301. After confirming the number once more, he raised his hand to knock on the door, but the sounds that emanated from within rendered him frozen, his hand suspended in midair as if he were a statue. Through the intermittent noises, he recognized the voice that echoed within, though many women's voices may sound similar. He was certain it was Li Yao Yao's voice. Xiao Chen, you need not worry about this. I will break up with him tomorrow morning. The word struck Xiao Chen like a thunderbolt, leaving him in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Li Yao Yao would engage in such actions and utter such words behind his back. At that moment, voices emerged from within. Xiao, you are amazing, came a triumphant laughter. Of course, I am invincible. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's legs buckled beneath him, and he collapsed at their doorstep. Within a minute, the noise subsided. He rose to his feet and knocked on the door. Who is it? It's late. Stop banging on the door. If there's nothing urgent, be on your way. We don't need anything from you. A gruff voice shouted from inside. In a fit of rage, Xiao Chen kicked the door open, startling the two individuals within. Who the hell are you? Looking for trouble? Li Xiao cursed vehemently. Xiao Chen remained silent, refraining from retaliation, as he slowly advanced with labored steps. When Li Xiao and Li Yao Yao recognized him, their insults ceased. Xiao Chen, what brings you here? Li Yao Yao inquired. Xiao Chen chuckled, a loud and arrogant laugh. Li Xiao, realizing his earlier slip, grew cold and retorted, Xiao Chen, you worthless fool, what do you want? Let me tell you, you know nothing. Dare to speak recklessly at school? Just wait and see how I deal with you. A resounding slap landed on Li Xiao's face. You bastard, how dare you? Slap. You must be looking for death, do you believe? Slap, slap, slap. Standing at 6 feet tall, Xiao Chen towered over Li Xiao, who barely reached 5 feet 7. Faced with the imposing figure of Xiao Chen, Li Xiao dared not retaliate. Once Li Xiao fell silent, Xiao Chen ceased his assault, his expression vacant as he stared at them. Seeing Xiao Chen's hollow gaze, Li Yao Yao spoke nervously. Xiao Chen, it's not what you think. And what exactly is it? You can't possibly tell me you were merely playing a game? Li Yao Yao, if you don't have feelings for me, you could have simply told me. What you're doing isn't just disgusting me, it's degrading yourself. Seeing the pitiful expression on the Yao Yao's face softened Xiao Chen's heart. I don't wish to say more. Let's leave it at this. We shall part ways. With that, he trudged out of the room. At that moment, Li Yao Yao's voice rang out again. How did he know we were here? Whatever was said or done inside was now irrelevant to Xiao Chen. The attendant at the front desk, noticing Xiao Chen's unsteady demeanor, approached him. Sir, are you feeling unwell? Xiao Chen glanced at her. Upon seeing his vacant eyes, she was first startled, but soon understood the situation, falling silent and returning to her post as she watched Xiao Chen leave. Walking down the street, observing the bustling traffic, Xiao Chen glanced back at the Orange Hotel and smiled faintly before departing without a backward glance. At that moment, a beautiful woman in a Rolls-Royce Phantom coldly remarked, Turn around. Let us head to Los Angeles University. Miss, do you wish to revisit the campus? The chilling voice offered no response. Xiao Chen returned to the university. Although it was now past 10, numerous students still gathered on the playground, engaging in lively conversation. He found a quiet corner to sit, replaying the scene he had just witnessed in his mind. The name Li Yao Yao echoed persistently in his thoughts, reminding him of their shared moments. He allowed himself to drift, letting his thoughts wander through the corridors of the past, perhaps believing that pain could forge him, providing the impetus to confront the new life that lay ahead. Suddenly, he recalled that night from several years ago. I wonder how the senior is faring now. She must despise me. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have bound the greatest life achievement of a wife. A mechanical voice interrupted his reverie, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily startled. Greatest life achievement? Wife. I have just been betrayed. Where does this wife notion come from? What is this life achievement? He thought of the web novels his roommate often read, which frequently featured similar systems. But what connection did it have to him? Just as Xiao Chen contemplated whether he was hallucinating, the voice resonated again in his mind. Greetings, host. This system has already bound to you. This is not a hallucination. Wow. Xiao Chen distinctly heard the voice. It was not a figment of his imagination. Could it be true? Had he truly been chosen? Regaining his composure, he asked, I don't even have a wife. Have you mistaken me for someone else? Greetings, host. The voice continued. Name, Xiao Chen. Age, 22. Height, 186 centimeters. After DNA verification, I assure you, there is no error. It is indeed you. What? Xiao Chen found himself momentarily bewildered. DNA verification? Ding. Your wife is approaching. You have gained the perfect singing voice. Go serenade your wife. Chapter 002. Hesitation leads to defeat. Decisiveness delivers rewards at this moment. Xiao Chen was uncertain if it was true, but he knew one thing. His singing was incredibly off-key. After much deliberation, he resolved to sing. For decisiveness brings rewards, while hesitation leads to failure. Onward he went. He approached a group of guitar club members lounging on the lawn and said, Classmates, may I borrow your guitar? I wish to sing a song. The female student, upon lifting her gaze to behold Xiao Chen's handsome visage, felt her cheeks flush and promptly lent him her guitar. As Xiao Chen grasped the instrument, a profound connection was formed between him and the guitar. His long fingers began to strum the strings, and enchanting melodies radiated outward. The previously boisterous crowd gradually fell silent, and clusters of onlookers began to converge upon the scene. Unbeknownst to them, the girl was also inching closer to listen. She was the reigning beauty of Luoqing University, the goddess in the hearts of countless underclassmen, returning to her alma mater. Once dreamed of wielding a sword to traverse the world, to behold its splendor. Xiao Chen's crystal-clear voice instantly captivated all present. As the girl drew near and heard this melodious sound, her eyes softened, and her cheeks reddened as she gazed at the singing boy. That big boy has grown, she murmured to herself. When Xiao Chen concluded his performance, a brief pause ensued, followed by an eruption of enthusiastic applause. Wow, this guy is so handsome. Can I add you on WeChat? You step aside. You don't even know what year he is in, and you want to add him on WeChat? He is good looking and sings beautifully. Hurry. Add me. Everyone move aside. He is using my guitar. If anyone else adding him, it should be me first. In an instant, Xiao Chen found himself encircled by a throng of girls. Dazzling screens flashing before him. leaving him momentarily bewildered. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have achieved the accomplishment of singing for your beloved. Unique life charm acquired. Unlocking the culinary mastery. Constitution 15, Charme 5, Stamina. The system encourages you to continue delighting your beloved. Upon hearing this cascade of notifications, Xiao Chen was convinced he had been bound to his system. Otherwise, how could everyone claim his singing was delightful? Yet, why did the stamina only show 1? Was he already strong enough to forego additional time enhancements? Shaking off these thoughts, Xiao Chen gazed at the blinding screens, pondering the system's message regarding his achievement of singing for his beloved. But where was his beloved? Could it be that all these girls were contenders? Hey, is anyone there? Which one is my wife? Surely they can't all be. Xiao Chen inquired, perplexed. Ding. Host, your wife is currently watching you. The system reminds you to remain single-minded. Do not harbor unrealistic fantasies. Goodness, you need not inform me. I am indeed a devoted individual. Were you thinking? Ding. The system has detected that you are a singular personality entity. Hence, it is bound to you. Please, host, do not doubt this system. Thank you. Is this thing rather sophisticated? At that moment, a pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on Xiao Chen, her expression cold and serious. Only when Xiao Chen said, "Apologies, everyone. My heart belongs to someone else, so let us forego WeChat. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Did her face regain the tenderness she had shown upon first seeing him, her gaze softening? With a slight smile, she said, "Let us go back for now. Come again tomorrow." Miss, will you be coming again tomorrow? Do you enjoy listening to him sing? I shall arrange for someone to sign a contract with him, ensuring he sings exclusively for you in the future. No need. With that frosty dismissal, the person immediately fell silent, obediently trailing beside the aloof girl. At this moment, Xiao Chen finally broke free from the encirclement, scanning his surroundings. Just as he was about to give up, a strangely familiar figure caught his eye. Senior Lin Qingyan? He silently mused, her proud stature reminiscent of the night 4 years ago when he first entered Luoqing University. Before Xiao Chen could catch up, Lin Qingyun entered a Rolls-Royce Phantom. He could only stand rooted to the spot, watching the car slowly depart from the campus. Though Xiao Chen did not possess much wealth, he had a penchant for luxury cars. He immediately recognized the vehicle as the 2018 model of the Rolls-Royce Phantom 670 long wheelbase version, with an official price tag of 92 million. Observing this scene, Xiao Chen felt no regret. Instead, a faint smile graced his lips. I wish you well, Senior Lin Qingyun. Having a wealthy person who loves you by your side is truly wonderful. As the car gradually disappeared from view, he silently turned back toward the dormitory. Miss, do you know that boy who was singing earlier? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun became intrigued and replied, What is the matter? He was watching us leave just now. Lin Qingyun smiled charmingly, falling silent. Her thoughts drifted back to that night, recalling the strong figure, her heart swelling with joy as if anticipating the dawn of tomorrow. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was greeted with, Chen'er, why are you back so late? We've already played 5 rounds. Chen'er, did you find the Yao Yao? You didn't answer your calls. What happened? I told you we should go together, but you insisted on going alone. These voices belonged to Xiao Chen's 3 roommates, his closest friends, who affectionately refer to each other as sons. I've broken up with Li Yao Yao. Sons, let us log in. Xiao Chen endeavored to mask his pain, unwilling to have his roommates console him. The thought of a group of grown men surrounding him with questions and incessant reassurances sent shivers down his spine. He tried to maintain an air of indifference. Chen'er, are you feeling down? A true man never retreats. Morning, dear. It's nothing to worry about. Your father will introduce you to someone wonderful. After all, our Liang is quite the charmer among the girls at school. With your good looks, it would be a breeze for Liang to find you a partner. As for that Liao Yao, let her go, we don't need her. Why pine for a hammer? Look at you, working so hard just to impress her, returning to the dormitory every night exhausted. Xiao Chen's worst fears materialized as the trio learned of his breakup and immediately surrounded him for emotional support. When he was pursuing Liao Yao, they had all been strategizing for him, yet now their concern only deepened his sorrow. Indeed, he had parted ways with Liao Yao, but it's no big deal. Her departure is her loss. Why should I wallow in sadness? Wang Jiaoyang approached and ruffled Xiao Chen's hair. You're not even feverish. Why you seem so different today? Xiao Chen, if you feel like crying, just let it out. Yes, cry. Your father's shoulder is always here for you. Each one chimed in, leaving Xiao Chen at a loss. Observing their expressions, he chuckled and reassured them. It's truly nothing. If there were something. Wu Ti, I tell you all. They looked at Xiao Chen, who was clearly not fine at all. With his head hung low, he appeared listless. Suddenly, he looked up with a mischievous grin and declared, Hey, from now on, I'll be just like you all. Let us go. What are we waiting for? Let us log in and have some fun. The group cheerfully engaged in an exhilarating gaming session. As for Liao Yao, Xiao Chen had already come to terms with it. When the excitement waned and they were ready to retire for the night, Xiao Chen noticed an unfamiliar number had sent him a message. Tomorrow afternoon at 6. I'll be waiting for you at Starbucks. Signed, someone you've been thinking about day and night. Staring at the message, Xiao Chen was taken aback. Someone he had been thinking about? Could it be his mother? Chapter 003, Studying. Senior? No. How come my mother summoned me to a CAF? Who could it be? Recalling the system's mention of wife, Xiao Chen began to suspect it might be her. It seems I must investigate tomorrow. Better to mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than to let one slip away. With a mindset of tentative exploration, Xiao Chen resolved to take a look. Closing his eyes, the image of Lin Qingyun's exquisite face and her impressive figure surfaced in his mind. I hope she is living happily. Li Yo. Forget it. That has no relevance to me anymore. Farewell. Oh no, I hope to never see her again. Xiao Chen pondered his newfound system, with a wife reigned supreme. Yet he wondered, where is she, who will soothe my fragile heart? Ding. Greetings, host. Please do not fret. What is destined to come will arrive, and what is meant to leave cannot be retained. Hearing the system's prompt, Xiao Chen ceased his restless thoughts. He had anticipated a sleepless night. Yet the sound of his roommate's snores soon lulled him into slumber. The next morning, Xiao Chen rose early, armed with his resume, and set out to seek an internship. After several attempts, every response was the same. Please wait for news. Waiting is waiting. Xiao Chen returned to the dormitory, where his 3 companions were still asleep. With a sigh, he descended to bring back 4 servings of rice bowls. Boys, rise and shine. Daddy has brought you lunch. Xiao Chen felt like a doting father, and his friends were roused by his clamoring. Seeing the boxes in Xiao Chen's hands, they all beamed. Don't just stare. Call me Daddy. You'll get your meals. But you owe me for yesterday. Chinner, you're being too formal. Daddy, I'm hungry. Wang Jiaoyang's shamelessness was something everyone had grown accustomed to, even becoming infectious. Guitao scoffed. Jiaoyang, you have no shame casually calling someone Daddy, before turning to respond, Daddy. This left the others momentarily stunned. Who in the dormitory was unaware that Tian Beisheng was the most formidable? Did they think I would just call someone Daddy? Who would have guessed that he would turn around and say Daddy? Good sons, hurry and wash up for breakfast. The group sprang from their beds and rushed towards the meals Xiao Chen had brought, eating while logging into their computers. Hurry up, brothers. Get online. Observing their antics, Xiao Chen inquired, Have you found jobs? The 3 were initially taken aback, then replied, What jobs? Who in their right mind looks for a job? Have you found one? I haven't. Did you? I haven't either. I'm looking for a rich woman. Though amusing, Xiao Chen cautioned them. I have applied and am now waiting for a response. Graduation is approaching, and if you remain unemployed, how do you plan to avoid sleeping on streets? Wang Jiaoyang dismissed the notion, saying, Find a job? I shall directly access Boss Jipin to pursue a romantic liaison with a wealthy woman. Remarkable. Truly impressive. Yet still, the brilliance shines. If you succeed, do inform me, for I shall seek a wealthy patroness to sustain me. Observing this group, Xiao Chen was rendered speechless. They indeed excel at nothing, yet they're champions of daydreaming. Is it so easy to find a wealthy woman? Moreover, do they truly believe such individuals would take notice of them? Or do they aspire to court women in their 50s or 60s? No, even those women would require them to meet certain expectations. After dining, Xiao Chen intended to visit the library to read, but was intercepted by a few individuals. What are you reading? How many years have you been at it? Still reading? Indeed, it's only been a few days. Why not accompany me for a few more rounds? Forget it. Yesterday, you led me astray, playing as the joyful wind man. And you didn't even find joy. Xiao Chen chuckled, jesting with them. The book I was reading yesterday remains unfinished. What book could possibly be more important than us? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen replied, how could you possibly compare to that book? It is the captain's work and is truly captivating. The group had already begun their own banter, leaving Xiao Chen unattended. Thus, he proceeded to the reading room. After all, the captain's allure was simply irresistible. Engrossed in his reading, Xiao Chen lost track of time, and it was only at 5 o'clock that he remembered he needed to meet at the CF. Fortunately, the school was not far from the CAF, and he arrived shortly, selecting a seat by the window. He ordered a cup of coffee, savoring it whilst observing the amusing happenings around him. At this hour, many white-collar workers had finished their day, and numerous individuals were set up for matchmaking at home. Xiao Chen watched the couples engaged in their introductions. Most of the women sought men with homes, cars, and savings. Those lacking such attributes were dismissed. Yet, there were also many who valued mutual affinity. At this moment, the people at the table behind him finally began to converse. Apologies for my tardiness. I had some matters to attend to at work before I could rush over, yet I am still late. The girl was quite amiable, responding, no problem. What do you do for a living? You must be very busy. I work in sales. That must be quite lucrative. It suffices for a modest living. Is that so? How coincidental. I am in the same field, he. The man, noticing the girl's smile, reciprocated with a grin. Xiao Chen imagined that the man must have silently repeated, what a coincidence, I am as well. Listening to their exchange, Xiao Chen felt a sweet warmth in his heart. It must be said that such women are becoming nearly extinct. To be honest, I do not possess much money, cannot afford a car, and my current residence is rented. Would you be willing to consider dating someone like me? The girl's forthcoming response left all the men present utterly shocked, their thoughts echoing. Why have I yet to encounter such a charming lady? Observing his own matchmaking counterpart, one would typically demand wealth, vehicles, and exorbitant bride prices. I do not seek anything from you, for what I can offer is merely my presence. Wealth is not a requisite, as I possess little of it myself. What I desire is simply our shared joy. Everything else can unfold in due course. I am confident that all shall be well. Bread will be abundant, milk will flow, and all our needs will be met, as long as your intentions towards me remain sincere. Together, we can achieve anything. Without comparison, there is no harm. This sentiment undoubtedly leaves the faces of those female companions seeking companionship pressed firmly against the ground. Some young men boldly declared, let us just forget it. We are incompatible. I seek a wife like her, not someone who incessantly speaks of money. Upon hearing this, the young man behind Xiao Chen immediately interjected, brother, she is mine. The girl's face flushed a deep crimson. Thus, hand in hand, they exited the CF, a sight of sheer beauty to behold. No sooner had they left than a dazzling beauty entered the establishment. With her lustrous black hair and impeccably tailored black business suit, she showcased her perfect figure. Her long legs elegantly clad in sheer black stockings, complemented by a pair of black high heels. This sight captivated the attention of all the young men present. Her fair neck and exquisite features were nothing short of breathtaking, undeniably a rare beauty. Two bodyguards trailed closely behind her. Upon recognizing her visage, Xiao Chen gasped, wow, is that Senior Lin Qingyan? The enchanting woman approached him directly, leaving Xiao Chen momentarily flustered, unsure of how to proceed. He stood up and stammered, Senior, hello. Lin Qingyun regarded him with a fleeting glance before taking a seat opposite him. Her voice icy as she remarked, you're rather punctual. Chapter 004. I will take care of you and the child. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chen realized that Lin Qingyun had summoned him. Yet he could not fathom the purpose behind her invitation. Could it be related to that night? Senior, would you like something to drink? I can order for you. He offered. No need, she replied. Xiao Chen stared at Lin Qingyun, momentarily at a loss for words, left only to sit in silence. Noticing his reticence, Lin Qingyun's demeanor grew even colder. Do you have nothing to say to me? Xiao Chen paused, understanding that she had indeed come to address the events of that day. After a moment of deliberation, he managed to utter, I'm sorry. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun waved her hand, signaling for the bodyguards to leave. Once they had distanced themselves, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Witnessing this, Xiao Chen panicked, striking his own face in despair. Slap, slap, slap. I'm sorry. I'm not a good person. I apologize. That night, I was completely out of it, and my subsequent actions were purely instinctual. Slap, slap. He continued to chastise himself, realizing the magnitude of his transgression over the past 4 years. At that moment, Lin Qingyun stepped forward, grasped Xiao Chen's hand, and embraced him tightly. This unexpected gesture left Xiao Chen bewildered. Was she not there to confront him? Why was she holding him? Lin Qingyun wept in his arms until he struggled to breathe, at which point she finally released him. Those nearby were left in astonishment. After a moment, Lin Qingyun spoke softly. I became pregnant after that day. Xiao Chen was taken aback. He had caused her to be with child? Have you been well these past 4 years? I'm sorry for the hardships you've endured. Looking at the woman before him, he realized the gravity of his initial mistake. Taking a breath, he continued, if you are willing, I will take responsibility for you and the child. No need, Lin Qingyun replied, leaving Xiao Chen utterly confounded. What do you mean, senior? He asked, bewildered. I will handle the finances. You only need to stay at home and care for the child. Lin Qingyun regarded him thoughtfully. How much can you earn in a month? If you need money, I can provide you with 100,000 as pocket money each month. Is that sufficient? At this moment, Xiao Chen comprehended Lin Qingyun's intentions. Goodness, she was suggesting he live off her. He glanced at the bodyguards behind Lin Qingyun, recalling the Rolls-Royce Phantom from the previous night. Clearly, she was not short on funds. Driven by curiosity, Xiao Chen inquired, if I don't need to earn money, how much do you make in a month? Lin Qingyun pondered for a moment before responding, I'm not sure. I've never counted. Remarkable. Yet another who was indifferent to the quantity of wealth. Xiao Chen nodded, his expression somewhat dazed. Observing his demeanor, Lin Qingyun proposed, in that case, let us prepare for marriage. Xiao Chen contemplated this, realizing that Lin Qingyun's proposal was merely an attempt to provide herself with security. After all, she was an immensely wealthy woman. However, should they wed, he needed to inform his family first. Rest assured, in a few days, when my work calms down, I will take you and the children to meet my parents. Lin Qingyun, aware of Xiao Chen's lingering reservations, continued, you can inform your uncle and aunt to send over the household registration book, allowing us to obtain our marriage certificate first. That way, no one can obstruct us. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen realized that Lin Qingyun's parents might not be entirely agreeable, which prompted her to propose such a course of action. However, why would someone as exceptional as Lin Qingyun choose to marry him? A person of her brilliance could easily attract many suitors, and even having children would not deter most from seeking her companionship. Merely considering her beauty, it was beyond reproach. In over 20 years, Xiao Chen had never encountered a woman more exquisite than Lin Qingyun. Now, she possessed not only beauty, but also an intellect and emotional intelligence that far surpassed the ordinary. Moreover, she was an extraordinarily wealthy woman. Why do you wish to marry me? Xiao Chen retorted. You are the father of my child. Indeed, the truth of being the child's father left Xiao Chen momentarily speechless. Are your parents aware that you are marrying someone without wealth or power? In time, we will share this with them. You must present yourself well to gain their approval, right? Her reasoning was sound, and Xiao Chen could not refute it, for the child was indeed his. Responsibility? Yes, that is my duty, Xiao Chen silently affirmed within himself. All right, the children are waiting anxiously. Let us head to the car to talk. I've already informed them that their father has returned. Mentioning the children stirred ripples in Xiao Chen's once calm heart. I am the father of the child. Observing Xiao Chen rallying himself, Lin Qingyun felt a swell of happiness. The boy had not changed. He remained the same young man who had once bravely come to her rescue. Before they reached the car door, the bodyguards had already opened it. Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim, this bodyguard is truly considerate. Thank you, my friend. Lin Qingyun and the bodyguards exchanged glances with Xiao Chen, saying, it is our duty to serve the young lady. Once inside the car, the lavish interior of the Rolls-Royce Phantom left Xiao Chen in awe. Gazing at the starry ceiling, he realized that beneath Lin Qingyun's cool exterior lay a youthful heart. If one were to describe this car, It could only be summed up in one word: opulent. As soon as Lin Qingyun settled into the car, two sweet voices chimed in unison. "Mommy, where's Daddy?" As Lin Qingyun lifted them, her practiced movements pierced Xiao Chen's heart once more. Lin Qingyun had navigated these years in such a manner. Xiao Chen silently resolved to make amends to Lin Qingyun with his love. "Daddy is right here." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's voice, the two children turned their heads to look, then glanced at Lin Qingyun, inquiring, "Mom, is he really our dad?" "Indeed. Uncle Han mentioned he is our father, and you advised us not to heed what others say. So is he not our dad?" Uncle Han. Xiao Chen suddenly sensed the predicament. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. With someone as exceptional as Lin Qingyun, it was only natural that she would attract many admirers. "That surname Han. Just wait. How dare you bully my Qingyun?" "Yes, he is indeed your father," Lin Qingyun affirmed to the two children. The little ones looked at Xiao Chen, their faces alight with joy, for all their friends had fathers. And now they too had one. "Daddy, Daddy," the endearing calls filled Xiao Chen with excitement. "Ah, good daughters, come let Daddy embrace you." At that moment, however, the two children halted in their tracks, their faces brimming with anticipation as they asked, "Daddy, do you know our names?" If you cannot call out our names, then we shall not allow you to hold us." Both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were momentarily taken aback. Lin Qingyun had not disclosed the children's names to Xiao Chen, leaving both in a state of panic. Xiao Chen was rendered speechless, truly unaware of what to call them, for Lin Qingyun hadn't informed him either. Chapter 005, Is it merely 360? System, do you happen to know my daughter's name? Ding. Host, you have two daughters. The elder one is named Lin Xiaomu, and the younger one is Lin Xiaohan. Please take more care of your family. When your wife and children are happy, the system will reward you accordingly. At that moment, Lin Qingyun, holding her two children, said, "Daddy is quite tired now. You both can ask him when we get home. All right?" Upon hearing this, the two daughters instantly displayed expressions of disappointment. The elder sister is Lin Xiaomu, and the younger sister is Lin Xiaohan. Mother truly bestowed upon you both beautiful names. Xiaomu signifies the hope that the elder sister bathes daily in the joyful sunlight, while Xiaohan embodies the aspiration for the younger sister to be an elegant girl of substance. The character Shui reflects the kindness of your hearts, untouched by the dust of the world. Do not let your mother's hopes for you go unfulfilled. Listening to Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun was equally astonished, wondering if Xiao Chen was secretly communicating with the worm in her belly. How could he have guessed that? The two little girls, upon hearing their names, burst into joyful laughter, and Xiao Chen felt a profound sense of belonging in his role as a father. "Then tell me, who is the elder sister and who is the younger sister?" Xiao Chen chuckled. "Silly girls, you just told me. This is elder sister Mu, and this is younger sister Han Han." Xiao Chen leaned forward and embraced the two clever little spirits. The sisters wrapped their arms around Xiao Chen's neck and joyfully planted kisses on his face. At that moment, Xiao Chen felt like the happiest man alive. Ding! Family benefit acquired. Congratulations, host, you have gained 15 constitution and 5 charm. Please continue to strive to bring happiness and joy to your wife and children. Upon hearing this sound, Xiao Chen felt elated, sensing a change in his vitality. His body grew stronger. The endurance hasn't increased. Is it because I'm already sufficiently enduring? Ding. Host, you're overthinking. The system indicates your endurance is 360 seconds. Only 360? I am quite formidable. You know. Ding. Host, please possess a modicum of self-awareness. How can I enhance my endurance? Ding. This system regards your wife as the utmost priority. I believe your inquiry is superfluous. Simply delight your wife and ensure her happiness. It appears I must put in more effort. After all, this pertains to my wife's happiness. Xiao Chen did not wish for his wife to be deprived of the joy she deserved at this age. The dialogue with the system transpired in an instant. Xiaoli, let us return home. Lin Qingyun commanded the driver. Am I not returning to the dormitory? Return to the dormitory? Come home with me instead. Return. Home. To live. Wow. Happiness has come so unexpectedly. Yes. Is Daddy not coming home with us? Is Daddy going to be busy again? The three responses illuminated Xiao Chen's heart with joy. All right, Daddy will always be with you from now on. Rest assured, Daddy is not leaving. Wonderful. Daddy will stay with us from now on. Father, will you play games with us? Of course, my dear. From now on, I shall dedicate each day to playing with you. Taking care of two little treasures and considering my own marriage is indeed a significant matter. It is essential to inform my parents about this. However, if my father discovers that I have two daughters of such an age, he might very well break my legs. It seems this requires careful deliberation. Xiao Chen took out his mobile phone. Lin Qingyun glanced at Xiao Chen's device, then retrieved her own phone to send a message to her assistant. Xiao Chen remained oblivious to her actions. He opened WeChat and began conversing with his mother. Mom, I have something to tell you. Before long, a reply came. Spit it out quickly. Xiao Chen sighed. His mother's manner of speaking truly embodied the image of a good mother. Nothing major. Could you please send me our household registration book? What on earth do you need the household registration book for? Angry, Xiao Chen decided not to pursue the matter further and simply sent a photo of Lin Qingyun and the two little treasures. What are you taking pictures of us for? The flash momentarily blinded Lin Qingyun. Hee, I want to show my mother, my wife, and my two beloved daughters. Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed. Did he just call me his wife? Although elated, she restrained her laughter. Oomph. Your daughters are your treasures, but what about me? Xiao Chen suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. My dear wife is the greatest treasure, and my daughters are my little treasures. You are all my treasures. I want to be the greatest treasure too. Oh dear, these little treasures are quite demanding. The driver, observing through the rearview mirror, contemplated how Xiao Chen would handle this. He felt, deep down, that Xiao Chen was unworthy of Lin Qingyun, yet refrained from voicing his opinion. As Lin Qingyun was his employer, faced with his wife and children, Xiao Chen found himself in a predicament. Not wishing to dwell on it, he leaned forward and kissed each of their small faces. He was uncertain if this approach would yield favorable results. The three of them exchanged glances, and Lin Qingyun's face reddened even more. The two little ones began to cheer loudly. Daddy, I want more, I want more. Daddy, this time you must kiss me first. All right, I shall kiss you first. Xiao Chen lifted them both and planted a kiss on each cheek. Just then, a WeChat video call rang out. The two little treasures, curious about the elderly figure on the screen whom they had never met, leaned in closer. Xiao Chen's mother, initially ready to scold him for introducing his children to the family so late, held her tongue as the video connected. The sight of her precious granddaughters on the screen quelled her irritation. She could hardly bring herself to reprimand them. It is often said that daughters resemble their fathers. And indeed, the two granddaughters on the screen bear quite a resemblance to Xiao Chen in her childhood. Xiao Chen, where are you? The children's grandmother, Lin Qingyun, leaned closer to Xiao Chen to engage in a video call with her mother. After all, she would soon have to address her as mother. Upon seeing such a beautiful young woman appear on her phone screen, Xiao Chen's mother felt her heart race. How fortunate her son was to marry such a stunning lady. Xiao Chen proceeded to introduce everyone to one another. Upon learning that this was their grandmother, the two little ones chimed in, Grandma, Grandma. Xiao Chen couldn't help but marvel at how well Qingyun was raising her children. The sweet sound of Grandma must have delighted her mother immensely. On the other side of the call, Xiao Chen's mother was beaming, her smile widening as she responded joyously. Oh, hello, my granddaughters. The two little girls found it amusing to see the person on the phone so happy at their calls of Grandma, and they continued to chant, Grandma, Grandma. This brought immense joy to Xiao Chen's mother, who quickly called for Xiao Chen's father. Xiao Zhen, come quickly. We have granddaughters now. Chapter 006. Mother, please send our household registration book at this moment. Xiao Chen was tending to his little garden in the courtyard when he heard his wife exclaiming from inside the house that they had a granddaughter. Confused, he pondered the absurdity of the situation. Where could a granddaughter possibly come from? Both of their sons were still in college, and the thought of holding a grandchild seemed far-fetched. He merely responded, You must be daydreaming. However, after a brief silence, the sounds of a child echoed from within the house, prompting him to rush inside. Upon entering, he found Li Huiyun, grinning from ear to ear while holding her phone. It dawned on him that this was indeed true. Goodness, Does this mean he has become a grandfather? He hurried to Li Huiyun's side, eagerly crowding around the phone as camera. When Xiao Chen's father arrived, he quickly handed the phone to the two little girls. Mu Mu and Han Han, noticing another face on the screen, looked closely and then gazed at Xiao Chen. They exclaimed to Lin Qingyun, "Mommy, there's also a daddy in the phone. That's the old daddy. He looks older than our daddy." Hearing this, both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle. "No, dear, that's your grandfather. Have you forgotten? Daddy's daddy is your grandfather," Lin Qingyun patiently explained. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was mesmerized by the scene before him. How beautiful! It was simply enchanting. He pinched his thigh hard. Ouch! Thank goodness it isn't a dream. At that moment, Lin Qingyun politely greeted Xiao Chen's parents. "Hello, uncle and aunt." The elderly couple, having never witnessed such a joyful occasion, quickly responded, "Good, good. And you as well. I am Lin Qingyun, and these two are my daughters with Xiao Chen. The elder is Lin Xuemu, and the younger is Lin Xuehan." Although Xiao Zhan was filled with joy, he felt a slight twinge in his heart, knowing that his granddaughters did not bear the Xiao surname. Lin Qingyun noticed the change in his expression and smiled, saying, "Uncle, the children will take our family name for school registration purposes. It's perfectly fine. The surname doesn't matter as long as you two are happy," Xiao Zhan replied, attempting to ease the tension. Li Huiyun chimed in, having noticed Xiao Zhan's displeasure, and playfully stepped on his foot. Under her playful persuasion, Xiao Zhan relented, yearning for his granddaughters to call him grandfather. "Whatever surname they choose, as long as you two are content, it does not require our approval," he declared with a chuckle. At that moment, Xiao Chen interjected, "Mu Mu, Han Han, quickly call your grandfather." The two little girls launched into a new round of affectionate calls. "Grandfather, grandfather." Just moments ago, Xiao Zhan had been amused by Li Huiyun's unrestrained laughter, but now he too was grinning from ear to ear. Seeing this, Xiao Chen quickly said, "Dad, please send our household registration book. Qingyun and I are going to apply for our marriage certificate." Xiao Zhan, caught up in the excitement, eagerly agreed, "All right, I'll have your mother send it right away." Before Xiao Chen could respond, Lin Qingyun eagerly added, "Great, thank you, Dad." She abruptly hung up the phone. She was unaware of the reason behind her overwhelming joy and excitement. Perhaps it was true that she had genuine feelings for Xiao Chen. For 4 long years, she had suppressed these emotions, and now they seemed to emerge unexpectedly. When she noticed Xiao Chen gazing at her with such enthusiasm, she turned her head away, looking out the window, not wanting him to see her flushed cheeks. Xiao Chen, seeing her reaction, could only smile helplessly. Her ears were crimson, and hiding was futile. Yet his heart swelled with happiness, for this at least confirmed that Lin Qingyun truly loved him. Ding! Sweet rewards. Congratulations, host, you have gained 5 in physical fitness, 15 in charm, and 1 in stamina. 361? Xiao Chen decided not to dwell on it. After all, making his beloved happy was of utmost importance. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, his parents were still in a state of shock from the abrupt disconnection. Suddenly, having a daughter-in-law and a granddaughter, who was already of school age, was quite an overwhelming revelation for them. At that moment, Xiao Chen sent a message. "Just now, Mu Mu accidentally pressed something. Don't forget to send me the household registration book." Having completed this, he turned his gaze out of the window, noticing that the Rolls-Royce was not heading toward the upscale villas in the city center, but rather towards the mountains in the suburbs. He dismissed any further thoughts, knowing Lin Qingyun would never betray him, and began to play with Mu Mu and Han Han. Although Lin Qingyun kept her eyes on the scenery outside, she occasionally stole glances at Xiao Chen, finding him increasingly charming and endearing. To her surprise, she felt herself blushing, the assertiveness she had displayed upon first meeting him entirely dissipating. The driver, observing the stark contrast in Lin Qingyun's demeanor, inquired, "Miss, are you feeling unwell?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen realized how careless he had been. It was concerning that his wife was unwell, and yet it took someone else to notice. He quickly moved to sit beside Lin Qingyun, gently placing the back of his hand against her forehead. This gesture sent her entire neck aflame, her cheeks burning, making her wish she could disappear into the ground. "You're so hot. Qingyun, do you have a fever?" "And no, I don't. Xiao Chun's breath brushed against Lin Qingyun's face, leaving her momentarily flustered. Her usual queenly demeanor vanished. Ding! Sweet rewards. One in physical fitness, one in charm. Uno in stamina. Xiao Chun mused. These rewards only come when my wife is happy, which means she must be joyful now. Her happiness brought him joy as well. He pulled Lin Qingyun close and said, Sweetheart, if you're feeling unwell, you must tell me. Stamina 1. Observing Lin Qingyun's shy demeanor, Xiao Chen felt perhaps he was progressing too swiftly. His wife seemed nervous, so he loosened his embrace. Lin Qingyun finally regained her composure, a warm current flowing through her. Covering her face, she felt utterly bashful. The driver, perplexed, could not comprehend what charm this man possessed that would render the young lady so bashful. Endurance 1. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was inwardly amused. Only Lin Qingyun repeatedly chanted to herself, Calm, calm, calm. At long last, she managed to endure until they arrived home. It was then that Xiao Chen realized that Lin Qingyun resided on the hillside. Gazing upon the opulent decor, he could not help but exclaim, Splendid. This was not merely splendid. It was the epitome of luxury. These villas were not just for the wealthy. One must possess an extraordinary fortune to reside here. Observing Xiao Chen's astonishment, Lin Qingyun chuckled. Come on, why are you still standing there in a daze? Now that they had arrived at her domain, she was determined to retaliate for the earlier teasing. Allowing Xiao Chen to experience firsthand the delightful sensation of being irresistibly flirted with. As Lin Qingyun strode ahead, Xiao Chen followed closely behind, cradling the child with an eager step. Initially, he had assumed Lin Qingyun was merely affluent. Now he wished to retract that statement. This was not just wealth. This was extraordinary wealth. Upon entering the villa, Xiao Chen beheld the scene within and truly understood the meaning of extravagance. At that moment, Lin Qingyun addressed the servants, declaring, This is the father of Mu Mu and Han Han, and my husband. From now on, apart from me, he is the most important person in this household. Chapter 007. A man must not claim inability. A group of servants nodded in agreement. Good day, sir. Xiao Chen, momentarily taken aback by the attention, hurriedly replied. There is no need for such formality. Lin Qingyun, however, chose to disregard Xiao Chen's words and ascended the staircase without a glance back. At this moment, the Rolls-Royce that had been trailing behind arrived home. From it emerged the two bodyguards from the CF, accompanied by a young woman of pleasing appearance. Unfazed, Xiao Chen settled onto the sofa, cradling two little ones in his arms. Mumu, Hanhai, did your teacher assign any homework today? Daddy, our teacher gives us homework every day. Mumu replied. Then let us begin our assignments now, shall we? At this juncture, the young woman who had just disembarked interjected. Sir, my name is Xiao Hua. I usually assist the children with their homework, so please leave it to me. She extended a smartphone toward Xiao Chen. The young lady instructed us to procure a phone for you. This is the latest model from Xiaowei. Xiao Chen accepted the phone and glanced towards the staircase where Lin Qingyun had just ascended. How thoughtful. After a prolonged use of his old phone, she had purchased him a new one. Just as he was about to express his gratitude in his heart, Xiaohua's next statement interrupted his reverie. Come, Mumu and Hanhai. Let us proceed to the study and complete today's assignments. After receiving the backpack from the bodyguards, the trio ascended the stairs to do their homework. At that moment, the housekeeper approached, a woman in her 50s who smiled at Xiao Chen. Sir, I am the housekeeper. Miss Lin calls me Aunt Liang. I suggest you go upstairs and keep Miss Lin company. Dinner will be ready shortly. Aunt Liang gestured towards Lin Qingyun's room, and Xiao Chen ascended with a cheerful demeanor. As he departed, Aunt Liang remarked to herself, The young sir appears quite robust. Upon finding Lin Qingyun's room, Xiao Chen knocked on the door. Come in. Upon entering, he noted that the decor of this room differed significantly from the grandiosity outside. While the exterior exuded magnificence, Lin Qingyun's chamber embraced a minimalist style. Though simple, it was well equipped. Upon entry, he found a sofa and a desk, her workspace. A turn revealed a private bathroom, and on the opposite side lay a spacious bedroom. Lin Qingyun's sanctuary. Inside, Xiao Chen beheld Lin Qingyun seated on the bed, the top button of her professional attire undone. She was in the process of removing her high-heeled shoes, her every movement radiating the allure of a mature woman. The scene momentarily overwhelmed Xiao Chen, causing his thoughts to heat up as a rush of warmth threatened to surge forth. He hastily retreated to the bathroom to splash his face with water. Observing Xiao Chen's flustered state, Lin Xingyun wore a triumphant smile. "Oof, that will teach you to flirt with me." Once Xiao Chen had composed himself, he mentally reassured himself. "I must remain calm. My wife's allure is simply too potent." "Xiao Chen, what are you doing over there? Come here." Lin Xingyun's voice called out from outside. Xiao Chen had no choice but to muster his courage and face the enchanting woman once more. Lin Xingyun beckoned him to sit beside her, leaning in to whisper enticingly in his ear, "I am about to take a shower. Would you care to join me?" The seductive tone of her voice left Xiao Chen utterly flustered, prompting him to hastily retreat several steps. "I think I'll take a stroll downstairs to admire the scenery," he stammered before dashing out. Observing Xiao Chen's panicked escape, Lin Xingyun couldn't help but smile with delight. Once outside, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for where to go. Remembering the task assigned by the system, to cook for his wife, he felt a surge of enthusiasm and headed straight for the kitchen. The system had bestowed upon him the omni-chef skill, and with his prior experience in singing, he was brimming with confidence this time. "Why are you in the kitchen, son-in-law?" one of the women inquired. "Yes, son-in-law, why not take a walk outside? Dinner will be ready shortly. No witties. I wish to prepare a dish for Qing Yun and the children. You all continue with your tasks." "What? You're going to cook?" they exclaimed, urging him to leave before Lin Qingyun found out and became upset. The women, aware of Lin Qingyun's previous instructions, knew better than to take Xiao Chen lightly. "It's all right, Aunt Liang. I can cook, so you needn't worry about me being a bother," he reassured them. "Look, son-in-law, you always speak so modestly. If you really want to cook, then go ahead and try." Aunt Liang, unable to dissuade him, reluctantly acquiesced. However, she observed Xiao Chen's delicate hands, which hardly seemed suited for culinary endeavors. What followed astonished everyone. Typically, novice cooks rush to ignite the stove, floundering in their haste. Yet, Xiao Chen began by meticulously preparing the necessary ingredients. He took out a prime cut of beef tenderloin, and to the amazement of onlookers, he deftly sliced it into small pieces. Such premium steak, usually reserved for grilling, was now destined for stir-frying. Though they lamented the waste of such fine meat, the precision of Xiao Chen's knife skills left even the seasoned chefs present in awe. Mastery like that could only be achieved through decades of practice. Next, he took a piece of ginger, finely chopping it to extract its juice, allowing the beef to absorb its flavor. Witnessing such a technique, everyone was captivated. All eyes were glued to Xiao Chen's hands as they speculated about his next move. Noting the stark contrast between his previous demeanor and his current confidence at the cooking station, Xiao Chen then heated the oil, swiftly stirring it before draining the excess. He sauteed garlic until fragrant, added the beef, along with the vegetables and seasonings, and skillfully stir-fried everything to perfection before plating it up. The onlookers gazed at him with fervent admiration. "What is it? Why are you all looking at me?" Xiao Chen asked, intrigued by their stares. "Son-in-law, could you teach us how to cook?" one of them implored. "Indeed, son-in-law, I have been a chef since I was 16, and after 30 years of cooking, I have never witnessed such techniques," another echoed. Feeling bashful, Xiao Chen scratched his head and smiled. "Well then, let me share a cooking mantra with you. To stir-fry, one must first blanch the ingredients, then add oil. If the color is insufficient, enhance it with oyster sauce." The crowd murmured, perplexed by Xiao Chen's words. For a moment, they struggled to comprehend his meaning. Xiao Chen chuckled softly, for he too was merely speaking whimsically. How does one truly instruct in the art of cooking? It is an endeavor honed through personal experience and gradual experimentation. Although he had assimilated the skills of an all-encompassing chef bestowed by the system, this particular dish was a concoction he had devised from fragmented memories. Would it be palatable? That remained to be seen. Aunt Liang, noticing that the kitchen preparations were nearly complete, addressed Xiao Chen. "Young master, the meal is ready. You may summon the young lady to dine." Recalling the earlier moment, Xiao Chen felt a cold sweat bead upon his brow. Lin Qingyun was truly enchanting, an irresistible allure. Yet, Aunt Liang seemed to intentionally afford him opportunities to spend more time with Lin Qingyan. With a steely resolve, Xiao Chen pressed onward. After all, a man must never admit defeat, nor allow a woman to underestimate his capabilities. Chapter 008. Indulging in delicacies upon pushing the door open once more. Xiao Chen beheld Lin Qingyun, who had just finished her bath and donned a loose-fitting outfit. Her hair was damp, and she was in the midst of drying it with a towel. Despite the casual attire, Lin Qingyun's alluring figure still radiated charm. As Xiao Chen gazed at her, his heart raced uncontrollably. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and help your wife with her hair." Lin Qingyun's mildly irked expression prompted Xiao Chen to rush forward and assist her. Yet, his mind was ensnared by her earlier words. "Hurry and help your wife with her hair." "Wife, you are simply stunning. I was captivated just now," Xiao Chen admitted candidly, his honesty shining through. However, upon hearing his words, Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed involuntarily. This insufferable man, how can he be so charming? Ding. Suis trois. Constitution 1, Charisme 5. Stamina 1. The system's notification filled Xiao Chen with delight. Though the increments were modest, they could accumulate into something substantial. Observing Lin Qingyun's rosy face, one that seemed as if it could yield dew, Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of contentment. Seated before the mirror, Lin Qingyun had Xiao Chen standing behind her, tending to her hair. Both shared an inexplicable sense of happiness, having found a mutual belonging in each other. Their eyes met, and Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her, while Lin Qingyun gently closed her eyes. Their breaths mingled, creating a warm atmosphere, each attuned to the rhythm of the other's heartbeat. "Mom and Dad, my sister and I are here to call you down for dinner." "Mom, Dad made dinner today. It looks absolutely delicious." In a flurry, the two hastily parted ways. It wouldn't do to lead the children astray. Lin Qingyun shyly cast a glance at Xiao Chen, who, upon noticing their flushed faces, was met with the inquisitive gaze of Moo Moo. "Mom and Dad, what's wrong? Your faces are redder than apples." At the mention of apples, Han Han perked up, exclaiming, "I want to eat apples." Xiao Chen chuckled as he scooped up both children, saying, "You can have apples after dinner." Lin Qingyun chimed in, Han Han, you must listen to your father. Eat dinner first before indulging in apples." Moo Moo regarded them with a skeptical expression, convinced they were harboring secrets. They were deliberately changing the subject. Humph. Stepping outside, the adjacent room was where Lin Qingyun typically dined, as practicality dictated that the girl would prefer to minimize effort. Traversing up and down the stairs was tiresome. The family of four gathered around the dining table. Han Han gazed at the feast before her, eagerly awaiting the adults to begin before she could dig in. Observing this scene, Xiao Chen marveled at Lin Qingyun's exceptional parenting. The children's behavior in every aspect continually astonished him. To think they are only just over 3 years old. Observing Han Nin's anxious expression, Xiao Chen chuckled and served the two children some vegetables. After feeding them, he turned to Lin Qingyun. "Daddy, I want to eat meat." "Daddy, Han Nin wants meat too." All right. Daddy will serve you right away." Lin Qingyun felt a warmth in her heart as she watched Xiao Chen and spoke up, "Honey, I want some meat too." Not only was Xiao Chen taken aback by her words, but Lin Qingyun herself felt a shiver at the utterance. Xiao Chen, momentarily startled, thought, "Did she just call me honey?" With Lin Qingyun being so forward, Xiao Chen was not to be outdone and quickly replied, "Sure, dear, try the dishes I prepared." Calling her dear made Lin Qingyun's heart blossom with joy, and she slowly opened her mouth to let Xiao Chen feed her. So delicious. Their two daughters, witnessing this, clamored for their father's cooking as well. Thus, Xiao Chen fed the three of them, completing their first meal together. Ding! Double rewards. Congratulations to the host for gaining 5 in physique, 5 in charm, and 2 in endurance. Additionally, you have acquired advanced massage techniques, which will be used to give your wife a massage, allowing her to relax and relieve fatigue. Massage technique? Xiao Chen mused internally. What a splendid skill. Once he had filled the three of them, he finally had the chance to take a few bites for himself. "Dear, do you have any plans after dinner?" "Daddy, after meals, we'd like to go to the observation deck to stargaze." "Yes, Daddy. Will you accompany us to see the stars later?" Mentioning stargazing, Moo Moo and Han Nin perked up. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised to hear observation deck, but it made sense given his wife's impressive financial prowess. The three of them watched Xiao Chen hurriedly eat, and Lin Qingyun gently admonished, "Eat slowly." Xiao Chen then realized his dining manner was somewhat unrefined and, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, "I was just eager to join my wife and our little ones to stargaze. I didn't want to keep you waiting too long." Upon hearing this, an indescribable warmth filled Lin Qingyun, Moo, and Han-In's hearts. "It's fine, Daddy, take your time. We aren't in a hurry. Daddy, you take your time. I'll pour you some water." At that moment, Xiao Chen felt tears welling up in his eyes. Where could he find such thoughtful daughters? He was immensely grateful to Lin Qingyun for giving birth to these two girls and raising them so well. Now, as he observed them, he no longer felt the initial awkwardness and unease. He had unknowingly grown fond of this feeling. "All right, Daddy will eat slowly, no rush." Lin Qingyun, watching the father and daughters, felt a deep sense of contentment. Although Xiao Chen verbally insisted there was no hurry, his eating was still quite swift. I am thoroughly satiated." "Wow, Father, you are truly remarkable." Han-In attempted to mimic Xiao Chen's burping mannerism, opening her mouth wide, yet she could not produce the sound. "Father, please teach me. I cannot do it." "Han-In, dear, girls should be more gentle. Such behavior is impolite," Lin Qingyun admonished with a sidelong glance at Xiao Chen. "Do not lead the child astray." Xiao Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head. His heart brimmed with joy, prompting such an unconscious gesture. Observing that the family had finished their meal, Xiaohua approached, guiding the two children upstairs. Typically, when Lin Qingyun was preoccupied, it was Xiaohua who looked after the children. Moo and Han-In adored her as well. Seeing that they had ascended the stairs, Xiao Chen began to tidy the dining table. This delighted Aunt Liang immensely. Not only was her son-in-law kind-hearted, but he was also exceptionally diligent. "Son-in-law, you should join them upstairs. Allow us to handle the cleanup," a nearby servant urged. Xiao Chen gathered the empty plates from the table and swiftly followed them. Upon reaching the rooftop, he was astonished by the sight before him. Chapter 009. The heart wounds as deeply as the blade, the panoramic bulletproof glass, extending a full 180 degrees, offered an unobstructed view of the celestial expanse. Below, the resplendent nightscape of Los City unfolded in all its glory. There were numerous astronomical instruments, a playground for children, a swimming pool spanning 50 square meters, and a tranquil tea area. Xiao Chen turned his gaze toward Lin Qingyun, who sat alone on a tatami chair in the tea area, her eyes fixed on the heavens. At that moment, an astonishing development occurred. The impenetrable glass began to gently slide open, transforming the observation deck into an open terrace. Moo and Han, under the guidance of Xiaohua, were thoroughly engrossed in their play. Noticing Xiao Chen seated beside her, Lin Qingyun inquired, "So do you like it here?" Xiao Chen's fondness was beyond mere appreciation. It was an overwhelming affection. "I adore it. This place is simply breathtaking. I'm glad you like it. I designed this space myself, intending to create a relaxing haven for you and the children," she replied. "In the past, I would bring the kids here to count the stars, pondering our belonging, wondering where he is, what he is doing, and if he ever thinks of us." As Lin Qingyun's heartfelt confession resonated within him, Xiao Chen felt a profound sense of happiness intertwined with a hint of melancholy. He had never anticipated Lin Qingyun would become pregnant and bear their children, nor could he fathom that they longed for him. Lost in self-reproach, he gazed at the woman before him, who had sacrificed so much and patiently awaited his return for so many years. Drawing Lin Qingyun into his embrace, he vowed, "From now on, I shall always be by your side, alongside our children, never to part. I will ensure your well-being, nurturing your health and happiness, filling your lives with joy." Feeling the strength of Xiao Chen's shoulder and the warmth of his breath, Lin Qingyun shyly nestled against him. "I believe in you," she murmured. In the distance, Xiaohua watched the scene unfold with incredulity. Her esteemed lady, known for her fortitude and decisiveness, now appeared as a tender woman, blissfully resting in Xiao Chen's arms. She couldn't help but wish them well in their love. At that moment, Aunt Liang approached with a bottle of red wine. Witnessing the tender tableau before her, she felt a surge of joy for Lin Qingyun, glad that she now had someone to lean on. "Miss, sir, shall I open a bottle of wine?" she inquired. Lin Qingyun glanced at the bottle and replied, "Yes, please do." As Aunt Liang expertly uncorked the bottle, she narrated its storied history. "This wine hails from the illustrious domain de la Roman Icani, revered as the finest vineyard in the world, nestled in the wine sanctuary of Bordeaux, France. Although it is the drink of millionaires, only billionaires truly savor it. This bottle was a gift from the owner of the estate to the master, who wished for you to experience its richness. Now that you are here, it is only fitting to share it with you." Xiao Chen listened intently to names he had never encountered before, understanding the exquisite rarity of the wine. Only billionaires could indulge in its taste, savoring the essence of royalty. As Xiao Chen gazed dreamily at the wine in his hand, Lin Qingyun suddenly exclaimed, "Cheers!" The crisp sound of clinking glasses resonated. Xiao Chen took a gentle sip, the rich aroma of the wine expanding luxuriously in his mouth. Ah, the taste of wealth. This mere sip could, without exaggeration, purchase 5 square meters of real estate in the heart of Luo City. "Do you recall the scene of our first encounter?" Lin Qingyun asked, her eyes reflecting a distant memory. "Of course," Xiao Chen replied. Though fragmented, he could still vaguely recollect parts of that moment. It was when he had just gained admission to Luo City University. It was during his graduation. Feeling overwhelmed, he sought solace at a barbecue stall, sipping beer. It was at a class reunion, celebrating the completion of his studies. After finishing his drink at the barbecue stall, Xiao Chen felt a pleasant haze, yet remained coherent. Lin Qingyun, at the class reunion, fell prey to a drug slipped into her drink amidst dim lighting, and her friends had all been coaxed away. A group of unruly youths confronted her, but at that critical moment, Xiao Chen appeared, shielding her with unwavering resolve. The instant Lin Qingyun laid eyes on him, her heart stirred with a wave of emotion. Unfazed by the danger, Xiao Chen rushed forward to protect her, emboldened by the sight of his steadfast back. Although physically capable, he was no match for the group of ruffians. Just as he was being severely beaten, Lin Qingyun retrieved her phone and threatened to call the police, effectively scaring them off. In a drunken stupor, Xiao Chen staggered to his feet, shouting, "Come on, what are you running away for?" Lin Qingyun couldn't help but find his bravado amusing. Later, despite his insistence on continuing to drink, Lin Qingyun indulged him, for she found comfort in his clear gaze, feeling safe in his presence. Somehow, after their revelry, they awoke in a hotel room. Upon noticing the crimson stain on the white sheets, Xiao Chen realized he had made a grave mistake. After that fateful night, Lin Qingyun vanished from his life. Upon returning home, Lin Qingyun never anticipated that she would become pregnant. It was only during her studies abroad that she discovered her condition, and despite the circumstances, she could not bear to terminate her child. Under the care of Aunt Liang, Lin Qingyun successfully gave birth to Mu Mu and Han Han. Initially, her parents were reluctant to accept this reality, but her daughter's stubbornness eventually won them over. They acknowledged Mu Mu and Han Han as their granddaughters. Upon completing her studies, Lin Qingyun returned to take charge of her father's enterprise in Luo City, driven by a desire to reunite with Xiao Chen. Regardless of her parents' arrangements, her heart remained steadfastly loyal to him. Later, upon discovering that Xiao Chen was also studying at her alma mater, Lin Qingyun eagerly counted the days until his graduation. Although Xiao Chen had some inkling, he never anticipated that Lin Qingyun had silently devoted so much. He gazed at Lin Qingyun's exquisite features and could no longer restrain himself, gently kissing her forehead. Though her cheeks flushed, Lin Qingyun was not one to concede easily, and she returned the gesture with a kiss on Xiao Chen's cheek. At that moment, Xiao Chen's WeChat notification unexpectedly rang, shattering their sweet intimacy. "Hello, Chinner. Why haven't you returned yet? Taozi, I will no longer stay in the dormitory." With that, he abruptly hung up the phone. Of all the times to call, it had to be at this crucial moment. Truly, what a good roommate he was. Is he really your roommate? Yes, we have always been quite close. Perhaps he was worried I might encounter some danger, which is why he called to check. Xiao Chen explained to Lin Qingyun. "What he calls you Chinner, does it mean son?" "No, I'm actually their father." Lin Qingyun replied with a playful grin. "Give me your phone. I shall respond to them for you." Xiao Chen, somewhat perplexed, handed his phone to Lin Qingyun. Lin Qingyun found a contact of Taozi, who had just called Xiao Chen, and with a mischievous smile, cleared her throat before pressing the voice message button. Xiao Chen has gone to take a shower this week. Teasing tone was something Xiao Chen had never known Lin Qingyan possessed. However, he was also curious about how Taozi would react upon hearing this message. I hope he wishes me well. He will. Lin Qingyan then proceeded to turn off Xiao Chen's phone. A true act of betrayal. Chapter 010 in this scene, Xiao Chen feels quite familiar. On the other side, what the hell? Chen hung up on me. He declared he wouldn't be returning to live here anymore. Wang Jiaoyang and Tian Beichen were equally astonished by this news. Not coming back? Could something have happened to Chener? Ding dong. Xiao Chen sent me a voice message. Guotao, upon seeing Xiao Chen's message, exclaimed, "Quick, listen to it." Guotao tapped on the little red dot. Xiao Chen has gone to take a shower. This sweet and tingling voice resonated in the ears of the three. They exchanged glances, and Guotao listened to it again. Xiao Chen has gone to take a shower. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Once, twice, thrice, 4 times. The three of them lost count of how many times they had listened, feeling a delightful sensation in their hearts. How sweet. This voice is undoubtedly that of a stunning beauty. Chener, who just belonged to us yesterday, has already left today. The three of them suddenly felt that the game before them had lost its allure as they gathered around Guotao's phone, repeatedly listening to the voice message. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyan were completely unaware of the reaction of Xiao Chen's roommates. In any case, the phone was turned off, and they couldn't disturb Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyan. Woof, woof, woof. The sound of barking startled Xiao Chen, sending a shiver down his spine. As a child, he had been chased by dogs in the village, and the memory still haunted him. He quickly turned to look, and a border collie was running toward them. Xiao Chen sprang up from the tatami mat, maintaining a safe distance from the dog. Lin Qingyan found Xiao Chen's reaction amusing. How could such a grown man be afraid of a dog? It's okay, it won't bite you, don't be afraid. Though Lin Qingyan reassured him, Xiao Chen remained apprehensive. The border collie circled around him, sniffing at his scent, letting out a low growl. This scene was all too familiar to Xiao Chen. The dog from his childhood had done the same, circling him before giving chase. Xiao Chen hurriedly stepped back, establishing more distance from the dog. Lin Qingyan laughed at his antics. I told you it doesn't bite. It's just familiarizing itself with your scent. No need to be scared. At that moment, Xiao Chen was consumed by fear, too preoccupied to heed Lin Qingyan's words. He continued to keep a safe distance from the dog, ready to flee at any moment. The border collie, seeing Xiao Chen's demeanor, wore a disdainful expression and trotted over to sit beside Lin Qingyan. The two, one person and one dog, stared at Xiao Chen. Moo Moo and Han Han, upon seeing the dog, dropped their toys and ran over. Dowdu, Han Han called out as she sprinted towards them. The border collie, hearing Han Han call its name, eagerly dashed toward her. Only then did Xiao Chen feel brave enough to return to Lin Qingyan's side. The dog's name is Dowdu? What? You think it sounds bad? Lin Qingyan chuckled derisively. I never imagined that someone bold enough to contend with delinquents would cower before a mere dog. How amusing! When I was a child, I was once chased by a dog that bit my backside and tore my pants. It left quite a psychological scar. Xiao Chen glanced at the border collie that had not approached and continued. Just now, it was circling around me, and I thought it was about to bite me. I was terrified. Lin Qingyan found Xiao Chen's comical demeanor and the tone of his voice, reminiscent of a petulant young girl, utterly delightful. Oh, it's nothing to worry about. If you feed it some treats later, it won't be so fierce towards you. Xiao Chen nodded, still observing the dog's movements. Upon seeing Moo Moo and Han Han approaching with the dog, he grew anxious again. Daddy, look at Dodo. It's the dog my mother and I raised. Isn't it beautiful? Xiao Chen summoned his courage, thinking a man must never appear timid in front of his women and daughter. He forced a smile and exclaimed, It's beautiful. Really? Daddy, are you scared? Moo Moo inquired, observing Xiao Chen's expression. To preserve his dignity in front of his daughter, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and reached out to stroke Dodo, hoping that this gesture might endear him to the dog. Why would Daddy be afraid of it? He said, trembling as he extended his hand. Lin Qingyan could not suppress her laughter and remarked, Indeed, your father is exceptionally brave and not afraid at all. Just as Xiao Chen was about to touch Dodo, the dog emitted a low growl, as if to say, "Dare to touch me, and I shall bite you." Xiao Chen's hand hovered in midair, caught between advancing or retreating. Meanwhile, Mu Mu and Han Han eagerly anticipated their brave father taming Dodo. Lin Qingyun, noticing Xiao Chen's hesitation, found it amusing but did not wish for him to lose face before the children. She reached out to pet the dog's head. Feeling her hand, Dodo ceased its growling and wagged its tail. Seeing this, Xiao Chen also placed his hand on Dodo, smoothing its fur. Mu Mu anan shiriet, yoy. Daddy is amazing. Daddy is great. Xiao Chen realized that Dodo had calmed down thanks to Lin Qingyun's gentle touch. Recalling a dog training video he had seen, he thought that one must first assert their dominance over the dog before offering treats to earn its obedience. Xiao Chen gently removed Lin Qingyun's hand and lifted Dodo's head with his own hand. Sensing the unfamiliar scent of this stranger, Dodo displayed its displeasure, baring its teeth and glaring at Xiao Chen. Despite the ferocity of the dog, Xiao Chen felt compelled to stand his ground, especially with his wife and daughter watching. He returned the glare, and perhaps sensing Xiao Chen's assertiveness and the absence of any objection from its owner, Dodo gradually relaxed its intimidating demeanor. The border collie is remarkably intelligent. When it attempted to bite Xiao Chen, its owner intervened, laughing all the while, for Xiao Chen bore the scent of Lin Qingyun. The dog chose not to hold a grudge against Xiao Chen and instead turned to play with Mu Mu and Han Han. Xiao Chen had intended to offer a treat to Dodo, but the dog remained indifferent, completely ignoring him. This elicited a merciless laugh from Lin Qingyun. "No worries. In a few days, once it grows accustomed to you, it will warm up to you," she reassured. "Indeed, a dog raised by my wife is the best. Its temperament is proud, assertive yet never overstepping," Xiao Chen remarked. "It neither seeks to please others nor bends for mere trifles." Lin Qingyun found Xiao Chen's words amusing, pondering. "A dog that does not bow for mere grains? Ha ha ha. It has never lacked for food or care. How could it be swayed by a trivial snack?" Xiao Chen considered this and realized that perhaps the dog's diet was even better than his own. Not being swayed by a mere treat seemed entirely reasonable. Observing Dodo having such a delightful time with his daughters brought Xiao Chen comfort, for this border collie had grown up alongside them and would naturally not harm them. As the hour grew late, Xiao Chen glanced at the scenic view Lin Qingyun was admiring and inquired, "My dear, where's my room?" Lin Qingyun looked at him with curiosity. "Aren't you going to sleep with me? If you prefer not to, then you might as well return to school." Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Sleep? You have no idea. In the dormitory, they always snore. I can hardly sleep at night." Lin Qingyun smiled at his expression and said, "So, are you planning to marry me?" "Of course. I cannot allow you to be alone with the children any longer." "Oof." Lin Qingyun scoffed. "Then depends on your performance. If you do poorly, I shall replace you." Chapter 011. Do you wish to crush me? Xiao Chen could naturally discern that Lin Qingyun was merely jesting with him. "Of course, it is only right for me to care for you and the children. You are perceptive. Tomorrow morning, Mu Mu and Han Han have school at 8 o'clock. The driver will take you there, so please see them off. I'm usually quite busy and lack the time. With you at home this time, you must ensure their safe passage. Rest assured, my dear, I will accomplish this task." Xiao Chen replied with a mischievous grin. "My love, it's getting late. Should we not return to rest?" Lin Qingyun glanced at the time. "It is indeed time for bed. Let us go back." Xiao Hua led Mu Mu and Han Han to their room to wash up and sleep. Xiao Chen followed Lin Qingyun back to their room. After Lin Qingyun finished washing up, she emerged to find Xiao Chen still standing in place, unmoved. "Why are you standing there? Aren't you going to wash up and sleep?" Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before responding. "I did not bring any change of clothes." Lin Qingyun rolled her eyes and pointed to the wardrobe. "Look, I've already bought your clothes. You may check for yourself. The bathrobe is in the bathroom. The pink one is mine, and you can wear the white one." "Hee hee. You are the best, my wife." Xiao Chen cheerfully replied as he approached the wardrobe. "You have prepared this so thoughtfully for me." Upon opening the wardrobe, he was astounded by the true meaning of thoughtfulness. The 3-square-meter wardrobe was filled to the brim with men's clothing. There were suits, casual wear, and sports attire of all kinds, and even undergarments were provided. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Qingyun with excitement. His wife was truly amazing. He grabbed a pair of underwear and dashed into the bathroom. Although he had been in there once before, it was merely to wash his face. He had never ventured further inside. Upon opening the glass door, Xiao Chen discovered that this bathroom was larger than his own dormitory. A supersized bathtub awaited, and the toiletries were not just placed haphazardly. There was a spacious cabinet dedicated to them. Upon opening the cabinet, he found that she had already prepared men's toiletries for him. At this moment, his heart overflowed with gratitude for Lin Qingyun. My wife is incredibly considerate. Lin Qingyun was still lying on the bed, engrossed in her phone, and Xiao Chen did not wish to keep her waiting for too long. He quickly rinsed off. He often bathed in the dormitory, so he had not accumulated much dirt. While putting on the underwear, Xiao Chen noticed with astonishment that it was worth 30,000 yuan. The price tag was still attached, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Luxurious, truly extravagant." Initially, Xiao Chen had no intention of wearing the bathrobe, but upon seeing the embroidered letters, with his name followed by a heart, he decided otherwise. How could he not wear something so thoughtfully prepared by his wife? It was a must. He donned it, and it fit him perfectly. Stepping out of the bathroom, he found Lin Qingyun reclining on the bed in her white nightgown, still engrossed in her phone. Seeing her in that attire, Xiao Chen struggled to maintain his composure. He needed to control his excitement. It was merely the posture of Lin Qingyun lying on the bed. Any man confronted with such a sight would find it exceedingly difficult to maintain his composure. Clad in a white nightgown, Lin Qingyun exuded an aura of gentleness and grace. The most striking aspect was her alluring figure, which was fully on display at that moment. Xiao Chen could not help but swallow hard. Upon hearing Xiao Chen emerge, she refrained from lifting her gaze. This was not due to a lack of emotion. The sound of Xiao Chen bathing stirred her thoughts. Several times, she contemplated stepping inside for a glimpse. Yet, she felt the need to maintain a semblance of modesty, not wanting Xiao Chen to perceive her as indiscreet. "My dear, I'm finished washing up." Lin Qingyun still did not raise her head. "I've taken out the nightgown for you. Please change into it. Real men never wear clothes to sleep." "My dear, I'm not accustomed to sleeping in attire." Lin Qingyun cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Chen. "If you prefer not to wear it, simply place it in the wardrobe." Xiao Chen neatly placed the clothes away, grinning widely. "My dear, are you aware that sitting on the tatami for extended periods is detrimental to your back? You must be quite exhausted from work. I could offer you a massage. Would you like me to alleviate your fatigue?" The system had rewarded Xiao Chen with advanced massage techniques. He was eager to help Lin Qingyun unwind. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's offer, Lin Qingyun's face flushed instantly. "A massage? Did that imply?" She shyly lowered her head and responded, "Then please massage my back. I sit all day altering documents, and my back is indeed weary." Seeing Lin Qingyun's consent, Xiao Chen's heart surged with excitement as he climbed onto the bed. Lin Qingyun endeavored to mask her delight, suppressing a smile as she lay on the bed, clutching a pillow while continuing to play with her phone. Observing Lin Qingyun's cooperation, Xiao Chen contemplated the massage techniques. Oh no, the methods. He gazed at her exquisite back and, without hesitation, positioned himself atop Lin Qingyun. Are you trying to crush me?" Chapter 012. Massage at first. Lin Qingyun experienced a slight twinge of discomfort, but it was swiftly followed by an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Xiao Chen's ministrations were undeniably exquisite, prompting Lin Qingyun to emit a soft moan. Upon hearing this sound, Xiao Chen's previously tranquil demeanor was reignited with fervor. Lin Qingyun, too, became aware that her vocalizations were somewhat revealing. However, Xiao Chen disregarded such thoughts, focusing solely on ensuring his beloved wife was thoroughly relaxed. After all, her comfort was paramount. Xiao Chen cherished Lin Qingyun deeply and yearned for her to experience joy and ease. As Lin Qingyun felt the warmth of Xiao Chen's hands, her body involuntarily began to heat up. Simultaneously, Xiao Chen found immense satisfaction in the act of massaging her, his entire being enveloped in a state of bliss, occasionally letting out a few sighs of contentment. Yet, he bore the weight of exhaustion from the effort. After working on her neck, he transitioned to her shoulders, showcasing techniques that were undoubtedly enhanced by his system's rewards. While Lin Qingyun often sought massages from others when fatigued, Xiao Chen Xiao Chen's methods surpassed those of any professional. This led Lin Qingyun to ponder whether Xiao Chen had ever engaged in some clandestine practice. Oblivious to Lin Qingyun's inner musings, Xiao Chen continued to exert himself diligently. However, as he progressed to her waist and abdomen, Lin Qingyun's reactions intensified. The waist and abdomen were her sensitive areas, and Xiao Chen's touch elicited a reaction she could scarcely contain. Enough, enough. You need not continue, she finally declared. Hearing his wife's request, Xiao Chen was taken aback. This was an established massage technique that required completion. Otherwise, it would not provide the desired relaxation and could, in fact, lead to greater fatigue, resulting in the opposite effect. One cannot engage in tasks halfway. A complete service was essential. Very well, please continue, Lin Qingyun conceded, not wanting to experience any adverse outcomes, particularly after long days at work. Yet, as she surrendered to Xiao Chen's skilled hands, her reactions were overwhelming. Embarrassed, she clutched a pillow to muffle her head, allowing Xiao Chen to continue the massage. He sensed that Lin Qingyun's body had become as pliable as water. Initially, she had been tense and rigid, but now was the moment when the massage's efficacy was at its peak. Discarding any errant thoughts, Xiao Chen dedicated himself to the task at hand. After completing the massage of her upper body, he rose to attend to her lower half. Lin Qingyun had thought she would remain unaffected during the leg massage, but she was mistaken. Xiao Chen's technique was simply too sublime, causing delightful sensations to radiate throughout her body. Yet, she had now acclimated to this feeling. From the initial tension and discomfort to the recent waves of pleasure and unease, she had fully embraced the experience. Xiao Chen recognized that Lin Qingyun had grown accustomed to this delightful sensation and intentionally slowed his pace, allowing her to revel in the comfort. Every beginning has an end, and this beautiful massage session eventually drew to a close. Ding! Acquiring the skill of nutritionist grants one sweet benefits: a boost in constitution by 20, charm by 15, and endurance by 5. I noticed your intense focus earlier, and I hesitated to interrupt you. Hence, I bestow upon you the rewards all at once. I must admit, this system exhibits a surprisingly humane touch. However, what Xiao Chen did not anticipate was the exhaustion that accompanied the massage. Fortunately, the system had enhanced his constitution. Otherwise, he would have truly struggled to persevere. At this moment, Lin Qingyun lay languidly on the bed, utterly motionless, still recovering from the delightful sensations she had just experienced. It was only when she heard Xiao Chen speak that she stirred. Darling, I've finished the massage. How do you feel about this entire service? Very comfortable. Come here, husband. Lin Qingyun suddenly beckoned him over, and Xiao Chen, without hesitation, complied. A soft kiss landed on Xiao Chen's cheek. Ding! Constitution 1, Charm 5, Endurance 5. This kiss from Lin Qingyun brought joy not only to her, but also sent Xiao Chen's spirits soaring to new heights. He touched his face, which still bore the warmth of her lips. Well then, if you kissed me, I can't let you do so without reciprocation, Xiao Chen playfully countered, planting a gentle kiss on Lin Qingyun's delicate cheek. This playful exchange left Lin Qingyun utterly flustered. She was now disinclined to move, remaining sprawled on the bed. Throughout the massage, Xiao Chen had not taken a moment to appreciate her enchanting figure. How captivating she was. Darling, I wish to take a shower. Please run some water for me. Understood. Although Xiao Chen wished to admire Lin Qingyun's physique a little longer, he knew he must obey his wife's command. Upon hearing the sound of water running, Lin Qingyun propped herself up, managing to sit up. Xiao Chen's technique was nothing short of blissful. Lin Qingyun sat languidly on the bed, her mind filled with thoughts of Xiao Chen. The more she gazed at him, the more her heart swelled with affection. Overwhelmed by her feelings, Lin Qingyun shyly covered her face. How had she transformed into this? It was all that charming man's fault. His allure left her with an irresistible longing. Just then, Xiao Chen emerged from the bathroom, noticing Lin Qingyun hiding her face and shaking her head in a frenzy. Wife, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Hearing his voice, Lin Qingyun wished she could disappear into the ground. What to do? She felt so bashful. Xiao Chen remained oblivious to the fact that her transformation was entirely due to him. Darling, are you feeling unwell? What is the matter? With great effort, Lin Qingyun suppressed her fluttering emotions. It's nothing. I'm quite comfortable. As she spoke, she realized she had misspoken. What did she mean by I'm quite comfortable? She quickly concealed her shyness, adopting a regal demeanor instead. I find myself unable to move. Carry me over. This sudden request left Xiao Chen momentarily bewildered. Such a swift change. Nevertheless, he proceeded to lift Lin Qingyun and make his way to the bathroom. As she felt the strength of Xiao Chen's robust muscles, Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed crimson as she averted her gaze, striving to avoid looking at him. Despite the spaciousness of the room, she had never perceived the distance from the bed to the bathroom as being so interminably long. Fortunately, they finally arrived. Put me down, and you may leave. Although perplexed, Xiao Chen complied without hesitation. He gently set Lin Qingyun down before stepping outside. While he harbored the desire to assist her with washing, the command of his beloved was undeniably authoritative. After placing Lin Qingyun down, he turned and exited. Watching Xiao Chen's retreating figure, Lin Qingyun couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "Fool." Chapter 013. The unseen damage inflicted upon us. As Xiao Chen emerged from the bathroom, he found little amusement in the moment. With Lin Qingyun indulging in her bath, he was left with idle time, prompting him to unlock his phone. The moment it powered on, he was taken aback by a barrage of notification sounds. To his astonishment, they were all affectionate messages from his roommates. "Chinner, I have treated you well. How could you inflict such harm upon us? Do you understand the magnitude of the blow you have dealt to us fresh graduates? Chenya, how did I not realize you were such a scoundrel? Speak honestly. Where have you been? Who is that sweet, mellifluous voice I hear? Don't leave us hanging. Respond quickly." Gazing at the overwhelming 99 notifications, Xiao Chen pondered how his dormitory group had never been this lively before. He recognized that he had inadvertently caused them considerable distress. After much contemplation, he decided to enlighten them. With a simple message sent, a flurry of responses erupted immediately. Xiao Chen chuckled, realizing their typing speed was quite impressive. He had never noticed how rapidly they could communicate. "Chinner, you have finally logged on. Where are you? I miss you. Even if you've broken up with Li Yao Yao, you must not demean yourself like this. Please, don't just pick anyone off the street." "Precisely. Chinner, you must hold yourself in higher regard." As he read their messages, Xiao Chen felt a wave of frustration. What sort of absurdity was this? He decided to send another message. "If you wish to know who she is and where I am, please refrain from flooding the chat. I will explain everything gradually." At that moment, his three roommates ceased their incessant messages, fixated on their screens. Xiao Chen first shared a photo of his wife and daughter with them. The trio stared in awe at the image. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. Wait, is that not Lin Qingyun, the top student in our campus rankings? Good heavens, what the devil is going on here? This is my wife and daughter. They had initially believed Xiao Chen had merely shared a photo of a goddess from their campus. Wife? Daughter? The group erupted in astonishment. "Chinner, I am certain. For 4 years, we've shared the same living quarters. How could you possibly have such an older daughter? I thought you were like me, a young bachelor, but I never expected this. Xiao Chen, you." Xiao Chen looked at their messages and let out a silent sigh. "Alas, my happiness is something they cannot comprehend." Having conveyed everything necessary, he chose not to offer further explanations and promptly set the group chat to do not disturb. Let them create their commotion, as long as it did not intrude upon his peace. He was content. Seeing that Xiao Chen had stopped responding to their messages, they were indeed filled with anxiousness. There was nothing they could do but listen repeatedly to that voice message. Xiao Chen had gone to take a shower. They magnified the stunning photo. Captivated by its beauty, Xiao Chen probably had an inkling of their actions. Regardless, he thought, let them do as they pleased. After all, they could only gaze at the photo and listen to the voice message. So be it. Before long, Lin Qingyun emerged, leaning against the wall. Xiao Chen was puzzled. After a massage, one should feel more relaxed and at ease. Why did Lin Qingyun appear so fatigued? He hurriedly went to scoop her up in his arms. In that moment, Lin Qingyun experienced a profound sense of comfort, relishing the feeling of being held wherever she went. "My dear, do you feel unwell?" he inquired. Not at all. I feel quite comfortable, she replied. Xiao Chen was bewildered. Comfortable? Then why did she appear so drained? Are you feeling tired? At that, Lin Qingyun realized what Xiao Chen meant. Not at all. I'm not tired. This left Xiao Chen momentarily baffled. Although Lin Qingyun's body seemed weak, her eyes shone with vitality. Seeing Xiao Chen's perplexed expression, Lin Qingyun secretly rejoiced, relieved that he remained unaware of the reason behind her state. Ding! Suis trois, Constitution 5, Charme 5, Endurance 5. Upon hearing the system's voice, Xiao Chen knew whom to question. Hey, after I used that massage technique on my wife, why does she look so exhausted? Is that technique even legitimate? Ding! Please do not question this system. Host. Then tell me, why is my wife in this condition? Ding! Every cause has its effect. Please comprehend this yourself. Xiao Chen silently thought, if my wife feels unwell because of this massage, I'll make that pesky system pay. Ding! Host, the massage technique is flawless. Please rest assured, if there is an issue, I shall await your inquiry. Seriously, you can hear my thoughts too? Ding! I perceive that you indeed lack intelligence. We are bonded. Naturally, I am aware of your thoughts. Xiao Chen's face fell in displeasure. He was a scholarship recipient year after year, yet here he was being called foolish. At that moment, Lin Qingyun noticed the change in Xiao Chen's expression and her demeanor grew cold. If you don't want to hold me, just put me down. Xiao Chen was even more bewildered. How could that be? My dear, I would love to hold you wherever I go. How could I possibly not want to? Oomph. Seeing Lin Qingyun angry, Xiao Chen hastily tried to appease her. Please don't be upset, my love. I certainly cherish you the most. How could I not want to hold you? Don't overthink it. With such a beautiful wife, how could I not wish to embrace you? Lin Qingyun huffed in response. Smooth talker. My dear, if you say that, I might just get upset. You have never tasted it. How could you know whether my lips are oily or my tongue smooth? Upon hearing these words, Lin Qingyun lost her temper and ceased to argue with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen gently laid Lin Qingyun on the bed and went to turn off the lights, preparing for sleep. For his wife needed to rise early for work the next morning. After extinguishing the lights, he removed his bathrobe, feeling restless as he settled into bed. Just as he lay down, Lin Qingyun embraced him and declared playfully, "Don't move. I am about to sleep." This position was just right for Xiao Chen to drift into slumber. Exhausted as well, Lin Qingyun used Xiao Chen as a human pillow and soon fell into a deep sleep. Hearing her steady breathing, Xiao Chen inhaled the gentle fragrance of her skin and quickly succumbed to sleep himself. The next morning, Xiao Chen awoke early. While Lin Qingyun was still asleep, he entered the kitchen and joined the staff in their morning bustle. As anticipated, Lin Qingyun's breakfast leaned towards the traditional Chinese style. Xiao Chen busied himself preparing porridge for his beloved wife and daughter. Millet porridge in the morning nourishes the stomach and is rich in vitamin B, minerals, and dietary fiber, which helps alleviate blood sugar spikes and supports weight control. Once the meal was prepared, Xiao Chen ascended the stairs to rouse Lin Qingyun from her slumber. Given how tired she had been the night before, he expected her to linger in bed. To his surprise, as soon as he entered the room, he found Lin Qingyun already dressed in her professional attire, makeup flawlessly applied, and ready to head downstairs for breakfast. "Hey, darling, you're up," he exclaimed. Lin Qingyun looked up at him and replied, "Where have you been? I woke up and couldn't find you. I thought you had run off." Indeed, clothes make the man. Dressed in the outfit Xiao Chen had chosen for him, his demeanor transformed entirely. "Handsome, truly handsome. No wonder you're my man," she praised. "How could that be? I was busy cooking, preparing a nutritious meal for you and our little one." Hearing that Xiao Chen had risen so early to cook warmed Lin Qingyun's heart. "I suppose you do understand a thing or two," she said with a smile. Chapter 014. How can one be so charming? Darling, how do you feel now? You were so exhausted last night. Do you feel any better? Lin Qingyun stretched languidly, her enchanting figure once again captivating Xiao Chen's gaze. Alas, his wife appeared irresistibly charming at every glance. Indeed, this morning, I feel particularly invigorated, and my spirits are remarkably high. Lin Qingyun could not help but acknowledge that Xiao Chen's massage had indeed worked wonders. Yet, recalling her bashfulness from the previous night, a blush crept onto her cheeks. How could she have behaved that way? She quickly regained her regal composure. "Let us head downstairs for breakfast. Afterward, Have Xiaohua take you to drop the children off at school, Lin Qingyun suggested. I am often busy and have little time to care for them. Noticing Lin Qingyun's rapid change in demeanor, Xiao Chen sought to appease her. Rest assured, my dear wife, I will ensure that both you and the children feel cherished. Oh, what a bothersome man. How can he be so captivating? Lin Qingyun chose to remain silent, as the allure of this man was simply overwhelming. She had no desire to be starry-eyed so early in the day. Upon descending the stairs, Xiaohua, along with Mumu and Han Hui, who had already finished their morning routines, was preparing to go downstairs. Daddy, you haven't left? Daddy, pick me up. Mumu and Han Hui beamed with joy upon seeing Xiao Chen, having worried the night before that he might leave them in the morning. Xiao Chen, upon seeing his daughters, felt his heart swell with happiness. How could Daddy leave? Come here, my little ones. Let Daddy hold you. He scooped them up, one in each arm, and descended the stairs. In that moment, Lin Qingyun mused. Why didn't he say to hold me too? Wait a moment. What was she thinking? Was she feeling jealous? Jealous of her own daughters? She shot Xiao Chen a sidelong glance and fell silent. It was all this man's fault for making her feel so dependent. Xiao Chen noticed the subtle shift in Lin Qingyun's expression, perplexed by her sudden change. As she settled down to eat, he placed the two little ones on their seats, initiating a feeding frenzy, catering to 3 at once. Xiao Chen scooped up a spoonful of porridge to feed Mumu and Han Hui. For reasons unknown, Lin Qingyun's demeanor grew even more frosty. She was unaware of why she felt this way, and Xiao Chen was equally baffled. He even attempted to feed Lin Qingyun a bite. However, as the petite morsels dribbled from the corners of the little ones' mouths, Lin Qingyun, opening her lips for the spoon, found porridge escaping her own lips as well due to Xiao Chen's inexperience. Oh, how captivating his wife remained at all times. Xiao Chen hurriedly reached for a napkin to wipe Lin Qingyun's mouth. Feeling the warmth of Xiao Chen's gesture, Lin Qingyun's heart swelled with affection. She ceased to harbor any resentment towards him. After all, Mumu and Han Han were also her daughters. It was only natural for Xiao Chen, as their father, to exhibit tenderness towards them. Lin Qingyun felt a twinge of embarrassment for her earlier jealousy. She picked up a spoon and fed Xiao Chen porridge, hoping to make amends through this act. Xiao Chen, taken aback by this scene, quickly reciprocated Lin Qingyun's actions. Ding! Sweet rewards. Constitution 5, Charm 5, Stamina 2. Upon hearing this sound, Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy, not merely for the rewards, but primarily because Lin Qingyun had fed him. Their family shared a delightful meal together, and even the servants nearby were well fed. After the meal, Lin Qingyun left for work. Due to scheduling conflicts, Xiao Chen had to take the two little ones to school. Sitting in the car, he observed Xiaohua deftly organizing Mumu and Han Han's belongings. Curiosity piqued. He asked, "You don't seem very old. How long have you been here?" Xiaohua, her cheeks flushing at the attention, replied, "My family struggled financially when I was young. The young lady was kind and took me in from my workplace, providing my family with considerable assistance, so I have been with her ever since." She dared not meet Xiao Chen's gaze, feeling a peculiar attraction towards him, which made her quite flustered. Unaware of the shared history between Xiaohua and Lin Qingyun, Xiao Chen refrained from probing further and began to play with Mumu and Han Han. The two little girls were elated. Lin Qingyun was often too busy with work to drop them off at school, so Xiao Chen's presence brought them great joy. At the prestigious Century Sunshine Academy, the most renowned aristocratic school in the country, children attending here hailed from families with fortunes exceeding $1 billion. Upon alighting from the car, Xiao Chen noticed teachers welcoming the children at the school entrance. The opulence of the school's decor was indeed impressive, though it paled in comparison to Lin Qingyun's villa. At that moment, a young female teacher clad in professional attire approached Xiao Chen. "Mumu, Han Han, you are here quite early today." "Teacher Li, it's my dad who brought us," exclaimed Mumu. "My dad is super amazing." Li Nuoying greeted Xiao Chen warmly. Having seen Lin Qingyun previously drop off the children and assuming their father would be an old man, she was pleasantly surprised to find such a youthful and handsome figure instead. "Hello, I'm the teacher of Mumu and Han Han." "Hello, teacher. Are Mumu and Han Han behaving well in school?" Li Nuoying smiled. Both children are exceptionally bright and very obedient. However, Xiao Chen sensed an underlying concern. However, what? After all, the children were still young, and parents needed to provide them with companionship. Both girls longed for their parents to be there to pick them up and drop them off. Often, they inquire why other children are greeted by their parents while only sister Xiaohua attends to them. I understand that affluent individuals are particularly busy. However, it is essential to carve out time for the care of their children. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a deep sense of guilt. In the past, he had been oblivious to this reality, but moving forward, he vowed to ensure that his children would feel the warmth of paternal love. Rest assured, dear teacher, I will personally escort Moo and Han to and from school every day, he declared, lifting the two little girls and planting a kiss on each cheek. Daddy, you must keep your promise. Daddy, if you lie, you might turn into a puppy. Xiao Chen gazed earnestly at the two children. You need not worry. When have I ever deceived you? Hee, I knew it. Daddy is the best. Anan exclaimed, beaming vit affection. Ding. Family benefit acquired. Physical strength 5, charisma 5. Xiao Chen chuckled softly. Mother cares for you wonderfully too. You mustn't only regard your father fondly. Your mother works tirelessly for you as well. Show her a bit more love. Hee, we understand. Moo and Han listened attentively to Xiao Chen. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Xiaohua and Li Nuoying felt a pang of envy for their family. Li Nuoying took the two children by the hand and led them into the school. Chapter 015. Emotions everywhere. As the two little girls entered, they called out, Daddy, don't forget to come pick us up. Rest assured, I will definitely be there. Xiao Chen lingered at the door until the children were out of sight before reluctantly returning to the car. With his wife and children off to work and school, Xiao Chen found himself feeling rather bored. Alone at home with nothing to occupy his time, he wondered if Xiaohua, Moo, and Han Hang had lunch at school. Yes, their school chefs are professionals, and they send videos of the children eating in the parent group every day. Xiao Chen nodded, realizing he had been overly concerned. In a prestigious school, it was unlikely that the children would be poorly fed. What about Xinyan? How does she have lunch? Miss is having lunch at the company. Determined, Xiao Chen took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Xinyan. Wife, what would you like to eat for lunch today? I can bring you something. At that moment, Lin Xinyan was seriously presiding over a morning meeting. She had always believed that instead of holding meetings, it would be more beneficial for everyone to engage in practical work. However, as she had just taken over, conducting meetings allowed her to better understand the habits of the company's upper management. Those who were slothful would be dismissed. Ding dong. The serious atmosphere of the meeting was abruptly disrupted by a WeChat notification. The executives exchanged glances, wondering who had the audacity to let their phone ring during a meeting, especially while President Lin was speaking. They could almost envision her punishing the culprit. Just as everyone was trying to identify the source of the ringing, Lin Xinyan picked up her phone, and to everyone's astonishment, her formerly serious demeanor transformed into a smile. The male executives were taken aback. They had never witnessed Lin Xinyan's smile in the office before. Now, she was smiling at her phone screen. This moment spoke volumes. Clearly, the person on her phone held a more significant place in her heart than they did. Seeing Xiao Chen's inquiry about lunch brought immense joy to Lin Xinyan. Whatever you prepare, I will eat it. All right, my dear wife. I will arrive at your company precisely at 12 o'clock with your meal. Upon receiving Xiao Chen's swift reply, Lin Xinyan blushed, her fingers dancing across the screen. Husband-moi, kisses for my wife. All right, I'm in a meeting now. We'll chat more at noon. Xiao Chen chose not to intrude further on Lin Xinyan's work. Once she set her phone down, her expression shifted back to one of seriousness and composure. Do not take this opportunity to engage in activities unrelated to work. The others were bewildered, staring blankly at Lin Xinyan. They had done nothing but watch her reply to the WeChat message. Where was I in my speech? You were just saying. Xiao Chen remained blissfully unaware of the special treatment he received. Upon returning home, Dodo was released and was taking a leisurely stroll by the door. Xiao Chen saw this as a splendid opportunity to foster a bond with Dodo. He approached the bodyguard and inquired, How do you usually walk the dog? Noticing Xiao Chen's presence, Dodo ignored him entirely, engrossed in playing with its toy ball. The bodyguard, pleased by Xiao Chen's initiative, replied, Border collies require substantial exercise. The young lady has instructed me to walk it for 4 hours each day. I usually let fetch the ball. Xiao Chen had observed dog owners in the park throwing balls for their pets to retrieve. Could you demonstrate for me? He requested, wishing to avoid any embarrassment should Dodo not fetch the ball upon his throw. The bodyguard, puzzled by the need for a demonstration, picked up the ball Dodo had been playing with, called its name, and threw it. Dodo eagerly dashed after the ball, retrieving it and returning it to the bodyguard's hand. The bodyguard then handed the ball to Xiao Chen, who found the task rather simple. He asked the bodyguard to record a video on his phone. Taking the ball, he mimicked the bodyguard's earlier actions and threw it. However, Dodo did not fetch the ball. Instead, it fixed its gaze intently on Xiao Chen. Curiously, Xiao Chen wondered why it did not go after the ball. Suddenly, Dodo began barking and lunged towards him. Startled, Xiao Chen took off running, with Dodo chasing closely behind. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's enhanced physique allowed him to evade Dodo, who could only pursue but not catch him. The bodyguard assumed Xiao Chen was intentionally amusing the young lady and followed with the phone in hand. Thus, one person ran ahead, a dog chased behind, and another person filmed the spectacle. The trio dashed across the expanse, but the bodyguard soon found himself fatigued and gradually slowed. Xiao Chen, however, continued to run, with Dodo persistently in pursuit. Meanwhile, in the house, Aunt Liang noticed that Xiaohua had returned but wondered why her son-in-law had not. Upon inquiry, she learned he had gone to walk the dog. Knowing that Dodo was shy and protective, she feared it might bite her son-in-law, which would be difficult to explain to the young lady upon her return. Hastily, she stepped outside to check, seeing Xiao Chen being chased by Dodo across the field. Aunt Liang found herself torn between laughter and concern. She called out Dodo's name, successfully coaxing it back. Hearing Aunt Liang, Dodo ceased its pursuit of Xiao Chen and slowly made its way home. Xiao Chen, relieved, took a moment to catch his breath, having nearly exhausted himself. As Dodo walked ahead, Xiao Chen followed cautiously, fearing that if he overtook it, Dodo might turn and chase him again. He also retrieved the ball he had thrown earlier. Aunt Liang quickly had Dodo secured. Young master, this dog is shy and protective. I found it on the road with the young lady. Xiao Chen was perplexed, as he had spent the night holding Lin Qingyun, and surely he must have absorbed her scent. Why then did Dodo continue to pursue him? It's all right, Aunt Liang. In a few days, it might become accustomed to me. Aunt Liang glanced at Xiao Chen, who was drenched in sweat, and chuckled, My dear son-in-law, you truly possess remarkable stamina. Despite being pursued for so long, you hardly seem out of breath. Flattered by Aunt Liang's compliment, Xiao Chen modestly replied, Oh, not at all. Then he added, By the way, Aunt Liang, there's no need to prepare lunch for me today. Could you please give me a food storage container? I plan to cook something for Qingyun and send it over. Aunt Liang's face brightened at this request, and she promptly responded, Certainly. I shall prepare it right away. You are indeed very considerate towards Miss. Xiao Chen smiled and fell silent, not out of reluctance to speak, but rather from sheer exhaustion. At that moment, the bodyguard who had been recording returned. Xiao Chen took the phone without checking the footage. How could he allow his wife and child to see him being chased by a dog? That would surely provide fodder for Lin Qingyun's amusement. He didn't delete the video, simply stowed the phone in his pocket instead. He tossed the retrieved ball to Dodo and made his way back to his room. After breaking a sweat, a refreshing shower was in order. After bathing, Xiao Chen stood by the window, gazing at the landscape outside. He realized just how splendid this view truly was. It offered a panoramic vista of the entire city of Luo. Perhaps this was the only spot from which one could behold the entirety of Luo City. Such a prime location must certainly be highly coveted by many business magnates in Luo. Xiao Chen was also curious about what his wife's company did to possess such remarkable prowess. Chapter 016. The disgusting door to disgust is wide open. Xiao Chen retrieved his phone and captured a photograph, subsequently sharing it on his social media. He then descended the stairs to prepare the lunch he intended to deliver to Lin Qingyun. The kitchen staff, noticing Xiao Chen's return, eagerly surrounded him. Master, we have memorized the techniques you imparted yesterday, yet the dishes we create, in both appearance and flavor, pale in comparison to your exquisite stir-fried beef. Do you possess any additional secrets? Xiao Chen was at a loss for words. Mastery of culinary arts is not merely a matter of instruction, but demands extensive practice. Why not observe me as I cook? Perhaps you will glean some insights. If you insist on me articulating my methods, I fear I will struggle to articulate anything of substance. Renowned chefs typically do not permit others to watch their craft. After all, teaching a disciple can lead to the master's own starvation. Seeing Xiao Chen's willingness to let them observe his process, they were all the more eager. He held nothing back, explaining the purpose behind each step as he cooked. The onlookers listened with rapt attention, unwilling to miss a single detail, closely observing his every movement. A discerning heart creates exquisite flavors. Two skilled hands craft culinary delights. The mountains and beasts reside in the pot. The seas are transformed within the steamer. All grains and poultry serve as raw materials. A feast of both meat and vegetables is prepared. A master chef, seasoned through years of dedication, is indeed formidable. 100 families may seek his expertise. Upon hearing this poem from Xiao Chen, the crowd was reminded of their initial aspirations when they first embarked on their culinary journey. Ding! The gold medal instructor skill has been autonomously unlocked. Xiao Chen was intrigued by the system's capabilities. Could it truly unlock independently? To help someone learn effectively does not necessitate coercion, but rather the awakening of the dormant seed within their heart. The audience felt a wave of guilt wash over them. Indeed, to excel as chefs, they did not require Xiao Chen's explanations. Rather, they needed to rely on their own efforts and audacious experimentation. Only then could they embody the essence of craftsmanship. Under Xiao Chen's skilled hands, each ingredient transformed into a delectable dish, leaving the onlookers mesmerized. He arranged the finest dishes into the shape of LQYLOVE and sculpted the rice into the form of Stitch, the beloved character. Having noticed numerous Stitch figurines in Lin Qingyun's room the previous day, he prepared a heart-shaped lunch inspired by her fondness. Satisfied with his creations, Xiao Chen covered the dishes. Glancing at the time, just perfect, off he went to deliver lunch to his wife. The young women at home gazed at the delightful meal Xiao Chen had prepared, their eyes sparkling with admiration. When might they be fortunate enough to have such a boyfriend? As Xiao Chen settled into the driver's seat, he set off towards Lin Qingyun's company. Lin Qingyun had established monthly plans and goals for each executive. While she was in her office revising documents, her assistant entered, carrying a large bag of food. I have mentioned it before. Today someone delivered food to me. Why did you bring such a large bag? Lin Qingyun said coldly, gazing at her assistant Xiaoman. This is from some male colleagues at the company who asked me to bring it to you. They said you should not forget to eat, no matter how busy you are. I couldn't eat refuse, so I brought along. Although the gesture was well-intentioned, Lin Qingyun had already accepted Xiao Chen in her life and was reluctant to accept favors from other male colleagues. After all, it was essential not to give them false hope. Xiaoman, please take this food down to the security guards. Miss, isn't that inappropriate? Lin Qingyun's expression turned icy. What is inappropriate about it? Seeing Lin Qingyun's frosty demeanor, Xiaoman dared not hesitate and promptly took the food downstairs to the guards. The guards were quite pleased, as this saved them 10 yuan on lunch, and these were exquisite dishes they seldom had the chance to enjoy. Some of the younger guards eagerly devoured their portions, while the older ones set theirs aside to take home for their families. Lin Qingyun was blissfully unaware of these developments. Ding-ling-a-ling, the phone in Lin Qingyun's office rang. Please speak. Chairwoman, there is a young man downstairs who brought food for you. He insists on delivering it himself. Lin Qingyun raised an eyebrow, noting that it was still 10 minutes before noon. Let him come up. With that, she hung up the phone. Moments later, upon seeing the person who entered, Lin Qingyun felt a wave of displeasure wash over her. Han Shambua, what brings you here? Noticing Lin Qingyun's cold expression, Han Shambua entered without a hint of awareness that something was amiss. He waved a takeout box in his hand. Qingyun, since it's almost noon, I thought I would bring you lunch. Han Shambua, the scion of a Korean enterprise, had been pursuing Lin Qingyun for quite some time. Despite her clear stance that there would never be a relationship between them, Han Shambua, influenced by some misguided advice, believed that persistence would eventually win her over. This notion repulsed Lin Qingyun. It was nauseating to think that someone could be so deluded. I don't need it. My husband will be here shortly. You should leave. I don't want him to misunderstand. Upon hearing this, Han Shambua's heart skipped a beat, but he replied with a smirk, Qingyun, your husband has already brought you food. You should eat it while it's hot. I made it myself. Han Shambua then proclaimed, to prepare this meal, I hired 10 top chefs to teach me how to cook. Lin Qingyun had no desire to engage in further conversation. She picked up her phone and dialed Xiao Chen's number. Hello, dear, I'm downstairs. It's 11:56. I'll arrive at your office right at noon. All right, I'll be waiting for you, my love. After ending the call, Lin Qingyun dialed the downstairs office once more. Inform them that a handsome young man carrying food will soon arrive, and ensure he is brought up without delay. As Lin Qingyun spoke these words, she intentionally raised her voice, using the speakerphone for the call, all to ensure Han Shambua could hear. Upon hearing this, Han Shambua was taken aback. When did Lin Qingyun get married? The Lin family had not issued any notifications. Soon, he recovered from his astonishment and, in a fit of self-absorption, believed that Lin Qingyun's actions were merely an attempt to elicit more affection from him. The thought excited him. He promptly seated himself on Lin Qingyun's sofa, placing the food on the coffee table, and quietly observed her as she worked. At that moment, Lin Qingyun truly felt a wave of nausea. How could such repulsive things exist in the world? Chapter 17, Is This It? Han Shambua had pursued Lin Qingyun for 5 years. Even during his university days, he relentlessly chased after her. Initially, Lin Qingyun did not exhibit much aversion, and her father even approved of the young master from the Han family courting her. However, after Lin Qingyun met Xiao Chen, her feelings towards Han Shambua began to sour. His eyes lacked the clarity of Xiao Chen's. His thoughts were rather sordid, constantly suggesting inappropriate notions to Lin Qingyun, which she rebuffed. As for his appearance, while not unattractive and with several girls showing interest in him, in Lin Qingyun's heart, he simply paled in comparison to Xiao Chen. One belonged to the heavens, while the other was relegated to the earth. Observing him lounging on her sofa made Lin Qingyun feel a wave of nausea. She opened her phone, fixating on the time. It was 11:59 and 23 seconds. In 37 seconds, Xiao Chen would arrive. Quietly, Lin Qingyun counted down in her mind. As the final 10 seconds approached, she began to vocalize the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Upon hearing her countdown, Han Shambua recalled the man from the phone saying he would arrive at 12 sharp, and he felt a twinge of insecurity. Lin Qingyun claimed she was married. Could that truly be the case? As she reached 1, she slowly opened her eyes, focusing on the door to her office. Qingyun, don't look, he 1T calm. Just then, a familiar figure pushed open the glass door. Wife, I'm here. Xiao Chen bounded into Lin Qingyun's office, and upon seeing him, Lin Qingyun beamed like a blossoming flower. This left Han Shambua dumbfounded. What had that person just called Lin Qingyun? Wife. Xiao Chen hopped over to Lin Qingyun's desk. Ding, ding, ding. Wife, look, I prepared a heartfelt lunch for you. Lin Qingyun joyfully stood up and playfully kissed Xiao Chen on the cheek. Hubby, you're amazing. Hee. I'm glad you like it. Of course I do, but it seems someone is trying to disrupt our sweet lunch. It was only then that Xiao Chen noticed a stranger sitting on the nearby sofa, glaring at him fiercely. Hey, who are you, you little punk? This question left Han Shambua utterly baffled. Had that person just called him a punk? Han Shambua could not tolerate such an insult. Wherever he went, everyone referred to him as handsome. Yet here, in front of the woman he cherished, he was being called a punk? Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, Lin Qingyun had just pecked him on the cheek. This incited an uncontrollable rage within Han Shambua. Who are you, you little brat? How dare you address me in such a manner? I advise you to get out of this office immediately if you know what is good for you. Observing Han Shambua's demeanor, Xiao Chen began to understand the situation. You think you're worthy? Xiao Chen glanced at the dishes already laid out on the coffee table. Should you grow legs of your own, I suggest you roll yourself out of my wife's office. Spare me the fury that would compel me to throw you out, leaving you to return home in tears, whining to your mother about being bullied. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun could not suppress her laughter, envisioning Han Shambua returning home in tears, lamenting about the bullying he endured. This thought provoked an unrestrained chuckle from Lin Qingyun as well. Han Shambua felt he was enduring the utmost humiliation of his life. With a face full of anger, he retorted, "Kid, I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. You ought to consider your words carefully before speaking." Xiao Chen found this amusing. As a citizen of Xia, why would one forsake the exemplary martial arts of their own country to indulge in Taekwondo? Moreover, to boast so shamelessly? Come. Today, I shall ensure you depart horizontally. Han Shanbua, witnessing Lin Qingyun's amused expression, felt utterly humiliated before the goddess. He stood up in a rage, adopting a Taekwondo stance directed at Xiao Chen. Here was a fool unafraid of death, and Han Shanbua wished to seize this opportunity to showcase his masculine prowess in front of Lin Qingyun. Observing this ludicrous posture, Xiao Chen shook his head in disdain. "Wife, should we teach this fellow a lesson?" Lin Qingyun already held disdain for Han Shanbua, and his provocation of Xiao Chen further irked her. "Han Shanbu, I advise you to leave promptly. My husband is exceptionally strong." Han Shanbu. It dawned on Xiao Chen that this was the individual whom Mu and Han referred to as father. Anger surged within him. How dare he bully my daughter in my absence and take advantage of my wife? Han Shanbua, upon hearing Lin Qingyun praise Xiao Chen's prowess, felt defiant. She had never witnessed his fighting abilities, yet dared to claim he could not defeat Xiao Chen. He resolved to demonstrate his strength. Defeating Xiao Chen would serve as his finest display. He approached Xiao Chen with a series of hops, searching for an opening. Xiao Chen, fueled by anger, realized he was still standing beside Lin Qingyun. What if this fool injured her? He took 2 steps back to distance himself from Lin Qingyun, observing the man before him, who appeared as foolish as a jester. Lin Qingyun, concerned for Xiao Chen, recalled having seen Han Shanbua's black belt in Taekwondo among his acquaintances. After all these years, she remained uncertain of Xiao Chen's abilities, yet despite her worries, she chose to trust her man. Sensing Lin Qingyun's gaze, Xiao Chen turned to her, offering a reassuring glance. However, Han Shanbua seized the moment of Xiao Chen's distraction, lunging forward to deliver a kick to his abdomen. The enhancements to Xiao Chen's physique from the system were not in vain. He swiftly reacted, grasping Han Shanbua's ankle. Sensing this, Han Shanbua leveraged the grip and attempted to kick Xiao Chen in the head with his other foot. This maneuver had proven effective countless times, often leading him to unexpected victory. Lin Qingyun, witnessing this, felt a surge of worry for Xiao Chen. Should such a vicious kick land, her heart would shatter. As Xiao Chen leaned slightly backward, Han Shanbua's leg was abruptly severed from its target, failing to strike him at all. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chen released his grip, causing Han Shanbua to lose his balance and crash heavily to the ground. "Bravo!" Lin Qingyun cheered for Xiao Chen from the sidelines, nearly believing that Han Shanbua's kick would have connected with Xiao Chen. Hearing her encouragement filled Xiao Chen's heart with joy. Witnessing Han Shanbua's predicament, Xiao Chen felt a sense of vindication. Let him dare to bully my wife. He deserved it. Han Shanbua, upon seeing Lin Qingyun cheer for Xiao Chen, was filled with displeasure. Unable to contain his anger, he thought to himself that, after all, he was the eldest son of the Han family. How could he endure such humiliation? Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose to confront Xiao Chen once more. "Forget it. With your meager skills, don't further disgrace yourself." In Xiao Chen's eyes, Han Shanbua was merely seeking attention, engaging in superficial theatrics devoid of any real ability. Instantly consumed by rage, Han Shanbua charged at Xiao Chen. Observing this scene, Xiao Chen grinned and, in a flash, delivered a swift kick to Han Shanbua's abdomen, the force of which sent him flying. After delivering the blow, Xiao Chen realized he might have been too forceful. Noticing Han Shanbua convulsing on the ground, he sheepishly turned to Lin Qingyun and said, "I'm sorry, dear. I seem to have caused you trouble. Don't worry, it's his own fault. He brought this upon himself. We had already warned him." Lin Qingyun replied, promptly calling the security department to have Han Shanbua taken to the hospital. As he was being carried away, Han Shanbua stubbornly declared, "Qingyun, I will return." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun felt a wave of revulsion. Glancing at the sofa where Han Shanbua had sat, she commanded without hesitation that both the sofa and the coffee table be removed immediately to avoid any further disgust. However, the staff were momentarily at a loss. unsure of where to relocate the valuable furniture worth millions. Just send it all to Han Shambua's residence and inform them it was my decision. Chapter 018. Expelled from your home, Xiao Chen observed Lin Qingyun's actions with a profound sense of guilt. My dear, is the Han family still quite influential? Not too bad. My father has always maintained a cooperative relationship with yours. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen paused and responded, if the Han family seeks retribution, please push me forward. I do not wish for you to bear the consequences of my actions. Xiao Chen had not anticipated that his slight misstep could inflict such substantial harm upon Han Shanbua. Lin Qingyun's expression grew even colder as she replied, Xiao Chen, what am I to you? You are my wife. And what am I to you? I am your husband. With a helpless shake of her head, Lin Qingyun affirmed, precisely. I am your wife, and you are my husband. Given the intimacy of our relationship, how could I possibly abandon you for an outsider? Lin Qingyun glared at Xiao Chen, her resolve firm. If you dare utter such words again, I shall cast you out. At that moment, Xiao Chen grasped Lin Qingyun's intent. All right, my dear, I shall never speak of it again. Seeing Xiao Chen's demeanor, Lin Qingyun approached him, gently ruffling his hair while smiling. Husband, do not shoulder every burden alone. Do not forget, you have me. No matter what happens, we shall face it together. Xiao Chen's heart swelled with gratitude for Lin Qingyun. How fortunate he was to have encountered such a wonderful wife. My greatest fortune in life is meeting you. My utmost happiness is loving you. My greatest joy is your affection, and the most beautiful thing is being able to call you my wife. Lin Qingyun rolled her eyes, but felt a surge of happiness nonetheless. You have yet to marry me. My dear, our household registration book will arrive shortly. Upon hearing this news, Lin Qingyun's heart brimmed with joy and anticipation, for it meant that after this afternoon, no one could impede their union. Whatever Lin Qingyun was contemplating, Xiao Chen remained blissfully unaware, as the security team had already tidied up the area. With a cheerful demeanor, Xiao Chen presented the lunch he had prepared for Lin Qingyun. My dear, let us dine. The unhappy events are now behind us. As he cleaned the table, he continued, today, I have prepared a nutritious lunch for you. I am certain you will enjoy it. Open it up and take a look. Seeing Xiao Chen's busy demeanor, Lin Qingyun chuckled softly. We should not eat here. This is my office desk. If we are to have a meal, let us proceed inside. Following Lin Qingyun's lead, Xiao Chen soon realized the office held hidden wonders. As Lin Qingyun opened a concealed door, Xiao Chen entered and discovered the layout mirrored that of Lin Qingyun's room, albeit with the addition of several fitness equipment, a treadmill, a yoga mat, and an ordinary jump rope. Lin Qingyun, noticing Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, chuckled as she sat down at the dining table. Did you think that I was born with such an exquisite figure? Xiao Chen glanced at the fitness equipment and then at Lin Qingyun, exclaiming, indeed, there are no individuals incapable of success in this world, only those who are lethargic. I always thought my wife's splendid physique was a gift from nature. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's compliment, Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed. Not at all. Oh, but how could not be? My dear wife, you are remarkably beautiful and possess an enviable figure. I could not find another like you in this world. Lin Qingyun huffed lightly. Smooth talker. My dear, quickly open the lunchbox and see. This is a nutritious love meal I specially prepared for you. Lin Qingyun rolled her eyes at Xiao Chen. I know. You said it countless times. Under Xiao Chen's eager gaze, she opened the lunchbox. Wow, it's Stitch. Xiao Chen grinned widely beside her. Do you like it, my love? At that moment, Lin Qingyun looked at Xiao Chen with eyes brimming with affection. How could this man be so thoughtful and attentive? She hadn't even mentioned her fondness for Stitch, yet he made it for her, arranging the dishes into the shape of LQYLOVE. Stitch even held a red heart-shaped tomato, warming Lin Qingyun's heart. I love it. Of course I love it. Husband, I reward you with a kiss. With that, she tugged at Xiao Chen's collar and planted a kiss on his cheek. Feeling Lin Qingyun's soft lips, Xiao Chen was overjoyed. Observing her satisfied expression, his spirits soared. Ding! Sweet reward. Constitution 9, Charm 9, Endurance 9. Hearing the system's voice, Xiao Chen couldn't help but retort. Could you convert that charm bonus into endurance? What use does a man like me have for so much charm? Throughout the day, The glances from young ladies had been fixed on him, making him feel quite bashful. Ding! Host, the rewards I bestow are contingent upon your performance. Oh, I misspoke. The rewards depend on how you behave before your wife. And based on your conduct, this system will grant you certain rewards. Xiao Chen wore a dark expression. What do you mean you misspoke? It seems you let something slip. Please do not question this system. Xiao Chen, weary of arguing with the system, sat beside Lin Qingyun and began the feeding ritual. With her spirits lifted, Lin Qingyun ate heartily, and with Xiao Chen feeding her, it wasn't long before she let out a satisfied burp. Instinctively, she covered her mouth, embarrassed by her own outburst, and lowered her head shyly. Xiao Chen, seeing her adorable demeanor, gently removed her hand from her mouth and bestowed a tender kiss upon her lips. Upon feeling the kiss, Lin Qingyun's temperature soared, her face turning as red as the heart-shaped tomato in Stitch's hands. Are you feeling hot, my dear? Why are you so warm? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun's face flushed even deeper. You insufferable man, don't you know why? With that, Lin Qingyun turned her head, refusing to meet Xiao Chen's gaze any longer. Xiao Chen, perplexed, wondered why his wife had suddenly become angry. I've had my fill. The leftovers are yours. With those words, Lin Qingyun approached the treadmill and began to walk. Believing it essential to digest her meal properly, she had no desire to see her figure compromised. Xiao Chen gazed at Lin Qingyun as she gracefully moved on the treadmill, swaying her slender waist, and found himself thoroughly pleased. He indulged in his meal with great vigor. It must be said that the skills of versatile chef and nutritionist bestowed upon Xiao Chen by the system were indeed remarkably beneficial. After this delightful lunch, he felt no fatigue whatsoever. Instead, a sense of lightness and contentment enveloped him, leaving him in a state of invigorated well-being. Chapter 019. Worrying about your son, aren't you? Approaching 30 and still no wife. After dinner, Xiao Chen tidied up the table and quietly sat down, observing Lin Qingyun as she engaged in her fitness routine. Despite her already impressive physique, she persistently continued to exercise. Xiao Chen touched his own body. His muscles were well-defined, not bulky like those of typical bodybuilders, but rather in an ideal state, slim in clothes yet toned without them. With the rewards from the system, it was as if he had gained an advantage, achieving a perfect form without much effort. As he watched Lin Qingyun perform her yoga poses, he was thoroughly captivated. It must be said that Lin Qingyun was particularly stringent with herself. Guitao and the others often enjoyed watching yoga videos, and Xiao Chen was somewhat familiar with them. Observing Lin Qingyun execute those challenging movements, he could only admire her from the sidelines. Without a certain level of flexibility, those advanced poses were utterly unattainable. Although he wished to join her, he was aware of his limitations. He would inevitably require Lin Qingyun's guidance. Disturbing her workout was not what Xiao Chen desired. Thus, Lin Qingyun continued her training, while Xiao Chen stood by in admiration. It was not until Lin Qingyun, exhausted, sank onto the sofa that Xiao Chen approached to give her a massage. Dear, do your family members know about us? Lin Qingyun tilted her head back, her gaze dreamy as she looked at Xiao Chen standing behind her, massaging her shoulders. Not yet, but I will gradually inform them. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a pang of discomfort. Why was Lin Qingyun hesitant to share their relationship with her family? It was simply because Xiao Chen currently lacked substantial power. Though he could secure a decent job with his qualifications, Lin Qingyun was the daughter of a prominent family, and the disparity was significant. Her family would undoubtedly not accept him. Lin Qingyun must be under considerable pressure regarding the situation. As Xiao Chen continued to massage her, he gradually fell into contemplation. He needed to take action, yet starting a company was an arduous endeavor. If he could not grow the business sufficiently, Lin Qingyun's family would never acknowledge him, and she would bear the burden of that pressure in the meantime. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lin Qingyun noticed Xiao Chen's distraction and asked, puzzled. Dear, I want to prepare for something that would earn your parents' approval of us. I wish for your father to bless our marriage. Listening to Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun pondered deeply. What's the matter? Didn't you say your stomach isn't well? I've already informed my mother. That doesn't mean you should bear the efforts for this family alone. I must contribute as well. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun felt a wave of unease. What's wrong? Do you not want to spend my money? Not want to live in the house I bought? Not want to eat my food? Is your role as a caregiver at home not a contribution to our household? Is delivering meals to me not a sacrifice for our family? Witnessing Lin Qingyun's anger, Xiao Chen felt a pang of sympathy. My dear, that was not my intention. Before he could finish, Lin Qingyun interjected, What's this? Are you beginning to treat me like an outsider? We are a married couple, committed to this family. What is mine is yours, and vice versa. What is troubling you today? Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words. Lin Qingyun continued, You toil away at work, but what is the reward for your talents? Furthermore, who takes care of Moo Moo and Han Han while you are at work? Did you not promise to look after us and cherish us? Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a wave of guilt. Lin Qingyun had been so good to him, and yet he remained unsatisfied. Soda. My love, I was wrong. However, if I discover any business opportunities in the future, I will pursue them. I want to ease your burdens. Lin Qingyun then grasped Xiao Chen's intentions. Your family is currently engaged in development. I can lend you some money for real estate investment. Xiao Chen smiled and replied, It's all right, my dear. I wish to rely on my own efforts. Lin Qingyun ceased to press him. This was the first time he had shown such resolve. Perhaps he had his own aspirations as well. At that moment, a phone rang, interrupting their heated exchange. Hello, Aunt Han, what is the matter? Upon recognizing the caller as Han Shambua's mother, Lin Qingyun understood the reason for the call. Yinner, why did you send a sofa and coffee table to our home without any prior notice? Oh, Han Shambua liked them, so I sent them over for his daily use. Unaware of the underlying circumstances, Han's mother felt delighted. It seemed her son and Lin Qingyun were making progress. Lin Qingyun had always been sensible, and both Han's father and mother held her in high regard, having wished for her to marry Han Shanbua since childhood. At that time, Lin's father had allowed the children to develop their own paths, hence he never arranged a betrothal for Lin Qingyun, fearing for his daughter's happiness. Oh my, this is simply wonderful, Yinner. You still possess that tender heart. Lin Qingyun scoffed quietly on the other end of the line. Yunna, when will you come over for dinner again? Annie, I have been quite busy lately. Once I have some free time, I will bring my husband to visit you and uncle. Uninformed, Aunt Han assumed this husband referred to Han Shambua, and she couldn't help but smile broadly. You not? You understand? Young people today enjoy calling each other husband and wife, which brings joy to us elders. How could she not grasp it after such a clear statement? Lin Qingyun sighed and responded, Annie, you have misunderstood. The husband I referred to is not Han Shambua. Lin Qingyun called out to Xiao Chen, Come here, darling. This is the mother of Han Shambua, whom I've called Auntie since childhood. You should greet her as well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen smiled knowingly and said into the phone, Hello, Annie. On the other end, Han's mother felt as though she had consumed something particularly unpleasant. How absurd. That darling was directed at her son, and here she was, foolishly elated. The old trickster was indeed a seasoned player. Han's mother immediately responded, Yinner, does your father know about this? You must be careful. Your father's health has not been good, and you cannot provoke him like this. As for the people outside, Annie will pretend she knows nothing and won't tell your father. However, you must know your limits. Listening to this, Lin Qingyun felt a surge of indignation. Using my father to pressure me? Auntie, rest assured, my father is in good health. My mother has already mailed the household registration to Luo Cheng, and this afternoon, my husband and I will be obtaining our marriage certificate. You need not worry about me. Perhaps you should concern yourself with your own son. He is nearly 30 and still hasn't found a wife. With that, Lin Qingyun hung up the phone, thinking, do they really expect me to marry into their family? Absolutely not. While Lin Qingyun was on the call, she did not hide from Xiao Chen. He overheard their entire conversation clearly. Indeed, he felt fortunate to have found such a wonderful wife. Chapter 20. Growing up and learning to steal hearts. Lin Qingyun hung up the phone and noticed Xiao Chen grinning foolishly, a sweet sensation blossoming within her. As long as Xiao Chen was by her side, no external pressures seemed significant. With him, she felt she could endure anything. Hey, are you still daydreaming? Has the household registration book arrived? Xiao Chen, lost in the reverie of Lin Qingyun's words from the phone call, snapped back to reality only when she addressed him. It arrived just now while you were doing yoga. Lin Qingyun approached her desk and retrieved two exquisitely crafted boxes. Here, this is a pair of couples watches from Handlove, a gift I prepared for you. Open it and see how you like it. Xiao Chen panicked internally, thinking, oh no, I didn't prepare a gift. What should I do? I noticed you've been a bit dazed today. Are you feeling unwell? And no, I'm perfectly fine. Xiao Chen realized the absurdity of his words only after uttering them. Seeing Xiao Chen's expression, Lin Qingyun understood why he was behaving that way and chuckled. You didn't prepare a gift for me, did you? Xiao Chen lowered his head in embarrassment. I completely forgot about the gift. Lin Qingyun cupped Xiao Chen's face in her hands and said earnestly, it's all right. Gifts are merely tokens of affection. If you forgot, then it's no problem. You needn't worry about my feelings. Hearing her words, Xiao Chen felt a pang of guilt. Observing his expression, Lin Qingyun's smile widened. It's fine. I was just teasing you. I know you haven't had the time to prepare anything. Just make it up to me later. As you can see, I lack for nothing. As long as your heart is in it, that's what matters. Her words only deepened Xiao Chen's sense of guilt. His wife, so busy, had still managed to prepare a gift for him, while he, who had plenty of free time, had not even thought to prepare anything. It's all right. Don't feel guilty, whether you prepare something or not. Just having you makes me incredibly happy. Lin Qingyun, observing Xiao Chen, felt a twinge of unease herself, realizing she had also forgotten to give him pocket money. If he had some, he would surely have prepared a gift for her. Yes, he would. Oh dear. Please stop feeling guilty and open your gift. I hope you like it. Xiao Chen understood that if he continued to dwell on his shortcomings, Lin Qingyun's good spirits would be affected, so he put on a cheerful facade. Upon returning home, he vowed to surprise Lin Qingyun. Xiao Chen opened the boxes to reveal the couple's watches Lin Qingyun had customized for them. Delicate craftsmanship, minimalist style, and thoughtful design. The watch face featured photos of Lin Qingyun with their two children, and as he held it, he felt its weightiness. Do you like it, my husband? Lin Qingyun asked, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. I love it. I certainly appreciate it, my dear. You have put in so much thought. With that, he gently pressed a kiss upon Lin Qingyun's forehead. Feeling Xiao Chen's affectionate gesture, Lin Qingyun blushed, pondering how captivating he could be. Perhaps this is what they mean by beauty in the eye of the beholder. Each couple, lost in their own enchantment. Allow me to adorn you. With her cheeks flushed, Lin Qingyun took the watch and wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen. This series of movements sent a shiver through Xiao Chen's heart. How could his wife be so enchanting? Each gesture radiated feminine allure, perpetually tugging at his heartstrings. This must be happiness, having someone you love wholeheartedly loving you in return. Once the watch was properly fastened, Lin Qingyun gazed contentedly at Xiao Chen's wrist. She had longed to gift him this watch, but had never found the right moment. Today, witnessing this scene filled her heart with joy and bliss. Lin Qingyun then took out her phone and captured a photo of them together, connecting it to the watch's Bluetooth to change her watch face to their shared image. Though it was a spontaneous shot, Lin Qingyun's beauty was undeniably flawless, looking exquisite no matter the angle. Xiao Chen, handsome in his own right, complimented her charm, boosted by the allure bestowed upon him by the system. Indeed, a perfect match of talent and beauty. Now, let me adorn you. Xiao Chen picked up the watch and placed it on Lin Qingyun's delicate wrist. One must admit that those blessed with beauty look enchanting in everything they wear. The exquisite watch on her slender wrist accentuated her allure. Do you find it beautiful? Lin Qingyun asked, noticing the captivated expression in Xiao Chen's eyes. It was beyond mere beauty. It was a sight that sparkled with charm. Hearing Xiao Chen's praise warmed Lin Qingyun's heart. Sparkling with beauty. Although Lin Qingyun had been showered with compliments since childhood, Xiao Chen's words resonated with her uniquely. Their eyes met, and Lin Qingyun closed her eyes as Xiao Chen gently leaned in to kiss her. Feeling each other's lips, both bodies trembled. Having crossed that threshold, they found themselves uncertain about what to do next, holding the embrace as if frozen in time. Xiao Chen had witnessed couples kissing on campus, yet he felt rigid, unsure of how to proceed. Lin Qingyun, equally flustered, wondered what step to take next. Should she stick out her tongue? At that moment, she felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her body ablaze, as they both endeavored to savor the moment. Neither noticed when someone entered Lin Qingyun's office. Ah! The startled exclamation jolted them apart. Upon recognizing the intruder, Lin Qingyun's anger ignited. Her perfect moment had been interrupted by this little girl. Chu Ichio, what brings you here? Why do you keep coming to my place instead of staying at home? Lin Qingyun glared at Chu Ichio, as if she could devour her whole. Such a lack of manners. You couldn't even knock before entering. As Chu Ichio stepped through the door, she was immediately confronted with a startling scene. Before she could utter a word, she found herself momentarily stunned by Lin Qingyun's remarks. Although she was unfamiliar with Xiao Chen, it was evident from Lin Qingyun's tone that this individual must be her close confidant or subordinate. Such an attitude was uncharacteristic of Lin Qingyun. Oh, so you're the one who plays the victim first, Chu Ichio retorted, unwilling to back down. She approached Lin Qingyun, grasping her arm, and continued, well done, Lin Qingyun. You've grown up and even learned the art of stealing hearts. How bold of you to bring someone into your office. Why am I not at home? Minding my own business? When have I not visited you regularly? Besides, didn't you say we are so close that I need not knock when I enter? Chapter 21. Sweet-tongued, observing the incessant chatter of her companion, Xiao Chen felt a wave of irritation wash over her. This was the second interruption she had faced. First from her little cotton-padded jacket, and now from Lin Qingyun's friend. Chu Ichio, what is it with your honeyed words? What do you mean by stealing a man? This is my husband. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun refer to that man as her husband, Chu Ichio was taken aback, scrutinizing Xiao Chen from head to toe. With an alluring demeanor, she circled around Xiao Chen, occasionally reaching out to touch her. This infuriated Lin Qingyun. Xiao Chen, too, felt repulsed by the advances and distanced herself, standing beside Lin Qingyun. Chu Iku, what are you trying to accomplish? Ignoring Lin Qingyun's protest, Chu Ichio gazed at Xiao Chen with an enticing expression. Dear sir, what do you see in Lin Qingyun? What does she possess that I do not? Everything she has, I have too. You will be far better off with me. I'm quite skilled, you know. Xiao Chen regarded the woman who had intruded upon them. She was not unattractive, yet when compared to Lin Qingyun, she fell slightly short. The more Chu Ichio spoke, the more repulsed Xiao Chen became, her expression one of clear disdain. What is your intention? You're already married. This is my man. Are you looking for a confrontation? Chu Ichio, unfazed by Lin Qingyun's words, Chu Ichio continued to fixate on Xiao Chen. My dear sister, I beg your pardon. In my heart, Qingyun reigns supreme. Spare yourself the effort. My relationship with Qingyun is none of your concern. We both understand our situation perfectly, and I assure you, I will treat Qingyun well. Realizing that her fade had been unmasked by Xiao Chen, Chu Ichio lost interest. Oh dear, Qingyun, I was merely here to test him for you. Do not worry. Although he is quite handsome, I've been married for 3 years. What is there to fear? At this moment, Lin Qingyun grasped the ulterior motives behind Chu Ichio's actions. I have no need for a test. I know precisely how he is. Observing Lin Qingyun's unappreciative demeanor, Chu Ichio felt a twinge of annoyance. I was only concerned for you. When I visited a few days ago, you didn't mention anything, and now I stumble upon you too in such a situation. How can I not be worried? You are overthinking it. Lin Qingyun, however, could hardly muster a pleasant expression, having been ambushed by someone attempting to flirt with her husband. Although she understood that Chu Ichio meant well, it was difficult for her to feel any joy in this situation. Oh dear Qingqing, please do not be upset. I know you are of an age where you need a man to comfort your heart. I merely fear that you might be deceived. Why are you still angry with me? Seeing Lin Qingyun's anger, Chu Ichio attempted to soothe her. Lin Qingyun, recognizing Chu Ichio's softened approach, felt somewhat better. After all, they had grown up together, and she understood Chu Ichio's character. Yet, she remained irked. Who is this young gentleman? I have never seen him before. He is the father of Mu Mu and Han Han. Chu Ichio understood as well, having mingled within high society. Her family's enterprise was almost on par with that of Lin Qingyun's. She possessed a general understanding of the prominent families, yet she found herself unfamiliar with Xiao Chen. Qingyun, does your uncle know about this? Not yet, but he cannot stop me. Chu Ichio, witnessing Lin Qingyun's resolute demeanor, ceased her inquiries. No witties, Yingyun. I shall stand by your side. If you don't support me, I shall disown you. As they conversed, Xiao Chen refrained from interrupting and turned to brew tea for the two. I truly envy you for being able to navigate your own love life. Enough. Hai Bichin treats you well. You should be content. Lin Qingyun observed Chu Ichio, who had been lamenting for 3 years without being able to enjoy a harmonious life with Hai Bichin. Lin Qingyun felt a sense of worry, as she cared deeply for her friend as happiness. What? He merely cooks for me. It's driving me to the brink. Isn't it enough that he treats you well? You ought to appreciate it. Your family is not lacking in resources. Besides, having a son-in-law like him is quite commendable. He must have endured his share of difficulties in your household. You need to empathize with him. Qingyun, why are you defending him? Chu Ichio glanced at Xiao Chen, pouring tea, and couldn't tea help but reflect on how much this man had transformed Lin Qingyun. She used to be the one advocating for her. When do you plan to introduce him to your family? When the time is right. Listening to Lin Qingyun's response, Chu Ichio felt speechless. Asking seemed futile. Surely, he had to be a son-in-law for your father to approve. Just then, Xiao Chen approached with the teacups, and Lin Qingyun smiled at him, saying, "No need to introduce him. I will marry him." What? Chu Ichio gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief as she stared at Lin Qingyun. What? Are you unhappy about it? Chu Ichio knew Lin Qingyun well. Once she made up her mind, she would not turn back, even if she hit a wall. When Xiao Chen placed the teacups on the table, Chu Ichio noticed the watch on his wrist and immediately spat out the tea she had just sipped. Lin Qingyun, I asked you to wear this hand glove, but you refused, yet you wear it for him. Lin Qingyun was taken aback by her reaction. What is wrong? Is it not acceptable for me to wear this with my husband? Lin Qingyun waved her wrist adorned with the watch, clinging to Xiao Chen's arm. All right. You've been feeding me dog food. Lin Qingyun, your transformation is astounding. Oomph. What transformation? Look at you now, all feminine. Where is the former queen? Lin Qingyun chuckled and gazed at Xiao Chen, confessing, I have been conquered by him. Ding! Suis trois, Constitution 5, Charisme 5, Stamina. As Chu Ichio witnessed this scene, she felt thoroughly indulged. As she gazed at Lin Qingyun, Chu Ichio could hardly believe the allure this man possessed, capable of captivating Lin Qingyun to such an extent. He was indeed handsome, yet his capabilities remained a mystery. From the moment she entered, Chu Ichio incessantly voiced her criticisms, yet Xiao Chen chose not to engage. Hey, Chu Ichio, what do you mean by this? Since you stepped in, you've been incessantly disparaging my man. Are you looking for a fight? Lin Qingyun could no longer endure it. What was wrong with this woman? Chu Ichio was equally perplexed. The sudden transformation of Lin Qingyun left her momentarily bewildered. Where had the formerly proud queen gone? Though Lin Qingyun's demeanor now exuded grace and elegance, it was a stark contrast to the aloof goddess she once was. Chu Ichio stared incredulously at Xiao Chen and suddenly found him rather charming. In that instant, she realized that the more she looked at him, the more appealing he became. Chapter 022 MZHBJZH? Hello. Chu Ichio, what are you trying to do? Why are you staring at my husband like that? Lin Qingyun also sensed that there was something amiss in the way Chu Ichio gazed at Xiao Chen. Oomph. How petty. Is he not allowed to be looked at? It's just a glance. He won't lose a piece of flesh over it. Lin Qingyun shot a disapproving look at Chu Ichio, questioning her motives for staring at her husband. She then turned to cast a warning glance at Xiao Chen, who was so handsome that he garnered attention wherever he went. Startled by Lin Qingyun's piercing gaze, Xiao Chen wondered what he had done wrong. What brings you here today? If you have something to say, hurry up. We have matters to attend to. Hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Chu Ichio sighed. This woman has truly changed. She would shoo me away merely for a man. Can I come to see you after such a long time? Surely I must have seen enough by now. If there is nothing else, you should return home promptly. Lin Qingyun was eager to go with Xiao Chen to register their marriage. Yet Chu Ichio remained seated, unwilling to leave. Ah, how cold the world has become. Lin Qingyun, in the past, you would pull me along and not let me go. Now, you are the one chasing me away. With an understanding expression, Chu Ichio looked at the couple. All right then, I shall not intrude upon your important matters any longer. But, Qingyun, do exercise some restraint. Do not exhaust your man right from the start, or you may find it hard to replenish him later. Chu Ichio, what are you saying? Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed red as she glared at Chu Yiqiu. What nonsense! We haven't even. Upon uttering those words, Lin Qingyun realized she had misspoken. What do you mean by we haven't even? Chu Yiqiu, donning a playful expression, stood up and laughed. All right, I shall take my leave now and not disturb you any further. You two carry on with your important business. I will visit you at your home tonight. Watching Chu Yiqiu exit her office, Lin Qingyun pondered if she had truly changed. Have you had enough? Ever since she entered, you have been staring at her. Xiao Chen was taken aback by the question. Had he really been staring at her? No. Dear wife, I haven't tea. Why would I fixate on a stranger? Xiao Chen protested his innocence. He genuinely hadn't been looking. Lin Qingyun took a sip of tea. Am I being too sensitive? Do you think I am more beautiful than her, have a better figure, or am more alluring? Of course it is you, my wife. You are gentle and virtuous, elegant and intelligent. In my heart, no one can compare to you. Satisfied with this answer, Lin Qingyun felt a sense of relief. Yet, she then questioned why she was even comparing herself to her friend. It's all because of that insufferable man. Perhaps I have truly changed. Lin Qingyun led Xiao Chen into a room and retrieved 2 outfits from a wardrobe. Change into these. We need to look presentable for our wedding photos later. Xiao Chen was surprised at how well prepared Lin Qingyun was, even having his clothes ready in the office. Dressed in a white inner layer paired with a crisp white shirt, complemented by light blue jeans and pristine white sneakers, Xiao Chen couldn't help but marvel at Lin Qingyun's impeccable sense of style. The choice of attire for their wedding photos exuded a youthful vibrancy, understated yet elegant. After changing into her outfit, Xiao Chen settled onto the sofa, observing Lin Qingyun. What are you doing? Do you have to watch me change? She inquired. Oh, I'll wait for you outside, he replied, stepping out but feeling a twinge of regret. Once Xiao Chen exited, Lin Qingyun's heart raced uncontrollably. During Xiao Chen's outfit change, he had not shied away from her gaze. After all, he was a man, and they had shared a bed the previous night. Changing clothes was a trivial matter. For Lin Qingyun, however, being a girl, a touch of modesty was only natural. Yet, when Xiao Chen had removed his shirt, she caught a glimpse of his chiseled physique, his perfect muscle definition and firm contours. Last night, in the dim light, she hadn't seen him undress, only feeling the tautness of his muscles while embracing him. Today, however, her lips curled into a subtle smile, her heart fluttering at the memory of that image. Truly, Xiao Chen's physique was utterly captivating. While waiting outside, Xiao Chen felt no urgency. Rather, he pondered what kind of gift could dazzle Lin Qingyun. This was not precisely his forte. Before long, Lin Qingyun emerged, striding gracefully. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, she declared, and Xiao Chen dutifully followed her with the food container in hand. Upon exiting the office, they encountered a meeting room, which Xiao Chen had overlooked in his haste upon arrival. Where are the employees? Why is there only one meeting room? He inquired. Lin Qingyun glanced back at him. The staff is downstairs. This entire building belongs to our company. Why would they all crowd onto one floor? It wouldn't be feasible. Xiao Chen was not particularly surprised by her words, having gradually grasped the extent of Lin Qingyun's wealth since yesterday. A skyscraper in the city center was merely par for the course. Preferring not to attract attention, Lin Qingyun took the elevator directly to the basement, heading straight for 2 Rolls-Royces. Despite the relatively robust economy in Luo City, such luxury cars were a rarity. Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen occupied the front vehicle, with another following closely behind. This spectacle drew envious glances from pedestrians, while nearby vehicles maintained a respectful distance. However, Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen remained unfazed. They first collected a parcel before heading directly to the Civil Affairs Bureau. The 2 Rolls-Royces parked at the entrance certainly attracted the attention of onlookers. As they stepped out of the car, the crowd was left in stunned silence, captivated by the sight of Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen. Today, they have finally grasped the essence of a perfect match. Silently, they extend their heartfelt blessings to the newlyweds. Some younger gentlemen envision themselves replacing Xiao Chen, imagining themselves as Lin Qingyun's betrothed. Likewise, numerous infatuated young ladies fantasize about walking hand in hand with Xiao Chen into the Civil Affairs Bureau. Alas, such dreams remain mere fantasies, as they can only watch Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun enter the doors of the bureau hand in hand. After a series of procedures conducted by the staff, the couple emerges with their freshly minted red book, a profound sense of indescribable happiness enveloping them. According to the civil code, they are now legally united as husband and wife. Yet, in their hearts, the marriage certificate is merely a formality. Their love has long transcended all. Chapter 023. Money is no object. The two emerge from the Civil Affairs Bureau, their red booklets in hand, looking much the same as when they had entered. However, a newfound joy graced their faces. "All right, you should head back now. I must return to work," Lin Qingyun declared before promptly getting into her car. "Sure thing, my dear wife. If you crave anything, just message me on WeChat, and I shall prepare dinner for you," he replied. Don't forget to pick up the child." "Absolutely." Xiao Chen stood rooted, watching the Rolls-Royce disappear, an inexplicable exhilaration bubbling within him. Perhaps everything had unfolded too swiftly. After that night, he had concealed his affection for Lin Qingyun deep within his heart. Little did he know that while he missed her, she too was thinking of him. Perhaps this is what they call love. Jing zhong. A series of notification sounds erupted from Xiao Chen's phone. Upon checking, he found a multitude of WeChat transfers from Lin Qingyun, accompanied by the dishes she had ordered for the evening. A smile crept across his face as he retrieved his phone and sent a photo of their marriage certificate to his parents. Subsequently, he shared a screenshot of the red envelope Lin Qingyun had sent alongside the marriage certificate on his social media. After completing these tasks, Xiao Chen exhaled softly. Let us go to the mall. He needed to prepare a gift for Lin Qingyun. Having rarely ventured out during his school days, he lacked experience in shopping. The driver parked the car in the basement and intended to accompany Xiao Chen, but he waved him off. "Brother, it's fine. I can browse on my own. You've been driving us every day. There's no need to tire yourself further," Xiao Chen insisted. The driver, wishing to assist with carrying items, stayed behind in the car. Alone, Xiao Chen wandered through the mall, uncertain of which store to enter. His indecisive demeanor caught the attention of a young girl. Preparing a gift. What is the essence of a gift? Surprise. Yet, given Lin Qingyun's affluent background, what could possibly astonish her? As he passed a fitness equipment store, he contemplated a massage gun. Forget it. My hands would be far more effective than a mere device. What should I buy? He found himself frozen at a loss. "Hey there, are you shopping alone?" A voice called out, and he turned to see a petite girl, seemingly no older than 18. Xiao Chen's response disappointed her. Yet she was undeterred. "Hello, Omeyiruji. It's a pleasure to meet you." Xiao Chen, already vexed, felt his patience wane further with the girl's incessant questions. "I'm Xiao Chen, it's just this, nothing more. Please don't follow me," he said, moving ahead while Yuruchio trailed behind, unashamed. After all, he was quite handsome. If only he could be her boyfriend, she would have much to boast about at home. "Xiao Chen, what are you planning to buy?" "I am quite familiar with this place. I can accompany you to make a purchase." This statement managed to halt Xiao Chen, who was entirely unfamiliar with the surroundings. Having someone to guide him was indeed a welcome advantage. "I wish to prepare a gift for my wife. What do you think would be suitable?" Upon hearing that Xiao Chen was married, Yuruchio's previously cheerful expression suddenly turned serious. What kind of person is he to be so presumptuous? Yuruchio had never failed in her pursuits of charming suitors. This was the first time she had encountered someone as handsome as Xiao Chen, only to discover he was already taken. Has brother Xiao Chen truly wed? Xiao Chen was equally perplexed. What was the matter with this girl? "I have a daughter." Upon hearing this, Yuruchio suddenly clung to Xiao Chen's arm, feigning tears as she lamented, "You are such a heartless man. You have stolen my heart. And now you wish to cast me aside." Xiao Chen was utterly bewildered by her words. When had he ever wronged his wife? Could this girl be part of a criminal gang attempting to swindle him? "Hey, what are you doing? When did I steal your heart? When have I been unfaithful? Please do not create such a scene here. My love is solely for my wife." I do not care. If you do not take responsibility today, I shall not let go." With this exclamation, onlookers began to gather, eager to witness the spectacle. Xiao Chen was in a panic. How could this girl be so unreasonable? "Please do not make a scene. I am already committed, and besides, we have only just met. How could I have stolen your heart?" "Woo, I do not care. If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I will not release you." Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Xiao Chen sought to end this absurdity. Then tell me, what explanation do you seek? Hearing Xiao Chen relent, Yi Ruchio's previously despondent expression blossomed with delight. Hee, give me your WeChat. Surrounding spectators. Xiao Chen, is this how young ladies now request WeChat? This unexpected approach utterly baffled Xiao Chen. All right, I will give you my WeChat. But you must first let go of my arm. Hee, once you add me on WeChat, I will release you. With no other choice. Xiao Chen complied and added her on WeChat. Yi Ruchio beamed at the sight of Xiao Chen's contact on her phone, her joy radiating like a flower in bloom. Suddenly, Xiao Chen was struck by inspiration. Yes, flowers. Ideas for a surprise surged forth in his mind. Now that you have added me, do not think about deleting or blocking me. Otherwise, I shall cling to you endlessly. Xiao Chen, observing her demeanor, nonchalantly replied, Fine, I'll 1T block or delete you. Now let me go and browse. Seeing Xiao Chen agree, Yi Ruchio happily turned and swayed her hips as she departed. Xiao Chen chuckled inwardly, thinking this girl is quite naive. Once I finish shopping and exit this mall, I shall block her. The world is indeed a treacherous place. Casting aside all distractions, Xiao Chen had now set his sights on a singular goal, to procure a gift for Lin Qingyan. Setting aside trivial matters, he knew that a mere surprise would not suffice. At the very least, a substantial present was in order. After much contemplation, he concluded that a necklace would be the most fitting choice, as it seemed Lin Qingyan had little need for anything else. She already adorned her wrist with a watch, and earrings would appear too casual. Thus, a necklace it would be. With the funds Lin Qingyan had recently transferred to him, an amount he had not bothered to count, Xiao Chen dismissed the notion of money as merely a numerical concept. He entered a jewelry store that appeared quite reputable. Upon noticing his arrival, the sales associate greeted him with warmth, recognizing that despite his simple attire, his clothing and shoes were all of high-end brands. In this profession, one must be astute. Failing to recognize a significant client could lead to unnecessary complications. Good day, sir. Welcome. How may I assist you? I wish to purchase a necklace, though I am not well versed in this area. Could you kindly recommend a few options? The sales associate, eager to attend to a potential client, responded with enthusiasm. Certainly. If you could please accompany me, may I inquire about your budget? This will help me provide suitable recommendations. Oh, I have no specific budget. Just show me what you have, and if I find it appealing, I shall make the purchase. Money is not an issue. Chapter 24. A0. Upon hearing these words, the sales associate felt an immense joy within her heart. She had not made a sale in over 2 weeks, and promptly began to introduce the product to Xiao Chen. This exquisite Swarovski piece is from a brand renowned as the leader in the crystal industry worldwide. The sales associate deftly retrieved the necklace from the display case and commenced her presentation. Since you mentioned that finances are not a concern, allow me to present to you this design by Giovanna Engelbert, featuring Swarovski crystals, rhodium plating, and a dazzling octagonal design, creating a minimalist adornment infused with distinctive style. Despite her extensive description, Xiao Chen struggled to grasp the details, yet he couldn't deny its visual appeal. How much is it? He inquired. 91,000. The sales associate replied directly, recognizing that some individuals might hesitate upon hearing the price. This necklace had garnered much admiration since its arrival in the store, but every potential buyer had retreated upon learning of its cost. 91,000? How exorbitant! Xiao Chen exclaimed in astonishment. Having initially assumed the price would be in the mere thousands, not nearly 100,000. If you find it too costly, I can show you other styles. The sales associate suggested cautiously, anxious not to lose this significant client. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Chen was unaware of the generous sum Lin Qingyan had bestowed upon him and was currently checking his balance on his phone. Don't bother introducing him to anything. Just look at him. Does he seem like someone willing to spend 91,000 on a necklace? Sell it to me, a young man's voice interrupted from behind them. The sales associate, determined not to forfeit Xiao Chen as a customer, recognized the designer clothing he wore. Sir, you may seek assistance from other sales associates in the store. She replied, I truly cannot comprehend why you insist on wasting time on such individuals. The rest don't need to change. I want this one. The sales associate was taken aback, having encountered two such audacious individuals in one day. Sir, this gentleman was here first. Perhaps it would be fair for him to decide before you purchase. As we must adhere to the principle of first come, first served, she maintained her principles, patiently awaiting Xiao Chen's decision. The young man, seeing the sales associate's firm stance, ceased his remarks and stood behind Xiao Chen, eager to witness his embarrassment. Upon opening his phone, Xiao Chen discovered a flurry of notifications. The screenshot of the transfer Lin Qingyun had sent him, alongside their marriage certificate, had gone viral in his social circle. However, he had no time to dwell on that. He focused on checking his balance. 100,341. The 100,000 was from Lin Qingyun, and the remainder was his own spare change. May I inquire if a discount is possible on this item? The sales associate paused in surprise before quickly responding. Discounts are indeed available here. However, due to the high cost of this necklace, I can only offer you a 10% discount. He could not afford it, so why bother with discounts? Just sell it to me. The man relentlessly pursued the store attendant, insisting that she sell him the necklace. Xiao Chen completely disregarded the man's words. Upon hearing a 10% discount, he was immediately elated, thinking it was perfect. He grandly declared, "No need for a discount. Just drop the zero." Before the attendant could respond, the man interjected, "What did you say? Drop the zero? Do you think this is a market where you buy vegetables? This item costs 100,000. Do you expect to take it for 10,000? Are you dreaming? You pretend not to need a discount, but what you really mean is you want it for a mere 10%. Stop wasting time and just sell it to me." The attendant, feeling awkward, replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but I do not have the authority to give a 10% discount." Xiao Chen understood their intentions. What I meant by dropping the zero is that from the full 100,000, 9,000 should be deducted. I didn't mean to eliminate the zero entirely. You misunderstood. Ignoring the man's presence, Xiao Chen spoke directly to the attendant. "That's fine. Of course I will like that. Shall I wrap it up for you?" "Yes. Please wrap it." "Wait. I want this. I don't need to drop the zero." The man insisted firmly. The attendant had grown weary of the situation. The man was using his wealth to bully others. She had been holding back, fearing that Xiao Chen might not afford it and that she would have to sell it to the man. Since Xiao Chen was ready to buy, she chose not to say much to the man, knowing he would not lower himself to purchase something less expensive. "I'm sorry, sir, but this is the only piece we have. It has already been purchased by this gentleman. If you are interested, perhaps you could look at other items." The man appeared insulted, glaring fiercely at Xiao Chen before turning to leave. The attendant swiftly helped Xiao Chen pack up, and the payment process went smoothly without any complications. Ultimately, Xiao Chen departed amid the attendant's warm farewell. The next steps were straightforward. Xiao Chen first bought colorful lights and decorative paper, then went to a flower shop to purchase roses, and finally visited a pharmacy to acquire a substantial amount of sodium polyacrylate. Although his funds were depleted, Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He believed his idea was splendid. His wife would undoubtedly be surprised. With a buoyant spirit, Xiao Chen returned home. Heading straight to the room he shared with Lin Qingyun. Aunt Liang and the others watched his actions with curiosity, wondering what he was up to. Yet none dared to interrupt him. Xiao Chen took out the decorative paper and began writing various romantic messages. "If you are cold, I will hold you close. If you are troubled, I will wipe away your tears. If you love me, then I shall proclaim it to the world. I only wish to offer you my truest affection. You say I like to be silly and grin foolishly. Truth be told, this is not inherent, but began the moment I fell for you. If one day you tire of me and wish to send me away, it is simple. All you need to do is return my heart to me." Xiao Chen lost count of how many notes he wrote, feeling that the more, the better. Xiao Chen meticulously dispersed the notes she had penned, placing them in every little nook and cranny where Lin Qingyun would surely see them upon her return home. Though inconspicuous, they would inevitably catch her eye in a moment of serendipity. Additionally, Xiao Chen composed notes for the two little cotton-padded jackets, positioning them in sight. She instructed her family to neither discard nor damage these notes, for if the household staff were to inadvertently clean them away, it would surely infuriate her. Following this, she began adorning Lin Qingyun's room with decorative lights. Having completed these tasks, Xiao Chen turned her attention to the most crucial element of the surprise. Épices de subsistance, snow. The servants were taken aback by this declaration. But it is the height of summer. How do you intend to create snow? She responded, Not only will I create snow, but I shall also build a snowman. Chapter 025. The handsome young master at this moment. The household was relatively unoccupied, having heard that Xiao Chen was preparing to create snow as a delightful surprise for the young lady. Aunt Liang gathered everyone to lend a hand. No need, Aunt Liang. I can manage this on my own. If you're curious, feel free to observe my process, Xiao Chen replied. He wished to prepare the items for Qing Yun and the children by his own hands. Understanding Xiao Chen's intent, everyone settled nearby to watch his meticulous endeavor. Xiao Chen retrieved his phone, enlisting someone to document the scene. Without delay, he produced an enormous basin, placing it on the scale to note its weight. He then emptied a sack of sodium polyacrylate into the basin, accounting for its weight. As the onlookers observed this sequence of actions, they were momentarily perplexed. Isn't that powder just caustic soda? One remarked. Xiao Chen turned with a smile. Ah, you've detected the scent. However, this is not caustic soda. It contains a minuscule amount of it. Listening to Xiao Chen's explanation, the group regretted not having devoted themselves more diligently to their studies, yet felt fortunate to accompany the young lady. Unfazed by their musings, Xiao Chen continued with his task. After noting the weight, he set the basin containing the sodium polyacrylate aside and positioned a water bucket atop it, diligently pouring in water, one bucket at a time, until the total weight of the water exceeded 25 times that of the sodium polyacrylate. With the water poured into the basin, Xiao Chen proceeded to level the ground. He took a shovel and excavated a pit of moderate size beside the main entrance. At this moment, the sodium polyacrylate began to swell, resembling snow in appearance. Wow, it truly is snow, exclaimed one of the onlookers. The young master is incredibly handsome. Xiao Chen chuckled and elaborated. Sodium polyacrylate is a water-soluble, linear polymer with exceptional absorbency. A single tiny granule can absorb up to 100 times its weight in water. Once hydrated, its appearance is indistinguishable from snow, and it feels pleasantly cool to the touch. You may try it. Even in high temperatures, it will not melt. It only returns to its original state when all moisture evaporates, and the best part is that it can be reused. The crowd listened intently to Xiao Chen's discourse on molecules and polymers, though they grasped little of the scientific terminology. Nevertheless, they couldn't help but feel admiration for Xiao Chen. Science empowers and knowledge advances. With a gentle smile, Xiao Chen added, I learned about this from a novel that detailed this experiment. The crowd, intrigued, inquired, what book did the young master read? Oh, it's a book by the captain. He replied. They resolved to carve out time to read and acquire knowledge. Meanwhile, the sodium polyacrylate had completely absorbed the water. Time was of the essence to construct the snowman, as he needed to pick up his precious daughter soon. Xiao Chen had been a master snowman builder since childhood, and with his extraordinary physique supported by a system, his speed was unparalleled. In no time, he had fashioned an impressive snowman standing at 6 feet tall at his doorstep. One knee on the ground, clutching a bouquet of roses in one hand while the other held a love note penned by him. After completing the snowman, there was still a bit of snow left, and glancing at the time, Xiao Chen realized he still had a chance. He hurriedly gathered the remaining snow and dashed into Lin Qingyun's room. On the balcony, he shaped a 1-meter-tall stitch, posed as if embracing the sky. Xiao Chen placed the necklace he had prepared for Lin Qingyun in Stitch's hand and arranged 8 floodlights around the snowman and Stitch. Despite his preparations, he felt it was insufficient. However, time was slipping away. Mumu and Han Hang were soon to finish school. Xiao Chen hastened to catch a ride to pick them up. After all, he had promised that morning to collect the 2 of them after school, and he could not go back on his word. He arrived just in time at the school gate, synchronizing perfectly with the dismissal bell of the kindergarten. When he had dropped Mumu and Han Hang off in the morning, he noticed that the parents picking up their children were driving at least a Porsche 911. Xiao Chen couldn't help but exclaim how fitting it was for a prestigious school. Just then, he spotted a line of children led by Li Nuoying, including Mumu and Han Hang, making their way outside. Being tall, Xiao Chen stood out in the crowd, and the 2 girls quickly spotted him. Han Hang's previously anxious expression transformed into joy. Daddy, Daddy, Xiao Chen knelt down, enfolding both children in his arms. Of course, Daddy would never fail to pick you up. He pinched their little cheeks and inquired, "Why did I see you two looking so glum a moment ago?" Hee, my sister said you wouldn't come for us, and that made me very sad, Han Hang pouted. Oh, Mumu, why did you say Daddy wouldn't come for you? Hee, I was just teasing Han Hang. I knew you would definitely come for us. Han Hang felt a twinge of discomfort upon hearing this. Silly sister, you wanted to scare me. I won't talk to you anymore. Noticing the tension, Xiao Chen quickly intervened, unwilling to let his little darlings quarrel. Han Hang, your sister was only joking. Don't take it to heart. Mumu, you mustn't frighten your sister anymore. As the elder sister, you should never bully your younger one. Seeing Xiao Chen's mild displeasure, the two girls hurriedly apologized, not wanting to upset him. Sister, I'm sorry for scaring you. Please forgive me. It's all right, sister. I'm not angry. Xiao Chen felt a slight relief at this. Father Lin, you truly possess a way with children. Xiao Chen looked up and realized it was teacher Li Nuo-ing. He was taken aback when referred to as Lin's father, but chose not to dwell on it. It's nothing. Your guidance as a teacher has been exemplary. Most of the time, Mumu is indeed more assertive than Han Han, a dilemma I have yet to resolve. Xiao Chen did not overthink it. After all, they are twins, and differences in personality are to be expected. Such matters cannot be rushed. Nurturing a child requires patience and a gradual approach to correct their behaviors through daily life. A gentle and progressive guidance is essential. Teacher Li has worked hard, caring for so many children with such dedication. She is truly a commendable educator. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's praise, Li Nuo-ing felt uncertain, as she enjoyed a certain level of recognition at the school. Countless parents and teachers had complimented her, yet when Xiao Chen praised her, she found herself at a loss. You are also a wonderful father. Li Nuo-ing felt a strange sensation in Xiao Chen's presence and sought an excuse to depart. Xiao Chen then took the two children and headed home. Chapter 026. We lend you a hand, Mumu. Han Han. Do you know what season it is now? Father, it is summer. There are 4 seasons in a year. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The two little girls eagerly chimed in. Do you know what snow is? I know. Mother told us that when the weather is cold, rain can condense into snow. Xiao Chen was taken aback by this response. Truly, she is the daughter of Lin Qingyan, even aware of condensation. So, will it snow in summer? Father, it's so hot in summer. How could it possibly snow? Xiao Chen realized he needed to clarify this for the children. Otherwise, if they encountered the artificial snow they had created at home, it might skew their understanding of the ecological environment. Indeed, it does not snow in summer, but do you know about artificial snow? Artificial snow? Can humans produce snow too? Xiao Chen chuckled and replied, Yes, we can create artificial snow. We have some at home that resembles snow, but it is not real snow. It's a chemical substance. When you grow up and attend university, you will learn all about this. The two little girls listened attentively, their hearts brimming with joy at the thought of snow, as children often are thrilled by the prospect. However, when they heard Xiao Chen say, it's not snow, but similar to snow, they were left somewhat perplexed. Xiao Chen continued to explain patiently. Upon arriving home, Xiao Chui greeted the two children. As soon as they stepped out of the car, they spotted a large snowman at the entrance and rushed over in excitement, touching it all over. Xiao Chen had previously informed them that this snow was artificial and not edible, and the children were obediently cautious. Xiao Chui played with them for a while before guiding them to do their homework. Seeing Xiao Chen return to the kitchen, everyone gathered around. On one hand, they wished to learn culinary skills from her. On the other hand, Xiao Chen had brought them countless delightful surprises since her arrival in this household. Less than 24 hours ago, her exceptional culinary prowess, her kindness towards the young lady, and her demonstration of artificial snow had only enhanced their admiration for her. Noticing their warm enthusiasm, Xiao Chen felt a surge of happiness. This confirmed she had earned the recognition of those close to Lin Qingyan. After all, living under the same roof, if she were to become a source of annoyance, her stay would certainly be short-lived. Here comes the son-in-law to cook for the young lady. Indeed, the son-in-law is quite good to the young lady. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Today we have guests coming over. Qingyun suggested preparing more dishes. As many hands make light work. He recalled that Chu Ichio mentioned earlier that she would be visiting Lin Qingyun in the evening. Upon hearing this, everyone eagerly stepped forward to assist Xiao Chen. Son-in-law, you cook, and we will help with the chopping and preparation. Seeing their eagerness, Xiao Chen did not hesitate to accept their help. Initially, he sought assistance from everyone. However, the chefs here were all handpicked by Lin Qingyun, and given the generous remuneration, they tended to be rather proud. Xiao Chen was apprehensive about speaking directly, fearing it might cause discomfort among them. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised by their eagerness to lend a hand. As he observed everyone bustling about to aid him, his culinary endeavors became increasingly fluid. The carrots were diced, the braised pork cut into substantial chunks, and the abalone was thoroughly cleaned. Xiao Chen took on the role of the chief coordinator, and everyone adhered to his instructions. What would typically require 2 to 3 hours was accomplished in just over an hour under his guidance. The onlookers absorbed much knowledge as they watched Xiao Chen at work. Ultimately, following the menu provided by Lin Qingyun, they prepared 9 dishes and a soup. As they gazed upon the meals they had contributed to, a sense of satisfaction washed over them. Aunt Liang, how do you usually dine? Xiao Chen inquired, genuinely perplexed, having never witnessed the servants at mealtime. Young master, our meals depend on what ingredients are available in the kitchen. We make do with whatever we can find. In that case, what dishes would everyone like today? I shall cook for you, he offered. Upon hearing that Xiao Chen wished to prepare their meal, they eagerly protested. Oh no, young master, we can manage with something simple. Noting their reluctance, Xiao Chen adopted a firm stance. You all cook for Qingyun every day. What is wrong with me preparing a meal for you today? There's no need to refuse. Qingyun is not back yet, and I would rather join you in making dinner than sit idly. Faced with Xiao Chen's resolute demeanor, they ceased their objections and began to assist him. In their hearts, Xiao Chen's stature had risen yet again. After completing the meal, Xiao Chen verified that the notes he had prepared remained untouched, which brought him peace of mind. As twilight approached, he turned on the light beside the snowman. With the illumination, the snowman appeared even more exquisite. Having accomplished all of this, Xiao Chen settled into a chair by the door, awaiting Lin Qingyun's return. At that moment, he noticed a border collie sitting at the entrance, seemingly waiting for Lin Qingyun to come home as well. He paid it no mind, recalling how it had chased him around the mountains earlier that day. He then took out his phone and sent Lin Qingyun a WeChat message. Darling, where are you? Lin Qingyun was already on her way home and felt a warmth in her heart upon receiving Xiao Chen's message. I'll be home soon, how about you? Do you miss me? A question that was sure to elicit the right answer. I think of my wife every moment. Don't rush, I'll be home shortly. Xiao Chen could discern the shift in Lin Qingyun's demeanor. Initially somewhat aloof, they now resembled a couple in the throes of romance, inseparable. No worries, my dear. I am quite patient while I await your return. Such flattery. Have you cooked yet? My dear friend, accompanied by her husband, is seated in the car behind me. Report to the wife. Everything has been completed as per your instructions. Lin Qingyun, upon seeing the myriad messages from Xiao Chen on her phone screen, couldn't help but beam with delight. The driver, who had been steering the vehicle for Lin Qingyun, noted her radiant smile while engrossed in her phone and silently marveled at Xiao Chen's undeniable charm. Despite Lin Qingyun having signed contracts worth hundreds of billions, he had never witnessed such joy from her before. Now, he found himself quietly wishing for a blossoming relationship between Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen. On Xiao Chen's end, upon noticing the 99 notifications on his WeChat, he responded to each message. Individuals who had previously maintained no contact began to flatter him after observing his recent posts. Initially, when he shared his first post, they assumed it to be a mere image of a luxury mansion sourced from the internet, doubting that a recent university graduate like Xiao Chen could reside in such opulence. However, upon viewing his second post, they realized something was amiss. With marriage certificates and WeChat transfers, each amounting to 20,000, they finally understood that Xiao Chen had indeed found himself a wealthy partner. Xiao Chen replied to their messages in a casual manner. Chapter 027. Welcome home, my wife daddy. Are you waiting for mommy to come back? After finishing their homework, Moo Moo and Han Han emerged to find Xiao Chen. Upon seeing him seated at the entrance of their home, they rushed over, ignoring Xiao Chui's calls from behind, which proved futile. Hearing the sweet voices of his precious daughters, Xiao Chen stood up and embraced them both, allowing them to perch on his lap. "Are you hungry? If so, I'll prepare some food for you," he asked. Though still young, Moo Moo and Han Han understood that their father was expressing his care for them. Daddy, I'm not hungry. I had a hearty lunch at school. I'm not hungry either. I want to wait for Mommy to come home so we can eat together." Xiao Chen gazed at his beloved daughters, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. "All right then, let us wait for Mommy together so we can dine as a family." Dodo, seeing that Moo Moo and Han Han had joined them, trotted over and settled beside Xiao Chen, eagerly anticipating the return of its beloved owner. What a heartwarming scene it was. The 3 humans and 1 dog sat at the doorstep, yearning for their cherished one to return. Xiao Chen engaged the little ones in light conversation, and as they chatted, time gradually slipped away. Before long, Dodo stood up, having spotted lights flickering in the distance down the mountain. Xiao Chen noticed as well. The 4 of them remained at the entrance, watching as vehicles ascended the hill. The driver, upon noticing them, relayed the message. "Miss, your husband and children are waiting for you at the door." Lin Qingyun, usually unfazed by life storms, could now distinctly hear her heart racing. In that moment, she felt an immense joy. Her 4 years of waiting had not been in vain, and the burdens she had borne had not crushed her spirit. She finally understood that all her efforts were worthwhile. Disregarding her appearance, she leaned against the window, yearning for her true home. In the car, Chu Ichio remained silent, not engaging with Chen. Naturally, she too spotted Xiao Chen, holding the 2 children, standing at the entrance awaiting Lin Qingyun's arrival. A complex emotion stirred within her. It was clear that Chen would also stand at the door, waiting for her return from outings. Yet, why did she feel a twinge of envy towards Lin Qingyun? Glancing back at Chen, she shot him a glare. Chen, perplexed, had no idea why he had drawn her ire. He turned to follow her gaze. Wait, that figure looks so familiar. As they drew closer, Chen recognized that it was the young man who had competed with him for a necklace. Initially, he had intended to surprise Chu Ichio, but Xiao Chen had purchased the necklace instead. "My dear wife, can I stay in the car and wait for you? Would that be acceptable?" Chu Iku, already feeling a mix of emotions, bristled at Chen's reluctance to accompany her. "Chen, what do you mean? I simply asked you to join me for a meal. Do you not wish to come with me?" Chen felt a surge of anger upon seeing Chu Ichio, yet he dared not resist any further. "I'm leaving," he muttered. Chu Ichio shot him a glare, choosing silence thereafter. As the car came to a stop, Lin Qingyun swiftly exited. Mumu, Han Han, and Dodo, upon spotting Lin Qingyun, dashed toward her. Mom! Mom!" they exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Chen remained rooted in place, watching them with warmth blooming in his heart. Lin Qingyun affectionately patted the dog's head, embraced Moo Moo and Han Han, and took their hands as she approached Xiao Chen. When she glanced towards him, she noticed no man by behind him, a wave of inexplicable emotion flooding her heart. They embraced, both feeling a sense of tranquility. "Welcome home, my dear wife." Lin Qingyun beamed, playfully punching Xiao Chen's chest with her tiny fist. This enchanting scene was witnessed by Chu Ichio and Chen as they exited the car, a sight that captivated all. "Did you make this with sodium polyacrylate?" Lin Qingyun inquired, pointing at Bai. I knew I couldn't fool you, my dear. I was going to tell you it snowed at home." Xiao Chen replied with a radiant smile, delivering another gentle punch to his chest. "Humph, you still think you could deceive me?" Lin Qingyun approached Bai, picking up a note from its hand. "Lin Qingyun, my darling, welcome home." She read aloud, tears gradually blurring her vision as she scanned each note. Ding! Sweet impact. Constitution 15, Charme 15, Endurance 15. What a significant boost. Xiao Chen marveled. Noticing Lin Qingyun standing still, Xiao Chen stepped forward, only to be taken aback by her tears. Had he done something wrong? "My dear, what is the matter? Why are you crying?" he asked anxiously, grasping her arm. Lin Qingyun, upon seeing Xiao Chen approach, buried her face in his chest and began to weep. "Don't scare me like this. It frightens me." Xiao Chen gently wiped her tears with his hand. Lin Qingyun lifted her tear-filled gaze to meet his, speaking softly in the past. I believed my parents' home was my own. It wasn't until I became pregnant that I pondered the true meaning of home. What does it truly resemble? I tried to emulate my parents by preparing a house for us, yet I still felt disconnected from the essence of home. It was only with your return, Xiao Chen, that I realized wherever you and our children are, that is my home. You are my true belonging. Hearing Lin Qingyun's heartfelt confession stirred profound emotions within Xiao Chen. Indeed, it is only where you and the children are that I find my home. That is my true belonging. In the past, my sole aspiration was to secure a stable job after graduation, marry a woman, and raise children. However, what I did not realize was that you, Qingyun, silently bore all of this burden alone. I am truly sorry for not being there for you, allowing you and our child to suffer. From now on, I shall embrace the responsibilities of a father and a husband. Trust me, I will treat you and our child with utmost care, ensuring that you experience no hardship whatsoever. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun let out a cold snort. Isn't this what you were supposed to do? Xiao Chen scratched his head and replied, Dear, please do not be sad. This scene profoundly affected all the servants in Lin Qingyun's household and the Chu Ichio couple. Yet at that moment, the two little ones interjected once more. Mommy, why are you crying? Mommy, did Daddy bully you? Huan will help you beat Daddy. Observing these mischievous little ones, Lin Qingyun's tears ceased to flow. Yes, it was indeed Daddy who bullied me. You two must help me. Moo, assist Mommy in dealing with Daddy. Huan, come help too. Xiao Chen also knelt down, allowing the two little ones to reach him. At that moment, the little ones whispered into Xiao Chen's ear, Daddy, do not worry. We will only hit you gently. Hearing this, Xiao Chen could not help but shed tears. Truly, they were his little treasures. Hey, you two are making such a racket. Do you think I cannot hear you? The two little ones looked up to see Lin Qingyun, arms crossed, gazing down at them. OEV been discovered. Chapter 028. The straight man, quite straight, the two little girls hurriedly hid behind Xiao Chen, clutching his legs and trembling with fear. Upon witnessing this scene, everyone felt a pang of envy towards this happy family. Joyful, sweet, and blissful. The couple shared a tender bond, while their two children were adorably mischievous. For a moment, all eyes were fixed on Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen's family. Lin Qingyun sensed that the atmosphere had become awkward and swiftly intervened, urging everyone not to linger at the door, but rather to come inside. Aunt Liang, noticing the situation, organized everyone to enter and chat. Miss Ichio, it has been quite some time since you last visited our home. Aunt Liang, I've been busy with work, but now that I have some free time, I thought I'd drop by. Come on in. Today, our son-in-law has prepared a delicious meal. The Chu Ichio couple did not wait for Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen and followed Aunt Liang inside. Chu Igu, not wishing to endure Lin Qingyun's dog food, a term for couples flaunting their affection, made her way to the dining table. You two little rascals, do you abandon your mother the moment you see your father? Seeing the mildly annoyed expression on Lin Qingyun's face, Moo and Han felt a twinge of guilt. Dear, the little ones are just trying to ensure our happiness. Please don't be angry with them, all right? Look at your father pleading for you. This time I shall spare you both. But dare to misbehave again, and I... we won't dare. We won't dare. The two children shouted as they dashed back home. Dear, you must be hungry too. Let us return home for a meal. Lin Qingyun feigned annoyance, stating, Now you realize I am hungry? Where were you before? Hee, I was merely aware of your hunger and went to prepare a meal for you. Lin Qingyun was only teasing Xiao Chen, intertwining her arm with his as they made their way home. Dodo followed closely behind, ensuring their safety. Chu Ichio, unbothered by any pretense, had already seated herself at the dining table, eagerly awaiting the food. Your intentions for visiting my home are rather transparent. What? Can't one even enjoy a meal? Lin Qingyun remarked, while Xiao Chen placed the two children on chairs beside the table and went to pull out a seat for Lin Qingyun. He Bei-chun, witnessing this, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, recalling how Xiao Chen behaved similarly at home. Noticing He Bei-chun's amused expression, Chu Ichio, already in a foul mood, became irritated at her husband's lack of decorum. What are you laughing at, He Bei-chun? I'm not laughing, my dear wife. He Bei-chun, caught in the act, felt embarrassed and hastily defended himself. Oh dear, a failed scheme indeed. Seeing her husband in such a state, Chu Ichio's temper flared. You laughed, so just admit it. Her voice rang out, startling everyone present. Ichio, why are you being so fierce? Lin Qingyun was puzzled by Chu Ichio's treatment of her husband. Qingyun, why do you never stand up for me anymore? I wish to support you, but I desire more for you to lead a happy life. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Chu Ichio ceased her argument. Bowing her head, she pondered, is it my fault? Clearly, he was the one who initiated that ridiculous gesture. She glanced at He Beichun and then turned her gaze towards Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen. She could not comprehend why Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen appeared so blissful together. In the beginning, she held some affection for He Beichun, but now, that sentiment had transformed entirely into disdain. This was simply a matter of becoming accustomed. Though she had grown used to it, she remained unsatisfied. Xiao Chen's remarks stirred a discontent within her heart, implying that she was dissatisfied with her current situation. Hey, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Why beat around the bush? She thought to herself, you have grown accustomed to brother He's kindness, and gradually, you feel he no longer treats you as well as before. In truth, brother He has not changed at all. It is merely your growing discontent with the status quo that leads you to perceive your unhappiness. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, He Beichun's gaze appeared particularly earnest, far more affectionate than a reunion with a long-lost father. Xiao Chen's few sentences encapsulated the struggles He Beichun had endured over the years, which he had been too afraid to voice himself. Xiao Chen spoke for him, filling He Beichun with immense gratitude. Chu Ichio, upon hearing Xiao Chen, felt little anger. She was perceptive enough to understand why her relationship with He Beichun had deteriorated. So, if I am dissatisfied, he cannot treat me better? Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun fell silent, and He Beichun recognized that the opportunity had been granted to him. I can. I will. My dear wife, I promise to treat you twice as well from now on. As Chu Ichio observed He Beichun, he resembled the man who had once courted her fervently. It stirred her heart once more. Let's see how you perform. He Beichun understood her implication immediately. Receive, my dear wife. With the matter resolved, Lin Qingyun cheerfully suggested, now, let us commence our meal. It seems that my husband is indeed capable, she thought, having witnessed their quarrels over the years. With Xiao Chen's words, their relationship had at least softened somewhat. Once the dishes were served, Xiao Chen initiated his feeding mode. Ding! Double benefits. Stamina 5, Charisma 5. Endurance 1. Xiao Chen no longer paid much heed to these bonuses. He felt that his current state was sufficient, and excessive enhancements might yield counterproductive results. For instance, he recalled his encounter with that young girl at the mall today. He suddenly remembered that he had been too preoccupied to block her. Never mind. Feeding my wife and child is more important. Chu Ichio watched as Lin Qingyun effortlessly enjoyed her meal while she still held her chopsticks. Frustrated, she set them down on the table. My dear wife, do you find the food unpalatable? Hearing this, Xiao Chen and the others looked on curiously. How could that be? My father's cooking is absolutely delicious. Indeed, Sister Chu, you will know once you taste it. The two little ones said little more than to inform them that Xiao Chen's cooking was delightful, then resumed their meal with quiet contentment. Upon hearing Sister Chu, Xiao Chen was quite perplexed. Was she not the same age as Lin Qingyun? Lin Qingyun, noticing Xiao Chen's confusion, explained that being called sister made her seem younger, prompting Mu Mu and Han Han to address her as such. Xiao Chen finally understood. What a clever act of self-deception. Observing He Beichun's utterly bewildered expression, she felt no desire to elaborate further. Was it not obvious? Chu Ichio, ignoring He Beichun, placed her chopsticks down, initially believing he understood her meaning. Yet, this fellow was glancing around, utterly oblivious to the need to feed her. Resolutely, she decided to fix her gaze directly on Lin Qingyun. It was only when He Beichun witnessed Xiao Chen feeding Lin Qingyun that realization dawned upon him. What a straightforward man, so utterly blunt. Following Xiao Chen's example, He Beichun attempted to feed Chu Ichio, though his lack of experience showed. The sweetened white fungus porridge dribbled down the corner of Chu Ichio's mouth. Must you be so forceful? Do you think my mouth is that large? With such vigor, are you trying to break my lips? Chapter 29. Unable to fit? He Beichun gazed at Chu Ichio, feeling a pang of sympathy. My dear wife, your delicate cherry lips, this spoon is too large. I cannot manage to fit it in. Despite his efforts to please Chu Ichio, a humorous predicament ensued. Aunt Liang, unable to bear the sight, handed He Bei-chan a smaller spoon. This amused both Mumu and Han Hang greatly. Sister Chu, you can't eat properly. Hey, why don't we let Daddy feed you instead? Such innocent words. Lin Qingyun, unfazed, gently instructed Mumu and Han Hang. Daddy feeds me because he is my husband. When he feeds you, it is because he is your father. Sister Chu has her own husband and does not require your father to feed her. But uncle, he is not doing it right. Exactly. He can't even manage it. Sister Chu hasn't had a bite yet. He Bei-chun felt even more embarrassed, as the two children believed he was failing, let alone Chu Ichio. Sweethearts, it's normal to struggle the first time. Just try harder the next time, and you will succeed. When I fed Mommy for the first time, she also didn't get a bite. Mumu and Han Hang pondered over Xiao Chen's words. My dear wife, I shall improve with each attempt. Chu Ichio chose not to hold He Bei-chun's shortcomings against him, granting him another chance despite his initial failure. Mimicking Xiao Chen, He Bei-chun tried repeatedly, eventually managing to feed Chu Ichio without spilling a drop. Mumu and Han Hang, witnessing this, felt relieved, as they did not want He Bei-chun to waste Xiao Chen's delicious meal. As He Bei-chun grew more adept with each feeding, Chu Ichio felt a warmth in her heart watching the earnest man before her. After the ladies had their fill, Xiao Chen and He Bei-chun finally found time to eat. Darling, we want to wait for you today. We'll head upstairs first. Come up when you're done. Hee. Daddy, we'll be waiting for you upstairs. He Bei-chun looked at Xiao Chen's family with envy. As a son-in-law in Chu Ichio's household, he often felt the pressure, but it was a predicament he accepted, for he was deeply in love with Chu Ichio. Xiao Chen, I apologize for earlier at the mall. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Had he ever met He Bei-chun? Did we meet before He Bei-chun felt his affection for Xiao Chen diminish slightly upon realizing he did not recognize him. To his surprise, Xiao Chen, appearing so carefree, seemed to be someone who kept track of past encounters. At the mall, I intended to purchase that necklace you coveted. Have you forgotten? Xiao Chen then recalled there had indeed been someone competing with him for that necklace, but in his haste to return home, he had paid no attention to the individual. To my astonishment, I now find myself seated at the dining table with Xiao Chen, who is equally uncomfortable. Brother He, is that you? I barely recognized you. What a shame. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's admission of not recognizing him, He Bei-chun understood, for Xiao Chen had not even changed his attire. With his tall stature and handsome features, He Bei-chun had indeed retained a memory of him. However, upon further reflection, He Bei-chun recalled that Xiao Chen had not spared him a glance during their previous encounter at the mall, leading him to believe that perhaps he had been overly imaginative. Nevertheless, your bond with Qingyun appears to be quite strong, He Bei-chun remarked, and Xiao Chen comprehended the unfortunate reality of He Bei-chun's situation. It was rather disheartening. Brother He, were we? We are men. How can a man allow his woman to perceive him as inadequate? Xiao Chen paused before continuing. You must exhibit your masculine prowess in her presence. But, He Bei-chun interjected, his expression one of despair. What is it? Xiao Chen inquired. You speak of showcasing one's masculine prowess, yet I have never even shared a bed with Ichio, He Bei-chun lamented. At this revelation, Xiao Chen, mid-sip of his kanji, nearly spewed it forth. Haven't you been married for 4 years? For years, my dear brother. How have you managed to endure this? Xiao Chen realized his remark was misplaced, as he had not intended to delve into such matters. Alas, it is all Brother He's influence that led me astray. When I spoke of masculine prowess, I did not mean in the bedroom. Brother He, I was referring to your demeanor in everyday life. You must present yourself as a man, someone she can rely upon. While it is important to heed her words, you must also express your own character and charm. After listening to Xiao Chen's words, He Bei-chun seemed to grasp some understanding. These insights stemmed from advice Xiao Chen had received from his roommates during his courtship with Li Yaoyao. However, he recognized that such counsel was ineffective unless both parties mutually loved one another. Unilateral efforts yield no fruit. Xiao Chen was uncertain of Chu Ichio's feelings for He Bei-chun, yet it was evident that He Bei-chun harbored profound affection for Chu Ichio. The issue lay in his approach, which failed to convey his love effectively. In matters of the heart, one must realize that love requires not only a beginning but also diligent nurturing. Passion may gradually fade, but true affection should deepen with time spent together. If one begins to feel fatigued by the relationship, it signals a misalignment in one's thoughts. Xiao Chen wished not to overwhelm He Beichun with too much reasoning, as he himself was not entirely versed in such matters. After their meal, he tidied the table and led He Beichun upstairs. Observing Xiao Chen's actions, He Beichun found himself perplexed. Surely, such tasks were meant for servants? Perhaps this was indicative of their differing circumstances. As they ascended, Xiao Chen caught the melodious sounds of Lin Qingyun strumming her guitar and singing. The youthful heart is often reckless. Now, you roam the world as your home. Truly, Lin Qingyun is remarkable. Undoubtedly, she is my wife. Her voice, embodying the essence of a queen, captivated the atmosphere with unparalleled grace. Xiao Chen still vividly recalls the moment he encountered Lin Qingyun again, during which he sang this very song. Hearing Lin Qingyun perform it now fills his heart with warmth. He chose not to sing along, but instead attentively listened as she delivered the song with grace, admiring the perfection of her melodious voice. As the final notes of the guitar faded, Xiao Chen applauded enthusiastically and approached Lin Qingyun. "My dear, it's a pity you aren't a star. Your voice is simply too enchanting. It's as if my ears are about to conceive." Upon receiving such praise from Xiao Chen, Lin Qingyun felt an overwhelming joy. To be acknowledged by the one she loves is the greatest comfort to her heart. "Not at all, darling. Your singing is far more delightful." He Beichun, witnessing the scene between Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, was filled with envy, longing for the same joyful moments with Chu Yiqiu. He was also impressed by Xiao Chen's undeniable talent. Indeed, flattery requires a certain finesse, yet Xiao Chen's admiration was sincere. Lin Qingyun's singing was genuinely exquisite, a fact that He Beichun simply failed to comprehend. Chapter 030. You are my delightful milk tea. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun praise Xiao Chen's melodious singing, Mu Mu and Han Han eagerly clung to Xiao Chen's legs, insisting that he serenade them. Observing the expectant glances from Lin Qingyun and the two little ones, Xiao Chen felt no inclination to refuse. The joy of his wife and children was paramount. As he embraced his guitar, he transformed, exuding an air of profundity that was almost palpable. With his delicate fingers strumming the strings, a sonorous and enchanting melody enveloped the surroundings, parting the clouds like a beautiful blue velvet. From the very first note, he shattered the audience's previous understanding of music. He Beichun could not help but admire silently. Goodness, I never realized Xiao Chen was so multifaceted. No wonder Lin Qingyun is utterly devoted to him. If only I possessed such a voice. My wife wouldn't regard me with such indifference. Those with shallow perceptions see only the superficial. To love someone is not merely a reflection of their excellence or talents. Love is an intrinsic feeling. No matter what they do, they are perceived as the best. I traverse mountains for you, yet I am oblivious to the scenery. At that moment, everyone was captivated by Xiao Chen's vocal prowess, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Lin Qingyun, moved by the song he chose, fought back tears, unwilling to let them spill. Mu Mu and Han Han fell silent, their admiration for Xiao Chen deepening with every note. As the exquisite voice resonated, Chu Yiqiu began to comprehend why Lin Qingyun adored Xiao Chen so deeply. However, it seemed that the couple had been too pressured by the constraints of marriage to truly experience love, leaving them unaware of the profound connection between Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, lost in the moment, sang with unwavering focus, his gaze never straying from Lin Qingyun. She could sense his affection, her cheeks flushing ever so slightly. Love is but a single word, uttered once. Those who hear it may stir with longing. In the bustling city, I search for your name, for your happiness is my lifelong concern. When Xiao Chen concluded his song, the audience remained entranced, unable to extricate themselves from the lingering melody. It was tea until Do exclaimed that they snapped back to reality. Wow, Daddy sings so beautifully. Daddy is amazing. Mu Mu and Han Han cheered in unison. Indeed, remarkable. Lin Qingyun chimed in, echoing her daughter's sentiments. So impressive. Chu Ichio mimicked Lin Qingyun's tone. Yet her sarcasm was not lost on Lin Qingyun, who paid her no mind. Her husband was not a subject for others' judgment. Hearing Lin Qingyun's praises brought joy to Xiao Chen. His wife's approval surpassed all else. I must use the restroom. Continue enjoying yourselves. Upon hearing Chu Ichio's declaration, He Beichen immediately stood, reaching out to assist her. Upon witnessing He Beichen's sudden display of fervor, Chu Ichio felt a moment of astonishment. Why had he become so attentive all of a sudden? Do you need me to accompany you, my dear? She replied coldly. No need. Are you suggesting I should follow you to the restroom? He Beichen was taken aback by Chu Ichio's rejection and found himself at a loss, merely watching her retreating figure. It wasn't until she had distanced herself that he despondently settled beside Xiao Chen. Did I not just exhibit a man's vigor? Hearing He Beichen's inquiry, Lin Qingyun felt a twinge of surprise, but quickly understood. You did well to stand and attempt to assist Chu Ichio, but your subsequent actions were quite disappointing. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's willingness to assist him, He Beichen felt invigorated. After all, only a woman could truly comprehend another woman. What should I do then? Xiao Chen chuckled. If you wish to accompany her, you ought to say, I also need to use the restroom. That way, you won't appear overly eager. Your behavior did not endear you to Chu Ichio. Instead, it made her feel that you were intruding upon her independence, naturally leading to her aversion. He Beichen was taken aback by Xiao Chen's words. There was indeed much to learn. He reconsidered his previous thoughts. While women might not always understand each other, Xiao Chen undoubtedly possessed an astute understanding of femininity, and he was also in tune with He Beichen's own nature. This realization intensified He Beichen's desire to glean more knowledge from Xiao Chen. Lin Qingyun, upon hearing Xiao Chen's remarks, felt a pang of annoyance. Xiao Chen, be honest. Is this how you flirt with other girls at school? Xiao Chen broke into a cold sweat at her words. I am innocent. I assure you, I would never shower attentions on other girls. That was merely to assist He Beichen in improving his rapport with your friend. Listening to Xiao Chen's explanation, Lin Qingyun regarded him with a gaze that seemed to convey trust, albeit reluctantly. Could you teach me another trick? I wish to learn more. Xiao Chen pondered, realizing that if He Beichen could win Chu Ichio's favor, it would limit their visits to Lin Qingyun, thus allowing him more time to engage with her. This is simple. Just pay attention. Xiao Chen turned to Lin Qingyun. Dear, do you know what you ordered me? Lin Qingyun, intrigued by a sudden question, played along. I don't know. Xiao Chen adopted a tone of endearment. You are my beloved milk tea. Lin Qingyun found herself curious. Why beloved milk tea? Because that way, I can hold you in my palms. Ding. Sweet bonus acquired. Constitution 3, Charm 3, Endurance 3. Lin Qingyun's face flushed a deep crimson, reaching the very roots of her ears. How vexing. What are you saying? She exclaimed, a hint of playful annoyance in her tone. He, Xiao Chen, grinning foolishly as he caressed his own head, felt a profound sense of satisfaction in bringing joy to his beloved wife. Observing Lin Qingyun's reaction, He Beichen immediately recognized the effectiveness of this approach and began to contemplate how he might employ the same tactic with Chu Ichio. Daddy, I want to be cradled in your palms too, piped up Moo Moo and Han Han, eager to replicate Xiao Chen's affectionate gesture towards their mother. Very well. I shall now hold you both in my hands, Xiao Chen declared, inviting Moo Moo and Han Han to perch upon his palms. He gradually elevated his hands, swaying them gently in the air. As she watched Xiao Chen's antics, Lin Qingyun's heart leapt in her throat, apprehensive about the potential for a fall and the pain it could entail. Nevertheless, she refrained from intervening, not out of indifference towards her children, but rather from a deep-seated trust in Xiao Chen. He Beichen, observing this joyful family scene, felt a twinge of envy, pondering how, if only Chu Ichio did not harbor any reservations about him, their child would likely be of a similar age by now. Chapter 031. How did it change? Moo Moo and Han Han perched upon Xiao Chen's palm, soaring through the skies. Initially gripped by fear, they gradually acclimated to the exhilaration of the experience. Qingyun, how can you allow him to play with the children like this? Upon returning, Chu Ichio was alarmed to see Xiao Chen lifting Moo Moo and Han Han above his head. and she reproached Lin Qingyun. Lin Qingyun, however, remained calm compared to Chu Yiqiu, responding softly, "Having children is merely a form of play. Let them enjoy themselves. You need not worry. I have complete faith in my husband. He knows how to keep the children safe." Despite Lin Qingyun's reassurances, Chu Yiqiu's concern lingered. What if the children accidentally fell? She braced herself, ready to catch Mu Mu and Han Han at a moment's notice, fearing they might slip from Xiao Chen's grasp. "My dear wife, can you guess what you are to me?" Bei Chen's sudden inquiry left Chu Yiqiu bewildered, but her primary focus remained on the safety of Mu Mu and Han Han. "What are you asking me at a time like this?" Perplexed by Chu Yiqiu's response, Bei Chen wondered why her answer diverged from Lin Qingyun's. Hearing their exchange, Xiao Chen gently set the two little ones down to assist Bei Chen wholeheartedly. Lin Qingyun turned to Chu Yiqiu and remarked, "He was asking you a question. Could you please respond appropriately?" Confused by everyone's reactions, Chu Yiqiu pondered their behavior. "What did you just ask? I didn't quite catch that." The group was momentarily stunned. "Did you not hear?" Bei Chen, undeterred, lowered his voice and pressed on, "My dear wife, can you guess what you are to me? Why do you sound so strange? Can't you speak normally?" Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were equally taken aback by her response. "Is this how we play now?" Bei Chen, seemingly crestfallen, stared down at his clothing, unsure of how to proceed. Not wanting him to feel too disheartened, Lin Qingyun interjected, "Yiqiu, he asked you what you think you are to him. Why are you fixated on his voice? You wouldn't understand. He spends all day at home watching those short videos where people dressed in tight clothing shout knife, something something, and that's the voice he uses. It leaves me utterly speechless." Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were rendered speechless by Chu Yiqiu's observation. It appears her focus is rather peculiar. But what does Bei Chen truly enjoy? Lin Qingyun's mind wandered to the image of Xiao Chen in tight attire. "Qingyun, why are you drooling? You don't actually enjoy those videos, do you?" Chu Yiqiu questioned as she noticed Qingyun's reaction. Xiao Chen hurried forward, wiping Lin Qingyun's mouth. "How could that be? I would never like such things." "Then why are you drooling?" Lin Qingyun, "My wife must be hungry and longing for the meals I prepare. Please refrain from further comments." Xiao Chen inquired of Lin Qingyun, "Darling, are you hungry?" Hearing Xiao Chen's words warmed Lin Qingyun's heart. Indeed, her husband was the best. Ding. Sweet Trois, Constitution 5. Charisma 5, Endurance 5. "It's all right, dear. I'm on a diet and won't eat dinner tonight." Chu Yiqiu was at a loss for words. It was only an hour since they had dined, so how could she be so hungry so soon? She scrutinized Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, pondering there must be something clandestine between them. Bei Chen, observing Xiao Chen's affectionate demeanor towards Lin Qingyun and her evident joy, mused to himself, "I've learned another trick. It seems I must seek further instruction from Xiao Chen in the future." He wondered if Xiao Chen would retaliate upon hearing this. However, Bei Chen dismissed such concerns. With Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen assisting him, he could not afford to falter. "My dear wife, can you guess what you are to me?" Chu Yiqiu, irritated by Bei Chen's incessant questioning, retorted, "What do you keep asking for? What do you say I am to you?" Bei Chen, slightly disheartened by her response, nonetheless seized the opportunity to continue, "My dear wife, you are my fragrant milk tea." Witnessing Bei Chen's foolish grin only fueled Chu Yiqiu's annoyance. "What are you grinning about?" "Fragrant milk tea." Ridiculous. Bei Chen was taken aback. He had never anticipated such a response from his wife. The two little girls watched anxiously. "Sister Chu, please don't be upset. Speak nicely to Uncle He." "Yes, Sister Chu, you should ask Uncle He why you are fragrant milk tea." Earlier, when Bei Chen sought advice, the two little girls had been listening nearby, likely grasping the meaning. Upon hearing Mu Mu and Han Han's words, Chu Yiqiu's heart softened. She had always adored children, so she played along with their suggestion and responded to Bei Chen, "Why do you say I am fragrant milk tea?" Seizing the moment, Bei Chen eagerly replied, "Because that way, I can hold you in the palm of my hand. Exactly, just like when my father held me earlier, flying in the sky." "Sister Chu, it's super exhilarating. You should let Uncle He hold you to try." The two little girls looked at Bei Chen and Chu Yiqiu with wide, expectant eyes. Everyone, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, couldn't help but chuckle at this. They envisioned Chu Yiqiu perched in Bei Chen's hand, her startled expression. He Beichin was utterly dumbfounded. This story was unfolding in a direction he had never imagined. He had merely recounted everything according to Xiao Chen's words. How could it have developed this way? This was an entirely different outcome. Oh no! He Beichin's heart cried out repeatedly. Why? Why? Chu Ichio glared at He Beichin, exasperated. He Beichin, why can't you think of anything sensible? Chu Ichio exclaimed, her eyes filled with resentment as she envisioned herself in He Beichin's grasp. My dear wife, I just wanted to... He Beichin began, but before he could finish, Chu Ichio interjected. Wanted me to do what? To sit in your hands while you lift me? Have you lost your senses? At that moment, He Beichin felt utterly wronged, unable to voice his true intention of wanting to make her happy. Little did he know, Chu Ichio would not allow him to complete his thought, cutting him off. Now, with his head bowed, He Beichin found himself at a loss for what to do. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun shared a look of sympathy for him. What a splendid opportunity. What a flirtatious line of affection. How has it all gone awry here? Fortunately, Chu Ichio's phone rang, shattering the awkwardness. Hello, Ichio. Where have you and Beichin gone? Why aren't you back yet? Oh, Mom, I'm grown up now. Why are you still fussing over me? I'm at Qingyun's house. You little rascal, what's this? Just because you're grown up doesn't mean you can escape my care. Chapter 32. Truly a mother-daughter pair upon sensing something amiss. Lin Qingyun hurriedly answered the phone. Sister, it's Qingyun. Ichio is here with me. We're having a chat. Xiao Chen, upon hearing the term sister, looked bewilderedly at Lin Qingyun. Wasn't that Chu Ichio's mother? Why would she address her as sister? Shouldn't it be Anne instead? Chu Ichio noticed Xiao Chen's confusion. My mom says calling her sister makes her seem younger. She doesn't want Qingyun to call her aunt. Indeed, one could not help but acknowledge the striking resemblance between mother and daughter. Qingyun, my dear, you have always been so likable since childhood. If only we had not already had 2 daughters, I would have claimed you as my own. Lin Qingyun chuckled awkwardly. What are you saying, sister? We are all sisters here. Xiao Chen, listening from the side, was utterly astonished. He never imagined that Lin Qingyun had such a side to her. Well, since Ichio is with you, I can rest easy. I won't interrupt you any longer. Enjoy yourselves. With that, Lin Qingyun ended the call. She had never been fond of visiting Chu Ichio's home, fearing that her mother could talk incessantly. Lin Qingyun offered Xiao Chen an awkward yet polite smile. Xiao Chen mimicked Lin Qingyun's earlier phone manner, exclaiming, What are you saying, sister? We are all sisters here. This provoked a hearty laugh from everyone present, and one could not deny that Xiao Chen's imitation was remarkably accurate. Lin Qingyun's expression turned cold as she clenched her fist and aimed a playful punch at a certain part of Xiao Chen's anatomy. Xiao Chen, are you trying to become sisters with me? Seeing this, Xiao Chen quickly covered himself. Dear, think of your future happiness. Xiao Chen conceded, and Lin Qingyun decided to cease her playful banter. As they exchanged amused glances amidst the laughter of the crowd, the tension surrounding Chu Ichio and He Beichin was somewhat alleviated, even if it did not resolve their relationship. With the atmosphere lightened, there was no need for further playful antics. At that moment, Chu Ichio curiously inquired, How did you create that snowman outside your door? It looks so realistic. Before Xiao Chen could respond, Mumu and Hanhua chimed in eagerly. That snow was made by my dad. Yes, it's artificially made snow. My dad is amazing. Having grown up with a silver spoon, Chu Ichio was intrigued by the revelation. Artificial snow? Even in this warm weather, it should have melted by now. How is it still visible? She pointed towards the entrance. He Beichin, equally curious, was thoroughly impressed by Xiao Chen's ingenuity in preparing such a surprise for Lin Qingyun. Xiao Chen, however, refrained from explaining and instead connected his phone to Bluetooth, projecting the entire snowmaking process onto the screen. The reason he recorded this video was to spark Mumu and Hanhua's interest in chemistry, for indeed, curiosity is the greatest teacher. As everyone watched Xiao Chen methodically demonstrate the process in the video, a newfound respect for him blossomed among the onlookers, especially Mumu and Han, although Xiao Chen had already explained everything to them on the way back. It was this direct visual experience that truly illuminated the allure of science for the two of them. As they watched the video of sodium polyacrylate absorbing water and expanding, the two little ones gasped in astonishment. They could hardly believe that the powder could transform into snow. Chu Ichio and He Beichun were equally taken aback. Despite their respectable education, neither had genuinely studied the subject, merely skimming through for exams. Witnessing Xiao Chen's impressive knowledge inspired in them a deep admiration. However, Lin Qingyun paid little attention to the snowmaking process. Her gaze was solely fixed on Xiao Chen. It wasn't until the video concluded that everyone regained their composure. Xiao Chen, I truly didn't expect you possessed such skills. Brother Chen, what a surprise. You are indeed quite proficient. Of course, this is my husband, a person of extraordinary talent. Xiao Chen shyly scratched his head. Yet Mu and Han were still not satisfied. Xiao Chen's phone lay nearby, and they understood how to cast the screen. They eagerly picked up Xiao Chen's phone and began to explore. The device, a new one provided by Lin Qingyun, contained only these two videos, one of the snowmaking and the other of Xiao Chen training the dog that morning. Upon discovering the latter, Mu and Han clicked on it without a second thought. Xiao Chen sensed something amiss and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Oh well, if it brings a smile to my wife and children, let it play. Suddenly, the scene shifted to the entrance of Lin Qingyun's home, where Xiao Chen was seen tossing a dog toy ball into the distance. At first, everyone thought nothing of it. After all, it was merely a dog walk. But just as the audience relaxed, a twist occurred. After throwing the ball, instead of retrieving it, the dog charged towards Xiao Chen, causing him to flee in a panic. Ha ha ha! Brother Chen, your expression would make for a viral meme across the land. Upon hearing He Beichun's comment, both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun's faces darkened. Unbeknownst to He Beichun and Chu Ichio, they remained oblivious to the couple's change in demeanor. Xiao Chen had never intended for Lin Qingyun to see this. He simply forgot to delete it. He allowed Mu and Han to reveal it, hoping to elicit some laughter from Lin Qingyun and the children. Yet, surprisingly, Lin Qingyun and the kids didn't find it amusing at all, while Chu Ichio and He Beichun were doubled over in laughter. Qingyun, I didn't realize your husband had such athletic prowess. Dodo couldn't keep up with him. Indeed, Brother Chen, your physique is remarkable. Even the cameraman couldn't catch up to you. Xiao Chen, Lin Qingyun, and the two little ones exchanged exasperated glances at the Chu couple. The two remained blissfully unaware of the awkwardness, sitting there grinning foolishly, occasionally glancing at Xiao Chen. Woof woof. Dodo, unable to bear the scene any longer, barked a few times at them. The two individuals not only showed no intention of stopping. Upon hearing Dodo's call, they instead laughed even more recklessly. At that moment, a WeChat notification interrupted their laughter. Mu, holding her phone, saw a message and promptly opened it. A friend with the username Xiao had sent Xiao Chen the following message. Brother Chen, it's late at night, and the world is quiet. I wonder if you, far away from me, have thought of me. I miss your captivating gaze, your handsome face, your impressive stature, and your strong physique, especially your. It truly leaves me utterly enchanted, lost in a dream. I cannot sleep for thinking of you. Brother Chen, He Beichun's audible gulp shattered the silence. Xiao Chen quickly turned to Lin Qingyun, who was on the verge of losing her temper, glaring at him with palpable fury. Previously, when Lin Qingyun suffered losses amounting to hundreds of billions at the company, she remained unfazed. Yet this time, she was genuinely enraged. Darling, please let me explain. I am innocent. Darling. Chapter 033. My dear wife, I am wrong. What are you wronged about? You have bullied Lin Qingyun to the extent of it. Chu Ichio glanced at that message, feeling indignant on behalf of Lin Qingyun. No matter how playful they might be at ordinary times, when it truly matters, she, as a best friend, would never allow Lin Qingyun to suffer even the slightest grievance. Xiao Chen, I never expected you to be this kind of person. At this moment, He Beichun's admiration for Xiao Chen dissipated entirely. He was shocked to discover that he was a scoundrel. Although He Beichun was not adept at making Chu Ichio laugh, he was absolutely devoted. Witnessing Xiao Chen's behavior, his disdain surged. Mu and Han could not comprehend the words above, nor did they grasp the situation. What do you mean wronged? Speak. I am listening. Lin Qingyun's voice was icy, sending shivers down the spines of those present. As for Xiao Chen, he was filled with regret, lamenting his oversight in failing to delete that little girl. In this scenario, If Lin Qingyun did not believe Xiao Chen, there would be no way for him to clear his name. My dear wife, please do not be angry. Allow me to explain the situation. You may speak. Hearing Lin Qingyun's frigid tone, Xiao Chen dared not delay. This afternoon, I mentioned wanting to go to the mall to buy you a gift. She insisted on adding me as a WeChat friend before letting me leave. I even ran into brother He. I truly have no connection with her. Xiao Chen recounted the actual events without fabrication. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, the crowd was left in a state of skepticism, uncertain of the veracity of his words. Anyone can concoct a story. What if you are deceiving us? How would we know? Chu Ichio glared at Xiao Chen, declaring that if he dared betray Lin Qingyun, she would be the first to hold him accountable. I am telling the truth. Look, I only added her this afternoon. Check the time. Brother He confirmed that it was merely a couple of minutes apart from when I met you at the jewelry store. I am not lying to you, dear wife. You must believe me. The time of adding a friend proves nothing. Perhaps you added her afterward. What must I do for you to believe me? Xiao Chen was at a loss, regretting not having the driver accompany him, as he found himself in a predicament with no clear resolution. Call her and confront her directly. Upon hearing Chu Ichio's suggestion, Xiao Chen turned to Lin Qingyun. My dear wife, shall I call? The only response he received was a chilling one. Make the call. Xiao Chen took the phone from Moo Moo's hands and dialed WeChat. Dad, it's fine. Just call and clarify. Mom won't be angry. Xiao Chen felt a warmth in his heart at the words of the little cotton-padded jacket. Beep, beep, beep. At last the call connected. Brother Chen, you called me so late. Do you miss me? The crowd felt a wave of revulsion at that voice. Who are you calling your brother? I'm asking you now, where did we first meet? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's fierce voice, Yi Ruchio felt a tremor in her heart. How could he be so intimidating? However, with years of experience in charming men, she remained unfazed. Brother Chen, why must you be so fierce? The crowd, hearing her high-pitched tone, was filled with disdain. I ask you, where do we first meet? Brother Chen, you claim not to care about me, yet you are now recalling the place of our initial encounter. Not receiving a response, Xiao Chen grew increasingly anxious. If you do not disclose where we met, what our relationship is, and how long we have known each other, I shall delete you from my friends' list this very moment. Yi Ruchio felt no fear at his words. She knew that as long as she remained silent, Xiao Chen could not possibly delete her. In fact, revealing the truth might lead to that outcome. She suspected that Xiao Chen's wife was nearby, listening intently to their exchange. Brother, please do not be so harsh. I am sincere towards you. Xiao Chen, increasingly agitated, sensed Lin Qingyun's demeanor growing colder. He understood the young lady's intentions and took a deep breath before speaking slowly. Tell me what I must do for you to acknowledge my innocence. Oh, Brother Chen, you are innocent. We merely engaged in some undisclosed activities. Xiao Chen could feel Lin Qingyun struggling to suppress her anger. He grew anxious. If she did not confess, he might face dire consequences that evening. I advise you to be kind and reveal the truth. Otherwise, we shall cease all communication, and you will not emerge unscathed. Xiao Chen resorted to provocation, knowing that sweet words would not sway her. Hearing his icy tone, Yi Ruchio felt a jolt of apprehension. If this continued, Xiao Chen might indeed disregard her, and the catch of the day would slip away. Wait. I was merely joking. I mean, we first met this afternoon. The crowd, upon hearing Yi Ruchio's account on the phone, found it identical to Xiao Chen's and chose to temporarily side with him. Lin Qingyun snatched the phone, unleashing a torrent of insults. You wretched hussy. How dare you seduce my husband? You think you can play the victim? Xiao Chen had underestimated Lin Qingyun's ferocity. She unleashed a barrage of relentless insults. He hurriedly carried the two little ones downstairs, leaving Xiao Hua to watch over them while he raced back upstairs. The conflict escalated, with Chu Ichio joining the fray, giving their side an advantage in the 2-on-1 confrontation. He Beichen stood dumbfounded nearby, seemingly paralyzed by shock. Who could have imagined that such a stunning beauty as Lin Qingyun would unleash such a tirade? With an eloquence that required no preparation, she unleashed a torrent of invectives, each phrase seamlessly woven together with a sense of righteous indignation. He Beichen stood nearby, offering an approving thumbs up to the two of them. Yet, Lin Qingyun remained blissfully unaware of other matters. nor did she desire to know. Her sole focus was to vanquish this vixen. Why must one engage in such nefarious deeds? Why disrupt the sanctity of another's home, tempting her husband? Fortunately, today she had uncovered the truth. Otherwise, over time, there was no telling when Xiao Chen might be ensnared by this siren. Just as the fervor of their denunciation reached its peak, Xiao Chen snatched the phone from Lin Qingyun's grasp, abruptly ending the call and swiftly blocking and deleting the contact. Chapter 34. Until when will you two embrace? Having completed all that needed to be done, Xiao Chen pulled Lin Qingyun into his arms. Do not worry, my dear wife. There is nothing to fear, for I shall always be by your side. Please trust me. Witnessing Xiao Chen's actions, Chu Yiqiu and He Beichen were left utterly dumbfounded. They had expected Lin Qingyun to resist, even just a little. To their disappointment, Lin Qingyun nestled against Xiao Chen, gazing up at him. Is that so? Of course. You are my wife, the one I cherish most dearly. How could I ever abandon you? He reassured her. My love, you are overthinking. Xiao Chen's words acted like a soothing balm, granting Lin Qingyun the tranquility she needed. I apologize for my earlier outburst. I should have chosen to trust you from the beginning. It's just that I was afraid, dear. There is no need to be afraid. I am here. At this moment, Lin Qingyun also regained her composure, fixing her gaze directly into Xiao Chen's eyes. For a fleeting instant, she had believed the words of the woman on the phone, which had deeply wounded her heart. It was only when Xiao Chen gradually extracted the truth from Yi Ruqiu that her anxious heart found solace once more. She didn't wish to lash out. She had rarely ever rebuked anyone. Yet, the actions that threatened the sanctity of her family were intolerable. In truth, she should have trusted Xiao Chen from the very start. How could this man deceive her? However, upon hearing Yi Ruqiu's seductive words directed at him, her fury had surged uncontrollably. Gazing into Xiao Chen's clear, sincere eyes, Lin Qingyun realized she had wronged him. Husband Xiao Chen lifted a finger to her lips. No need to speak, my wife. I understand. This man, who cherished her so deeply, had just moments ago been met with her wavering trust. Lin Qingyun felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Xiao Chen and reproach for herself. Dear, it's all right. Do not dwell on this matter. It is trivial and inconsequential. I would hate for our relationship to be affected by such nonsense. With that, he gently brushed his fingers against the tip of Lin Qingyun's nose. Feeling Xiao Chen's affectionate gesture, she wished to spare him any sorrow due to her misunderstanding. This had merely been a miscommunication, and now that it was resolved, there was no reason for her to feel sadness. Moreover, Xiao Chen bore her misjudgment without resentment. How proud she felt to have such a wonderful man. As she beheld Xiao Chen's handsome visage, Lin Qingyun smiled brightly, as if nothing had ever transpired. You were fortunate this time. Dare to have another, and I shall make you my sister. Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine and hastily grasped Lin Qingyun's hand. Wife, rest assured, there will absolutely be no next time. Seeing Xiao Chen's earnest demeanor, Lin Qingyun settled back into her own space. Unintentionally, she noticed small notes affixed in various corners, nearly invisible unless one looked closely. Lin Qingyun, filled with curiosity, reached out to see what was inscribed upon the note. Though she had already surmised its content and recognized it as a preparation from Xiao Chen for her, she yearned to discover the exact words written. He Beichen and Chu Yiqiu, witnessing this moment, felt a genuine envy towards the couple. To find such ease in life was a rarity, and they questioned whether they could ever embody such nonchalance in a similar situation. At that moment, Xiao Chen observed Lin Qingyun as she read the note he had penned, his heart fluttering with apprehension. He feared that she might not appreciate his sentiments. However, he was overthinking. Lin Qingyun felt a warmth in her heart upon reading the note. The person she adored, regardless of his quirks, was always endearing to her. Qingyun, at times I find myself utterly foolish. So foolish that aside from loving you, I excel at nothing else. In the past, I was uncertain of the companion with whom I would spend my life until I met you. It became clear that loving you earnestly is the most significant pursuit of my existence. I have always perceived the air in this world as tainted, making each breath laborious. Yet with your presence, the air becomes sweet. I often lament the state of society, but now I seek not to complain, for my desire is to embrace you. Ding. Suite roi, Constitution 10, Charisme 10, Endurance 10, Endurance 1, Endurance 1. Upon hearing this sound, Xiao Chen understood that Lin Qingyun was indeed joyful. Yes, her heart brimmed with happiness. Had her parents ceased to be upset? Mu Mu and Han Han had stealthily approached, both aware that Lin Qingyun had just quarreled with Xiao Chen, and they too were concerned for him. Hearing Mu Mu's voice warmed Xiao Chen's heart. For at least his daughter cared for him. It's nothing. Your mother was merely playing with me. You needn't worry. That's good. I was afraid mother might leave you. Exactly. If mother no longer wants you, we will. Mu Mu and Han Han looked up at Xiao Chen with innocent eyes. Upon hearing such words, Xiao Chen felt tears welling up in his eyes. His dear daughters truly empathized with him. My relationship with your mother is splendid. You two need not fret. Everything will be fine. He embraced his little ones tightly in his arms. He Beichen and Chu Ichio, observing this tender scene, leaned into one another. This was their first embrace since their marriage, perhaps inspired by Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen's affection. Chu Ichio, feeling her heart race, blushed as she sensed the warmth emanating from Beichen's chest. Beichen, handsome in his own right, had always been devoted to Chu Ichio, accommodating her every need. Chu Ichio felt a flicker of affection for Beichen, yet she had never allowed it to surface in his presence. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to Beichen's existence. At times, his absence would evoke a sense of unease within her. Now, nestled in his embrace, she experienced a profound sense of tranquility. Perhaps, indeed, she harbored feelings for Beichen. Conversely, Beichen was fervently trying to suppress his own exhilaration, pinching his thigh with considerable force. The pain confirmed his reality. This was no mere dream. He repeatedly reassured himself that this was real, striving to contain the tumultuous emotions within. Recalling the little tidbits of wisdom imparted by Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, he endeavored to maintain this position, providing Chu Ichio with a sense of stability. Hey, just how long are you two going to hold each other? The sound of this voice brought both of them back from their reveries. As they turned to find Lin Qingyun's family sitting across from them, their gazes fixed intently upon the pair. Chapter 35. A difficult situation at this moment. Chu Ichio's cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Although this was a matter of course, she was reluctant to reveal her feminine vulnerability in front of Lin Qingyun. Beichen seemed to be flaunting his accomplishments to both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, eager to prove himself. What time is it? Are you two not planning to head home and sleep? Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's inquiry, Chu Ichio climbed off Beichen, straightening her clothes. What? Am I not allowed to spend the night here? Lin Qingyun, growing weary of Chu Ichio's presence, was frustrated. After all, it was finally time for her to have a moment alone with Xiao Chen, and now Chu Ichio wanted to stay overnight. Return to your own home. We're all adults here. Why act like a child? Seeing Lin Qingyun's determination to send her away, Chu Ichio pouted in protest. Lin Qingyun, you have truly changed. In the past, you would insist on having me sleep over with you. You have changed. Chu Ichio's vivid words struck a chord, momentarily softening Lin Qingyun's heart. However, after glancing at Xiao Chen, she coldly replied, No, you are going back home with Beichen. Do not think of staying here. Faced with a mere refusal, Chu Ichio decided to take a more forceful approach. She stepped beside Lin Qingyun and shoved Xiao Chen aside, clinging tightly to Lin Qingyun. No, Qingyun, please don't send me away. What will I do without you? Lin Qingyun found herself at a loss, casting a helpless glance at Xiao Chen. Noticing that her tactic was effective, Chu Ichio escalated her plea. Qingyun, do you have any idea how I have managed through nights without you? Finally, I have this chance, and you wish to send me away. She placed a hand on her chest, exclaiming, How will you repay what I am owed? This heartfelt entreaty left Lin Qingyun feeling helpless. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was increasingly uncomfortable. It was one thing to compete with a man for his wife. Now, a woman was also vying for her attention. Life was proving to be quite challenging for him. The necklace and stitch toy he had prepared for Lin Qingyun were still in her room. If Chu Ichio insisted on sleeping with Lin Qingyun, what would happen to the gifts and surprises he had planned? Initially, he felt a slight fondness for Chu Ichio due to her kindness toward Lin Qingyun, but now, Just the sight of her irked him to no end. "Darling, why don't you make do tonight and sleep in the guest room?" Lin Qingyun said to Xiao Chen with a sense of resignation. "I can't just kick her out. After all, she is my dear friend." As she uttered these words, the helplessness in her eyes tugged at Xiao Chen's heartstrings, yet he found himself powerless. Chu Ichio was a persistent presence, and there was no easy way to rid himself of her. This was a situation born of necessity. "Don't worry, dear. I will adhere to your wishes." Seeing Xiao Chen's understanding, Lin Qingyun felt a rush of happiness, gazing at him with reluctance. "Qingyun, let us depart quickly." As Chu Ichio witnessed the success of her scheme, she gleefully dashed downstairs into Lin Qingyun's room. "Darling, could you ask Aunt Liang to prepare 2 rooms? He Beichun should not return tonight." He Beichun was indifferent to this arrangement, as he was indifferent to where he slept, given that it was merely an empty room. Thus, he had no objections to any arrangements made for him. Mumu and Han Hang followed Xiao Hua back to their room to freshen up before retiring for the night. Aunt Liang was efficient, and soon she had prepared 2 rooms for the two. He Beichun, feeling no need for courtesy, entered his own room without hesitation. Lin Qingyun paid him no mind. After all, this was not his first visit. After ushering Xiao Chen into the room, Lin Qingyun reluctantly bid farewell to him. "Darling, I apologize for the inconvenience tonight. Please bear with it for just 1 evening. They will depart tomorrow." Xiao Chen, moved by Lin Qingyun's reluctance to part, reassured her, "Wife, it is nothing. I shall comply with your wishes." Though he spoke these words, deep down he wished he could kick Chu Ichio away from meddling in his relationship. Lin Qingyun, on tiptoe, gently pressed a kiss to Xiao Chen's cheek. She then hurried away, although this was not their first kiss. She could not suppress the joy and excitement bubbling within her. As Xiao Chen watched Lin Qingyun's retreating figure, he touched his lips, his heart racing. Yet, he quickly recalled how Chu Ichio had interrupted their kiss earlier that afternoon, and now it was her meddling again. Frustration towards Chu Ichio consumed him. She was encroaching upon his relationship. If only she were a man, it would be easier to resolve. But as a woman, he found himself powerless to express his anger. All he could do was obediently wash up. Upon returning to her room, Lin Qingyun discovered Chu Ichio lounging on the sofa in her sleepwear, engrossed in her phone. That sleepwear was something Lin Qingyun had purchased and had only worn once. It was not due to poor quality, but rather because it was too sheer. The ultra-thin silk fabric felt almost like wearing nothing at all. Observing Chu Ichio's demeanor, Lin Qingyun sighed in exasperation. How has she not matured at all over the years? Upon noticing Lin Qingyun's return, Chu Ichio grinned. "Come here, Qingyun, embrace me." Lin Qingyun felt a wave of nausea and shook her head. "No thanks. I have no interest in that. You might as well go find Ibeichin. Perhaps he enjoys holding you. You seem quite fond of his embrace." Hearing Lin Qingyun's words, "Chu igus my meets tievo." "Hee, Qingyun, are you jealous?" Lin Qingyun was taken aback. "Jealous? Of what? You think too much of yourself. You are not worthy." Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's unfeeling words, Chu Ichio felt a chill in her heart. It was evident that Lin Qingyun had once longed to share a bed with her. During their school days, Lin Qingyun would often clutch her blanket and sneak in her bed to sleep together. How had things changed so drastically? "Qingyun, you have truly changed. You have transformed completely from your former self." Lin Qingyun disregarded Chu Ichio, as she found herself devoid of any inclination to engage. She strode directly into the bathroom to take a shower. Witnessing Lin Qingyun's indifference, Chu Ichio pondered whether she had indeed changed for the better. However, she dismissed such thoughts and lay on her bed, resuming her indulgence in her mobile device. Yet, as she turned her head, she was startled to see what appeared to be a figure standing on the balcony beside Lin Qingyun's bed, striking a pose as if to embrace her. This sight utterly terrified Chu Ichio. Upon hearing the scream, Lin Qingyun felt a jolt of concern. What could possibly frighten someone as tough as Chu Ichio? Hastily dressing, she rushed out of the bathroom only to find Chu Ichio sprawled on the bed, her head buried under the covers. Yet, the manner in which she did so was rather difficult to articulate. Chapter 036, Ghost Child? Lin Qingyun was rendered speechless upon seeing Chu Ichio in such a state. With a swift motion, she threw off the covers. Ah, stop screaming. What on earth is happening? Lin Qingyun, feeling helpless, was interrupted mid-rush by Chu Ichio's cries. Initially fearing an intruder, only to find nothing amiss. Why was she making such a fuss? Seeing that the visitor was Lin Qingyun, Chu Ichio felt a slight sense of relief, though her face still bore an expression of terror as she pointed towards the balcony. A ghost! There's a ghost! Qingyun! It's a ghost child! Lin Qingyun, upon hearing Chu Ichio's exclamation, was incredulous about the existence of any spirits. Yet, she glanced in the direction of Chu Ichio's finger. Goodness! Lin Qingyun, too, was startled by the sight before her. A figure over a meter tall, with long ears, extending its arms in a gesture of wanting a hug. Illuminated by the light behind the curtain, it indeed appeared quite terrifying. Unconvinced by the notion of a ghost child, Lin Qingyun steeled her courage and cautiously approached the balcony. Chu Iku, clutching the blanket, dared not utter a sound, her heart racing as she watched Lin Qingyun's retreating figure, engulfed by fear. Just as Lin Qingyun was about to reach out and draw the curtain, Chu Ichio shrieked in terror. Qingyun, don't go. It will eat you. Lin Qingyun shot an irritated glare at Chu Ichio, who had startled her just as her hand was nearly touching the curtain. Stop talking. You're usually so fierce with Ibei-chun, yet now you're this frightened. Lin Qingyun resolutely pulled the curtain. Observing Lin Qingyun's actions, Chu Ichio struggled to suppress her impulse to scream, not wanting to disrupt Lin Qingyun. With no further hindrance from Chu Ichio, Lin Qingyun boldly yanked the curtain aside, bright light flooding her face. Chu Ichio shut her eyes, too fearful to see what the entity truly was. Lin Qingyun shielded her eyes from the blinding light, striving to maintain her focus. Ding! Suite 3, Constitution 5, Charme 5, Endurance 9. Wow, this time the boost is quite substantial. Xiao Chen murmured to himself in his room. Unbeknownst to him, the happenings in Lin Qingyun's room were indeed a surprise he had meticulously prepared. Lin Qingyun, upon seeing the stitch behind the curtain, felt a wave of emotion wash over her. You scoundrel! You did put in quite an effort. Initially, she assumed that Xiao Chen's surprise was merely the large dog outside and those little notes, unaware that he had arranged something for her within her own room. After a prolonged silence, Chu Ichio cautiously opened her eyes, only to find Lin Qingyun staring blankly at the ghost child. Qingyun, please don't scare me. What on earth is that thing? Lin Qingyun, however, paid no heed to Chu Ichio, leaving her utterly terrified. She believed that Lin Qingyun had fallen under the spell of that ghost child. If Lin Qingyun was entranced, she would surely be next. Gradually, she turned her gaze towards the direction of the ghost child and discovered that it was a snowman, identical to the one at Lin Qingyun's doorstep. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. As she approached Lin Qingyun, she noticed the delicate contours of her face marred by streaks of tears. Witnessing Lin Qingyun's sorrow tugged at Chu Ichio's heartstrings, she knew instinctively that this was the work of Xiao Chen. It was she who had inadvertently disrupted Lin Qingyun's happiness. Had Xiao Chen been present, they would undoubtedly have been cozied up in bed, remote in hand, gradually drawing back the curtains to unveil the snowman. Lin Qingyun would have been overjoyed, and the chaos she had inadvertently caused weighed heavily on Chu Ichio's conscience. Had she known, she would have refrained from insisting on sharing a room with Lin Qingyun, thus ruining their moment. Qingyun, are you all right? Lin Qingyun, still fixated on the snowman, responded softly, I'm fine. I'm really happy. The word struck a dissonant chord within Chu Ichio. Shall I fetch your husband? I can sleep in another room. No need. Lin Qingyun brushed aside the glass, sliding door and crouched beside the stitch figure. She noticed a small note affixed to its chest. Wife, I want to shout to the world how much I love you. At that moment, Lin Qingyun felt an overwhelming sense of joy, her previous discomfort replaced by happiness and affection for Xiao Chen. How could this man be so endearing? Lin Qingyun removed the necklace from the stitch figure and, with practiced ease, adorned her neck with it. You can stay here. I'm going to be with my husband. With that, she made her way outside, heading straight for Xiao Chen's room. In his own home, Xiao Chen had not locked the door and was engrossed in a chat with his roommates on WeChat, boasting about his wife. Suddenly, Lin Qingyun burst in, startling him. Wife, what brings you here? Why? Can I come? Hearing the sweetness in her tone, Xiao Chen quickly rose to his feet. Of course you can. I was just about to rush to your room. Lin Qingyun chuckled at his words. Is that so? Then why didn't I find you waiting for me in my room? Why'd I have to come looking for you? Xiao Chen thought of Chu Yiqiu. Had she not been there, he would have been lying beside Lin Qingyun by now. But there are others in your room, so I couldn't just go in. I was afraid of what? Lin Qingyun interrupted, raising an eyebrow. Xiao Chen, feeling a bit embarrassed, admitted. I was afraid of walking in on you two without clothes, and that you might misunderstand. Lin Qingyun was quite satisfied with this answer. With a radiant smile, she twirled in front of Xiao Chen and inquired, Is it beautiful? Overcome by the captivating fragrance that enveloped him, Xiao Chen found himself momentarily dazzled. Beautiful, of course. My wife is undoubtedly the most beautiful in the world. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's praise, Lin Qingyun felt an effervescent joy bubbling within her. Yet, she restrained her expression, for this was not the time for elation. How long have I been here? Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's question, Xiao Chen was taken aback, pondering the reason behind it. My dear, you've been here for approximately a minute. After being here for so long, haven't you noticed any changes in me? This left Xiao Chen momentarily speechless. Did you take a shower? Is your hair wet? Or perhaps you've donned a new pajama set that I haven't seen before. Chapter 037. Why is it you again? Can't you tell? Lin Qingyun, noticing the perplexed expression on Xiao Chen's face, felt a twinge of irritation. It was he who had prepared the gift for her, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Xiao Chen had indeed noticed the necklace he had purchased for Lin Qingyun as soon as she entered, yet he suspected the changes she referred to were not merely superficial. Of course I noticed. How could I not? He replied. Oh, is that so? Then pray tell. Lin Qingyun was unconvinced that Xiao Chen had truly discerned the difference, particularly since his gaze suggested he lacked a definitive answer. However, as Xiao Chen began to speak, his expression grew resolute. My dear, you are even more enchanting than a moment ago. This response took Lin Qingyun by surprise. Although pleased, she restrained her excitement, maintaining a frosty demeanor, as if to say, If you cannot articulate it, I shall ignore you. Observing Lin Qingyun's expression, Xiao Chen realized he had not struck the right chord. Without waiting for her to respond, he hurriedly continued. Dear wife, your figure has improved. Just look at that delightful little dairy re in your alluring waist. Utterly stunning. At a loss for words, Xiao Chen could only highlight a few of Lin Qingyun's attributes. This time, she could no longer contain herself. Xiao Chen was the first to dare make such bold comments about her physique. Yet, she did not feel anger. Had it been another man, he would have certainly earned a slap. But Xiao Chen was different. He was her husband, and his compliments brought her genuine joy. At least her figure and beauty had garnered her husband's approval, a thought that delighted Lin Qingyun. However, Xiao Chen still had not guessed correctly, and Lin Qingyun decided to reveal the truth. Sitting on Xiao Chen's bed, she reached for the necklace adorning her neck. I bought this myself, yet I couldn't even guess it. Humph. Xiao Chen suddenly realized what was happening. Had he been overthinking everything? As he gazed at the necklace in Lin Qingyun's hand, the angle revealed her curves in full view. Gulp. Xiao Chen swallowed hard. So fair. So, do you like it, my dear? Seeing Xiao Chen's reaction, Lin Qingyun understood his thoughts. After all, he was her husband. What was there to be concerned about? Of course I like it. I certainly appreciate what you prepared for me. Hearing her affirmation filled Xiao Chen with joy. As long as his wife was pleased, he felt content, fearing that she might not have liked his choice. As long as you like it. Lin Qingyun found Xiao Chen's bashful demeanor amusing, and an idea began to blossom within her mind. What about my appearance now? Do you like this too? Gazing at Lin Qingyun's alluring figure, Xiao Chen could not help but swallow again. Of course I like it. I adore you in every way. And what about this? Lin Qingyun deliberately exposed her thigh, revealing her long, exquisite legs before Xiao Chen. Thump. Darling, I adore you in every way. Xiao Chen responded with feigned seriousness, while internally struggling to suppress the stirrings of his body. Observing Xiao Chen's demeanor, Lin Qingyun found it amusing. She had not anticipated that this elegant youth possessed such a side. She licked her lips and, with a voice rich in allure, slowly remarked, Well, why don't you come and kiss me? as a young man in his early 20s. Xiao Chen found it difficult to resist such temptation and gradually leaned in to embrace Lin Qingyun. Feeling the heat of his palm, Lin Qingyun sensed that she might have ventured too far. But with the opportunity so close at hand, how could she let this mutton slip away? Without hesitation, Lin Qingyun grasped Xiao Chen's collar and pulled him down onto herself. Having gained experience from their first encounter, the two no longer appeared so awkward. When their lips met, it was like the sweet softness of a candy, reminiscent of the arrival of spring. Lin Qingyun's lips were exceptionally moist and fragrant, carrying a sweet yet subtle scent that wafted past Xiao Chen's nose, making him feel he might lose control at any moment. Lin Qingyun also sensed Xiao Chen's excitement. Yet it was not the same as during their midday encounter. There seemed to be no progress. She couldn't fathom what Xiao Chen was so worked up about. It wasn't that she wasn't being proactive, nor was he. Rather, both were inexperienced and uncertain about how to proceed. Just as Lin Qingyun summoned the courage to make a shy move, the door swung open. They immediately parted, and upon seeing who had entered, Lin Qingyun felt speechless. You again? Xiao Chen was equally stunned. Why did she always choose such crucial moments to interrupt them? Chu Ichio had naturally observed their actions and was merely there to call Lin Qingyun back to her room for the night. She had come to realize that she should not disrupt her best friend's intimate moments. In an effort to make amends, she proposed switching rooms with Lin Qingyun for the night, intending to sleep in this one. Yet, who could have predicted such occurrences? First during the day, and now again at night. What was this? A stroke of luck or the will of Cupid? My apologies. Please continue, and I shall knock when you are finished. Lin Qingyun, Xiao Chen. The two had never felt so dumbfounded. What was this? What did she mean by waiting until they were done before she knocked? Just say what you need to say. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's exclamation, Chu Ichio was puzzled. Had Xiao Chen finished so soon? Gathering her courage, she gently tapped on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed through the air. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were utterly speechless upon hearing the sound of knocking. What was this operation? Qingyun, may I enter now? The two exchanged glances, and Lin Qingyun found herself questioning whether she had chosen a rather dim-witted best friend. Come in, and if you have something to say, just speak up. Why are you hesitating? Chu Ichio replied with some embarrassment. I was afraid of interrupting your important matters. Now that you have concluded, I can share what I need to. Both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun wore expressions of disbelief. What kind of logic was this? What is it? Please, do tell quickly. It is late, and everyone should be resting, Lin Qingyun remarked, instantly regretting her words, as they made her seem overly eager. Curse you, Chu Ichio. Chapter 38. Freshwater resources are scarce. As Lin Qingyun's close friend for many years, she could easily comprehend Lin's intentions. Hastily, she remarked, I have come to exchange rooms with you too. You should return to your own quarters. Xiao Chen had no objections, and Lin Qingyun agreed to return to her room for rest. The bed in this room was not as spacious as that in her own. On her way back to her room, Lin Qingyun recounted the eerie tale of the ghost child that Chu Ichio had shared with Xiao Chen. To her surprise, the story indeed proved to be a delightful shock. My dear, I apologize for startling you. I had no idea it would frighten you so, Xiao Chen expressed sincerely. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's earnest apology, Lin Qingyun felt no resentment. Had it not been for Chu Ichio's presence, she would not have been compelled to feel such fear. It's all right, dear. My courage is far greater than Chu Ichio's, Lin Qingyun reassured him. Xiao Chen, increasingly aware of Lin Qingyun's beauty and her understanding nature, mused about how fortunate he was to have such a wonderful wife. So do you like it? He inquired. Of course I adore it. How can I not cherish something so thoughtfully prepared by you? It's more than mere affection. It's an overwhelming fondness, Lin Qingyun admitted, realizing that she had indeed been influenced by Xiao Chen, as her former self would have simply replied with a straightforward look very much like, stealing a glance at Xiao Chen. She pondered whether this was the allure of the man before her, and she chuckled to herself, feeling content to change for him. Well, as long as you're happy. My dear, Xiao Chen thought, for her happiness was paramount to him. Lin Qingyun was the most significant person in his heart. Once they entered the room, Xiao Chen walked over to turn off the lamp beside Stitch, as he feared that the light would disrupt Lin Qingyun's sleep. Although she wished to admire the ambience a bit longer, she refrained from protesting, understanding that he was merely ensuring her restful slumber. "I'm going to take a shower." I was interrupted midway by Chu Ichio, she announced. "Go ahead, my love," Xiao Chen replied, tidying the bed before lying down, as he had already spent a night there. With the deepening bond between Lin Qingyun and himself, Xiao Chen felt less awkward than when he first arrived. Seeing Xiao Chen lie down so comfortably brought joy to Lin Qingyun. At least he seemed much more relaxed than the previous night. Suddenly, an impish thought crossed her mind. "Darling, would you like to join me for a shower?" Xiao Chen, initially thinking he was imagining things, found it hard to believe that Lin Qingyun would invite him to bathe with her. Surely, it must be an illusion. Rubbing his eyes, he was astonished to see Lin Qingyun leaning against the bathroom door, awaiting his response. "Huh? Is it inconvenient for you to wash alone?" he asked, bewildered. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun realized that Xiao Chen was testing her. In this regard, how could she possibly concede to him? It was indeed quite convenient for her to bathe alone, but as you know, freshwater resources are scarce. Sharing a shower would be a means of conserving resources. Xiao Chen, astonished by Lin Qingyun's remark, could hardly believe his ears. Wasn't this the very tactic his roommate had previously taught him? He was incredulous. The person before him was truly Lin Qingyun, yet she seemed to exude an aura reminiscent of a ravenous predator. Moreover, while water resources may be limited, there was certainly enough to suffice. What game was Lin Qingyun playing? Nevertheless, since she had extended the invitation, how could he refuse? "All right, then I shall scrub your back." Lin Qingyun observed the flush on Xiao Chen's face, which resembled that of a ripe peach, and smiled sweetly as she spoke. "Forget it. You don't seem particularly eager. If you don't wish to bathe, then so be it." With that, Lin Qingyun entered the bathroom and locked the door behind her. Xiao Chen's feelings were akin to a roaring fire suddenly doused with a bucket of cold water. Since his wife had forbidden it, he would forego bathing. He reclined back onto his bed and began scrolling through his phone. "I say, have you all found any wealthy women on Boss Jipin? Any results?" During Xiao Chen's absence from the dormitory these past 2 days, Guitao and the others were nearly driven to madness. A perfectly fine individual had vanished from their midst, and they were struggling to come to terms with it. Xiao Chen ignored their messages, leaving them to scour his words and social media for clues. If they were not mistaken, Xiao Chen had married the goddess of Luoqing University, Lin Qingyun, a flash marriage. In their recollection, Xiao Chen always acted after thorough contemplation. Why this sudden decision to wed? Could it be that he and Lin Qingyun had been secretly involved all along without their knowledge? Perplexed and unable to comprehend, they were further frustrated by Xiao Chen's silence. "Chenia, you're online again. Quickly tell your father how you are faring." "Taozi, why do you ask that?" "Chenia, did you marry the goddess senior? How did it happen so quickly?" "Chenia, I saw your post. Did you encounter a wealthy woman and fall in love at first sight?" Faced with their nonsensical inquiries, Xiao Chen was speechless. What on earth were they thinking? Were these truly the questions they wished to ask? Yet, they had been his friends throughout his 4 years at university. He would not sever ties with them simply because he had acquired wealth and influence. They remained his good roommates. "Please, quiet down and allow me to speak." "All right, you speak." "Well, go on. I need to type, you know. Do you think I'm like you, single for so many years with lightning-fast fingers?" Upon reading this, they ceased their irritation and waited eagerly for Xiao Chen's response. Guitao and the others patiently awaited Xiao Chen's response, eager to uncover the truth behind his message. "I am married. My wife is Lin Qingyun, the most esteemed goddess of Luoqing University." Upon reading this statement, disbelief washed over them. Could it truly be? Xiao Chen had wed the illustrious senior, Lin Qingyun? Such a notion had never crossed their minds. They had always envisioned themselves in a union with her, not Xiao Chen. Alas, that was merely a figment of their imagination. Was the senior affluent? What was the story behind the WeChat transfer? Did she have other wealthy patrons in her circle? Would he kindly introduce them? What a peculiar line of thought. Xiao Chen, exasperated, lamented their frivolous concerns. They seemed fixated on such fanciful notions rather than engaging in serious matters. Observing their incessant WeChat messages, He could only sigh in resignation and shake his head. Chapter 39. The joy of fatherhood is beyond your imagination. One should often reflect on important matters. Fortunes do not simply fall from the sky. It is far more prudent to diligently seek employment, a truth that surpasses all else. Xiao Chen, considering the well-being of his companions, recognized that not everyone is as fortunate as he is. Acknowledging reality is of utmost importance. Upon reading Xiao Chen's words, his friends understood that he had their best interests at heart. Chinner, do you find happiness with your senior? Do you feel any pressure? Are you perhaps overwhelmed by your current situation? The initial inquiries were laced with genuine concern, but the latter question was rather perplexing. I am quite strong. What do you mean by feeling overwhelmed? That does not exist for me. They were aware of Xiao Chen's tendency to be overly proud and thus offered him words of comfort. If you're no longer happy, just tell your father. Do not bear it alone. Indeed, if it becomes too much for you, return to us, and we shall indulge ourselves in some fun. If there are suitable options, Chinner, do not keep them to yourself. Please introduce us. As Xiao Chen perused their WeChat messages, he was left speechless. What is this all about? You do not understand. Do you think having a wealthy benefactor equates to happiness? How superficial. It is not at all as you imagine. The joy of fatherhood is something you cannot possibly fathom. Upon reading Xiao Chen's message, his friends were left utterly flabbergasted. You cannot imagine? They were at a loss for words, unable to grasp what Xiao Chen meant by beyond imagination. What are you smiling foolishly about? At that moment, Lin Qingyun emerged from the bathroom, having just finished her shower, and noticed Xiao Chen lying on the bed with a silly grin. Curiosity piqued, she stealthily approached him and suddenly leaped onto his back, inquiring about the source of his amusement. Xiao Chen, still immersed in his own joy, was completely unaware of her presence until she startled him by landing on him. I wasn't laughing at anything. Let me see what you're up to. Are you chatting with that girl? Laughing so joyfully? Lin Qingyun snatched his phone, and Xiao Chen made no attempt to stop her. After all, she was his wife, and he had nothing to conceal. Upon reading the phrase overwhelmed, Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What on earth does this mean? She looked at Xiao Chen with a mischievous grin. What kind of joy could you possibly possess that they cannot imagine? Of course, it is the joy of having a wife that they cannot comprehend. Xiao Chen replied, his words smooth and charming. Lin Qingyun playfully admonished him. You are quite the silver-tongued one. Xiao Chen felt innocent. After all, it was the truth. It is indeed so. They could never fathom our joy. Lin Qingyun chose not to engage further. As Xiao Chen fell silent once more, his friends initiated yet another round of relentless messages. Observing Lin Qingyun's mischievous expression, Xiao Chen sensed that something was amiss. Lying in Xiao Chen's embrace, Lin Qingyun gently held his phone and whispered, You cannot possibly imagine Xiao Chen's joy. Absolutely unparalleled. Xiao Chen understood that Lin Qingyun was jesting. She rarely conversed so freely with others, even amongst her own roommates. With that, she switched off his phone, declaring that no one could disturb them now. Meanwhile, a few friends listened to two voice messages from Lin Qingyun saved in their WeChat, lying on their beds, silently shedding tears. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, however, remained oblivious to their friends' sentiments, for this was a night meant for them. Lin Qingyun lay atop Xiao Chen, gazing at his handsome visage, feeling the strength of his heartbeat and the quickness of his breath. She turned off the main light, leaving only a dim bedside lamp illuminating the room. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness, yet she had waited 4 long years for this. She leaned in and softly kissed Xiao Chen, as if time itself had paused, freezing every thought and even their heartbeats in that instant. Xiao Chen, unable to resist such temptation, met Lin Qingyun's earnest gaze with equal fervor. Draped in a crimson garment, her graceful neck and delicate form revealed a soft bosom akin to exquisite jade, partially concealed yet alluring. Her slender waist was barely graspable, and her long, supple legs lay bare. Even her beautiful feet exuded a silent allure, beckoning Xiao Chen with an enticing invitation. As night deepened, the two found solace in each other's presence. Lin Qingyun nestled in Xiao Chen's arms, tracing the contours of his robust muscles with her fingers, drawing circles on his abdomen. Their first encounter had been a blur, but this moment was palpably real. Lin Qingyun blushed as memories of their first meeting flooded back. Xiao Chen gazed down at Lin Qingyun's exquisite face, feeling a stir of emotions within him. He pondered the nature of love and affection. Was it merely a physical connection, or something deeper, an intertwining of souls? Humans are inevitably driven by their passions and desires, which is simply human nature. In recent days, Xiao Chen had sensed a shift in Lin Qingyun's demeanor towards him, transitioning from initial aloofness to fervent warmth. He understood in his heart that she loved him deeply, just as he cherished her in return. What are you thinking about? Lin Qingyun's sudden question startled Xiao Chen. Oh, nothing really. I was just daydreaming, he replied, chuckling at himself, and Lin Qingyun found his expression endearing. Daydreaming? I need to take a shower. Carry me. With that, Xiao Chen never hesitated to fulfill her wishes, lifting her effortlessly as they made their way to the bathroom. Feeling the reassuring strength of Xiao Chen's arm, Lin Qingyun found solace and a sense of delightful comfort. Xiao Chen gently placed Lin Qingyun into the bathtub and began to fill it with water. Observing Xiao Chen bustling about for her sake, Lin Qingyun couldn't help but smile broadly, sitting in the tub with a foolish grin. Once the water temperature was adjusted to perfection, he started to pour water into the bathtub. How does it feel, my dear? Is the water temperature to your liking? Lin Qingyun replied with a smile. The temperature is just right. Xiao Chen, relieved, fetched her toiletries and intended to step out. Aren't you joining me for a wash? Hearing Lin Qingyun call out to him, Xiao Chen paused in surprise, then turned to gaze at her enchanting presence in the tub. The atmosphere was charged with passion as they shared an intimate moment, enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions. At that moment, amidst such a beautiful setting, it perfectly echoed the sentiment of the wedding night lit by flowers, the joy of success. Chapter 40. Surrendering to resistance. Relinquishing struggle after a night of tumultuous passion beneath the moonlight, the two awoke in the morning feeling invigorated and refreshed. Particularly, Lin Qingyun felt a surge of vitality coursing through her entire being, stretching languidly in Xiao Chen's embrace. She let out a series of exclamations that roused him from his slumber, his eyes reflecting a mix of fear and astonishment. Though Xiao Chen possessed a constitution enhanced by the system, rendering him quite resilient, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion under Lin Qingyun's fervent requests. This left him in a state of bewilderment until the system provided him with a rather clear explanation. This system prioritizes the well-being of one's wife above all, facilitating her stamina without any adverse effects. Observing Lin Qingyun's vibrant demeanor filled Xiao Chen with trepidation. Her eyes, brimming with desire, locked onto him intently. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Xiao Chen hastily attempted to escape, but Lin Qingyun would not grant him such an opportunity. Before he could even sit up, she had already pinned him down. Fearing for her safety, Xiao Chen dared not resist, surrendering entirely to her whims. Having refined her skills through the night, Lin Qingyun had no difficulty asserting her dominance over Xiao Chen. Soon, the two were engaged in yet another fervent encounter. This time, however, Lin Qingyun refrained from excessively exhausting him, mindful of her responsibilities at work. After all, Xiao Chen was her husband, and their future together was still long. Gazing at Xiao Chen, sprawled on the bed, she chuckled playfully, enough with the pretense. I know you all too well. How far do you think you can go? Realizing he could no longer maintain his fade, Xiao Chen sat up with a grin. Are you heading to the office today, my dear? He inquired. Indeed. I must go. There are matters at the company that require my presence, Lin Qingyun replied, donning her attire. Yet, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart, wishing to stay home and accompany Xiao Chen. Nevertheless, she understood the necessity of attending to her professional obligations. Once this period passes, she vowed to adequately compensate Xiao Chen. I shall rise as well. If you feel fatigued, you may rest a little longer, she suggested, noting that although Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with vitality, his body was clearly weary. Lin Qingyun alone understood the trials he had endured. It's all right. I promised the children I would take them to school. I cannot go back on my word, Xiao Chen replied. Lin Qingyun's heart swelled with joy at his words, confident in his ability to care for their two little girls. Once they had dressed and completed their morning routines, they descended the stairs. Moo Moo and Han Han were already waiting for them below, eager to share breakfast. "Daddy, good morning," they exclaimed in unison, rushing towards Xiao Chen as he appeared. "Only your father requires a morning greeting? What about me?" Lin Qingyun teased, joining in the morning's warmth. Lin Qingyun was clearly walking with Xiao Chen, yet the two children only greeted Xiao Chen. Did this mean they were disregarding her? Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Moo Moo and Han Han realized they had committed a faux pas and hurriedly remedied the situation, saying, "Good morning, Mama. Good morning, Mama." Xiao Chen, standing by, struggled to suppress his laughter. However, how could he escape Lin Qingyun's keen observation? "Do you feel particularly pleased that they only greeted you?" Hearing Lin Qingyun's voice directed at him, Xiao Chen broke into a cold sweat. Perhaps it was the remnants of yesterday's shadow. "And no, my dear, how could I be happy about that?" Lin Qingyun, satisfied with Xiao Chen's demeanor, chose not to dwell on the matter further. As the family gathered around the dining table, Xiao Chen initiated his feeding routine. "Have Ichio Jie and Bei Qinshu left?" Moo Moo inquired, noticing their absence at breakfast. Lin Qingyun also found it peculiar. Usually, Chu Ichio woke up early in the morning, but today, she had yet to appear. She instructed someone to go to Chu Ichio's room and rouse her. Coincidentally, Xiao Hua was nearby and ascended the stairs to call Chu Ichio for breakfast. Lin Qingyun remained downstairs, glancing anxiously at the door of Chu Ichio's room, worrying that something might have happened to her. Typically, this girl rose with the sun. What could possibly be the reason for her delay today? However, no matter how hard Xiao Huan knocked or called, there was no response from within the room. Lin Qingyun immediately sensed that something was amiss and swiftly made her way to Chu Ichio's room. Xiao Chen, witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit. Despite Lin Qingyun's persistent knocking and loud calls, there was still no sound from inside. This alarmed Lin Qingyun. If something were to happen to Chu Ichio in her home, she would never forgive herself. Xiao Chen, recalling how Lin Qingyun had barged into his room the previous night, realized that her urgency led her to merely pound on the door. The household staff, hearing Lin Qingyun's voice, gathered around as well. Xiao Chen grasped Lin Qingyun's shoulder, signaling her to step back, then gently pressed the doorknob, which opened with ease. The fingerprint lock had proven ineffective, and the door had not been secured at all. Lin Qingyun, preoccupied with work, had been oblivious to the fact that her home was left unlocked. Yet, upon entering, the scene within left Lin Qingyun in despair. "Where are the people?" she cried out, while the surrounding staff exchanged bewildered glances, equally clueless about the occupants' whereabouts. "Miss, I was here last night, delivering hot water, and Ichio was indeed in her room," one of the staff members remarked. "I have no idea where she could have gone." Lin Qingyun was now thoroughly alarmed. Where could Chu Ichio possibly be? In a panic, she retrieved her phone and dialed Chu Ichio's number. "Hello, Ichio, where are you?" A languid voice answered from the other end. "Qingyun, why are you calling so early?" Upon hearing the voice of Chu Ichio, just awakened, Lin Qingyun felt a surge of anger. "Where are you? Why can I not find you in your room?" Chu Ichio, upon hearing this, responded with a tone that revealed her agitation. "Oh, I. It's nothing, Qingyun. Please, have your meal and hurry off to work. Don't worry about me." Lin Qingyun, sensing the peculiarity in her words, inquired further. "Are you in Beichen's room? How do you know?" "No, I'm not. How could that be? I'm in the bathroom." With a hint of skepticism, Lin Qingyun approached the door of He Beichen's room. She knocked gently, but the soundproofing of her home was remarkably effective, rendering any noise inside inaudible. "He Beichen, are you awake? Ichio is missing." Chapter 041. Why should married couples sleep together? Before long, Chu Ichio emerged from behind He Beichin, appearing somewhat sheepish. Observing Chu Ichio's demeanor, Lin Qingyun felt a sense of exasperation. After all, they were a married couple. What was there to hide? However, she refrained from admonishing her, as she did not wish to dampen Chu Ichio's newfound initiative. "Let us eat quickly. I still have to go to the office," she urged. Chu Ichio followed Lin Qingyun downstairs to have breakfast, seemingly burdened by a guilty conscience. The others, realizing it was merely a misunderstanding, returned to their own affairs. Xiao Chen, noting He Beichen's frail appearance, empathized with him. After finishing her meal, Lin Qingyan departed for work. Mumu and Han Han were also taken by Xiao Chen, boarding the bus to kindergarten. Daddy, why does Sister Ichio sleep in Uncle Hie's room? Why would Mommy be upset about that? Mumu inquired, prompting Xiao Chen to hesitate in response. No, Mommy isn't angry because of that. Then what is she angry about? Mumu pressed, drawing Han Han's attention as well. Perhaps the children were maturing, beginning to ponder various questions. Xiao Chen earnestly explained to the two little ones. It's because your sister Ichio was originally sleeping in her own room, but when Mommy couldn't find her in the morning, she worried something might have happened. It appeared she was upset, but in truth, she was not angry. Xiao Chen believed he had provided a thorough explanation, and Mumu and Han Han seemed to contemplate this as they gazed out the window at the passing scenery. The children's inquiries had indeed surprised Xiao Chen, yet the subsequent question truly perplexed him. Sister Ichio and Uncle He are married, and they sleep together. Daddy and Mommy are also married. So why don't you both sleep together? Mumu asked, her eyes filled with anticipation. Han Han perked up at the thought of sleeping with their father. Yes. Daddy, why don't you sleep with us? We are your children. Why can't you sleep with us? Xiao Chen was equally curious about this matter. As a child, he had shared a bed with his parents. Wasn't it natural for children to need their parents' care? He too wished to understand why Lin Qingyan insisted on having the children sleep apart from them from an early age. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Xiao Chen replied, having you both sleep separately is intended to encourage your independence and help you develop your own opinions on matters. It's also meant to cultivate your self-reliance. He expressed these sentiments, though he was uncertain whether the children could comprehend them. Then why can't Mommy sleep alone to cultivate her independence? Why is it only us that must learn independence? Mumu's questions left Xiao Chen bewildered. How did his precious daughter come to grasp so much? Do you not want to stay with Mom? The question was met with a swift retort from Xiao Chen, who believed that sometimes a counterattack is the best form of retreat. He found himself a loss, pondering why couples have always shared the same bed throughout the millennia. He struggled to articulate this to the children. Was it for love? If he explained it as a tradition passed down through generations, it might stifle their creative thinking, confining them to rigid frameworks. Contemplating this dilemma only exacerbated his headache. Mom is an adult. We're still children. It's so strange that Dad prefers to be with adults instead of us, protested Mumu and Han Han. Xiao Chen felt a surge of frustration at their responses. How on earth could he explain this? The driver, overhearing their conversation, was astonished by how much these young children seemed to comprehend. Most children would quickly move on, but Mumu and Han Han had left Xiao Chen speechless. Because, he stammered, suddenly struck by an idea. Do you two know what emotions are? To his surprise, the children did not recoil from the question nor display any annoyance at his attempt to sidestep the topic. I know, family love, romantic love, and friendship. Their response caught Xiao Chen off guard. Were they learning so much in kindergarten? Indeed, what we share is familial love. The bond you have with your classmates is friendship, while what I have with your mother is romantic love. Yes, we understand that. Xiao Chen endeavored to elaborate further. I want you and your mother to feel joy every day. This is my duty as both a father and husband. I take you to school, but do not accompany your mother to her workplace. I sleep beside your mother because you have Annie Hua with you, so you won't feel lonely. Besides, you have each other, but when your mother sleeps at night, she is alone. She was once alone, but now that I am back, I cannot allow her to be alone anymore. Having expressed this in one breath, despite its absurdity, he sensed that the children grasped the essence of his words. Mom is alone. Upon hearing this, it was evident that Mumu and Han Han felt a pang of sympathy for Lin Qingyan and did not wish for her to sleep alone at night. Yet, they still desired Xiao Chen's company. But Dad, Han Han's voice was tinged with a hint of grievance, stirring Xiao Chen's heart. What is it, sweetheart? My classmates all have their parents with them at night. Why don't we? The meaning behind their words dawned on Xiao Chen. Indeed, the children were still quite young, and it was unreasonable to leave them to sleep alone in a room. How about I discuss it with your mother? Tonight, we can all sleep together, he proposed. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's agreement, the two children were elated, beaming as they planted a kiss on his cheek. "Dad, you're the best. Father, I love you. Would it not have been better if I had realized this sooner?" Xiao Chen patted his thigh, pondering why he had not thought of it earlier. Gazing at the radiant smiles of his two precious daughters filled Xiao Chen with immense joy. "Father loves you both dearly as well. Why are you here again? Was yesterday not enough for you? Qingyun, I truly adore you. Please do not." The presence of Han Shanbua before her vexed Lin Qingyun immensely, ruining her morning. "Do what? I am already married to Xiao Chen. Please refrain from disturbing our lives." Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Han Shanbua's emotions became unusually agitated. Yet, recalling his mother's words, he managed to regain his composure. "Qingyun, you know that I genuinely love you. Is my affection not evident enough?" The incessant chatter for the other party made Lin Qingyun feel utterly nauseated. "Han Shanbu, leave now." Witnessing Lin Qingyun's distress, Han Shanbua felt a twinge of fear and had no choice but to depart. "My mother inquired about you from your father yesterday, and he claimed that you're not married at all. Qingyun, I know you were trying to frighten me, but I will not give up." Watching Han Shanbua's retreating figure, Lin Qingyun felt an overwhelming urge to vomit. "Has it already reached my father? That was quicker than I anticipated." Chapter 042. Where is my precious granddaughter? After escorting Moo Moo and Han Han home, Xiao Chen returned to his residence. With both his wife and child absent, he found himself engulfed in monotony. Upon unlocking his phone, he was astonished to discover an influx of over 99 new friend requests on WeChat. Perplexed, he pondered the situation. What could this possibly mean? As he delved deeper, he recalled the young lady he had encountered at the mall the previous day, Yiruchio. To his surprise, all 99 new requests were filled with derogatory remarks directed at him. Disheartened, he mused whether today's youth have become so brazen. Without hesitation, he declined all requests. It had been 3 days since he last contacted his parents, so he decided to call them. He anticipated they would answer promptly, but to his dismay, the call was terminated after a single beep. Assuming his parents were upset with him for merely notifying them without further discussion, he set his phone down. Moments later, a video call request came through on WeChat. Upon connecting, he observed his mother scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. "Hello, Mom, what are you looking for? Am I not visible on the screen?" Upon hearing her son's voice, Zhao's mother calculated the time and realized her precious granddaughter must be at school. "Who is searching for you? Where is my beloved granddaughter? I am your biological son. You neglect me entirely, fixated solely on your granddaughter?" From the moment the call connected, his mother appeared entirely preoccupied with her granddaughter. Xiao Chen could only feel bemused. Without him, how would there be a granddaughter? Evidently, the bond between grandparent and grandchild was quite profound. "Forget it. I suppose your annoyance is a blessing in disguise." Hearing his wife's chatter in the house, Xiao Zhen assumed his granddaughter was on the line and hurried inside from the yard. "Is my granddaughter calling again? Let me see." Realizing that his parents were solely concerned about their granddaughter left Xiao Chen speechless. Was he truly their biological child? It seemed his existence was of little consequence, as their eyes were fixed solely on their granddaughter. "She has gone to school. She is not at home." "You rascal, if they're at school, then why aren't you at work?" Unaware of the specifics, Zhao's parents were incensed by his lack of employment. "Qingyun disapproves of my earnings, and doesn't he allow me to work?" Xiao Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment as he explained this to his parents. "What? You aren't earning money, allowing Qingyun to be the breadwinner? You little rascal, do you want me to break your legs?" Upon learning that his son was at home while his daughter-in-law was working, Xiao Zhen's temper flared. "Qingyun's family runs a large company. The amount I earn in a decade working for someone else pales in comparison to what she makes in a single day, which is why she opposes my employment." Upon hearing this, both parents understood. The family was not in financial distress, and sending their son to work seemed futile. However, remaining idle at home inevitably subjected him to the scrutiny of his in-laws, leaving his parents worried about Xiao Chen's situation. "What did your father and mother say? Didn't they offer you a position to start with?" "No, I have yet to meet her parents." "What? I haven't even met my own son's parents. Yet I am living in their home." Xiao Zhen also finds this quite difficult to accept. The other party is a large corporation, and their daughter is marrying into a family even wealthier than theirs. What if, when the time comes, you meet her parents and they disapprove of your union? That would be an utter embarrassment. Xiao Chen observed the expression on his father's face, feeling equally distressed. Lin Qingyun assured him that there was no need for concern, as she would persuade her father. However, if he lacked ambition, her father would never regard him favorably. This was precisely why Xiao Chen had chosen to clarify matters with Lin Qingyun, even at the cost of an argument yesterday. Xiao Chen aspired to start a business. Once he achieved success, the other party would undoubtedly regard him with increased respect, and Lin Qingyun would not be put in a difficult position. As far as I know, her father is the wealthiest man in Xia country, the founder of Xingchen Group, Lin Ji. Upon hearing this name, even after decades of experience, Xiao Zhen felt a tremor of apprehension. Lin Ji. When Xiao Chen uttered this name, he noticed his parents' expressions grow solemn. Wishing to alleviate their worries, he comforted them. "Dad, it's all right. I've been contemplating starting a profitable venture recently, and Qingyun will assist me. There is no need for you to fret excessively." Zhao's father and mother exchanged glances. They were quite familiar with the name Lin Ji. "Hey, Dad, are you there? Why can't I hear your voices?" Hearing Xiao Chen's voice on the other end of the line, Xiao Zhen responded slowly. "It's nothing, son. Whatever you choose to do, your father will support you. Just be sure to exercise caution." Encouraged by his father's words, Xiao Chen felt invigorated. He would seize any business opportunity that came his way. Just as he was about to reassure them not to worry, the call was abruptly disconnected. Is this fate? Why can't our family escape the Lin family? Child, do not overthink it. Let the young ones manage their own affairs. You are of a certain age. Do not burden yourself with their concerns, Sai. Xiao Chen was unaware of the reason his father had hung up. He was now devising plans for his future endeavors. Meanwhile, Lin Qingyun had just finished a meeting when her secretary rushed in to inform her that there were visitors in her office. Lin Qingyun initially assumed it was Han Shanbo again, which vexed her immensely. Striding back, she opened the door to find an elegant woman standing by the glass window, observing the crowd below, exuding a regal demeanor. "Mother, what brings you here?" The woman turned, her features indeed bearing a resemblance to Lin Qingyun. "What? Am I not allowed to come see you?" Lin Qingyun suspected her mother's visit might be related to the Han family. "Of course. Had it not been for you sending our household registration book, I would have remained unsettled. I must sincerely thank you for that." Lin's mother settled onto the sofa, sipped her tea, and gazed at Lin Qingyun, speaking slowly. "Your father is aware of your situation." At this moment, Lin Qingyun's heart was filled with trepidation. Although her father did not impede her pursuit of love, he harbored lingering resentment towards Xiao Chen, the one who had caused her predicament. "All right, I understand," she replied. "Why don't you inquire about his stance? Regardless of his attitude, I am already wed." Lin's mother observed her daughter's stubborn demeanor and chuckled softly. "You remain as stubborn as ever. What is it to laugh about? Back when my father was merely a poor boy, you defied the disapproval of my grandparents and chose to be with him. I empathize with you, but your father certainly does not wish for you to endure hardship alongside that young man. Pregnant right after graduating from university, he must be beside himself with worry." Lin's mother gazed at Lin Qingyun, seeing in her the reflection of her own youthful impulsiveness and determination. Chapter 43. What should I call you, Aunt? Call me Mom. Wasn't that an accident? Haven't I explained it before? Both Mumu and Han Han truly adore you too. Lin Qingyun's reasoning left Lin's mother speechless. Those two little granddaughters indeed captivated their hearts. "I won't be leaving for lunch today. Summon him here so I can ensure everything is in order." "Ensure what? We are already legally wed." Lin Qingyun felt helpless. She was uncertain if Xiao Chen was genuinely prepared for such an abrupt meeting with her mother. She feared her mother might find Xiao Chen lacking. But one must meet the parents, right? "Allow me to see him. If I'm satisfied, then it will be easier to discuss matters with your father." Only then did Lin Qingyun realize her mother was there to support her, filling her with joy. Having her mother's assistance was far better than facing this alone. She promptly took out her phone and messaged Xiao Chen. "Darling, prepare a meal for 3 at noon, and make sure to choose your signature dishes." "Urgent call." Xiao Chen replied instantly. "Received. Salute." Lin Qingyun felt a slight sense of relief upon receiving his response. She was well aware of his culinary skills. She refrained from mentioning that her mother wished to meet him, as she believed that an unprepared encounter would yield the most genuine impressions. Lin Qingyun also wanted her mother to witness how Xiao Chen typically cared for her, to provide her reassurance and perhaps speak favorably of him upon returning home. That was the outcome Lin Qingyun desired. He mentioned he would arrive precisely at noon. "Is he bringing lunch for you?" Lin's mother asked curiously, recalling how Lin Ji used to manage his busy schedule to prepare meals for her. "Absolutely. His culinary skills are on par with my father's. You can savor them during lunch. I'm quite looking forward to it." With her mother as support, Lin Qingyun felt elated. At least now she had some leverage against her father. She no longer had to endure the pressure alone, as Lin Ji was considerably more attentive to Lin Qingyun's mother. "I noticed some issues with the documents on your desk. Let me offer some corrections." Lin's mother possessed a profound understanding of workplace culture, having contributed significantly to the establishment of Xiao Group. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, having received Lin Qingyun's directives, combined his skills as a nutritional expert and versatile chef from the system and began contemplating which dishes to prepare. He wasn't certain what his specialties were, just that he could cook a variety of dishes, all of which turned out deliciously. The kitchen staff, accustomed to his presence, instinctively approached to assist him. For them, watching Xiao Chen cook was nothing short of a delight. Xiao Chen busied himself with the preparations, culminating in an exquisite presentation. The family watched in envy as Xiao Chen hurried off to deliver lunch to the young lady, each one imagining their own boyfriends doing the same. Alas, unfortunately, they did not have boyfriends. Xiao Chen arrived at the entrance of the Xiao Group, and the receptionist recognized him. "Back to deliver lunch to the president again?" Xiao Chen smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. The young lady promptly pressed the elevator button for him, knowing that the president had instructed her to treat him exceptionally well. She dared not be negligent. As the elevator doors slowly closed, her heart raced with excitement. It was no wonder, for Xiao Chen possessed an undeniable charm. Upon reaching the top floor, he skipped into Lin Qingyun's office. "Ding, ding, ding. My dear, I'm here," Xiao Chen exclaimed, holding the lunchbox as he bounded to her side. Lin Qingyun felt a surge of joy at his exuberance. Though she harbored a mature heart, he insisted on playing the adorable role to bring her happiness. "Look at you. So happy just because you brought me lunch?" she teased. "Of course. It brings me immense joy to deliver lunch to my beloved." Xiao Chen's words made her heart blossom with delight. However, her mother had entered the adjacent room 10 minutes earlier, curious to observe how Xiao Chen treated her daughter. Yet, Lin Qingyun paid no heed to this, for regardless of the circumstances, Xiao Chen was her most cherished person. "Will you bring me lunch every day from now on?" she asked. "Is that even a question?" "Absolutely." Gazing into Xiao Chen's earnest eyes, Lin Qingyun felt assured of his unwavering affection. "All right, once I finish this document, we shall dine." "Sound great." Xiao Chen settled onto the nearby sofa, remaining silent so as not to disturb Lin Qingyun as she worked. However, he was puzzled by her request for him to prepare meals for 3, particularly his signature dishes, suggesting that an important guest was expected. He glanced around, but there seemed to be no one else present. Yet, Xiao Chen dismissed such thoughts. The mere prospect of sharing a meal with his wife filled him with joy. He cared not about the identity of the third guest, as long as it did not interrupt their time together. He sat quietly, admiring Lin Qingyun's focused demeanor. Truly beautiful. However, Lin Qingyun found it difficult to concentrate, especially knowing her mother was waiting in the adjacent room. Resolutely, she stood up. "Let us go. It's time for lunch." "Already?" "No worries, my dear. I'm not hungry. We can eat after you finish," Xiao Chen replied, fully aware that Lin Qingyun had yet to complete even a single page. "You may not be hungry, but I am. We can look at it later. Let us eat first." Lin Qingyun insisted, and Xiao Chen said no more. When she said they wouldn't look at it, he accepted that without question and followed her into the adjacent room. Upon entering, Xiao Chen spotted an elderly lady seated at the dining table. Lin's mother, hearing the commotion at the door, turned to look. After carefully examining Xiao Chen's features, a ripple of recognition stirred within her. "Xiao Chen," she recalled Lin Qingyun mentioning his name, and with the addition of his striking appearance, the connection was unmistakable. "This is Xiao's family." Upon seeing Lin's mother face to face, Xiao Chen exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! Could it be that she is Lin Qingyun's mother? They bear such a striking resemblance." Aunt? What do you mean by aunt? It's mother." Hearing Xiao Chen address her as aunt, Lin Qingyun shot him a disapproving glance. This delighted Lin's mother, as it meant she could advocate for her upon returning home. Lin Qingyun feared that her mother might take offense at this form of address. Xiao Chen, upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words, felt a surge of excitement within him. "Mother? Are we meeting the parents so soon?" Lin Qingyun did not even give him a heads up. He was utterly unprepared. "Mother." Chapter 044. The older ginger is spicier. Lin's mother forcefully suppressed the impulse within her, striving to maintain a demeanor that was not overly excited. This youthful visage, she was not one to act unreasonably, especially considering her daughter had already obtained the certificate. The young man had even taken the initiative to greet her. How could she refuse? Thus, she rose to welcome the two of them. "You must be hungry. Please come and sit." Seeing Lin Qingyun's mother display such warmth and kindness, Xiao Chen felt his guard begin to lower. However, Lin Qingyun silently lamented the situation. Xiao Chen was still too young and easily fell for her mother's tricks. By allowing Xiao Chen to lower his defenses, he would inevitably reveal flaws when speaking, which would serve her purpose well. Indeed, the older ginger is spicier. Lin Qingyun promptly seated herself beside her mother to prevent her from posing any particularly tricky questions to Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen took out the lunch he had prepared from his lunchbox and laid it out on the table. Today, the rice he had made for Lin Qingyun depicted their family of four seated together on a park bench. As Lin Qingyun beheld the rice before her, a warm sensation blossomed from her heart. Lin's mother smiled knowingly. This young man was indeed thoughtful. Though Xiao Chen's pockets were not filled with wealth, he maintained a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant, awkward yet polite, as he sat opposite Lin Qingyun. Lin's mother observed Xiao Chen's every move, noting how he remained composed and genuine, revealing his true self without pretense. This demeanor earned her a newfound respect for him. She had encountered many who, upon meeting their future mother-in-law for the first time, were so nervous they could hardly speak, and others who feigned charm to win favor. Xiao Chen's relaxed posture made Lin's mother feel at ease, gradually cultivating a fondness for him. Once Xiao Chen had arranged all the dishes on the table, he politely announced, "Mom, we can start eating now." Lin's mother accepted the chopsticks he offered, casually selecting the dish closest to her and savoring it slowly. Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen watched her with eager anticipation, hoping the meal would delight her palate. For to capture someone's heart, one must first win over their stomach. Though my culinary skills may be humble, I ask for your generosity in judgment. Lin's mother meticulously tasted Xiao Chen's creations, and the authentic flavors and rich aromas astonished her. His culinary prowess was indeed remarkable. From the colors to the fragrances, the tastes, textures, and presentation, Xiao Chen's dishes were impeccable, far superior to anything prepared by her own husband and rivaling even the offerings of five-star establishments. It could be said that he was a truly skilled chef, perhaps even surpassing the one they had hired home. Delicious. This dish melted in her mouth, its robust and fragrant essence artfully restrained, leaving a lingering aftertaste that was utterly enchanting. Xiao Chen's culinary artistry was truly extraordinary. Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen felt a surge of joy in their hearts upon hearing Lin's mother praise Xiao Chen's efforts. At least they had achieved a small victory. Receiving such commendation from you is an immense honor for us, the younger generation. As long as the meal pleases your palate, that is all that matters. Xiao Chen humbly replied. Lin's mother, satisfied with Xiao Chen's response, urged, "You both should eat as well. Seeing me dine alone makes me feel quite awkward." It was then that the two realized they had been fixated on Lin's mother, and they sheepishly shifted their gaze. Initially, Lin's mother simply found the meal delicious and did not intend to offer any critique. She was merely aware of the two of them listening intently. Reluctantly, she expressed her feelings. Noticing that Lin Qingyun had yet to pick up her chopsticks, Xiao Chen quietly inquired, given Lin's mother's presence, "Dear, shall I feed you today?" Lin Qingyun seemed to recall something astonishing, wondering if he was implying that he would always feed her in the future. However, she quickly realized that Xiao Chen had only asked because her mother was present, Had her mother not been there, he would have undoubtedly begun feeding her already. Glancing at Lin's mother, Lin Qingyan deliberately raised her voice, proclaiming, "Darling, I want you to feed me." "All right, come on, dear, open wide." Xiao Chen instantly comprehended Lin Qingyan's intent and began his feeding routine with deft movements. Observing Xiao Chen's practiced actions, Lin's mother recognized that he was quite the habitual offender, undoubtedly having fed her daughter numerous times before. Yet, she recalled that during her own courtship with Lin Ji, she had never received such treatment. Watching her daughter's enjoyment, Lin's mother felt a mixture of happiness and slight discontent. "No, when I return, I must have my husband feed me as well." Though she was indeed her daughter, she was thoroughly indulging in this display of affection. After Lin Qingyan had her fill and sipped some water, she excused herself to engage in some exercise. Xiao Chen then picked up his bowl and resumed his meal. Following this lunch, Lin's mother was quite pleased with Xiao Chen, but still needed to ascertain whether he was truly a member of the Xiao family. "Xiao Chen, may I ask you a few questions?" Suddenly addressed by Lin's mother, Xiao Chen set down his bowl and swallowed his food before responding, "Of course, please go ahead." Observing his actions, Lin's mother felt warmed by this young man. "No rush. Please continue eating while you answer. I'm not particularly hungry, so take your time." Seeing Xiao Chen's principled demeanor, Lin's mother refrained from pressuring him. "How are your parents doing?" Xiao Chen had initially thought Lin's mother would inquire about him and Lin Qingyan, so he was taken aback by her question concerning his family. "My parents are well and in good health." "Your surname is Xiao?" Now even more puzzled, Xiao Chen recalled that she had just called him by name. "Yes, my surname is Xiao, and my given name is Chen. A wonderful name indeed, the morning son of the Xiao family." Lin's mother paused momentarily before continuing. "May I inquire about your esteemed father's name?" Xiao Chen, having encountered numerous situations, refrained from inquiring about his own affairs with Lin Qingyan, instead focusing on matters concerning his family. "My father's name is Xiao Zhen." Upon hearing this name, Lin's mother solidified her thoughts. It must be said that Xiao Chen bears a striking resemblance to his father. Otherwise, Lin's mother would not have contemplated the Xiao family. Xiao Zhen, Chapter 045. With his own daughter present, Xiao Chen could not escape upon witnessing the astonished expression of Lin's mother. Xiao Chen felt a wave of confusion. "Are you feeling unwell?" he inquired. Hearing the concern in Xiao Chen's voice, Lin's mother quickly adjusted her demeanor. "No. Are you and Qingyan both well?" This abrupt shift in conversation sparked Xiao Chen's suspicion, although he remained uncertain of the underlying reason. "We're both doing quite well." "That's good to hear. Please continue your meal. My questions are finished." Xiao Chen was perplexed. Had she only inquired about matters concerning his family? Her mention of his relationship with Lin Qingyan was but a fleeting remark. His curiosity piqued. He cast a questioning glance at Lin's mother. Noticing his gaze, she felt a pang of anxiety and turned her head away, deliberately ignoring him. Acknowledging her disinterest, Xiao Chen lifted his bowl and resumed eating. Despite her avoidance, Lin's mother remained acutely aware of Xiao Chen's every movement. Earlier, he had revealed to her that his name was Xiao Zhen. Upon hearing this name, how could she maintain her composure? Her thoughts drifted back 25 years, to a time when the business competition was fiercely ruthless, yet ripe with opportunity. During that era, Linji's Xingchen Group was merely a fledgling enterprise. Though it was a time of prosperity, it was also characterized by cutthroat competition, with numerous companies vying for dominance and a constant stream of innovative technologies emerging. It was during this period that Xiaoguo ascended to the status of the world's leading GDP nation. Unsatisfied with the status quo, Lin Ji boldly ventured into the realm of the internet. At that time, the internet was monopolized by a handful of dominant companies, and few dared to seek a share of the pie. Lin Ji's emergence provoked the ire of major corporations, which retaliated against his company with sanctions. No enterprise was willing to collaborate with him, effectively severing his economic lifeline. On the brink of bankruptcy, Xiao Zhen proactively approached Lin Ji, proposing a partnership. He wholeheartedly endorsed Lin Ji's vision, and their ideas were in perfect harmony. Together, they initiated counterattacks against the leading internet corporations of the time. Xiao Zhen invested nearly all of his entrepreneurial savings to support Lin Ji. It could be said that without Xiao Zhen's initial contributions, Lin Ji would never have achieved his current status. However, just as success seemed imminent for Lin Ji, Xiao Zhan mysteriously vanished. The company collapsed, employees were laid off, and both he and his wife disappeared without a trace one fateful night. This enigma has lingered in the hearts of Lin Ji and his wife. Given the circumstances, Lin Ji refrained from searching for Xiao Zhan, focusing instead on the growth of his own enterprise. It was not until he reached the pinnacle of the internet industry that a new employee joined his company, Xiao Zhan's former assistant. Through him, Lin Ji learned that Xiao Zhan's contributions extended far beyond what was publicly acknowledged. It was Xiao Zhan who had shielded Lin Ji from the pressure exerted by the powerful corporations, granting him the breathing room necessary to flourish. Yet, by the time Lin Ji sought to find Xiao Zhan, he discovered that there was no trace of him anywhere in the world. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Mu had no idea where Xiao Zhan's hometown lay. Upon seeing Xiao Chen for the first time, Lin Mu mistook him for the youthful Xiao Zhan, her heart unable to remain tranquil. As for the recognition between the two families, Lin Mu understood that it was a matter of course, one that did not require haste. Her daughter was present, and there was no way Xiao Chen could escape. This matter would be deliberated with Lin Ji before reaching a conclusion. Gazing at Xiao Chen before her, Lin Mu could not help but reflect that perhaps this was destiny. Lin Ji would not only refrain from preventing his daughter, but upon learning of Xiao Chen's identity, he would undoubtedly express his agreement with enthusiasm. Moreover, considering Xiao Chen's kindness toward her daughter, what reason would Lin Ji have to be displeased? Resolute in her decision, Lin Mu rose to bid farewell to Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyan. All right, you young people continue with your affairs. I shall take my leave and not intrude upon you two any longer. Hearing this, Lin Qingyan paused, her cheeks flushed. What was her mother saying? What young people's matters? Xiao Chen, having just tidied up, hurried to escort Lin Mu out. Lin Qingyan pulled her mother aside and inquired, "How did it go? Did you pass the test?" Observing her daughter's rosy cheeks, Lin Mu found it amusing and turned to Xiao Chen, saying, "Do not fret. The next time we meet, I shall bring Qingyun's father to visit you." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. At least Xiao Chen had passed her mother's scrutiny. Xiao Chen, too, felt a measure of comfort, releasing his earlier apprehensions. "Hooray! I knew you would be on my side," Lin Qingyun exclaimed, gripping her mother's hand with excitement. "Such a wonderful son-in-law. I do not wish to let anyone else benefit from him." Hearing Lin Mu's praise, Xiao Chen smiled knowingly at Lin Qingyun, replying, "Thank you for your kind words." Pleased with Xiao Chen, Lin Mu regarded him with satisfaction. Lin Qingyun hurriedly rushed to open the door for her mother. "How come you're so eager to have me leave today? I've never seen you so attentive." Lin Qingyun, perhaps influenced by the events of the previous night, felt particularly sensitive, her cheeks aflame as she retorted, "I'm not. What would I be anxious about?" Lin Mu, well aware of her daughter's thoughts, chose not to elaborate further, lest she embarrass her. Upon reaching the elevator, Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen followed suit. Xiao Chen took the initiative to press the button for the third basement level. Lin Qingyun observed his action and chuckled, "Silly, Luo City is so far from the capital. Do you think my mother will drive back?" Hearing this, Xiao Chen appeared perplexed. Was it not necessary to drive to the airport? Noticing his bewilderment, Lin Qingyun pressed the button for the rooftop. When the elevator doors opened, Xiao Chen grasped her intention. To his astonishment, two helicopters came into view atop the building, a sight that vividly illustrated how poverty could limit one's imagination. Xiao Chen had only seen helicopters on military programs, so encountering a real helicopter before him was undeniably astonishing. Indeed, his wife's financial prowess was no exaggeration. Lin's mother, observing Xiao Chen's awe, felt no disdain. Had it not been for Xiao Chen's father, their family would never have been able to afford a helicopter. "Yinner, when you have some free time, take Xiao Chen out for some leisure. Do not always leave him alone at home." Lin Qingyun found herself at a loss for words upon hearing this. "Do you think I do not wish to spend quality time with my husband? I hardly have the time. With so many matters at the company each day, you still blame me." Chapter 46. Eliciting resentment? If you're overwhelmed with tasks, why not seek assistance? Lin Mu gazed at Lin Qingyun's oblivious demeanor, feeling a sense of worry. My father insisted that I must meticulously review every document myself, leaving no room for error. Lin Mu implied that Lin Qingyun ought to spend more time with Xiao Chen to alleviate his loneliness. Work could indeed be set aside for a while. Young people should engage more with one another, rather than isolating themselves behind the cold screens of their phones. Such distance fosters no genuine affection. Lin Mu, somewhat exasperated, wished for her daughter to comprehend the situation. Setting aside the fact that Xiao Chen was her son-in-law, she genuinely liked him for his courteous and composed nature. Perhaps this is the essence of a mother-in-law growing increasingly fond of her son-in-law. Upon hearing her mother suggest more interaction, Lin Qingyun felt a flush of heat rise to her face, inwardly lamenting, "Why must everything be aired out? You need not worry. My relationship with Qingyun is quite strong." Xiao Chen, noticing Lin Qingyun's embarrassment, interjected to alleviate the tension. "How perceptive my son-in-law is. Why can't Qingyun be a bit more understanding?" Initially feeling a mixture of embarrassment and anger at her mother's words, Lin Qingyun's displeasure dissipated upon hearing the term son-in-law. Xiao Chen, upon hearing Lin Mu refer to him as her son-in-law, felt a wave of relief wash over him. This affirmed that Lin Mu had fully accepted him and sanctioned the relationship between him and Lin Qingyun. They exchanged a knowing glance. Their hearts warmed in unison. Lin Mu observed their interaction, feeling comforted that her daughter had found someone who truly cherished her. "Mom, remember to speak kindly of me to Dad when you get home," Lin Qingyun called out as her mother boarded the plane. As Xiao Chen watched the helicopter prepare for takeoff, he grasped Lin Qingyun's hand and hurried to shelter behind the windscreen. As the wings began to rotate, Xiao Chen watched his mother-in-law ascend into the sky. Once the aircraft had distanced itself, Lin Qingyun joyfully pecked Xiao Chen on the cheek. "You performed admirably today. My mom acknowledges you, and this is your reward." Xiao Chen touched his cheek, bemused. "Is this it?" Lin Qingyun, amused by his playful demeanor, concocted a mischievous plan. She leaned in close to his ear and whispered something softly. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Chen felt a rush of warmth flood his face. A trickle of warmth escaping his nose, which he wiped away. I find myself flustered again." Lin Qingyun, witnessing his nosebleed, burst into uncontrollable laughter. Xiao Chen could only shake his head in resignation. He could only blame his youthful exuberance. Indeed, this is how a man should behave. He consoled himself, thinking that any man with a hint of vigor would succumb to such enchantment. Lin Qingyun's every smile and frown radiated feminine allure. And it was no wonder Xiao Chen found his resolve crumbling. She was simply too irresistibly captivating. After Lin Qingyun smiled, she gently took out a tissue from Xiao Chen's pocket and began to wipe his nosebleed. However, as Lin Qingyun stood on her tiptoes to assist him, the blood continued to flow uncontrollably from Xiao Chen's nose. With only one tissue left from an entire pack, Lin Qingyun grew anxious. Why wouldn't he stop? She rolled the last piece into a cylindrical shape and inserted it directly into Xiao Chen's nostrils. Unable to contain her laughter at the sight of a roll of tissue protruding from his nose, Lin Qingyun pointed and chuckled incessantly. Xiao Chen, glancing at his reflection in the nearby windscreen, couldn't help but agree. Indeed, it resembled a pig's nose with a green onion stuck in it. Nevertheless, he didn't care much about appearances, for he knew he possessed the stature of an elephant. Once Lin Qingyun had her fill of laughter, she took Xiao Chen back to her office, as she still had work to complete. With her mother's assistance earlier that morning, she had already accomplished a significant portion of her tasks. "Just wait here for me. Once I'm done, we can go shopping." The mere thought of shopping invigorated Lin Qingyun, and her pace quickened as she resumed her work. Xiao Chen, realizing that his presence was a distraction, retreated into Lin Qingyun's room and lay on the bed, engrossed in his phone, recalling the voice message Lin Qingyun had sent in the group chat the previous night. Xiao Chen couldn't resist checking in on the group of young men he referred to as his sons. "So, have you all imagined your father's joy yet?" In the past, whenever Xiao Chen sent a message in the group, they would hardly acknowledge him. Now, however, his messages elicited instantaneous responses. "Damn, I can't believe it." The moment they saw Xiao Chen online, they unleashed a torrent of playful insults upon him, reflecting on how he had treated them well in the past. Xiao Chen felt a pang of sadness. How could you all treat me like this? No matter what he said, their banter persisted unabated. Puzzled, Xiao Chen wondered why he had become such a target of their jesting. Was it merely because he had married right after graduating from university? Do you really harbor such resentment towards me? Witnessing their sharp remarks, he couldn't help but interject. Let us keep the playful banter lighthearted. Don't toy with our feelings. Do you realize that your casual voice messages can be quite damaging to us freshly graduated students? One of them remarked. Chen, remember to introduce me to a wealthy woman. While he could tolerate Guo Tao and Tian Beixing's comments, Wang Jiaoyang's incessant musings left him bewildered. Liang, I must say, you truly excel at nothing other than dreaming big. Do you think wealthy women are so easy to find? You would be better off focusing on securing a stable job. Chen, you don't understand. Finding a rich woman is my lifelong ambition. Xiao Chen regretted his previous comment. Wang Jiaoyang seemed impervious to reason, rendering any advice futile. I yearn to experience a joy beyond my imagination. Xiao Chen was no longer inclined to engage with him. He pondered how he Beichun, despite coming from a wealthy family and marrying into the Chu family, had been subjected to such humiliation. This fellow still harbored dreams of finding a wealthy partner. Young individuals must rely on their own diligence to reap rewards. Merely dreaming will not lead to financial independence. It will only render one increasingly complacent, living a life devoid of purpose. After all, not everyone is fortunate enough to have a spouse as remarkable as his own. Xiao Chen decided to disengage from further conversation with them and opened a short video application, scrolling through videos instead. Unbeknownst to him, he gradually drifted into slumber. In a vague and hazy state, Xiao Chen sensed someone removing his garments. He was abruptly awakened, startled by the thought that he could be violated in his own wife's room. Chapter 47, A Tense Moment Wife? What are you doing? As Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he realized it was Lin Qingyun, her hands exploring his form. Upon noticing Xiao Chen had awakened, Lin Qingyun hastily turned away, feigning disinterest as she pretended to play with her phone. Wife, have you awakened? What is it, my husband? Lin Qingyun maintained an innocent demeanor, gazing at the still drowsy Xiao Chen as if nothing had transpired. Xiao Chen, bewildered, questioned whether what he experienced was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, he distinctly felt her hands roaming over him and saw her turn away as he opened his eyes, rising to inspect his disheveled attire. He pondered if it was all just a dream. Lin Qingyun continued to feign ignorance, looking at him with a puzzled expression. What is the matter, my husband? Did you have a nightmare? With her persistent inquiries, Xiao Chen began to confirm the reality of his situation. However, the state of his clothing left him convinced of Lin Qingyun's playful actions while he had been asleep. You dare ask me what is wrong? You've already removed my pants, and you still question me? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun's expression turned even more innocently perplexed. What is wrong? I haven't done anything. Xiao Chen was certain he would not have carelessly disrobed in his sleep. Then how do my pants end up on the floor? Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed an even deeper hue. Xiao Chen found himself momentarily captivated by her appearance. She wore her professional attire, her hair slightly tousled, the top button of her white shirt undone. Her long legs were elegantly encased in black stockings beneath a fitted black skirt. Xiao Chen made an effort to regain his composure, resolute not to be swayed by Lin Qingyun's allure. Noticing the way she gazed at him, Lin Qingyun leaned in, pinning him down as she whispered enticingly in his ear, "Isn't this all you're doing?" The seductive tone of her voice, coupled with the tickling sensation in his ear, rendered Xiao Chen momentarily powerless to escape her grasp. He found himself submissively pinned beneath her, devoid of any will to resist, allowing her to roam freely over him. Unbeknownst to them, both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun found themselves ensnared in a passionate exchange, embarking on yet another round of playful conflict. Standing face to face, the tension was palpable. Once again, Lin Qingyun held the upper hand, swiftly cornering Xiao Chen into a dire situation. Rather than feeling fatigued, she grew increasingly invigorated with each encounter, pressing him further into submission. Time and again, she pushed Xiao Chen to the brink, and he, recognizing the precariousness of his position, raised a white flag in surrender. However, Lin Qingyun was not one to accept such capitulation. Surrendering is not the mark of a true man. Upon hearing her words, fear gripped Xiao Chen as he gazed at Lin Qingyun with trepidation. She laughed heartily. Is this truly all the strength you possess? Just this? Do you still dare to challenge me? Xiao Chen's mind was filled with curses. It was he who initiated this conflict, yet he was accused of provocation. However, as a man, how could he possibly concede defeat to a woman? Regaining his confidence, Xiao Chen launched into a new round of fierce combat against Lin Qingyun. Little girl, my weapons possess no eyes. Beware of the ruthless blades. What era is this? Referring to me as little girl. Perhaps you should focus on your own shortcomings, brat. As Xiao Chen charged towards her, Lin Qingyun was equally spirited, countering his assault with determination. In this encounter, Lin Qingyun distinctly sensed that Xiao Chen had mastered the art of warfare. Initially, their exchanges were balanced and evenly matched, but gradually, Lin Qingyun found herself losing the initiative, allowing Xiao Chen to take command of this epic confrontation. Despite relinquishing the upper hand, Lin Qingyun relished the opportunity to refine her tactical skills against Xiao Chen. As the battle wore on, Xiao Chen's stamina visibly waned, while Lin Qingyun, bolstered by the system's augmentations, gradually regained her former dominance. Recognizing the shift in momentum, Xiao Chen, accompanied by his subordinates, made a hasty retreat. Lin Qingyun, seizing the moment, personally led her troops in pursuit of him. Before long, Xiao Chen found himself defeated once again at Lin Qingyun's feet. However, she was relentless, insisting on a rematch of 300 rounds. Although Xiao Chen had the means to continue fighting, and the system had enhanced his physical capabilities in time, Lin Qingyun's resources were boundless, allowing her to deploy troops without fear of depletion. Xiao Chen stood no chance against her. Retreat is the best strategy, he declared, attempting to flee. Yet, Lin Qingyun anticipated such tactics and swiftly blocked his escape route. As Xiao Chen dashed into the valley, hoping to evade her onslaught, he discovered that she had laid an intricate trap awaiting his arrival. Xiao Chen could hardly fathom that his illustrious career would culminate in defeat at the hands of Lin Qingyun. Forced into a desperate struggle once more, this time it was imperative to determine a victor. Yet, Lin Qingyun enjoyed the advantages of time, place, and morale, leaving Xiao Chen at a loss for an effective countermeasure in such an unforeseen predicament. Embracing the principle of being as immovable as a mountain, yet striking like thunder, Xiao Chen found himself at a standstill. Through this extraordinary battle, he gradually gleaned new strategies, adopting swift maneuvers akin to the wind and the calm of the forest. Albeit struggling against Lin Qingyun's relentless forces and indomitable spirit, as they clashed once more upon the battlefield, Xiao Chen ultimately found himself defeated, not for lack of desire to win, but rather due to Lin Qingyun's overwhelming prowess. In the end, he was compelled to raise the white flag and surrender. Observing Xiao Chen's rapid defeat once again, cowering in a corner, Lin Qingyun felt a pang of compassion. After all, he was her husband, and the last thing she wanted was to inflict a psychological scar. Since you have surrendered, I shall spare you this time. But you must utter a sweet word to lift my spirits, and then I shall release you. Upon witnessing Lin Qingyun's willingness to grant him mercy, Xiao Chen felt a glimmer of hope in life. General Lin is truly unmatched in heroism, possessing an imposing and grand demeanor. I am utterly exhausted and no longer possess the strength to fight. I humbly beseech you to show leniency and spare my life. After all, there are many days ahead, and General Lin must also learn to manage wisely. To leave me without hope for survival in one fell swoop is not in line with the valiant spirit of the esteemed General Lin. Oomph. Do you need to instruct me on this? I'm well aware. My dear wife, you are indeed wise. As for what lies ahead, let's await the next chapter to unfold. Chapter 48. Married to the father of the child. What of it? Do you have any objections? Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, He Hui returned to her residence. On the rooftop, 2 rows of bodyguards awaited her arrival, initially intended to accompany her to Luo City. However, He Hui had issued a stern command. Anyone daring to follow her would be dismissed from their duties the following day. No one was brave enough to defy her orders. Lin Ji had hired them to ensure the safety of Lin's mother, yet they dared not disobey He Hui's directives. He Hui found Lin Ji's approach quite irksome. Did he truly believe he could not accompany her due to fears for his own safety? Nonetheless, given the current circumstances, she had no time to dwell on this matter. Upon exiting the elevator, she noticed that the meddlesome elders from the Han family, who were fixated on her daughter, had once again appeared. Seeing He Hui, Han's mother hastily rose to her feet, showering her with flattery. "Madam Lin, your leisure is truly enviable. Traveling all this way by private jet to visit Qingyun. How fortunate your daughter is to have such a caring mother." He Hui, irritated by the condescending tone, suppressed her annoyance. Mindful of the business ties between Lin Ji and Han Jia, isn't young Master Han Shanbua visiting our Qingyun every day? As her mother, I simply wish to see how my daughter is faring. Seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm in He Hui's voice, Han's mother continued her obsequious remarks. "I've arranged for my son to purchase several villas in Luo City, so he need not travel back and forth, all to spend more time with Qingyun." He Hui found the notion of Imama's boy utterly distasteful. He lacked any independence, a stark contrast to her own beloved son-in-law. Choosing to ignore Han's mother, she seated herself beside Lin Ji, who grasped her hand, wary of He Hui's potential outburst directed at the Han family. "May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit today?" Lin Ji asked, prompting Han's mother to exchange furtive glances with her husband. When her husband remained silent, Han's mother spoke up. "Indeed, Qingyun sent over a sofa and coffee table yesterday, valued at over 10 million. She said it was for Shanbua, so he could lounge comfortably." Lin Ji seemed unfazed, suspecting that his daughter harbored feelings for Han Shanbua. He Hui, however, was taken aback by the news, but quickly considered that there must be some misunderstanding. She retrieved her phone to inquire with Lin Qingyun. "That was Qingyun's intention, if you like it. That is all that matters," Lin Ji remarked. In response, He Hui swiftly stepped on Lin Ji's foot, her high heel digging in. Over the years, he had endured such treatment without protest, knowing he had likely misspoken and refraining from further comment. "Oh, we're most pleased. Your father, last night, insisted on remaining seated on that sofa, no matter how much we urged him to rise. Can you guess why?" Lin Ji stole a glance at He Hui, who was engrossed in her phone, offering an awkward smile. Han's mother continued. "He said it was a gift from his beloved daughter-in-law, and he wanted to enjoy it a little longer." Upon hearing those words, Lin Ji was taken aback, never expecting the Han family to hold such deep affection for their daughter. Sensing the scrutiny in Lin Ji's gaze, Han's father felt a flush of embarrassment. How could he remain seated on that couch? The couch, which had been delivered to their home, was promptly moved to the bodyguard's quarters by Han's mother. Observing his wife's brazen lies without a hint of preparation, Han's father felt a wave of shame wash over him. How audacious of her to utter such words. Just moments earlier, Lin Ji had been stepped on by He Hui and now dared not speak further, merely nodding in silence. In his youth, he had shared some camaraderie with Han's father and had always respected his character. Noticing Lin Ji's reticence, Han's mother inquired, "Our Qingyun is not yet married, is she?" "No, the child insists on making her own decisions," Lin Ji replied. Upon hearing this, Han's mother felt a surge of joy within. This indicated that Lin Qingyun's claims during their phone conversation yesterday had been mere fabrications. "Look, Qingyun and Shanbua are of similar age, and Shanbua treats Qingyun well. She seems quite fond of him as well. Perhaps we should hasten to arrange their marriage." Lin Ji was somewhat taken aback by her urgency. Why was the Han family so eager? When Lin Qingyun left, she had assured him that if she wished to marry, she would bring her partner to meet him. What was the Han family up to? If his daughter were inclined, she would have long since brought Han Shanbua to introduce to him. Lin Ji found himself at a loss. At that moment, He Hui set down her phone, having unraveled the mystery surrounding the sofa and coffee table. "Han mother, spare us your efforts. Didn't T.R. Qingyun inform you that she and Han Shanbua are simply not meant to be? Please cease discussing this matter. We do not consent." Everyone present, including Lin Ji, stared at He Hui in astonishment, taken aback by her sudden confrontation. Lin Ji hesitated to counter her. Realizing that He Hui had just returned from Lin Qingyun, and must have learned something significant. Han's mother was equally surprised by He Hui's boldness. But what? Your Han Shambua has been incessantly pestering our Qingyun. Matters concerning the children should be resolved by them alone. You needn't team meddle. I am quite fatigued. I kindly ask you both to leave. He Hui issued a firm dismissal. Han's father, a man who valued his reputation, felt utterly humiliated by his wife's recent antics. Without further ado, he rose and bowed to Lin Ji and He Hui. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave now. Seeing her husband depart, Han's mother followed suit. Lin Ji gazed at He Hui, bewildered. Had she not just offended their potential ally? Yet, upon witnessing the resolute look in her eyes, he found the words he had intended to speak stifled within him. Yinner is already married. He Hui's revelation struck Lin Ji like lightning, leaving him utterly shocked. Only then did he comprehend the urgency of the Han family's visit regarding the children's marriage. To whom has she wed? How dare she decide her lifelong commitment without my knowledge? He Hui gazed at Lin Ji's furious demeanor, her heart unperturbed, and spoke calmly. She had married the father of her child just yesterday. What? How dare you? Lin Ji was now seething with rage. He had long harbored resentment towards a young man who had gotten Qingyun pregnant. Now, with his wife and daughter concealing the truth from him, having tied the knot, how could he possibly remain composed? That child bears the surname Xiao. I care not for his surname. I am heading to Luocheng. I shall insist that they annul this marriage. Xiao Chen. Upon uttering this name, Lin Ji, who was previously consumed by fury, instantly regained his composure. He continued, Mu Mu and Han's father is Xiao Chen, the son of Xiao Zhen. At this moment, Lin Ji comprehended why his wife would not allow their daughter to marry so indiscriminately. She had evidently found the benefactor from years past. Lin Ji hurriedly knelt beside He Hui, massaging her legs and kneading her shoulders. What on earth is happening here? Lin Qingyun had confided in her mother about Han Shambua's situation, and upon returning, she found Xiao Chen weakly lying on the bed, seemingly devoid of the will to move. Lin Qingyun playfully tapped Xiao Chen's backside. Stop pretending. Are you that exhausted? I, for one, feel no fatigue whatsoever. Chapter 049. A complete defeat. Xiao Chen gazed at Lin Qingyun's arrogant expression, compounded by the sharp pangs of pain radiating from his backside. He pulled the blanket over his face, feeling the weight of his defeat. He had lost utterly. Lin Qingyun, observing Xiao Chen's demeanor, could not suppress a laugh as she snatched the blanket away from him. Why so shy? Let's go for a stroll. Xiao Chen thought to himself. You seem utterly unfazed, energized by the system, while I am the one charging forward with real stakes. How could it possibly compare? What? You don't want to go? Sensing the chill in Lin Qingyun's tone, Xiao Chen remained still, choosing not to move. Seeing Xiao Chen's unwavering stance, Lin Qingyun pondered whether she had perhaps been too harsh on him. Leaning beside him, she smiled, gazing at his face. Darling, what is the matter? Are you upset? Xiao Chen turned his head away, avoiding Lin Qingyun's gaze. The memory of her earlier actions was still vivid in his mind. Darling, please don't be mad. I realize my mistake and promise I won't treat you like that again. Hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a slight easing of his heart as he began to don his clothes slowly. Lin Qingyun, watching Xiao Chen, couldn't help but chuckle, surprised to discover this adorable side of him. Xiao Chen was well aware of her amusement, yet he felt there was little he could do. After all, she was his wife, and if he did not indulge her, would he not be granting an advantage to others? Once Xiao Chen was dressed, Lin Qingyun changed into a different dress. Observing Lin Qingyun's girl-next-door appearance, Xiao Chen found it hard to believe that the woman before him could treat him in such a manner. Clad in a creamy white dress, her aura emanated innocence and naivety, her lustrous black hair cascading casually down her back, complemented by a pair of white high-top canvas shoes. She appeared refreshingly unique, yet still radiated that unmistakable queenly presence. Xiao Chen could not help but marvel at how stunning his wife was, capable of looking magnificent in anything she wore. As he gazed at her, lost in thought, Lin Qingyun felt a flutter in her heart but feigned annoyance, teasingly asking, Do you know how to drive? I have a license, but I've never actually driven a car. Xiao Chen had obtained his license right after graduating high school. yet had never had the opportunity to handle a vehicle. Lin Qingyan produced a small suitcase, addressing Xiao Chen. Inside, you'll find the keys. Choose a car. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the small suitcase, but his astonishment deepened when he opened it to reveal a treasure trove of car keys. A veritable collection of luxury vehicles awaited him. Staring at the myriad of keys, he swallowed hard. Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Bugatti Veyrons. An array of extravagant automobiles left him in a daze. Wife, what is all this? These are the cars I prepared for you. I wasn't sure which ones you would like, so I bought them all. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen wondered if such a statement could even be uttered by a human being. Uncertain of your preferences, I procured a variety of items. Observing Xiao Chen's expression, Lin Qingyan found herself somewhat puzzled. What was the matter? Did you not like them? Had I known you were displeased, I would have refrained from purchasing them. There are still dozens parked in the garage. Of course I like them. How could I not appreciate what my wife has prepared for me? Xiao Chen exclaimed, reflecting, have I indeed become a laboring youth? The emblem of Ferrari features a horse, while Lamborghini S showcases a bull. Ultimately, Xiao Chen selected the key to a Maybach. It is better to remain low-key when venturing out. The comfort of a Maybach sedan surpasses that of a sports car, making it less exhausting for Lin Qingyan. After Xiao Chen chose the car key, Lin Qingyan escorted him downstairs. Upon arriving at Lin Qingyan's underground garage, Xiao Chen grasped the true essence of luxury. This was indeed opulence. The expansive garage was filled with an array of exquisite vehicles. Merely glancing at the keys, Xiao Chen could not have anticipated the sensation of having these cars before him. It was astonishing. The crucial aspect was that these vehicles were all for his own enjoyment. At that moment, Xiao Chen truly understood the meaning of having a harem of 3,000 beauties. With so many cars at his disposal, he could drive whichever he desired. The exhilaration was simply unparalleled. With a gentle press of the car key, he effortlessly located the Maybach 57. Lin Qingyan noticed Xiao Chen's eagerness to take it for a spin and promptly settled into the passenger seat. As Xiao Chen grasped the steering wheel, a surge of vitality coursed through him. They fastened their seat belts, and with a gentle start, the vehicle roared to life. Thanks to his enhanced physique, Xiao Chen maneuvered the car with remarkable ease. Dear, I'm about to speed. Seeing Xiao Chen's delight, Lin Qingyan felt a wave of happiness. Let us head to the commercial street near the school, she suggested, recalling how she often visited there during her studies. Today, with the opportunity at hand, she wished to share the experience with Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen drove, reveling in the thrill of acceleration, he felt an immense joy. After all, which young man could resist such temptation? Although he claimed he had never driven before, Lin Qingyan initially believed him. However, once on the road, the car behaved like a wild stallion, galloping down the thoroughfare. Lin Qingyan's heart raced. On several occasions, they narrowly avoided collisions. Yet Xiao Chen elegantly steered them clear with each turn. She felt as though they were soaring, gradually becoming enamored with the exhilarating sensation. Didn't you say you had never driven before? Lin Qingyan inquired, astonished. This clearly demonstrated the skills of a seasoned driver. Indeed, aside from driving school, this is my first time behind the wheel, Xiao Chen replied, leaving Lin Qingyan somewhat taken aback. To drive so proficiently on the first attempt was astonishing. One could not deny the existence of innate talent. Lin Qingyan had never experienced such adrenaline, even while flying in her family's helicopter. Observing Xiao Chen's demeanor, she felt entirely at ease, trusting implicitly that he would not encounter any mishaps. Though thrilling, Xiao Chen adhered strictly to traffic regulations, exhibiting no hint of crossing the line. Finding one's freedom within the confines of rules, without transgressing yet feeling utterly liberated, is indeed a source of joy. Before long, Xiao Chen arrived at the commercial street near Luoqing University. After parking the car, Lin Qingyan eagerly pulled Xiao Chen towards the pedestrian street in search of delectable treats. Observing the various stalls offering takoyaki, an assortment of barbecue delights, and myriad snacks, Lin Qingyan enthusiastically sampled each vendor's offerings. Xiao Chen, standing by, was taken aback by Lin Qingyan's fervor. My dear, I thought shopping meant buying clothes. It seems it's all about indulging in street food, he exclaimed. What is the matter? Aren't you going to let me partake? He added, somewhat astonished. Lin Qingyun, understanding his sentiment, chuckled. When I was a student at Luoqing University, this was my favorite spot. I find nothing wrong with enjoying street food. Xiao Chen, observing Lin Qingyun's down-to-earth demeanor, willingly assisted her by carrying the snacks, allowing her to simply reach out whenever she desired something. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure ahead. Goodness, isn't that the young lady I encountered at the mall? Ye Ruji. To encounter her here was a surprise, and if his memory served him right. She had previously mentioned that if he dared to remove her from his friend list, she would persistently cling to him. A wave of goosebumps surged over Xiao Chen. What should he do? His wife was right there. If the two of them crossed paths and that young woman decided to act petulantly, he would find himself in a rather complicated situation. Just as their paths seemed destined to intersect, he hastily declared, "Wife, I need to use the restroom. Could you please wait for me at that milk tea shop?" Chapter 50, A True Man. Charged forward, Xiao Chen hurriedly handed what he was holding to Lin Qingyun and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Take your time. I'll be waiting for you at the milk tea shop. I know. As Xiao Chen left, Lin Qingyun intended to spend some time at the milk tea shop as well. Qingyun Jie? Hearing someone call her, Lin Qingyun turned to find it was Yi Ruqiu. You've grown so tall. Are you here shopping alone? Yi Ruqiu had also just recognized Lin Qingyun upon hearing her voice. Yes, I came out for a stroll by myself. The Lin and Yi families often interacted, and Yi Ruqiu had known the elegant Lin Qingyun since childhood. Alone? Why don't you join us for a walk? It can be quite dull by oneself. Accepting Lin Qingyun's invitation, Yi Ruqiu didn't hesitate, and the two entered the milk tea shop together. Xiao Chen, observing from a distance, was taken aback. Is this what they call a social death scene? As he watched the two enter the shop, he couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. How on earth does this girl know Lin Qingyun? While waiting for his beloved wife, he felt quite troubled. Xiao Chen looked up to the heavens and lamented. What am I supposed to do? In a daze, he noticed a stall selling masks across the street. I can't leave my wife hanging. A true man must charge forward. At that stall, Xiao Chen tried on various masks, nearly testing them all. The masculine, imposing masks were too large for him, revealing his profile from the side. He feared that the terrifying masks would frighten Lin Qingyun, which would not bode well. Ultimately, under the astonished gaze of the stall owner, he settled on a Sailor Moon mask and made his purchase. With the mask adorning his face, he stepped into the milk tea shop, attracting the attention of everyone present. Although Xiao Chen felt quite embarrassed, he was willing to endure it for the sake of his relationship with Lin Qingyun. Besides, with the mask on, he was unlikely to be recognized. Lin Qingyun immediately recognized Xiao Chen and eagerly approached him, wrapping her arm around his. Onlookers were left in disbelief, witnessing such an enchanting goddess embracing a man who seemed rather peculiar for his choice of mask. Some male patrons, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of envy. How could such a beautiful goddess be with someone like him? Do you enjoy role-playing? Lin Qingyun asked, her face lighting up with excitement. Xiao Chen felt a wave of trepidation. How could her thought process lead her to that conclusion? I didn't intend to role-play, he stammered. Really? I didn't. Lin Qingyun scrutinized his eyes, filled with suspicion. Are you absolutely certain? At that moment, Yi Ruqiu rushed over, her gaze fixed on Xiao Chen's appearance. There exists a sense of familiarity, though its origin eludes me. Sister Qingyun, is this your husband? Upon hearing Yi Ruqiu's voice, Lin Qingyun quickly regained her composure. Yes, this is my husband, Xiao. Darling. Xiao Chen, fearing that Lin Qingyun might inadvertently reveal his name, hastily interrupted her. However, Lin Qingyun remained oblivious to this subtlety and was startled by Xiao Chen's sudden interjection. What are you doing? You scared me. Noticing that Lin Qingyun had not mentioned his name, Xiao Chen playfully pouted. It's nothing. I just wanted to call you. It was not my intention to frighten you. Lin Qingyun shot him an exasperated glance. Sister Qingyun, your husband is truly romantic. He must be quite handsome, right? At that moment, Xiao Chen refrained from speaking further, wary of exposing his true identity. Does he even need saying? Of course he is. Lin Qingyun mimicked Xiao Chen's tone and replied to Yi Ruqiu. Yi Ruqiu felt a pang of regret. She would have preferred to stroll alone rather than endure this display of affection. Sister Qingyun, I have a matter to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Observing the interaction between Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen, Yi Ruqiu found it unbearable to remain. Just yesterday, she had encountered a handsome man, and to her dismay, after merely teasing him, she had been reprimanded fiercely by his wife. Now, unable to tolerate the dog food that Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen were serving, she wished to leave without another moment's delay. Lin Qingyun waved at Yi Ruqiu, who promptly vanished from sight, leaving her curious about the sudden change in demeanor. Truly, she had not changed a bit since childhood. Once Yi Ruqiu had departed, Xiao Chen removed his mask. Thankfully, I was not discovered. Discovered? Xiao Chen. How did I let that slip? Although he wished to clarify, the dubious expression on Lin Qingyun's face made him hesitant to lie. The truth may be hidden for a time, but not forever. That young lady seemed to have a close relationship with Lin Qingyun, addressing her as sister, which surely indicated a significant bond that could not be concealed. Lin Qingyun observed the shifting expressions on Xiao Chen's face and concluded that he was certainly harboring a secret from her. I advise you to speak the truth, or else we shall become sisters. Initially, Xiao Chen hesitated, but upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words about becoming sisters, he decided to take the plunge. I, Xiao Chen, a man of honor, am not afraid of being sisters. I simply do not wish to deceive Lin Qingyun. Indeed, I do not want to conceal. Qingyun, do you recall the person who messaged me last night? I do. What about it? Hearing this, Lin Qingyun's curiosity piqued. Could that woman be nearby? Noticing Lin Qingyun's readiness to confront Yi Ruqiu, Xiao Chen quickly attempted to calm her. My dear, promise me that once I tell you, you won't get angry. If you do not tell me, you needn't return home tonight. How could Lin Qingyun remain calm upon learning that the woman who had flirted with her husband was in the vicinity? My dear, please do not be alarmed. Allow me to explain everything gradually, he implored. A bold young man approached, inquiring, Miss, who has angered you? I would be delighted to assist you in dealing with him. He cast a defiant gaze toward Xiao Chen. Typically, Xiao Chen would disregard such individuals, considering them as inconsequential as refuse, unworthy of his attention. What is rightfully his cannot be taken by others. Should it be snatched away, it is simply not worth his lamentation. Lin Qingyun appeared to be oblivious to the young man's remarks. You may speak. Once you have finished, I shall decide whether to be upset. The young man, feeling rather awkward, could only depart in disappointment. The girl from last night is the very one you were just with. I only used the restroom as an excuse to avoid her, fearing that encountering her would upset you. I had no idea you were acquainted. Concerned that you might grow anxious, I purchased a mask to wear. Xiao Chen glanced at the mask in his hand, as if a thought had struck him. My dear, I truly did not intend to engage in role-playing. Chapter 51. Tomorrow night, I shall inspect the goods upon hearing the series of tales recounted by Xiao Chen. Lin Qingyun delicately stood on her toes and gently patted his head. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Must you be so vague? If you had clarified things. Why I've been angry with you? Do not overthink it. However, Xiao Chen felt a warm glow in his heart from her earlier words. Yet Lin Qingyun's final remark left him in a state of anxious anticipation. However, what? He inquired tentatively. Lin Qingyun smirked mischievously. But I do believe we can try role-playing. Xiao Chen felt a sense of dread. He had already guessed her intentions and should have feigned ignorance. Yet he foolishly chose to ask, inadvertently igniting Lin Qingyun's interest in the notion of role-play. What a predicament. Wife, what nonsense is this role-playing? I refuse to partake. Recalling Lin Qingyun's formidable nature, Xiao Chen was genuinely apprehensive, yearning for an escape from this predicament. He sensed that if this continued, his days were numbered. What did you say? You don't want to play? He gazed at her charming yet slightly angry visage, his heart torn. Lin Qingyun found Xiao Chen's masked appearance intriguing and wished to try it out, completely unaware of his reluctance. She pondered, isn't happiness meant to be shared? Why the fuss over such a trivial matter? Then grant me a little time to prepare. Xiao Chen, acutely aware of her formidable combat prowess, was not devoid of joy. Rather, he felt overwhelmed by it. Upon hearing his request for time to prepare, Lin Qingyun recognized it as mere evasion. However, the clever one has their own strategies. Is my husband preparing a surprise for me? One word, absolutely. with a single phrase. Lin Qingyun cornered Xiao Chen into a tight spot. This tactic was ruthless. With no other choice, Xiao Chen reluctantly acquiesced. Yes, preparation requires time. Please be patient, my wife. He hoped that by delaying, Lin Qingyun might forget this altogether. Yet, her subsequent words plunged him into despair. All right, the longer the preparation, the more it indicates your dedication. And you dare say you do not enjoy this? How can you not enjoy it while preparing for so long? Lin Qingyun observed Xiao Chen's awkward yet polite smile and continued, No worries, I shall grant you one day. Tomorrow night, I will inspect the goods. Looking at Lin Qingyun's pure and adorable face, Xiao Chen found it hard to believe this was reality. Such fierce declarations could not possibly emanate from her lips. He resolved to endure her ire if necessary. Xiao Chen had made up his mind not to prepare anything for her. He could already envision himself in a cosplay of a moonlit hare. Not only would he have to wear it, but also endure Lin Qingyun's teasing. Uncle could endure, but Xiao Chen could not. Such a scenario must be averted at all costs. He thought to himself, even if it cost him dearly, I will never wear such attire and be subjected to Lin Qingyun's teasing. Order for customer number 99. Your drink is ready. Wife, which number are we? Upon hearing the attendant at the milk tea shop call out a number, Xiao Chen seized a moment to swiftly change the subject. Lin Qingyun, well aware of Xiao Chen's intentions, flashed a mischievous smile, declaring, We are number 99. You may fetch it while I wait here. As Xiao Chen made his way to collect the beverages, he couldn't help but recall Lin Qingyun's enchanting smile, which sent an inexplicable chill through his heart. At that moment, Yirucho dashed back. Lin Qingyun, upon seeing her, quickly pulled her aside, determined to keep her from spotting Xiao Chen. The last thing she wanted was a scene on the street where her sister and she would compete for their brother-in-law. Ruchio, why have you returned? Lin Qingyun firmly grasped Yirucho's arm. Qingyun, what is wrong? You're hurting me, Yirucho replied, wincing. Embarrassed, Lin Qingyun released her grip, silently repeating to herself, This is my sister. I must not be too harsh. Yirucho glanced at her delicate arm, now marked with impressions from Lin Qingyun's fingers. I merely came back for my milk tea, she said, turning her gaze toward the counter. That person looks somewhat familiar. Seeing Yirucho's expression, Lin Qingyun felt a sense of hopelessness wash over her, solidifying her resolve. If Yirucho dared to pursue the truth and compete with her for her husband, she would not let her off easily. Ruchio, there is something I need to tell you. Hey, don't run off. Before Lin Qingyun could finish her sentence, Yirucho bolted toward Xiao Chen. She had previously declared that anyone who dared to remove her from their friends' list would find her persistently clinging to them. Regardless of distance, Xiao Chen was puzzled. Hadn't Yirucho already left? How then were there 3 cups of milk tea? Just as he hesitated, he suddenly felt someone embrace him from behind, followed by a cheerful voice. Brother Xiao Chen, why is it that when I woke up this morning, you were nowhere to be found? Where did you go? Do you not want me anymore? Xiao Chen stood frozen in place, recognizing that voice. It was indeed Yirucho. How had she returned? His wife was still present, and he felt utterly exasperated. Hastily, he set down the milk tea and freed himself from Yirucho's embrace. You, why are you back again? Oh, brother, are you so excited to see me? Yirucho teased, enjoying his flustered reaction. Spotting Lin Qingyun approaching from behind, Xiao Chen internally lamented his predicament. Fortunately, he had already explained himself to Lin Qingyun. Surely, his wife would understand. Excited? How could you return? I've told you before. I am married. Please, do not cause any more trouble. Onlookers had witnessed Xiao Chen's intimate exchange with Lin Qingyun, and now a young girl had appeared. What a revelation. It seemed he was indeed a scoundrel. Brother, just last night, you professed your love for me. How has it changed by today? Have you grown weary of me? Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. Last night, the fact that his wife did not berate him to oblivion was a testament to his fortuitous fate. In broad daylight, how dare he utter such audacious words? Who has even laid a finger on you? Do not spout such nonsense here. Upon hearing this, the crowd was convinced. Truly, he was a despicable scoundrel, a rogue. How could someone so vile take advantage of such a young girl? Are you not fearful of moral condemnation? Young lady, I am an attorney. If he has inflicted any substantial harm upon you, Do not hesitate to speak out, and I shall ensure he pays dearly for his transgressions. Incredible. My friend, you are remarkable. Just moments ago, you were embracing a goddess, and now a little girl is seeking solace in your arms. You are a true role model for us all. In an instant, a torrent of vitriolic words was directed at Xiao Chen. Yet, he paid no heed to the voices around him, focusing solely on Yuruchio, and implored, please conduct yourself with dignity and refrain from causing unnecessary disturbances. After uttering these words, Xiao Chen felt an unsettling sense of deja vu. It seemed reminiscent of a rogue's rhetoric. At this moment, Lin Qingyun finally arrived on the scene. Chapter 52. Watching more positive energy videos, brother. Is it because I failed to make you feel comfortable yesterday? Lin Qingyun could hardly believe her sister could utter such words. It was utterly astonishing. Xiao Chen had long been buried beneath the surrounding vitriol, desperately hoping that Lin Qingyun would come to her rescue. Yiruji, what do you intend to do? Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's voice, Yuruchio suddenly realized that she had perhaps acted too hastily. What if Lin Qingyun informed her parents that she had been out chasing after men? Would she not be met with severe consequences at home? Xiao Chen, upon hearing Lin Qingyun's voice, felt as though she had encountered a savior. Sister Qingyun, why have you come too? Lin Qingyun glanced at the various snacks in her hands, pondering that had it not been for these, she would have pursued them long ago. Why have I come? You dare to steal my husband, and you still question my presence? Lin Qingyun declared her claim, wrapping her arms around Xiao Chen's. Glaring at Yiruchio, Yiruchio was rendered speechless. To think that the person who had scolded her last night was her own sister. Growing up, she had always trailed behind Lin Qingyun, and now she wished to vie for her husband. The onlookers were equally astonished. If the mature woman is the wife, then the young girl must be the sister-in-law. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were utterly unconcerned about how others perceived their relationship. They remained steadfast in their integrity. Let others say what they will, it mattered not to them. Yiruchio lowered her head, unable to meet Lin Qingyun's gaze. She was flustered and had never anticipated that her attempts to attract men would lead her to her brother-in-law. Sister Qingyun, I was wrong. Lin Qingyun felt a surge of anger, yet she could not bring herself to scold someone who had grown up under her care. It's all a misunderstanding. As long as we clear it up, will you still dare to claim a relationship with my husband in public? Upon seeing that Lin Qingyun bore her no ill will, Yiruchio felt a slight sense of relief. I didn't know he was your brother-in-law. Had I known, I wouldn't have shown any interest. Xiao Chen looked at Yiruchio with a twinge of sympathy. She was still young and had merely been led astray. Such behavior, disrupting others' normal family lives, is inherently wrong. If you wish to date, find a suitable boyfriend instead of randomly approaching someone and claiming they mistreat you. Xiao Chen's words reached Yiruchio, though whether they resonated with her or not remained uncertain. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I truly didn't mean to. I just found it amusing. I don't want to date. Men are all unreliable. Having spoken, Yiruchio quickly covered her mouth. After all, her brother-in-law was just a man. Xiao Chen exchanged an awkward glance with Lin Qingyun, and they shared an understanding look. This young girl might have been hurt by someone in the past. Ruchio, you cannot dismiss all because of one person. Look at your brother-in-law. He is a good man. Lin Qingyun patiently imparted her wisdom. Hearing Lin Qingyun's guidance, Yiruchio grew even more defiant. Men are often swayed by appearances, are they not? Sister, did you not impart this wisdom to me? Indeed, Lin Qingyun was young and naive at that time, unaware of such matters, merely a reflection of human nature. Now, however, Lin Qingyun has matured, and she too experiences moments of attraction toward Xiao Chen. Like Yuchio, while they may both be driven by appearances, it is vital to recognize that this is a common human inclination. Regardless of gender, both boys and girls can be tempted by beauty. The true challenge lies in one's ability to maintain self-control, which is paramount. Noticing that Yiruchio appeared to be deep in thought, Xiao Chen interjected, "It's all right. Just immerse yourself in uplifting content and refrain from solely indulging in frivolous material that could tarnish your values." Perhaps tired of the conversation, Yiruchio grasped her milk tea and dashed out the door, exclaiming, "Sister Qingyun, brother-in-law, I understand. I will remember what you said. Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen exchanged glances as they watched Yi Ruqiu flee, both resigned to her rebellious phase, hoping that in a few years she may mature. This fellow lies with such ease, weaving falsehoods into what seems like truth. Observing Lin Qingyun recognize the reality of the situation, Xiao Chen quickly added, "Indeed, you saw it yourself. She speaks as if it were true, but it is completely fabricated. My dear wife, now you must believe I am innocent." "I believe you. With your striking looks, it's no wonder other girls are drawn to you." Xiao Chen glanced around, realizing, it appears I was unaware of my own popularity. Those girls, who once thought of him as a cad, now found him even more appealing, having cleared up the misunderstanding. They wished to replace Lin Qingyun and take their place as Xiao Chen's girlfriend. Yet, such a notion was impossible in Xiao Chen's eyes. There was only Lin Qingyun. "Is it truly my fault for being handsome, my dear wife?" Xiao Chen whispered softly into Lin Qingyun's ear. "What do you think? You seem to attract trouble wherever you go." Lin Qingyun observed the envious glances from the other girls directed at Xiao Chen, feeling a surge of irritation. What are they staring at? Have they never seen a handsome man before? Their eyes are practically popping out. Indeed, have they never encountered a beautiful woman? Lin Qingyun grew even more vexed at Xiao Chen's remark. They can only gaze. What else can they do? Enough is enough. Indeed, enough is enough. Surely they have never seen someone as exquisite as my wife. They envy me for having such a stunning partner. Xiao Chen continued, echoing Lin Qingyun's sentiments. Lin Qingyun kept a watchful eye on the other girls, their glances flitting toward Xiao Chen, further fueling her annoyance. "I want to eat lamb skewers." Xiao Chen dutifully unwrapped the fruit tea Lin Qingyun had in hand, taking the snacks from her. They then embarked on a new culinary adventure together. Lin Qingyun focused solely on her purchases, buying everything that tempted her palate. Xiao Chen's arms filled with an increasing number of items, yet his stamina proved unyielding. Although his fingers were laden, he effortlessly followed Lin Qingyun's lead. Having purchased an abundance of items, Lin Qingyun's spirits were somewhat lifted, and she shared laughter and conversation with Xiao Chen along the way. This delightful interaction drew the attention of passers-by, who couldn't help but glance towards the charming duo. A match made in heaven. They truly captivated those around them. Noticing that Xiao Chen was struggling to hold all the packages, Lin Qingyun felt a twinge of guilt. "Darling, let me take some of that for you." "No worries, my love. Just focus on enjoying yourself and indulging in good food and drinks," he replied. "But we shouldn't buy more. I can't possibly finish all this. It's time to pick the kids up and head home." Xiao Chen nodded, acknowledging that the hour was indeed appropriate. "Mumu and Han Han will be overjoyed to see you. Of course, I am their mother, and my presence will surely bring them happiness." Chapter 53. The Great Accommodator. The two arrived at the entrance of the kindergarten where Mumu and Han Han attended school. While waiting for Xiao Chen to return home, Xiaohua and others were already gathered at the gate, awaiting the dismissal of the children. Lin Qingyun took out the snacks she had purchased and shared them among her companions, urging them to return to the car while she and Xiao Chen remained at the entrance, eagerly anticipating their precious daughter. Before long, a thunderous roar echoed nearby. A Ferrari came to a halt beside Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, and a reasonably handsome man stepped out of the vehicle. He adjusted his attire and surveyed the surrounding crowd with an air of arrogance. This action instantly drew the attention of onlookers. "Oomph, I was far more dashing in my youth. One might think, which family has playboy is this? A playboy? Really? Perhaps he is merely a kept man by some wealthy woman." Meanwhile, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were engrossed in their own affectionate exchanges, entirely oblivious to the happenings around them. At that moment, an alluring woman emerged from the car, swaying her hips as she nestled into the arms of the man. The crowd, seemingly unfazed, continued to await the arrival of their children. "Darling, when will you find a time to meet my parents?" Since Xiao Chen had spoken with his parents over the phone, he had longed to introduce Lin Qingyun and their child to them. During university, he could only return home during the winter and summer breaks, leaving little time for visits. "Do you want me to come back with you?" The thought of meeting Xiao Chen's parents made Lin Qingyun feel a bit anxious. "Don't you wish to meet my parents?" he inquired. "Of course. We've already obtained our marriage certificate. It is indeed time to meet your father and mother." Having married Xiao Chen, Lin Qingyan understood that it was inevitable. Then, my dear, when would you be free for us to visit my home? Xiao Chen observed Lin Qingyan resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. How can my wife be so adorable? Truly, she possesses every charm. There's no time like the present. Tomorrow is Saturday, which will be perfect for a visit. Lin Qingyan agreed, and Xiao Chen felt a surge of happiness, knowing his parents would be delighted to meet Lin Qingyan and Moo. Miss, if we consume all the snacks you've purchased, it will be quite embarrassing. They had not noticed when Xiao Hua had stepped out of the car. It's nothing. I've had my fill and need to save some room for the meal my husband has prepared. Seeing Xiao Hua holding the snacks Lin Qingyan had brought, Xiao Chen felt reassured, knowing that those Lin Qingyan had treated genuinely cared for her. Don't worry, please enjoy them. Usually, you don't have the time to explore the streets, so I brought these back just for you. As Xiao Hua and her friends happily indulged in the treats, someone, whether the driver or another, suddenly remarked, "These are still warm." Could it be that the young lady bought these, and didn't she have the chance to eat them herself before giving them to us? Several individuals were filled with uncertainty. If the young lady had not yet dined, they could scarcely swallow. Thus they decided to present the food to Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen. Miss, you should take a few bites. Upon witnessing the earnest gaze of Xiao Hua, Lin Qingyun felt it would be impolite to decline and casually picked up a skewer to indulge. However, an incongruous voice interrupted the moment. Darling, look at that person eating street food. It's utterly filthy. I would never partake in such a thing. Lin Qingyun, upon hearing this remark, felt indifferent, but Xiao Chen was instantly displeased. How can street food be filthy? Do you consider yourself pristine? While one may boast of their own cleanliness, any disparagement towards Lin Qingyun was intolerable for Xiao Chen. The woman, upon hearing Xiao Chen's retort, quickly adopted an affected demeanor. Darling, look at him. He dares to insult me. The man beside her cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Chen and slowly remarked, "Such people from the lower echelons of society are not worth engaging with." Initially, Lin Qingyun thought little of it, but the condescension in his words irked her. If he merely referred to himself, it would not matter. However, to dare speak ill of her husband was deeply unsettling. Darling, do not stoop to their level. Those who have never seen the world will always consider themselves superior. Though they may appear grand on the surface, they are nothing but scum at heart. Worry not. My dear, I shall not let such trash affect me. If they dare speak of you, they're merely seeking a quarrel. With Lin Qingyun offering him comfort, Xiao Chen chose not to engage further, thinking it absurd that someone with a mere amount of money would feel superior. Darling, they dare to belittle you. Do you not know the chairman of this school? Have him send a few people to drive them away. They're truly an eyesore here. The woman continued to embellish her accusations against Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen in front of her husband. Indeed, such people were unworthy of her intervention. It would be better for the principal to send someone to handle the matter. With that, the man, brimming with arrogance, took out his phone to make a call. Xiao Chen, witnessing this, was speechless, thinking the pretense was rather impressive. No worries, my dear. I could take on 10 of them. Lin Qingyun, observing Xiao Chen's unwavering confidence, recalled his encounter with Han Shanbua and felt reassured. Miss, shall I summon the bodyguards? Xiao Hua, feeling anxious, was concerned for her mistress's well-being outside. It's all right. Xiao Hua, didn't Xiao Chen just say he could take on 10? Xiao Hua only knew that Xiao Chen was an excellent cook, clever, and particularly swift, having once outrun a dog for several minutes without pause. Being fast does not equate to being strong, but out of respect for Lin Qingyun, she refrained from voicing her doubts. After the man concluded his call, Lin Qingyun also retrieved her phone to make a call. Oh dear, darling, look. She's trying to mimic you by making a phone call. Does she not have any self-awareness? She dares to compare herself to you. I wager she can only call the local teachers here. Upon hearing the mocking laughter of the other party, Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of disdain. It was as if one could be a harlot, yet still desire to erect a monument to virtue. Speak carelessly again, and be warned that I shall not hesitate to strike you down, he warned. The woman, feeling the weight of his gaze upon her, instinctively nestled closer to the man, seeking solace. Yet, he merely cast her a fleeting glance before turning his attention to the horizon. Witnessing this scene, Both Xiao Chen and Xiao Hua were rendered speechless. The pretense was simply too extravagant. Truly, this individual possesses an extraordinary talent for deception, Xiao Hua remarked. I propose we call him the Great Pretender. What do you think of that name? Upon hearing Xiao Hua's suggestion, Xiao Chen could not suppress a chuckle, realizing that she too possessed a flair for humor. Hello, I am Lin Qingyun, she announced succinctly after the call connected, introducing herself to the person on the other end. Chapter 054. The Pretentious King Darling. Look, she can't even articulate her own thoughts, yet she is attempting to emulate you. The woman inadvertently revealed her inner thoughts, hastily closing her mouth. What am I supposed to imitate? The demeanor of a man? Or merely pretending to be one? Xiao Hua interjected, catching the drift of the conversation. The man's expression momentarily twisted in fury before he regained his composure, feigning ignorance as if nothing had transpired. Both Xiao Hua and Xiao Chen were astounded by the man's audacious pretentiousness. How incredibly ostentatious. Since stepping out of the car, he had maintained an air of self-importance, remaining in that pose without faltering. I shall dub him the king of pretentiousness. Xiao Chen found Xiao Hua's remarks even more amusing. Meanwhile, the school as chairman, engrossed in a discussion with his secretary, received a call from the young master of the Li family, who complained about someone flaunting themselves outside the school gate, requesting security to intervene. It seemed trivial, yet the call disrupted his affairs, but out of respect for the Li family's stake in the institution, he reluctantly agreed to send someone. At that moment, his other phone rang. This number was only shared with family and a few prominent business tycoons. He could not afford to be vague and promptly pushed his secretary aside to answer. Miss Lin, the children are about to be dismissed. If you're in a hurry, I can head to the office now to escort Xue Mu and Xue Han out. The Lin family was not to be trifled with. Their shares in the school surpassed his own. It was merely because they held no interest in the chairman position that he found himself in this role. No need. Someone just mentioned that they want you to send people to expel me from the school gate. What is your take on this matter? Hearing Lin Qingyun's cold voice sent a chill down Gao Bo's spine. The Lin family's enterprises in Luocheng were entirely under her control, and he feared that offending her would render his situation quite precarious. Rest assured, Miss Lin, I will head to the school gate immediately to resolve the issue. After hanging up, Gao Bo dashed from his office straight to the entrance of the school. A mere scion of the Li family was no match for Lin Qingyun in his eyes. Once the call ended, Lin Qingyun gently caressed Xiao Chen's face. Darling, even if you could take on 100 foes, I wouldn't want you to be harmed over such trivial matters. Trust me, I've already taken care of it. You're worrying too much, my dear. Lin Qingyun's concern for him made Xiao Chen embrace her affectionately, which elicited envy from onlookers. Had it not been for someone causing trouble for the young lady, Xiao Hua would have retreated to the car long ago. Enduring their couple's display of affection at home was one thing, but having to witness it outside was quite another. Xiao Hua, initially disinterested in romance, now found herself yearning for a boyfriend. As the couple remained entwined, she thought to herself, once the troublemakers emerge, I shall ensure they regret it. The woman, witnessing this, unleashed a venomous verbal assault on Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun. Our young lady is undeniably beautiful. No need for your commentary. Upon hearing those words, the woman stamped her feet in frustration. Observing her disarray, Xiao Hua felt a slight sense of satisfaction. I see that your envy of our young lady's beauty has compelled you to unleash your foul tongue against her. This remark seemed to strike a chord with the woman, whose expression contorted into a menacing grimace. Darling, they are bullying me. The young master of the Li family remained confidently reclined against his Ferrari, as if nothing had transpired. Noticing his indifference, the woman stamped her foot again and let out a few derisive snorts. Xiao Hua, seeing her opponent fall silent, wore a beaming smile, as if to flaunt her triumph. Xiao Cheng and Lin Qingyun exchanged knowing smiles at Xiao Hua's demeanor. Before long, a long line of security personnel emerged from the school. Which one of you is young Masterly? The young master of the Li family waved his hand with an air of arrogance. The security team promptly approached him. Young Masterly, whom do you wish to expel? The leader of the group, surveying the surroundings, noted that the individuals before him did not appear to be troublemakers, and he wondered who among them was so foolish as to cause a scene. It's them. The woman, frustrated by her husband's silence, pointed towards Lin Qingyun and her companions. The crowd glanced at Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen, who were still engrossed in their own world, utterly unaware of the impending crisis. They must be here to pick up their child. The security captain observed Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, deeming them unlikely to be impoverished, especially with a Rolls-Royce parked behind them. They hesitated to approach, fearing that offending any notable figure could lead to dire consequences. "It's them. Didn't you receive orders from the principal? Hurry and drive them away." The woman, seeing them rooted in place, urged them anxiously. However, none of the security personnel dared to move, fixated instead on the Rolls-Royce. At this moment, young Masterly could no longer remain passive. It was unacceptable that his own hired help hesitated. A bunch of useless fools. The crowd endured his scorn, acutely aware that the conflicts among the powerful were not their place to meddle. Young Masterly, Li Shihao, felt his pride wounded and made his way towards Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen. The woman and the security team followed closely behind. "Hey, you all, apologize to her." Li Shihao pointed at the woman beside him, demanding an apology from Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen. You expect my young lady to apologize to you? You are not worthy. If apologies are to be made, it should be from your side." Xiao Hua was the first to respond, unable to contain herself. "You little girl, be careful that I don't tear your mouth apart." The woman glared at Xiao Hua with venomous eyes, attempting to appear formidable. "Who do you think you can intimidate?" As the crowd encircled towards their young lady, the bodyguards from Lin Qingyun's car could no longer remain idle. Stepping down from another Rolls-Royce and following closely behind Lin Qingyun, Li Shihao still exhibited a certain youthful naivety, oblivious to the true capabilities of his own family, daring to challenge someone whose bodyguards traveled in such luxury. "I advise you to recognize your place. Otherwise, today you shall find yourself regretting your insolence. You wretched fool, even if your father were here, he would not dare to speak so boldly." At that moment, Gao Bo hurriedly approached. "Li Shihao, are you aware of whom you have provoked today?" Startled by Gao Bo's voice, Li Shihao felt a surge of anxiety. Why was he defending them? Could it be that the woman he had encountered earlier was also in contact with Gao Bo? "Miss Lin, I hope I haven't startled you." "It's nothing." The coldness in Lin Qingyun's 2 words sent Gao Bo's heart racing uncontrollably. "Li Shihao, this is the chairman of the Xiao Group. Even if your father were present, he would need to show the utmost respect." In Gao Bo's eyes, the Li family paled in comparison to Lin Qingyun. "I strongly advise you to humble yourself and promptly apologize to Miss Lin." Chapter 55. "Mother, why have you come here?" Li Shihao, having transitioned from a state of bewilderment, now grasped the situation. Xiao Group? Realizing he had entangled himself with the wrong individual, he began to sense the gravity of the matter. However, his pride prevented him from uttering an apology. What was this Xiao Group anyway? He had never even heard of it. There was no way he was going to apologize today. Beside him, a woman, under the impression that Li Shihao was formidable, erupted in a scolding tirade. "Silence!" Li Shihao hastily interjected, attempting to quell her outburst. The individual who commanded such respect from Gao Bo was not someone he could afford to offend. If he jeopardized his father's work, how could he continue to flaunt luxury cars and charm women? Upon hearing Li Shihao's attempt to silence her, the woman pouted, her face contorted in grievance as she lamented, "You weren't saying this in the car. You vowed that anyone who dared to bully me would face consequences. Why are you backing down now?" Faced with her unreasonable demeanor, Li Shihao's expression twisted with frustration. This woman, whom he had only met last night and initially found appealing, was revealing herself to be quite foolish. Could she not see that the person before them was far more influential than he? "Miss Lin, please be magnanimous and overlook this foolish woman's antics." With no means to reason with her, Li Shihao turned to seek Lin Qingyun's forgiveness. "There was nothing amiss until your foul-mouthed provocations towards our miss. And now you wish to have us expelled, followed by an apology? Who do you think you are?" Xiao Hua, equally incensed, directed her ire at Li Shihao. He recognized his own misjudgment. He had not anticipated that this woman wielded such considerable power, compelling even Principal Gao to treat her with utmost deference. Upon hearing Xiao Hua's account, Gao Bo was taken aback, realizing the extent of the humiliation Lin Qingyun had endured at his school's entrance. If Lin Qingyun were to hold him accountable, he would be unable to bear the repercussions. You wretched fool, for the sake of this woman, you dare to defy Miss Lin. Apologize to her at once. Though Li Shihao's father shared a slight acquaintance with Gao Bo, the gravity of the situation became clear as Gao Bo reprimanded him. Reluctantly, he lowered his head and bowed to Lin Qingyun. I am truly sorry for the distress caused to you, Miss Lin. It was nothing to begin with. Was it? You repeatedly provoked our miss, and it is insufficient for you to apologize alone. This wretched woman is at fault. Lin Qingyun had never been subjected to such indignities. Being forced to leave while merely picking up a child? Xiaohua, with clarity of thought, pointed accusingly at the woman behind Li Shihao. What was my fault? I did nothing wrong. Li Shihao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. What was the issue with someone enjoying a street food snack? He had merely suggested that the roadside fare was unsanitary, and this foolish woman had begun her incessant complaints. Now she refused to admit her fault. If you do not apologize, do not ever seek me out again. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted to one of immediate apprehension. I apologize, Miss Lin. Please forgive me. If she fails to express her remorse, everything she previously shared with Li Shihao shall become null and void. She has exhausted her savings to present herself attractively, all in the hope of capturing Li Shihao's attention. After much effort, he finally noticed her last night, and she is unwilling to let her endeavors be rendered futile. Miss Lin, might I inquire whether you are satisfied with this arrangement? Upon witnessing the woman's apology, Gao Bo turned to Lin Qingyun for thoughts. Initially, Lin Qingyun had no desire to engage with such individuals, yet they insisted on provoking her until she felt compelled to retaliate. Noticing her reluctance to respond, Xiao Chen interjected, You ought to manage your tongue. With such insolence, you will inevitably face consequences. He had encountered many like them during his school days. Had they not spoken so arrogantly and derided Lin Qingyun, he would not have been involved with them at all. Daddy! Daddy! Just then, Moo and Han finished school and joyfully ran towards the tall figure of Xiao Chen amidst the crowd. That will suffice. The children have finished school. You may leave now. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's request for them to depart, Gao Bo promptly ushered Li Shihao and his companion to a distant location. Miss Lin, should you require any assistance in the future, please feel free to approach me directly. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Thank you, Principal Gao. But the children are ready to return home. Gao Bo, a man of discernment, understood the implications of Lin Qingyun's words. Then I shall not intrude further, he replied, turning back to the school without casting a glance at Li Shihao, whose secretary awaited him in the office. As Lin Qingyun no longer needed him, he saw no reason to linger. What is this? You two little rascals only recognize Daddy and not Mommy? Lin Qingyun remarked to Xiao Chen, observing that her children seemed solely enamored with him. Mommy is here too. Mommy, what brings you here? Moo and Han dashed into Xiao Chen's embrace, showering him with affectionate pecks on the cheek. Their conversation with Lin Qingyun was merely a fleeting moment amidst their excitement. Taken aback by their words, Lin Qingyun pondered her diminishing significance in her children's eyes. What do you mean by that? Am I not supposed to be here? Already in a sour mood, she felt further disheartened by her daughter's words. Hearing the chilly tone in Lin Qingyun's voice, Moo and Han felt a pang of fear. Dear, you've misunderstood. Their words were merely an expression of surprise at seeing you. Their articulation might have fallen short. Xiao Chen quickly interjected, sensing Lin Qingyun's rising displeasure and aiming to soothe the situation for Moo and Han. Mommy has taken the time to pick you up. Are you not happy? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's question, the two little ones openly expressed their feelings. We're happy. Daddy and Mommy are together. That makes us very joyful. Indeed. Mother, please come pick us up. We are filled with joy. My dear, look, they're still quite elated. As Lin Qingyun pouted, Xiao Chen took her hand and said, My love, please do not be upset. Moo and Han, observing this, mimicked Xiao Chen's gesture, each grasping one of her hands. Mommy, please don't be angry with us, all right? Oh no, I mean, Mommy, please do not be upset. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing Han mistakenly refer to her mother as wife. Lin Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle, gently ruffling the hair of the two children. All right. I am not angry. Just remember to be affectionate with your father and forget about your mother when you see him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen felt a pang of jealousy. Chapter 56. Why are you two here again? My dear, it is only natural for them to feel closer to me since I have only just entered their lives. Their affection for you, however, is deeply rooted. Hearing Xiao Chen's comforting words, Lin Xingyun felt a warm sensation in her heart. Let us return home. I long to savor your cooking. Upon hearing the mention of home, Mu and Han instinctively followed Xiao Hua towards a Rolls-Royce. Xiao Chen attempted to call the two girls back, but Lin Xingyun stopped him, insisting they should not share a vehicle. Xiao Chen had no objections, realizing the absence of a child seat in his car made it unsafe for the two children. However, once Mu and Han were inside, they noticed Lin Xingyun and Xiao Chen were missing and insisted on getting out to find their father. Your parents have driven off in their own car. You must stay in this vehicle and occupy your designated seats. We will see your father and mother upon our arrival home, Xiao Hua explained. Yet, Mu and Han were unconvinced. No, I want to ride with my father. I want to ride with Dad too. With no other choice, Xiao Hua had to lead Mu and Han back to search for Xiao Chen and Lin Xingyun. As they settled into the car, they spotted Xiao Hua returning with the children. Husband, drive away and do not let them in. Lin Xingyun's command made Xiao Chen chuckle. What is so funny? My dear, we are adults. Why should we be upset with children? Let them in. Xiao Hua can hold them in the back. I'll drive slowly. Upon hearing Xiao Chen refer to her as my dear, Lin Xingyun pouted playfully and exited the vehicle to welcome the two little ones. Xiao Chen found himself caught in the middle, navigating the delicate balance between pleasing his wife and attending to the children. Father, can you drive? Dad, you're so handsome. I've never seen Mom drive. She can't even drive. As the two girls chattered away upon entering the vehicle, they remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Xingyun's expression was growing increasingly frosty. With the children seated in the back, Lin Xingyun took her place in the front passenger seat, leaving Xiao Hua momentarily bewildered. Only superiors typically occupied the back seat. Noticing Xiao Hua's hesitation, Xiao Chen reassured her, Xiao Hua, to sit in the back and keep an eye on them. Only then did Xiao Hua feel comfortable enough to take her seat in the rear. Fasten your seatbelts. I'm about to speed, exclaimed Xiao Chen. The mention of speeding invigorated Mu and Han. Yay, Daddy's speeding. You're so amazing. Xiao Chen, pleased with the children's praise while they neglected to mention Lin Xingyun, continued, your mother is incredibly skilled, but you are too young to understand. She is far more capable than I. Hearing this, Lin Xingyun's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What are you saying? Noticing her reaction, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of hesitation. He did not refer to that kind of amazing. Who would have thought Lin Xingyun could think of that? Mu and Han exchanged glances upon hearing Xiao Chen praise their mother, curling their lips in response. Lin Xingyun and Xiao Chen noticed this interaction. When you grow up, you will understand how remarkable your mother is. For now, you are too young to comprehend anything. Xiao Chen felt a pang in her heart as she observed the children's dismissive expressions. Without Lin Xingyun, would their quality of life be so high? Would they have everything they desire? These two little ones, having never experienced hardship, truly know nothing. We know, Dad. Mom is amazing too. We understand. Their demeanor worried Xiao Chen. She felt the need to instill in them a sense of gratitude. Tomorrow is Saturday, and you two don't have school. Shall we visit Grandpa and Grandma? The mention of their grandparents reminded them of the old Xiao Chen they had seen on video call. Is that the old daddy? Upon hearing Han's question, Lin Xingyun clarified, that is not old daddy. He is your father's father. Oh, I understand now. It's Grandpa. The children recalled Lin Xingyun had previously explained that their father's father is Grandpa. Did you see that? If it weren't for Mom imparting this knowledge, you would go out and be the laughingstock. Miu remarked to Han. Han, look at me. Could I ever make you laugh to death? Han glanced around and replied, You're not funny at all. I'm the one with a better sense of humor. Xiao Chen. Lin Xingyun. Little flower. Perhaps they are simply too young. They will improve as they grow older. Xiao Chen and Lin Xingyun comforted themselves. Dear, could you call my mother and let her know we are coming home tomorrow? Lin Xingyun took Xiao Chen's phone, opened WeChat, and felt warmth as she saw her name pinned at the top of the chat. The earlier discontent caused by the children's comments faded away. She dialed Xiao's mother's number. "Hello, Mom. Xiao Chen and I are bringing the 2 children to visit you tomorrow." Xiao's mother initially expected her 2 precious granddaughters to be calling at this hour. Suddenly seeing Lin Qingyun's exquisite face on her phone screen, she couldn't help but exclaim, "She is truly beautiful." Lin Qingyun, taken aback, looked at Xiao Chen in confusion. "My mother just complimented your beauty." After confirming with her, Lin Qingyun felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks. "Are you satisfied with a daughter-in-law like me?" Still absorbed in admiring Lin Qingyun's beauty, Xiao's mother was startled by her question and quickly responded, "Of course. We are very pleased. Our daughter-in-law is truly stunning. Xiao Chen is fortunate to have you as his wife." Lin Qingyun blushed even more fiercely at the compliment from Xiao's mother. "As I mentioned, we are coming home to visit you tomorrow." "All right, that sounds wonderful. Oh, how I cherish my dear granddaughter." Lin Qingyun, upon seeing Mrs. Xiao, remained preoccupied with thoughts of her granddaughter and handed her phone to the 2 children. Grandma." Upon hearing her granddaughter's calls, Mrs. Xiao felt a surge of joy within her heart. "Ah, how are you, my dears? Tomorrow, when you return, Grandma will prepare delicious treats for you." Xiao Zhen, overhearing his granddaughter's voice, leaned closer to the phone screen. Grandpa. This filled his heart with delight. Though he felt somewhat shy around the Lin family, he truly treasured his granddaughter. The 4 of them, spanning 2 generations, chattered incessantly over the phone. Even after arriving home, their conversation showed no signs of abating. Lin Qingyun paid them no mind, stepping out of the car and making her way home. Xiao Chen, aware that Lin Qingyun was still upset with the 2 children, held them close and hurried after her. Upon entering the living room, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were startled to see 2 individuals seated on the sofa and simultaneously inquired, "What brings you 2 here again?" Chapter 57. The cuisine of your home. Upon hearing the simultaneous inquiries from Xiao Chen and his wife, Chu Ichio and He Beichen stood up and waved. Ichio remarked, "Your family's meals are delightful, so we decided to visit at mealtime." Just as He Beichen was about to continue, Chu Ichio covered his mouth. "Don't pay attention to his nonsense. I simply missed you and wanted to see you. Mu, Han, come here. Let your sister hug you." Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of annoyance. "Can't we have a moment of privacy? We only have this evening together, and yet these 2 have come to disturb us." Turning to Mu and Han, Lin Qingyun instructed, "You 2 go upstairs and do your homework first." With the children settled, she ascended the stairs alone, while Chu Ichio felt the awkwardness and followed her. "Xiao Chen, the little knowledge you shared with us yesterday was indeed useful. Last night, Ichio came in my room, and, can you believe it? After 3 years, that was the first time." Hearing He Beichen's words, Xiao Chen offered a polite smile, thinking to himself how this fellow dared to reveal everything, as long as it was useful. He Beichen, looking somewhat bashful, rubbed his hands together, causing Xiao Chen to feel a chill run down his spine. "So, what brings you here today?" Xiao Chen asked. He Beichen scratched his head and replied, "I want to learn more about that area of knowledge from you." Seeing the eager glint in his eyes, Xiao Chen found it hard to refuse. "What specifically do you wish to learn?" "I shall share all that I know." He Beichen was unsure what to ask, but felt that simply being around Xiao Chen would be beneficial. "It's fine, you go about your tasks, and I'll just follow along." Xiao Chen did not elaborate further, as it was certainly better for He Beichen to accompany him than to be idly sitting on the sofa, watching videos and singing. "I intend to prepare dinner now. If you want to join, feel free." With that, Xiao Chen headed towards the kitchen, with He Beichen trailing behind. Upon entering the kitchen, it became evident that everyone was aware of Xiao Chen's arrival. They had already washed and chopped the ingredients. Whatever Xiao Chen needed, he could use, while they would prepare their own meals with the remainder. "Finally, you're here. We've been anxiously waiting," one of them exclaimed. "Yes, if you hadn't tea come soon, we would have gone out to find you." As Xiao Chen stepped into the kitchen and was greeted by such warmth, his earlier irritation at He Beichen and Chu Ichio dissipated. "Oh, you've prepared all the ingredients," he said, surprised by the abundance laid out before him. "Indeed, we were just waiting for you to cook. What dishes are you planning to prepare today?" "We'd love to watch and learn," they urged. Drawing on the nutritional skills provided by the system, Xiao Chen selected several ingredients to prepare a wholesome dinner for the three of them. He generously explained his choices as he went along, sharing insights on the significance of each ingredient. He Beichen had not anticipated that while he believed Xiao Chen was merely skilled in culinary arts, he was also remarkably adept in the meticulous selection of ingredients. At home, he would cook alongside Chu Ichio, but their meals were solely based on her cravings, neglecting the essential considerations of health and nutrition. Observing Xiao Chen's series of actions, He Beichen realized that the title he so proudly claimed as a good husband held little merit in Xiao Chen's eyes. He wished to observe Xiao Chen's cooking techniques. Yet the kitchen was crowded with people surrounding him, preventing him from getting closer. "Could you please make way for me to get to the front?" Xiao Chen heard He Beichen's voice and thought it rather unseemly for him to rely on his status to push others around. Displeased by such behavior, Xiao Chen insisted, "Everyone, please take a step back to form a larger circle so that everyone can see." The crowd complied, and what had once been a chaotic scene soon transformed into an orderly assembly. Only He Beichen continued to jostle his way through the throng, determined to be beside Xiao Chen, which elicited disdain from the kitchen staff, though they dared not speak out. This fellow was vastly different from their own son-in-law, as if one were from the heavens and the other from the depths of the earth. Xiao Chen remained indifferent to him. He believed in equality among all, and such self-centered behavior was hardly commendable. It was likely that he behaved similarly at home, which explained his dissatisfaction with his domestic life. As the onlookers witnessed Xiao Chen's culinary techniques, they expressed astonishment. Despite having observed for several days, each of Xiao Chen's methods continued to enlighten them. The once boisterous kitchen had transformed into an educational environment since Xiao Chen's arrival. Everyone was eager to hear him explain the preparation and uses of various ingredients, frequently inquiring about his choices, to which Xiao Chen generously elucidated the underlying principles. Lin Qingyun had visited the kitchen a few times before, but she had never seen a kitchen resemble a classroom so closely. "Oh, husband, are you playing the role of a lecturer here?" Upon hearing their young lady's voice, the crowd turned towards the entrance. Lin Qingyun stepped in, donning a darker outfit. "Miss, your husband's culinary skills are truly exceptional. Indeed, such talent would make him a head chef in any 7-star hotel. Miss, you are indeed fortunate to indulge in such delights." Grateful for the compliments bestowed upon Xiao Chen, Lin Qingyun expressed her appreciation on his behalf, acknowledging that their recognition was a testament to his remarkable culinary prowess. "Honey, what brings you here? Aren't you returning home tomorrow? I can't cook at all, and if I don't learn, what if our mother disapproves of my lack of cooking skills?" Xiao Chen felt a surge of happiness upon hearing Lin Qingyun's concerns. "Don't worry, my dear. They all adore you, so there's no need for concern. I still want to learn alongside you." Seeing Lin Qingyun's unwavering attitude, Xiao Chen ceased to obstruct her. "Dear, why not take a moment to observe before you begin?" The crowd graciously made way for Lin Qingyun to stand beside Xiao Chen. Upon witnessing this, Chu Ichio chimed in, "Darling, I too wish for you to teach me the art of cooking." He Beichen, noticing Chu Ichio's eagerness to join the fray, suddenly recalled a saying: "One should not engage in excessive comparison. Instead, one ought to earnestly remain true to oneself. However, if comparison is inevitable, let it be in the realm of laser rain." Yet, He Beichen dared only to entertain this thought internally, refraining from voicing it aloud. Chapter 058. A sudden conflict thus. In the kitchen, the two couples engaged in a subtle skirmish. Lin Qingyun genuinely wished to learn the art of cooking, aspiring to alleviate some burdens from Xiao Chen. The prospect of preparing meals together filled her with joy. In contrast, the Chu Ichio couple was merely driven by the desire to compete. Observing Xiao Chen instructing Lin Qingyun, Chu Ichio insisted that He Beichen also teach her. However, He Beichen struggled to replicate some of Xiao Chen's techniques, merely watching him learn and then attempting to pass that knowledge on to Chu Ichio. Lacking the understanding and personal insight, he found it challenging to teach her effectively. "How about this? Tonight, you two shall enjoy the meals you have prepared, while our family will relish in ours," Lin Qingyun proposed, presenting a dilemma to Chu Ichio, who was suddenly eager to learn cooking. "What? Qingyun, do you not wish for me to taste your culinary creations?" Chu Ichio resorted to provocation, which held no sway over Lin Qingyun. Taste? There is no need for that. As long as my husband finds it delicious, that suffices. If he enjoys my cooking, then it is worthwhile. Why should I let you taste it? Hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Chu Ichio felt a pang of disappointment. As her primary reason for being there was to savor Xiao Chen's dishes. Now, Lin Qingyun had devised a plan to deny her that pleasure. Qingyun, no way. I must try your food. Dream on. Everything you desire is here. Can't you cook for yourself? Lin Qingyun showed no leniency towards Chu Ichio, who had intruded upon her delightful evening with Xiao Chen. Chu Ichio's eyes twinkled mischievously as she replied, "All right then, but don't be surprised if you find yourself salivating over my cooking later." Lin Qingyun found this statement amusing. Are you dreaming? It would be surprising if you didn't tea drool, let alone me, over your dishes. Chu Ichio disregarded Lin Qingyun completely, leaning closer to He Beichun, whispering conspiratorially, "Once we finish this dish, we shall cease cooking, and during dinner, I will snatch their food." He Beichun felt a thrill at the thought of stealing food. Excitement bubbling within him. Is it that thrilling? What is wrong? Are you too timid? Reflecting on Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun's teachings about assertiveness, he confidently replied to Chu Ichio, "How could that be? We will seize all their dishes. All of them." Chu Ichio stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "That is clever, but we must leave some for Mu Mu and Han Han." The two schemed quietly in the corner while the rest remained focused on watching Xiao Chen cook. Lin Qingyun's presence invigorated everyone, and despite the heat of the kitchen, they reveled in the joy of learning together. Under Xiao Chen's guidance, Lin Qingyun independently prepared a dish of stir-fried ostrich eggs. "Darling, what do you think of my creation?" she asked eagerly. Xiao Chen picked up his chopsticks, sampling a piece with deliberate attention. My dear wife, I have come to realize that you are truly a genius. Your mastery of cooking is nothing short of exquisite." The individuals in the kitchen have been singing praises of Lin Qingyun's dishes. As she absorbs their compliments, her heart swells with joy, particularly because her culinary creations have garnered the approval of Xiao Chen, which fills her with warmth. Ding! Suite roi, Constitution 20, Charisme 20, Endurance 10. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Xiao Chen felt a surge of curiosity. It seemed an eternity since he had received a reward from the system. However, at this critical juncture, it felt as if his gains had been abruptly halved. Yet, Xiao Chen could hardly be bothered to dwell on it. After all, Lin Qingyun had an abundance of methods at her disposal. "Hey, why does it take so long for you to reward me?" The system responded. "This system is contemplating whether to bestow upon you a new skill, so I have no time to entertain you." Upon hearing the mention of a new skill, Xiao Chen's heart leapt with joy. Perhaps he could acquire a skill that would ensure his endurance and resilience, thereby alleviating his fears of Lin Qingyun's formidable prowess. "What skill are you considering? Have you made up your mind?" "Not yet," Xiao Chen responded, feeling a hint of exasperation. "I did not expect you to be so vague. Perhaps you should decide before discussing it further." Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words, realizing that the system was quite adept at creating grand illusions. "This system is designed for the greatest achievement of the wife, and you have performed admirably in this regard. However, wife supremacy is merely one branch of the greatest achievement, and there are still many systems yet to be unlocked." Xiao Chen discerned the seriousness in the system's tone. "What systems are available? When will I receive these enhancements? Why the haste? Once I have deliberated sufficiently, I shall grant them to you. No need to rush me." Xiao Chen sighed, recognizing that the system exhibited a certain degree of autonomy in its thoughts. Disregarding these matters, he turned his attention to the porridge simmering on the stove. "My dear, the meal is ready." Lin Qingyun cast a glance at Chu Ichio and He Beichun, who had been procrastinating, only managing to prepare a single dish. Ignoring them, she took Xiao Chen's hand, and together they went to summon Mu Mu and Han Han for dinner. Lin Qingyun hoped that the children would also express their admiration for her culinary skills. Meanwhile, those in the kitchen busily began serving the dishes prepared by Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun. As Chu Ichio saw that it was time to eat, she hastily washed her hands and dashed to the dining table, eager to partake in the meal. When Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun descended the stairs with the two little ones, they spotted Chu Ichio and He Beichun seated at the table, awaiting the feast. The two remained silent, having intentionally prepared enough food for 5 adults to preempt any potential stubbornness from Chu Ichio and He Beichun. Qingyun, hurry down, I'm nearly starving. If you're hungry, why not eat first? Now you're suddenly shy. Lin Qingyun was well aware of Chu Ichio's character. She had never been one to be overly polite, especially when it came to her husband's cooking. Then I shall not hold back. With that, Chu Ichio began to dig in. After Xiao Chen settled the 2 children, he commenced his feeding routine. Chu Ichio, who had been devouring her food ravenously, suddenly felt a pang of discontent upon witnessing Lin Qingyun being fed by Xiao Chen. The meal in her hands lost its allure. He Beichun, taking a cue from Xiao Chen's actions, hastily began to feed Chu Ichio as well. Although she experienced the convenience of being fed, her heart remained unsatisfied. Where'd you been all this time? She lamented, prompting He Beichun to hastily clarify. At first, I noticed you weren't in a hurry, and considering that you prefer to enjoy your meals, I refrained from feeding you right away. Indeed, she was unaccustomed to being fed by He Beichun, which diminished her enjoyment. Gazing at the enticing dishes before her, Chu Ichio seized her chopsticks and indulged herself with fervor. Chapter 59. Why does your face resemble a monkey's rear end? Xiao Chen served the stir-fried dishes prepared by Lin Qingyun to Mu Mu and Han Han. Is this dish delicious? At that moment, the 2 children eagerly savored the food. Delicious. Delicious. Xiao Chen continued. Can you guess if this was made by Daddy or Mommy? Hearing their enthusiastic response, Xiao Chen pressed on with his inquiry, while Lin Qingyun awaited the children's answer with anticipation. Of course, it's made by Daddy. Daddy's cooking is super delicious. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun felt a chill in her heart. Had her status in the children's eyes already been supplanted by Xiao Chen? You guessed wrong. This is made by Mommy. Xiao Chen, fully aware of Lin Qingyun's thoughts, gently guided Mu Mu and Han Han, aiming to help them realize that their mother was indeed remarkable, as there were many things she could accomplish that Xiao Chen could not. Mommy can cook too? I've never tasted Mommy's cooking. The children were still skeptical about whether the dish was indeed prepared by Lin Qingyun. Well, today you get to try it. This is Mommy's creation. Do you think I would deceive you? While feeding the 3, Xiao Chen explained. Wow, Mommy is amazing. You're fantastic, Mommy. Han Han chewed on the dish, giving Lin Qingyun a thumbs up. Witnessing this, Lin Qingyun's mood brightened somewhat. Having raised the 2 children, it stung to see them forget her presence in favor of Xiao Chen. Nevertheless, she felt gratitude for having a wonderful husband who could teach the children, a fact that brought her contentment. He Beichun, observing the happiness of Xiao Chen's family, felt a pang of envy. If only Chu Ichio had accepted him earlier, their children would have been of similar age. How wonderful it would be if we had children like Mu Mu and Han Han. Hearing He Beichun's lament, Chu Ichio shot him a sharp glare. What is that? Do you want to have children? Do you know how painful childbirth is? He Beichun genuinely wished for his own children, tired of envying others. There are so many people in the world. Aren't they all born of women? I can't bear children myself. If I could, our child would have been born long ago. Chu Ichio, once enjoying the dishes prepared by Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, felt her mood sour upon hearing the implications in He Beichun's words. He Beichun, if you want children, go have a procedure done in Tea Country. Have as many as you wish, but stop with the incessant complaints. Noticing He Beichun's disheartened expression, Chu Ichio continued, it's been 3 years, and you haven't made a move once, yet you complain about not having children? Do you think I don't want them? Last night was the only time As she spoke, she realized the awkwardness of the situation, with Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun still present. Feeling a twinge of shyness, Lin Qingyun lowered her head upon hearing such words. Noticing the awkwardness of the situation, she attempted to smooth things over for the 2 of them. Such matters should be approached gradually. Urgency would yield no results, and perhaps by next month, they would find resolution. If memory serves, Xiao Chen recalled He Beichun mentioning that Chu Ichio had never allowed him to share a bed with her. How had this narrative altered upon reaching Chu Ichio's ears? The atmosphere at the dining table grew palpably tense. It's all right, brother He. If you take the initiative, everything will fall into place, Xiao Chen remarked. Observing He Beichun's confused expression, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him, prompting him to fall silent. After ensuring Lin Qingyun and the two children were well fed, Xiao Chen began to tidy up the remnants of their meal. "Husband, we'll be waiting for you upstairs." "Hey, Dad, we're heading up to play now." "Daddy, take your time eating. We'll go upstairs first." Upon seeing Lin Qingyun ascend the stairs, Chu Ichio followed suit. With everyone having left the table, He Beichun leaned closer to Xiao Chen, his anxiety evident. "Xiao Chen, what did you mean by that earlier statement?" "I didn't quite grasp it." Observing He Beichun's bewildered demeanor, Xiao Chen patiently explained, "Didn't Chu Ichio just say that you've never taken the initiative?" He Beichun pondered for a moment and nodded in affirmation. "Brother He, as a man, one must act when the time is right. Allowing a woman to take the lead is hardly commendable." Xiao Chen spoke with a hint of insecurity. It wasn't that he lacked ability. Lin Qingyun was simply formidable. But when we first married, she was incredibly resistant. Goodness, you've been married for 3 years now. Surely she has developed some feelings. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, He Beichun experienced an epiphany. "Thank you, Brother Xiao, for illuminating my path. It's like seeing the light after a long fog." Listening to He Beichun's newfound clarity, Xiao Chen remained steadfast in his intentions and continued with his plan. "Therefore, you should keep her at home more often, allowing the two of you to cultivate your relationship." Xiao Chen casually shared this thought, expecting He Beichun to heed his advice and spend more time with Chu Ichio in their own home. However, He Beichun's next remark swiftly pulled Xiao Chen back to the realm of reality. "No, I believe our families should interact more. Seeing how well you and Lin Qingyun get along will surely alter her perception of me, just like last night." Xiao Chen, listening to He Beichun's reasoning, smiled outwardly while inwardly lamenting the absurdity of it all. Why must he intrude upon the world he shared with Lin Qingyun? Xiao Chen initially aimed to persuade He Beichun to reconsider his stance and refrain from visiting his home. Yet, He Beichun, grinning as if he had won a fortune, bounded upstairs, oblivious to Xiao Chen's incredulous gaze, and headed straight for Chu Ichio. Xiao Chen was left speechless. Recognizing that He Beichun had undoubtedly been subjected to Chu Ichio's whims far too often. Reflecting on the kindness of his wife, Xiao Chen resumed eating from his bowl. Upstairs, Lin Qingyun continued her interrogation about how Chu Ichio had ended up in He Beichun's room after falling asleep the previous night. He Beichun, with a cheerful demeanor, bounded upstairs and settled beside Chu Ichio. "My dear, what are you discussing?" Chu Ichio cast a disdainful glance at He Beichun's foolish expression. "It's about your big-headed nonsense." Lin Qingyun had already embarrassed Chu Ichio with her inquiries, and He Beichun, oblivious to the situation, began asking a flurry of questions, causing Chu Ichio's face to flush crimson. Noticing the deep color of her cheeks, reminiscent of a monkey's rear, He Beichun grew concerned, for Chu Ichio rarely blushed. "My dear, what is the matter? Are you unwell? Why is your face as red as a monkey's backside?" Chapter 60, Millions. Oh no. Even tens of millions of tuners cannot save him. Lin Qingyun was rendered speechless upon hearing this remark. He Beichun, who once spoke little, had suddenly become quite loquacious, and his opening line was nothing but a crude jest. Chu Ichio was equally at a loss for words. Did he not realize how inappropriate his comments were? What a ridiculous question. His face resembled that of a monkey's posterior. He Beichun, if you have something to say, speak freely. If not, remain silent. He Beichun was equally bewildered, pondering his own misstep. Was this the humor that Xiao Chen had mentioned? Like a man indeed. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Qingyun uttered a statement that jolted him into clarity. "How could you compare yourself to a blockhead? A monkey's behind cannot possibly be compared to Ichio's visage." At that moment, He Beichun realized that his analogy was flawed. How could a monkey's rear end be compared to his wife's face? He hastily sought to remedy his blunder. "My dear, how about I sing you a song to lift your spirits?" Chu Ichio, understanding He Beichun's good intentions, noted his poor expression. "What can you sing?" Indeed, she had never witnessed him sing, not even a hum. "I can rap." Chu Ichio, Lin Qingyun, is that even singing? It's merely shouting with a hoarse voice. After hearing you at home every day, even Wotima has learned it. Feeling slighted by Chu Ichio's doubt, Bei-chan protested internally. My dear, how can you not believe in me? If I'm not rapping, I will sing Love Confession Balloon. Bei-chan, with a fervent expression, gazed sincerely at Chu Ichio. After hearing Xiao Chen sing the previous night, he had secretly practiced all day. Are you certain you can sing such a challenging song? Chu Ichio questioned, skeptical that someone as boastful as him would not have showcased his talent by now. My dear, why you doubt me? I can sing. Seeing his unwavering determination, Chu Ichio decided to grant him chance. Then sing. You mean a cappella? Bei-chan had initially hoped Lin Qingyun would play the piano while he sang, but now faced with the prospect of singing without accompaniment, he felt a twinge of anxiety. What else do you want? Chu Ichio was perplexed. You don't play any instruments. What more could you desire? My dear, doesn't Qingyun have a dedicated music room? I wanted her to accompany me. I can play the guitar for you. The music room is downstairs, but I'd rather not go down. Lin Qingyun, unwilling to descend, thought it was merely a matter of accompanying with the guitar, which was conveniently at hand. So why bother going downstairs? Bei-chan preferred the piano for its superior sound quality and rhythm, but since Lin Qingyun was reluctant, he could settle for the guitar. Fine, but you must keep pace with my rhythm. Lin Qingyun rolled her eyes. I will play according to the original rhythm. With that, Lin Qingyun's nimble fingers danced over the guitar strings, and a melodious tune began to waft through the air. In an instant, both Lin Qingyun and Chu Ichio were enchanted by the exquisite melody. As Lin Qingyun played halfway through, she suddenly halted, casting a perplexed gaze at Bei-chan. Why aren't you singing? Bei-chan replied awkwardly. Did I even play it just now? You didn't play it. How could I sing? Lin Qingyun was at a loss for words, having reached the second line, while Bei-chan had yet to utter a single note. However, she chose not to dwell on his shortcomings and continued playing. At that moment, Chu Ichio also noticed the incongruity. How could the introduction of a song linger for so long without a single line? Having heard Love Confession Balloon before, she halted Lin Qingyun's fingers dancing over the strings. Can you even sing? Do you think I haven't heard it? She challenged. If you can sing, then do so. If not, don't embarrass yourself here. What embarrassment? At that moment, Xiao Chen approached with a graceful stride, intrigued by Chu Ichio's mention of embarrassment. How could one embarrass themselves at home? Perhaps it was true that without comparison, there was no pain. Hearing Xiao Chen's voice silenced Chu Ichio. Lin Qingyun invited Xiao Chen to sit beside her and recounted the earlier events. Xiao Chen, puzzled, remarked, why pretend when you can't even do it? Observing Bei-chan's awkward expression, she felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps he isn't ready yet. Let me accompany him, she declared, taking the guitar from Lin Qingyun's lap and beginning to play. As Xiao Chen's melodies filled the air, Lin Qingyun felt a sense of comfort. Encouraged by Xiao Chen's words, Chu Ichio also wished to grant Bei-chan another chance. As the music progressed, Xiao Chen noticed that Bei-chan showed no inclination to sing. At the riverbank, Xiao Chen initiated a line for Bei-chan. Not wanting to disappoint Chu Ichio, Bei-chan steeled himself and began to sing. On the left bank, coffee. Hearing Bei-chan's voice nearly caused Xiao Chen to snap a string. But for the sake of his friend, he persevered. Harmonizing, he guided Bei-chan onward, simultaneously signaling Lin Qingyun to join in. With Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen leading the way, Bei-chan managed to follow the melody, and before long, Chu Ichio found herself singing along with them. You say I'm a bit hard to pursue, wanting me to retreat. Gifts don't need to be the most expensive. Just the fallen leaves of the champs, yes. In the distance, Xiaohua, playing with Mumu and Hanhua, was drawn closer by the enchanting sound of their singing. The three of them sat beside the group, quietly listening to the performance. Upon seeing Xiaohua approach, Xiao Chen gestured for her to join their chorus. Though Xiaohua instinctively wanted to sing along, she hesitated, fearing her presence might disrupt their rhythm. However, encouraged by Xiao Chen's invitation, she joined their harmonious ensemble. Though this song was not ideally suited for a group performance, under the guidance of Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, it did not seem out of place. Finally, as they concluded the song, Xiao Chen couldn't help but cast a glance at Bei-chan. That guy's vocal prowess was worth $1 million. Oh no. Even the most skilled tuner cannot salvage the situation. However, Chu Ichio failed to discern Bei-chan's voice, believing his singing to be quite commendable. To her surprise, he had reserved a hidden talent. After the recent attempt, Chen was well aware of his own limitations and refrained from responding to Chu Ichio's remarks. Each individual possesses their own unique strengths, and excelling in one's own domain is indeed commendable. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Chen recognized that they were directed towards him. My dear wife, the truth is, I am utterly incapable of singing. When Xingyan plays the guitar, I cannot produce a single note. This time, my ability to sing is entirely due to Xiao Chen's efforts. Huh, do you think I am oblivious to your antics? Spare us the pretense. Must we all indulge you in this charade? It serves no purpose. Chu Ichio retorted, having previously complimented his singing to offer an exit from the situation, only to find him remaining silent. This is a clear case of deserving a rebuttal. Chapter 61. A family should be perfectly united after a few individuals completed their song. They still felt a lingering desire for more, prompting Xiao Chen to lead them in several more tunes. Although Mu and Han were not adept at singing, they managed to hum along to Xiao Chen's melody. Following the conclusion of these songs, Mu and Han developed a deeper fascination with music. Daddy, I wish to sing as beautifully as you do. I also want to produce such enchanting melodies. When they were little, Lin Qingyun would play the piano for them, but the two youngsters were hardly pleased. Whenever Lin Qingyun took them to the music room, they would create quite a ruckus. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen's songs sparked their interest in music. If you wish to sing, I can teach you in the future. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's willingness to instruct them, both girls expressed immense delight as they picked up Lin Qingyun's guitar and began to strum. At that moment, Chen unexpectedly suggested going to watch a movie. What movie should we see? Chu Ichio inquired, pondering why they needed to leave home where everything was readily available, only to come here for accompaniment and a film. How troublesome. When Chen had first married Chu Ichio, he had learned numerous ways to interact with girls, yet none of these methods seemed effective with her. Eventually, he had given up, but now he felt a glimmer of hope. Let's watch a horror film. Hearing the words horror film, Chu Ichio's expression changed dramatically. Lin Qingyun noticed her reaction and recalled the traumatic experience Chu Ichio had endured as a child while watching zombie films, which left a lasting psychological scar. According to Chu's mother, at the age of 13, Chu Ichio was so frightened that she could not go to the bathroom alone and required an adult's company for everything. She often woke in terror during the night. What horror film could we possibly watch at this hour? It's just asking for trouble. When Lin Qingyun voiced her refusal first, Chu Ichio seemed to find a companion in her dissent. What has gotten into you today? Why are you being so troublesome? If you want to see a horror movie, go watch it yourself. Chen felt quite aggrieved at Chu Ichio's rebuke. Those bloggers had clearly stated that watching horror films with girls was advantageous. When startled, they would instinctively seek refuge in their partner's embrace. Why did none of these flirtation techniques work for him? Xiao Chen, seeing through Chen's thoughts, realized how misguided he was. To achieve the desired outcome, it was deemed necessary to resort to horror films. Then, let us watch Pirates of the Caribbean. A regular film would suffice, as long as it contains a few thrilling scenes. That sounds good. I absolutely adore Captain Jack Sparrow. Upon hearing the title, Chu Ichio's interest was piqued. Chen felt even more wronged. Why did everything he suggested fail to please Chu Ichio while Xiao Chen's every word garnered unanimous approval? Xiao Chen had not anticipated Chu Ichio's enthusiasm for the film. He had merely made a random suggestion, and to his surprise, it aligned with her preferences. Darling, what do you think? Do you want to watch it? Xiao Chen's suggestion was met with no objections from Lin Qingyun. Ultimately, they decided to watch a movie and made their way to the private cinema in the basement, gathering together in a circle. Xiaohua expressed her concerns about Mu and Han being too young for such a film. However, Xiao Chen held a different perspective, believing that exposure to new experiences would not only broaden the children's horizons, but also cultivate their divergent thinking skills. With Xiao Chen's approval, Xiaohua led Mu and Han into the cinema. It was their first time in this new environment, and the two girls were particularly excited. As the film began, they were captivated by the enormous screen and the thunderous sound that enveloped them, leaving them in awe. Soon, they settled down, watching the movie intently. When Captain Jack made his appearance, Chu Ichio excitedly grasped Chen's arm. as they beheld Captain Barbossa's skeletal fleet. Moo Moo and Han Han anxiously nestled into Xiao Chen's embrace, while Lin Qingyun leaned against his shoulder. Chu Yiqiu, growing increasingly animated, seemed oblivious to the fact that He Beichen's attention was entirely absorbed in the film, even more so than Moo Moo and Han Han. Watching the excitement between Chu Yiqiu and He Beichen, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun couldn't help but marvel how these two had finally found a shared passion. Throughout the film, Xiao Chen's family exuded sweetness, while He Beichen and Chu Yiqiu were utterly engrossed. Quickly, let's watch the second part, He Beichen exclaimed excitedly, not waiting for Chu Yiqiu to speak. Yes, yes. The way Captain Jack strategizes is simply mesmerizing. Observing the fervent expressions on Chu Yiqiu and He Beichen's faces, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun decisively declined their request. If you too wish to watch, you might as well return home and do so. Hearing Lin Qingyun's unsparing words, Chu Yiqiu's enthusiasm seemed to be doused with cold water. Qingyun, I've noticed you are quite adept at drawing boundaries between us. Of course, I'm a family person now. Can I still be like you? Chu Yiqiu regarded Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen with suspicion, pondering if the two shared a manual star connection. However, recalling He Beichen's demeanor from the previous night, her cheeks began to flush. The dim lighting of the cinema concealed her changing expression from everyone else. Once Lin Qingyun ascended from the basement, she promptly inquired, "Do you need a driver to take you back?" "Back? Qingyun, are you trying to send me away?" Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun exchanged glances, exasperated by the familiar banter. "Then you might as well stay in the same room you had last night," Lin Qingyun casually remarked before leading Moo Moo and Han Han upstairs. Xiao Chen had not forgotten the promise he made to Moo Moo and Han Han in the morning, to spend some time with them in their room that evening. Upon returning to their room, Lin Qingyun noticed that Xiao Chen had not yet entered after quite some time. Having already changed into her pajamas, she decided to seek him out to encourage him to return to rest. "What are you doing here?" she inquired, only to discover Xiao Chen in the children's bathroom, squeezed between Moo Moo and Han Han, brushing their teeth. At the sound of Lin Qingyun's voice, the three turned in unison to face her. This whimsical scene struck Lin Qingyun as both amusing and heartwarming. "My dear, Moo Moo and Han Han wanted me to spend a little time with them before bed," Xiao Chen explained. "They're still young and require companionship." Lin Qingyun felt a pang of emotion upon hearing his words, reflecting on how her busy schedule had limited her time with the children. When they were just 2 years old, she had immersed herself in work, resulting in precious little time spent with them. As the three continued brushing their teeth, Lin Qingyun cast a glance in their direction before departing. Unfazed, they returned to their reflections in the mirror. A family, after all, should stand united. Turning around, they noticed Lin Qingyun approaching with her own toiletries in hand, making her way toward them. Chapter 62. A Bedtime Tale After Completing Their Evening Rituals. The two little ones diligently returned their toiletries to their rightful places and obediently nestled into bed, tucking themselves in snugly. Initially, they assumed that Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun would depart once they had finished assisting them. However, the couple moved 2 small stools and settled beside their beds. Mommy and Daddy, aren't you leaving? Are you going to tell us a bedtime story? My classmate's parents tell him a story every night." Upon hearing Han Han's words and observing the adorable sight of the two nestled in bed, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun felt a pang of tenderness in their hearts as parents. "What story would you like to hear?" Lin Qingyun gently inquired. "I don't want to hear the same stories that other children have already heard. I want to hear a story they've never heard before." "Me too." This left Lin Qingyun momentarily perplexed. Did she need to concoct a tale of her own? It would be more delightful to create a story together. Xiao Chen suddenly had a spark of inspiration, encouraging the children to imagine and forge a new narrative. "Shall we tell it together? What kind of story should we narrate?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen suggest a collaborative storytelling endeavor, Moo Moo and Han Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Let us tell a story about a brave and free adventurer at sea. How's that sound?" Lin Qingyun silently praised Xiao Chen for his brilliant idea of guiding the children's imagination. She gently planted a kiss on Xiao Chen's cheek. Moo Moo and Han Han were engrossed in contemplating the tale of the courageous sea adventurer and remained oblivious to Lin Qingyun's tender gesture. Xiao Chen felt a softness on his cheek, and, disregarding the children as presents, wrapped his arms around Lin Qingyun's neck and kissed her on the lips. Moo Moo and Han Han gazed at the ceiling, unaware of the exchange. But Daddy, who will be the protagonist of the story? Lin Qingyun felt a sense of relief that Moo Moo and Han Han did not witness the moment, casting a sharp glance at Xiao Chen. Of course, the protagonists are you two. Can we really be the main characters? Moo Moo and Han Han looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. Absolutely. In your own story, you both must be the stars. Upon hearing that they would be the protagonists, joy blossomed in Moo Moo and Han Han's hearts. Then Daddy must be in the story too. Yes, I want Daddy to be in the story, and Mommy too. Lin Qingyun felt a sense of warmth upon hearing Han Han's words. I thought once you two saw your father, you would forget about me. How could we? Both Daddy and Mommy are equally important to us. You two are our closest loved ones. Don't worry, Mommy, we would never forget you. Seeing Lin Qingyun's sorrowful expression, the two little ones felt a twinge of discomfort in their hearts. All right, I understand now. As Moo Moo and Han Han observed Lin Qingyun's demeanor soften, their worries about her unhappiness dissipated. Father, where shall we begin our tale? They inquired. Indeed, without our own vessel, how can we set sail and become brave adventurers? With a glance at their eager expressions, Xiao Chen began to narrate. In a perilous maritime realm, every youth yearns for their own ship. For the sake of their dreams, they aspire to brave the winds and waves, to explore the tumultuous ocean, seek their destinies, forge their own narratives, and become the most courageous and free adventurers of the sea. At this moment, Moo Moo and Han Han were still filled with uncertainty, a fact that Xiao Chen anticipated. Thus he continued to weave the story for the two children. Among the tales was that of a pair of twins, Lin Xuemu and Lin Xuehan, whose adventures were particularly thrilling, passing down through the ages. Legend has it that when they first set sail, they possessed not even a modest boat. Relying solely on a makeshift raft of their own making, they embarked on their adventure. How wonderful! Han Han is a brave adventurer of the sea, exclaimed Moo Moo. So is Moo Moo. As they listened to Xiao Chen's narrative, their hearts stirred with excitement, as if they were truly adrift upon the ocean. What do you wish to venture after setting sail? Lin Qingyun inquired, noticing their curious tilts of the head, a sign of indecision, and seamlessly continued Xiao Chen's tale. On the third day of their maritime escapade, Moo Moo and Han Han found their provisions and fresh water swept away by the tempest of the previous night. Lacking sailing experience, they could only allow their small raft to drift along with the currents. This turn of events left Xiao Chen astounded, thinking, what a true mother this is. She thrust her own daughters into a storm right from the start. As they heard this, Moo Moo and Han Han's expressions shifted to one of panic. Yet, fortune smiled upon them, guiding their drift to a small island. It was then they realized the necessity of a sturdy vessel to support their future adventures. Fortunately, the island they had washed ashore upon specialized in shipbuilding. However, challenges arose in abundance. The shipwright on the island scoffed at the two impoverished girls, refusing to craft a vessel for them. What sort of young maidens venture into the world of adventure? You two should return home and weave sweaters instead. At this, Moo Moo and Han Han displayed their indignation. Mother, even if we are young girls, we dare to brave the seas. They asserted. Mother, you know we fear no hardship. Hearing their resolute declarations, Lin Qingyun smiled warmly. Indeed, my dear Moo Moo and Han Han cannot be easily disheartened by such trivial obstacles. How could this minor difficulty deter you? With that, Lin Qingyun continued the narrative. With no other options, the two girls turned to walk toward the shore. At this moment, a young and handsome shipbuilder named Xiao Chen obstructed the path of the two women, expressing his willingness to assist them in constructing a vessel, provided that he could accompany them on their voyage. He yearned to explore the world beyond the island, eager to witness the wonders he had yet to encounter. Lin Xuemu and Lin Xuehan readily agreed to his proposal. In pursuit of setting sail, Xiao Chen began to collaborate with the two in the shipbuilding endeavor by the shoreline. However, the task of constructing a ship proved to be a monumental undertaking, and the villagers harbored doubts about Xiao Chen's ability to complete the vessel alone. Fortunately, with the support of Lin Xuemu and Lin Xuehan, the shipbuilding process appeared less daunting. One day, as Xiao Chen rose early to continue his work, he stumbled upon the lifeless body of a shipwreck victim lying on the shore. Chapter 63. Is your wife's money insufficient for your endeavors? Upon discovering the unfortunate victim, Xiao Chen hurriedly administered cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Fortunately, she had not been submerged for long, and through Xiao Chen's relentless efforts, she gradually regained consciousness. Lin Xuemu and Lin Xuehan learned that she, too, was eager for maritime adventure and possessed exceptional nautical skills, prompting them to invite her to join their team. Lin Qingyun, upon meeting someone of like-minded spirit, willingly agreed to become part of their small crew. Thus, their shipbuilding team grew stronger. The island's inhabitants were moved by Xiao Chen's unwavering determination and joined forces to assist in the shipbuilding endeavor. With their collective efforts, the pace of construction multiplied. Within a month, they successfully aided Lin Xuemu and Lin Xuehan in completing the vessel. Once the necessary supplies for departure were organized, Captain Lin Xuemu and Captain Lin Xuehan, along with the shipwright Xiao Chen and navigator and cook Lin Qingyun, boarded their small triangular sailboat, aptly named Hope, embarking on a new chapter of adventurous tales. As this story unfolded, Mu Mu and Han Han began to exhibit signs of drowsiness. Are you two feeling sleepy? No, Mummy. I'm not tired. Please continue, Mu Mu replied just before yawning. Hee hee, it's sister who's sleepy. Han Han is wide awake. Xiao Chen, observing their drowsy little eyes, chuckled. Look at you two. Your eyes can barely stay open. It's time for bed. He gently ruffled their hair and added, there are many more stories to tell. Next time, I hope you both share your tales as well, rather than just listening to me and your mother. All right, good night, Mommy and Daddy. Good night, Daddy and Mommy. Even before Xiao Chen intended to leave, the two children bid him good night, signaling their genuine fatigue. Lin Qingyun exchanged a glance with Xiao Chen, and they both rose to their feet. Good night, my darlings. Upon hearing Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun's farewell, the children closed their eyes. As Xiao Chen exited, he turned off the light and gently closed the door. Just as he turned around, he found Lin Qingyun standing behind him, smiling brightly. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chen swiftly diverted Lin Qingyun's attention. Darling, your storytelling was splendid. You could easily become a novelist. Lin Qingyun, recognizing his intent, playfully continued, Husband, I think you performed exceptionally well tonight. Come, let's return to our room. I have a reward for you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen realized he could not evade her charms. Yet, he still wished to make one last attempt. Sweetheart, shall we go back to my family's home tomorrow? You can't expect me to return in such a weakened state. My parents might think you've been bullying me. As he concluded this line of reasoning, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. It was a flawless excuse. However, he underestimated Lin Qingyun. Upon entering the room, she sat on the bed and softly spoke. I understand now. What you mean to say is that you are incapable. Why not just admit it directly? You could simply state your inability, and I wouldn't hold it against you. Observing Xiao Chen standing there in a daze, Lin Qingyun continued, Why find such excuses? Just say it plainly. At this moment, Xiao Chen could no longer endure it. A man, he cannot admit to his inadequacies, especially in front of his wife. Ding! The system has detected that the host's emotions are influenced by his wife, and is now unlocking a new branch. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the masterpiece of unparalleled achievement. This system will merge with the maximized achievement for your wife's system to better serve you. Please utilize it wisely. That sounds rather promising. Upon hearing the mechanical voice, Xiao Chen understood the reason behind it. Ding! Did you not expect this? It's me again. That familiar voice echoed in Xiao Chen's mind, leaving him puzzled. Why can't it be two separate systems? Why must it merge with you? Ding! To answer the host, I shall do as I please. Please do not question my authority. Xiao Chen was left speechless. Authority? If a new branch has been established to serve me, does it mean I will become incredibly wealthy? The kind of super rich? Ding! Is your wife's money insufficient for your needs? You are already quite affluent. This system will bring you many unexpected results, so please do not doubt my existence. Xiao Chen felt no change within himself. Could this system be deceiving him? Ding! I have already informed you numerous times. Do not question my authority. Whether you experience change, is something you will discover for yourself. Ding. Given you many inquiries, unless it pertains to an exceptionally remarkable skill. This system will no longer provide prompts regarding enhancements to your physique or charisma. Xiao Chen had forgotten that this system was privy to his every thought. Yet why did it not mention the enhancements? Ding. I have observed that you're truly bothersome. Why not try for yourself and find out everything? Why do you keep asking? Xiao Chen was growing irritated. Isn't this system meant to serve both me and my wife? Why act so superior? Ding. This system provides balanced service. Everything is meticulously considered. Xiao Chen, hey, you're not actually afraid, are you? Are you too scared to move? Seeing Xiao Chen lost in thought, Lin Qingyun felt a hint of irritation. Upon hearing her voice, Xiao Chen finally snapped back to reality from his dialogue with the system. Go ahead. You'll find out for yourself. He heard the system's voice again, and now he was too lazy to care, shaking off those thoughts. This time, he was determined to fight Lin Qingyun to a decisive conclusion. Fueled by the system's encouragement, Xiao Chen found the courage to battle Lin Qingyun. Seeing the provocative expression on Lin Qingyun's face, Xiao Chen summoned his fighting spirit. Fight! Victory is assured. The night remained peculiarly tranquil, yet the people were fierce as ever, and the struggle endured as a protracted battle. However, this time, it would no longer be a one-sided suppression. Both parties exhibited their own formidable spirits, and the somber sky foreshadowed their earth-shattering confrontation. After several hours of stalemate, both warriors sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. In unison, they extended olive branches to one another, opting for a cessation of hostilities and a pursuit of peace. Xiao Chen gazed at Lin Qingyun, whose face radiated with a spring-like glow, and felt a profound sense of validation. He had finally proven himself. It turned out that the system's suggestion to give it a try referred to this very moment. Lin Qingyun, too, sensed Xiao Chen's change in demeanor, and she likewise reigned in her combative spirit. As they lay together, sharing their innermost thoughts, the warmth between them blossomed despite their previous rivalry. Soon, a wave of drowsiness enveloped them, and they nestled into each other's embrace, drifting into the realm of dreams. Chapter 64. Is this not satisfactory for you? Early the next morning, both individuals awakened simultaneously. Xiao Chen felt no fatigue in his body. Rather, he experienced a refreshing vigor that invigorated his spirit. Lin Qingyun, too, felt an absence of pressure. After several encounters, she noticeably perceived a marked improvement in her vision and cognitive agility, as her awareness of her surroundings became remarkably clearer. Her mental state was splendid. She had not anticipated that her association with Xiao Chen would yield such benefits. Xiao Chen picked up the remote control, drawing back the curtains and opening the windows, allowing a breath of fresh air to rush in. Their spirits soared. Lin Qingyun gazed at Xiao Chen, contemplating another round of their previous engagement. Yet Xiao Chen had grown considerably stronger, matching her prowess. Fearing that another bout might delay their return home, she abandoned her competitive intentions. Xiao Chen discerned Lin Qingyun's thoughts, but chose not to address them directly. Darling, I will prepare breakfast. Please rise and freshen up. We shall be on our way. The thought of meeting Xiao Chen's parents filled Lin Qingyun with trepidation, prompting her to act promptly. After Xiao Chen began cooking, she proceeded to wash up, preparing outfits for herself, Xiao Chen, and their two children. The family ought to appear harmonious and well-coordinated. Lin Qingyun retrieved the matching outfits she had prepared in advance. As she beheld the clothing laid out before her, warmth enveloped her heart. Mommy, are these our clothes? Are we to wear these? Even on a weekend? Moo Moo and Han Han lacked the habit of sleeping in. After getting ready, they dashed to Lin Qingyun's room. Do you like them? She inquired upon hearing their voices. Are you and Daddy wearing these too? Are we going to Grandma and Grandpa's house today? Indeed, if we wear these, do you think Daddy will like them? Upon hearing that Xiao Chen would don the same outfit as them, Moo Moo and Han Han leaped with joy. Daddy will surely love them. He says that no matter what Han Han wears, it looks good on her. He will definitely like it. Lin Qingyun felt her cheeks flush at her children's words, realizing she was about to take the children to meet Xiao Chen's parents. The trio swiftly changed into their matching outfits, standing before the mirror, twirling to admire their reflections. Mommy, look at Han Han. She is so vain. You're not much better, sister. Daddy likes whatever Han Han wears. He never said I look good in everything. Only you. Observing her children's playful banter, Lin Qingyun envisioned Xiao Chen wearing the same outfit, and the heartwarming scene made her smile. You two look identical. You must both be equally charming. The trio turned their attention toward the doorway upon hearing Xiao Chen's voice. There stood Xiao Chen, beaming with delight as he watched his family. Daddy, do you think my outfit looks good? And mine, does it look good too? Xiao Chen found their enthusiasm amusing. The sight of his two little girls filled his heart with joy. Of course it looks splendid. Not only do you look splendid, but mother also appears exceptionally enchanting and beautiful. With that, Xiao Chen raised his head to gaze at Lin Qingyun. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's voice and witnessing his admiring glance, Lin Qingyun's spirits soared to unprecedented heights. Hurry and change. Your outfit is in the bedroom. You must put on yourself. Father, please change quickly. Then we can match. Father, go on. I want to wear the same as you. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen swiftly made his way to the bedroom and efficiently donned his outfit. The three of them awaited eagerly outside for Xiao Chen to emerge in attire identical to theirs. Moments later, the bedroom door slowly slid open, and Xiao Chen stepped out with his distinctive stride. His tall and proud figure, illuminated by the sun's rays, made the trio feel that Xiao Chen was utterly dazzling. Wow, Father, you look so handsome. Wow, Father, you look so handsome. Hearing the identical exclamations from Moo Moo and Han Han, Xiao Chen bashfully scratched the back of his head. Am I handsome? Lin Qingyun couldn't help but chuckle. Can't you be a little more modest? You ought to accept the compliment. Handsome, handsome, handsome. Absolutely stunning. Lin Qingyun's praise was far more meaningful than that of Moo Moo and Han Han, and Xiao Chen, gazing at his wife and children, felt as though he could soar into the sky. Then, to the astonishment of the three, Xiao Chen's feet slowly lifted off the ground. What the? Is he really flying? Realizing he was suspended in midair, Xiao Chen was equally incredulous. Wow, wow. Father, this is stunningly impressive. Lin Qingyun was taken aback by the spectacle before her. The more knowledgeable one was, the more skeptical they became of such mystical phenomena. Seeing Xiao Chen ascend, she rushed forward to grasp his leg. Moo Moo and Han Han, noticing Lin Qingyun's concern, hastily joined in to hold onto Xiao Chen. Hey, system, what is happening here? Xiao Chen understood this was the system's doing, but how could he explain such a fantastical occurrence in front of his wife and children? Ding! Didn't you wish to fly? I have simply granted your desire. You are indeed airborne now. Stunned by the system's voice, Xiao Chen was bewildered. Such a function exists? Ding! I informed you of this last night. You would know if you tried it. But how do I come down? Xiao Chen hurriedly inquired, aware that Lin Qingyun would soon lose her grip. Ding! You will descend when you wish to. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Xiao Chen focused intently, attempting to control his descent. In an instant, he felt the pull of gravity and plummeted from the air. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and caught Lin Qingyun in his arms. Otherwise, his weighty frame would have been too much for her to bear. Seeing Xiao Chen land once more, Moo Moo and Han Han clapped joyfully. However, Lin Qingyun, cradled in Xiao Chen's embrace, had already been reduced to tears. It's all right, my dear. I will never leave you. There is no need for fear. Xiao Chen gazed at Lin Qingyun, nestled in his embrace, his heart heavy with remorse. I apologize, my love, for frightening you. I promise to explain everything in due time. You need not worry or feel afraid. As I have vowed, I shall always be by your side. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's soothing voice, Lin Qingyun gradually regained her composure. She had always been skeptical of the supernatural, yet she had undeniably witnessed Xiao Chen ascend into the air without any aid. Such defiance of the laws of physics. How could it possibly exist in our reality? Even Newton's grave could not contain this anomaly. You insufferable man. You wretched man. Lin Qingyun clenched her small fist and playfully struck Xiao Chen's chest. Chapter 65. To fulfill all my wishes? Moo Moo and Han Han were equally bewildered, standing frozen in place as they gazed at their parents. Do not worry, my dear wife. I assure you, I will be just fine. Once your emotions settle, I shall explain everything to you. Xiao Chen reassured Lin Qingyun with sincerity in his eyes and unwavering words. Trusting his assurance, Lin Qingyun chose to believe him. Gently, Xiao Chen wiped away her tears and embraced her tightly, providing her with a sense of security. Gradually, Lin Qingyun's emotions began to calm. If you cannot clarify things, let us be sisters instead. She jested, eliciting a smile from Xiao Chen. That may not come to pass, for I will certainly elucidate everything, he replied. Daddy, are you leaving us? Mu Mu and Han Han's hearts sank upon witnessing Lin Qingyun's distress, as if they had already discerned the answer. Observing their innocent demeanor, Xiao Chen felt a pang of reluctance. How could he bear to part from his beloved daughters and wife? Fear not, I shall not leave you. Rest assured, I will be by your side as you grow, he promised. Hearing his vow, Mu Mu and Han Han felt reassured and rushed to embrace his legs. I knew Daddy would never leave me, exclaimed Mu Mu. Indeed, I have complete faith in Daddy. He could never bear to part with me, Han Han chimed in. Seeing the happiness radiating from his children, Lin Qingyun smiled. Silly, it is us that Daddy cannot do without. The warmth in Xiao Chen's heart swelled at the sight of their affection. Let us go, dinner is ready. Afterward, I will take you to the place where I grew up. Yay, Daddy is taking us out to play. Han Han excellent, har excitement palpable. Xiao Chen scooped up Mu Mu and Han Han, who both playfully clung to his head. Mommy likes you too, Han Han noted, to which Mu Mu agreed. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun exchanged glances, sharing an unspoken joy at their children's innocent remarks. As they descended the stairs, they found Chu Ichio and He Beichen already seated at the dining table, eagerly awaiting their meal. Chu Ichio appeared vibrant and full of energy, while He Beichen seemed notably frail. Qingyun, you're all up. Why is your family so neatly dressed today? Chu Ichio greeted them with enthusiasm, having been impatiently awaiting breakfast. How come you two are up so early? She continued, recalling that without Lin Qingyun's call, they might have slept in. Oh, it was Ichio who mentioned that if we were late, we would miss out on the meal Xiao Chen prepared, He Beichen stated candidly, causing Chu Ichio to blush, playfully pinching the flesh on his thigh. Not at all. We simply woke up early today, he added, noticing the fierce look in Chu Ichio's eyes, prompting him to fall silent. Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen paid little heed to the surroundings. After all, they were merely friends, and there was no need for formality. Let us commence with the meal, Lin Qingyun declared, prompting the servants to meticulously arrange the breakfast prepared by Xiao Chen on the dining table. As Chu Ichio observed the array of dishes, she began to devour them with fervor. Witnessing his wife's delight brought a sense of joy to He Beichen's heart. Your family is impeccably dressed. Are you headed somewhere special? Before Xiao Chen or Lin Qingyun could respond to He Beichen's inquiry, Han Heng interjected. We're going to Grandma and Grandpa's house. This revelation stirred a hint of melancholy within He Beichen, though it went unnoticed by others. Conversely, upon hearing that Lin Qingyun intended to visit Xiao Chen's home, a flicker of panic crossed Chu Ichio's face. Qingyun, are you truly going back? Lin Qingyun regarded Chu Ichio with a curious expression, as if she had stumbled upon something intriguing. What is the matter? Am I not allowed to visit my parents? Chu Ichio found herself at a loss for a rebuttal. It was indeed natural for Lin Qingyun to wish to see her family. However, a thought struck her. Since marrying He Beichen, she had not returned to his family home, and He Beichen had seldom visited either. Observing He Beichen's dejected demeanor, Chu Ichio felt a pang of sympathy. Perhaps it was time for her to accompany him home. Yet, a more pressing matter loomed. How long will you be away? 2 days, I suppose. Mu Mu and Han Heng still have school, Lin Qingyun replied nonchalantly, causing a knot of discomfort to form in Chu Ichio's heart. Did this mean she would miss 5 meals and be deprived of such culinary delights? Might we accompany you? Lin Qingyun understood the implication behind Chu Ichio's words. Absolutely not. We're going home. What would you tag along for? You wish to return to He Beichen's family, don't you? Seizing the moment, He Beichen eagerly chimed in, Indeed. My dear wife, should we not pay a visit to my family as well? All right, let us see your home, Chu Ichio replied. And He Beichen's spirits soared as if he had struck a fortune. Excellent. When shall we set off? There is no need to rush. We can depart whenever we please, He Beichen reassured, tempering his excitement. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Chen, Mu Mu, and Han Heng contentedly patted their round bellies. Daddy, I am full, Han Heng exclaimed. echoing Muumu's sentiments. Lin Qingyun, inspired by their actions, mimicked them and patted her own stomach, though her flat abdomen did not quite achieve the same effect. "I am full too." Xiao Chen gazed at the trio of mother and daughters, feeling a profound sense of bliss. It was a moment of pure happiness. He reached out to gently stroke their little heads. "As long as you are satisfied," he remarked. He Beichen observed this scene with envy, yearning for his own family to embody the warmth and joy present in Xiao Chen's home. Throughout that morning, He Beichen's reactions did not escape Xiao Chen's discerning eyes. Though he is also a man, Xiao Chen wishes to assist He Beichen, yet he finds himself at a loss for effective solutions. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Surely there must be a way. How could there be no solution? Do you think that the integration of a new system yields no benefits? The familiar voice echoes once more in Xiao Chen's mind, leaving him perplexed. What advantages are there that you do not disclose? Must I discover them myself? What nonsense! You should be grateful for my generosity. I do not hold grudges against you. The voice continues. This system can fulfill all your desires. Have you forgotten what I just enabled you to achieve? All desires? Indeed, all desires, provided they are reasonable and lawful. There is nothing beyond my capabilities. Then can you ensure that Chu Ichio and He Beichun can live harmoniously together? Chapter 66. Insatiable greed. Xiao Chen found it hard to believe the system's words. If everything could be realized, that would indeed be astonishing. However, it was indeed possible. At that moment, Chu Ichio picked up a tissue and began to wipe He Beichun's mouth. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun watched this scene in disbelief. What had caused Chu Ichio to suddenly transform, becoming so attentive towards He Beichun? Was she actually taking the initiative to wipe his mouth? Chu Ichio herself was puzzled as to why she was wiping He Beichun's mouth. Although it felt a bit strange, deep down, she desired to do so. He Beichun quickly grasped Chu Ichio's hand and touched her forehead. It wasn't even warm. Had his wife lost her senses? Why was she wiping his mouth? "Darling, are you feeling all right?" Chu Ichio's cheeks flushed, and she lowered her head, whispering, "I noticed something dirty on your mouth and wanted to help you clean it." Seeing Chu Ichio in such a delicate state, the others were momentarily taken aback, especially Lin Qingyun, who glanced at Xiao Chen in confusion. Xiao Chen couldn't bear to see Chu Ichio like this. Though she hadn't treated him the same way, he feared that He Beichen might become overly proud. Let's just let Chu Ichio return to her normal self. This sudden change was overwhelming even for me. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's thoughts, the system immediately restored Chu Ichio to her original demeanor. Why was I wiping He Beichen's mouth? Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun observed as Chu Ichio reverted to her former self, her gaze sharpening, no longer embodying that gentle demeanor. "Darling, could you please massage my shoulders again?" Chu Ichio, taken aback, wondered where He Beichun found the audacity to ask her for a shoulder massage. "He Beichun." She coldly called out his name. He Beichun immediately sensed that something was amiss. "Wi-Fi. I think I was dreaming just now." "Dreaming? Nonsense." Chu Ichio swiftly initiated her reprimand against He Beichun. Xiao Chen hurriedly shielded Mu and Han's eyes, not wanting them to witness such a bloody scene. Indeed, one cannot alter such deeply ingrained relationships. When the weak suddenly become strong, they tend to become insatiable. Human desires are boundless. Xiao Chen realized that he could not indiscriminately assist others. Not only would it yield unfavorable outcomes, but could also backfire. He Beichen and Chu Ichio were precisely in such a predicament. It was already commendable that she wiped his mouth. If Xiao Chen were in He Beichen's position and Chu Ichio treated him similarly, he would undoubtedly feel satisfied. Yet, He Beichen's greed knew no bounds. He even sought a shoulder massage. Enough is enough. It wasn't that they couldn't be changed. Rather, there was no need to do so. Some individuals are suited to remain in a position of weakness, and once they become powerful, it is often others who suffer the consequences. After the meal, Lin Qingyun, having spoken with Aunt Liang, dispatched individuals to begin loading the car with their belongings. Xiao Chen gazed at the numerous gifts piled before him, refraining from expressing any objections. This was Lin Qingyun's thoughtful gesture. Should he deter her, it would surely sadden her heart. Ultimately, Xiao Chen only required a single vehicle for their journey home. Yet Lin Qingyun's arrangements made it appear as though they were part of a wedding procession. "Darling, do we truly need so many cars?" he inquired. "Why not?" she replied. "Our family can fit in one car, the bodyguards in two, and the rest are gifts I prepared for your parents. It's best to be well prepared." As Lin Qingyun elaborated on her plans, Xiao Chen's mind buzzed with confusion. "My dear, this is excessive. My parents are hard-working people. They don't require so much." "Why not?" she countered. "These are all practical items they can use in daily life." Lin Qingyun observed Xiao Chen's puzzled expression and questioned, "Do you truly think that one teen need these? Honestly, we can't even accommodate all these items at home," he protested. After contemplating his words, Lin Qingyun recognized the challenge. If Xiao Chen's parents declined the gifts, they would have to be returned. "Very well, we'll proceed as you wish. But we must still take the items from the first few cars." Lin Qingyun made a concession, and Xiao Chen ceased his objections. However, when he opened the trunk and beheld the assortment Lin Qingyun had prepared, thousand-year-old ginseng, exquisite tea leaves, and an array of health products he had never encountered, he was taken aback. There were even massage chairs, neck massagers, and various other apparatuses. Overwhelmed by the sheer variety, Xiao Chen hesitated to examine further, as many items were unfamiliar to him. Yet, he felt a sense of joy. Lin Qingyun's heartfelt preparations for his parents reaffirmed his belief that he had chosen wisely. "Darling, it's the thought that counts. Even if we return empty-handed, my parents would be delighted. Such extravagance might make them feel uncomfortable," he suggested. Lin Qingyun acknowledged the validity of his argument, but felt compelled to bring something. Having invested so much effort, how can we not take at least a little? "Let us not argue. We'll proceed as I suggested." Xiao Chen conceded, recognizing that these gifts were indeed from his wife. Thinking from Lin Qingyun's perspective, he agreed to bring the items home. "Dad, will you be driving today?" Han-in asked, eager for her father to take the wheel. Moo Moo and Han-in insisted on riding with Xiao Chen as they prepared to depart. "All right, the three of us shall ride in Dad's car," Lin Qingyun remarked, taking Moo Moo and Han-in's hands. "Very well, let us get ready to set off." With the entire family gathered to see Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun off, they embarked on their journey home. The grand procession began, with Xiao Chen at the helm of his Maybach, followed closely by a fleet of Rolls-Royces. Wherever this convoy traveled, it became the center of attention. No vehicle dared to approach them along the way. As soon as they spotted the convoy, led by Xiao Chen from afar, they hastily cleared the path. Once they exited the city, Moo Moo and Han Han marveled at the sprawling fields adorned with vibrant flowers and lush greenery. The orderly rows of crops harmoniously graced the landscape, filling the two with palpable excitement. "Daddy, look, it's so beautiful outside." "Indeed, did you grow up here all your life?" Upon hearing their words, Xiao Chen felt a wave of nostalgia for his own childhood home. "Yes, I spent my entire childhood here. It is truly breathtaking. I wish I could grow up here too." Listening to their innocent musings, Xiao Chen suddenly realized that the simplicity of childhood was indeed the most enchanting era of all. Chapter 67. You mischievous little ones, did you know? Children raised in rural areas often dream of venturing into the city. Lin Qingyun observed Moo Moo and Han Han, who appeared lost in thought, and chose not to disturb them. "Why don't we simply exchange places with them?" one suggested. "Exactly. They wish to go to the city while we yearn for the countryside." Xiao Chen, listening to their conversation, did not object. "When your vacation arrives, I shall take you back to stay with your grandparents for a few days." With Xiao Chen's agreement, the two little ones gazed longingly at the scenery outside the window. Xiao Chen pulled over to the roadside, allowing the children to disembark and explore the surroundings up close. Once out of the car, Moo Moo and Han Han dashed into the fields like untamed horses. Fortunately, Xiao Chen followed closely. Otherwise, given their small stature, they might easily lose their way amidst the towering corn stalks. Upon encountering the dewdrops clinging to the corn, they began to feel a twinge of hesitation. "Daddy, why is there water here? It feels so uncomfortable on my skin." They ran back toward Xiao Chen, voicing their discontent. "That is because in the morning, the temperature is low and the moisture in the air reaches saturation, forming droplets. Once the sun rises and shines upon them, these droplets will evaporate." Although the technical terms may have slipped their minds, the children grasped the essence of the explanation. delighted by this newfound knowledge reminiscent of Xiao Chen's childhood. They beamed with joy. At that moment, Xiao Hua took out her camera. "Miss, would you like to take a photo?" "Yes, please take one for us." Xiao Chen, having overheard their exchange, carried Mu Mu and Han Han toward Lin Qingyan. The family stood by the roadside, framed by the bountiful fields behind them. Click! As the flash illuminated the scene, the photograph gradually developed. Xiao Hua produced a frame, meticulously encasing the image and presenting it to Lin Qingyan. The family gathered around the photograph. One couldn't help but acknowledge Xiao Hua's commendable photography skills. "Wow, Daddy looks so handsome. Mommy is so beautiful. And Han Han is lovely too," Mu Mu exclaimed, showering praise primarily on Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyan. In response, Han Han interjected, "But Mu Mu, he complimented us both." Observing the playful dispute between the children, Xiao Chen interjected, "Your mother is indeed beautiful, but you both are equally adorable." Did you hear that? Daddy said I'm adorable. But Daddy clearly said us. Lin Qingyun interrupted, though Mu Mu and Han Han remained unconvinced. "All right, you are all beautiful. Now let us set off," Xiao Chen declared, recognizing that their quarrel would lead nowhere. He ushered them back into the car, hoping a change of environment would redirect their attention. "Daddy, do you remember the story from last night?" "Of course. How could I forget?" Hearing Mu Mu mention this story brought joy to Xiao Chen, as it indicated that their little minds were engaged in thought. "May I narrate the next part of the story?" "Certainly. This tale was meant for us to complete together." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Han Han displayed a dismissive demeanor towards Mu Mu, exclaiming, "Humph, I have a story too." Lin Qingyun observed these two children, who had previously been harmonious, now vying to showcase themselves for Xiao Chen's attention. Regardless of whether you have contemplated the next segment of the story, you must both focus intently and not allow trivial matters to cause discord between you. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's guidance, Mu Mu and Han Han understood her intent. "Rest assured, Mama, I will look after my sister," promised Mu Mu. "Mama, I will also protect my elder sister." Chomp Han Han. With this assurance, Lin Qingyun felt a sense of relief. These two little ones, despite their playful squabbles, could think of each other when it truly mattered. Achieving this was more than sufficient. Before long, the village came into view from distance. Upon spotting the houses ahead, Mu Mu and Han Han realized they were nearing their destination. "Dad, are we almost at Grandpa's house?" they inquired eagerly. "Not quite. We still have a bit further to go," Xiao Chen replied, steering the wheel with a sense of determination, suppressing his own excitement. As he departed for school after the new year, Xiao Chen was filled with ambition, looking forward to graduation and the prospect of earning money. Initially, his intent was to return home with the fruits of his labor to honor his parents. However, now he was returning with his beloved wife and two adorable daughters. Regardless of the circumstances, the outcome was favorable, which provided him with a measure of solace. Leading the convoy through village after village, they attracted the attention of onlookers. With the advancement of technology, many villagers recognized these vehicles. Whose son has struck it rich to come back and honor his parents? One wondered, this can't be just any son. He must be a city leader come to inspect work. Another speculated, if that's the case, I must hurry to report to the village secretary. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen and his companions remained unaware of the villagers' chatter. Lin Qingyun felt a flutter of anxiety within her heart. She feared that upon arriving at Xiao Chen's home, his parents might disapprove of her. If they were dissatisfied and opposed their union, what would she do? She had staked everything on Xiao Chen. If his parents insisted against their marriage, all her efforts would be in vain. Lin Qingyun's gaze was fixed on Xiao Chen, the man she loved deeply. "Dear, there's no need to worry. My parents adore you and the children. You needn't fret about such matters," Xiao Chen reassured her, sensing her unease and taking her small hand in his. Xiao Chen's actions provided Lin Qingyun with a semblance of reassurance. She thought to herself, "It's all right, Xiao Chen is my man. He would never allow me to suffer. I must have faith in him. Yes, trust him." In the distance lay a small village, which was Xiao Chen's home. From afar, he spotted two figures at the entrance of the village. There was no need to discern their identities or ponder any further. He steadied himself and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The Maybach raced forward as if eager to return home. Finally, It came to a halt before the two individuals. Opening the car door, Xiao Chen stepped out and beheld his parents. Dad, Mom, what on earth are you doing? Why are you driving so fast? Are you in such a hurry to meet your end? Li Huiyun was also worried about Xiao Chen. She constantly read about the tragic incidents caused by reckless driving among the youth on her phone. Chapter 68. I am his biological son. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to open the door for her, Lin Qingyun alighted from the passenger seat. Hello, Mom and Dad. Upon seeing her daughter-in-law, Li Huiyun's expression transformed instantly. This must be Qingyun. She is truly beautiful. You must be tired from the journey. Let us return home and rest. Lin Qingyun felt a tinge of bashfulness at the sudden compliment. At that moment, Xiao Hua emerged from the car, leading Mu Mu and Han Han. Li Huiyun's affection deepened upon seeing her granddaughters. Mu Mu and Han Han, do you recognize your grandmother? Xiao Zhan's stern demeanor softened at the sight of his granddaughters. Hello, grandfather and grandmother. Hearing the girls' greetings brought a smile to Xiao Zhan's face. Oh, my dear granddaughters, come here and let your grandfather embrace you. Noticing that Xiao Zhan was about to usurp her position, Li Huiyun quickly interjected, You old man, look at your scruffy beard. Those delicate little girls can't withstand your roughness. Xiao Zhan, hearing this, became flustered. I shaved 3 times this morning. I'm as clean as can be. What? Do you not want me to hold my granddaughters? Lin Qingyun found their playful banter amusing, her initial awkwardness dissipating. Let them walk a bit. They've been sitting in the car for so long. She wished to spare Xiao Chen's parents from unnecessary exertion and suggested the children stretch their legs. All right, let us heed our daughter-in-law. With Lin Qingyun speaking up, Li Huiyun ceased her attempts to hold the children. Qingyun, let us head home. The wind is quite strong outside. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun glanced at Xiao Chen, momentarily unsure of her next move. If she hadn't misheard, Xiao Chen had just been scolded upon stepping out of the car and was now being overlooked by his parents. Lin Qingyun was uncertain whether she should accompany Xiao Chen's mother or walk alongside him. Never mind him. Let us go home. He can find his way. Li Huiyun observed Lin Qingyun's hesitation and, sensing her discomfort, gently took her arm, guiding her homeward. Xiao Chen stood there, bewildered, as his beloved daughters were led by his father, and his wife was escorted by his mother. He was left behind, unnoticed. Grandfather, my dad hasn't caught up yet. I want my dad. Mu Mu and Han Han's words were perhaps the only solace for Xiao Chen. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan turned back to glance at his son. You little rascal. What? Do you want me to hold your hand too? At this, Xiao Chen hurriedly followed suit. No matter how unflattering his father's words might be, he felt compelled to listen. The road at the village entrance could not accommodate their procession indefinitely, so they could only trail behind Xiao Chen's family at a leisurely pace. Li Huiyun, observing the spectacle, felt it was overly ostentatious. You all can return without such a crowd following you. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qingyun felt a twinge of embarrassment. Xiao Chen insisted on driving so many cars, despite being told otherwise. Mom, the gifts in the car are all prepared for you. Xiao Zhan, aware of Lin Qingyun's background, was already somewhat displeased with their relationship. He shot a glare at Xiao Chen and fell silent, merely guiding his granddaughter home. On the contrary, Li Huiyun and Lin Qingyun engaged in endless conversation along the way. Mom, have you recently become a police officer? Li Huiyun, understanding the implications of her son's words, responded, Is it not permissible for me to ask a couple of questions about my daughter-in-law? Realizing he was only inciting his parents' irritation, Xiao Chen refrained from further discussion. Fortunately, Lin Qingyun was dutiful. She answered Li Huiyun's inquiries truthfully, regardless of the topic. The villagers, witnessing Xiao Zhan's acquisition of such a beautiful daughter-in-law and a lengthy procession trailing behind, were aware of the circumstances. As they made their way home, numerous neighbors and relatives approached to offer their congratulations. Huiyun, your Xiao Chen is truly fortunate. Indeed, just look at how delightful this daughter-in-law is. And 2 granddaughters. What a splendid display. In no time, the visitors were showering compliments upon Lin Qingyun and the twins, Mu Mu and Han Han, leaving Lin Qingyun shyly greeting everyone. Xiao Chen, feeling out of place, parked the cars in the village square and assisted in unloading the gifts, one by one, into their home. Such a modest gesture, Why prepare so many items? Your mother and I can hardly consume them all before they spoil. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's father's comment, Lin Qingyun suddenly realized she may have overdone it. These are all carefully selected items that you might need in your daily life, Xiao Chen remarked casually, though he was genuinely concerned about his parents' reactions. They pretended not to hear and continued conversing with Lin Qingyun and the twins. Xiao Chen felt a sense of frustration. What had changed? The phone calls had been perfectly pleasant, yet upon returning home, it felt as if they had transformed entirely. Lin Qingyun and the twins sensed nothing amiss, as Xiao Chen's parents were warmly welcoming towards them, albeit ignoring Xiao Chen, who felt like an invisible presence. He was utterly uncomfortable. Moo moo, han han. Tell Grandpa what you two would like to eat for lunch. I will ask your grandmother to prepare it for you. As he watched his granddaughter sitting on his lap, Xiao Zhan was momentarily reminded of Xiao Chen in his childhood, occupying the same spot. I want to eat the food Dad makes. Grandpa, did you know my dad is an excellent cook? At this, Li Huiyun interjected, would you like to try your grandmother's cooking? Moo Moo and Han Han exchanged glances before responding in unison yes. Seeing their enthusiasm, Li Huiyun rose and headed towards the kitchen. Today, we shall not prepare any elaborate dishes. Instead, we will indulge in the delightful art of making dumplings. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun rose and followed Li Huiyun into the kitchen. How wonderful it is to make dumplings. A family should always be united and harmonious. As he spoke, Xiao Chen also made his way to the kitchen, while Xiao Zhen paid him no mind, engrossed in play with Moo Moo and Han Han outside. From the gifts presented earlier, Xiao Chen retrieved the finest beef Lin Qingyun had prepared, as he wished to showcase his culinary skills to his parents. Having never made dumplings before, Lin Qingyun felt quite out of her depth and could only watch as Xiao Chen demonstrated the process alongside his mother. Observing their interaction, Li Huiyun felt an indescribable emotion stir within her. Once, lofty ambitions soared, yet time has left its mark in the form of gray hair. Who could have foreseen that within the mirror of life, our own reflections would turn against us? Chapter 69. The matter is not so simple. Observing the two of them, Li Huiyun reminisced about her own youth. In those days, she and Xiao Zhan embarked on an entrepreneurial journey in the capital, a period filled with hard work that she fondly recalled. Lin Qingyun, who accompanied Xiao Chen and Li Huiyun, quickly mastered the art of making dumplings. Initially, her attempts were somewhat unrefined, but she improved with each one, ultimately crafting exquisite dumplings. Li Huiyun, impressed by her skillful daughter-in-law, praised Lin Qingyun wholeheartedly. Xiao Zhan had a penchant for handmade dumplings, and the group intended to prepare a substantial amount. Following Li Huiyun's direction, they aimed to fill the counter adequately. However, a sudden realization struck Li Huiyun. There was still a whole entourage outside who needed to be fed. How could we possibly manage that in just a few hours? She pondered. There's no need. I've already sent them out to eat, Lin Qingyun replied, feeling awkward. With so many people trailing behind, it would be inappropriate to flaunt wealth by returning to Xiao Chen's home. Lin Qingyun regretted not heeding Xiao Chen's advice, as her lack of experience with rural life left her unprepared for such an uncomfortable situation. Going out is fine. The food at restaurants is far superior to what I can make, she admitted. Upon witnessing Xiao Chen's mother's understanding, Lin Qingyun felt a wave of relief wash over her. As Lin Qingyun sat at the dining table with Xiao Chen's family, the initial awkwardness of their first meeting dissipated. Xiao Chen's parents welcomed Lin Qingyun warmly, allowing her to relax and engage in heartfelt conversation with them. To her surprise, she discovered that Xiao Chen's father possessed a remarkably clear understanding and vision of the contemporary business empire. There were issues that Lin Qingyun, despite being deeply involved, had failed to recognize as potential crises. Yet Xiao Chen's father articulated them with remarkable clarity. This luncheon proved to be immensely beneficial for Lin Qingyun. The guidance she received from Xiao Chen's father was as valuable as the insights her own father had imparted. Did you start a business when you were young? How do you know so much about these matters? Lin Qingyun inquired. Xiao Zhen chuckled softly. Those are merely old tales best left untold. He had intended to offer some guidance to his daughter-in-law, unaware that she would unravel fragments of his past. Father, you started a business? I had no idea, Xiao Chen remarked, never having heard that his family had once been engaged in commerce, piquing his curiosity. Just focus on living your own life. What do you need to know about adult affairs? Li Huiyun interjected, clearly wishing to keep their past from Xiao Chen. Seeing this, Xiao Chen refrained from further questioning. Qingyun, are your parents in good health? Li Huiyun had longed to ask this, but had not found the right moment. They are well. Lin Qingyun responded without sensing any underlying tension. That's good to hear. What do they think of your relationship with the two of you? Xiao Chen asked. My mother has met me. She is very pleased with Xiao Chen. My father, however, is often quite busy and has yet to find the opportunity to visit us. Lin Qingyun explained. Lin Qingyun was uncertain about her father's perspective on her relationship with Xiao Chen, and since her mother returned home, she had not received a definitive answer. Indeed, the two of them had no objections. They were grown up and capable of discerning right from wrong. As long as their elders consented, they would not interject. They could even discuss the bride price freely, for they were financially prepared to meet it. Xiao Chen had not previously considered the matter of the bride price. Given Lin Qingyun's affluent family, how could his father assert that they were capable of meeting such demands? If Lin Qingyun's father were not entirely agreeable to their union, then the bride price would not merely be a matter of several hundred thousand or millions. Reflecting on the luxurious vehicles Lin Qingyun had prepared for him, each worth over 10 million, Xiao Chen felt considerable apprehension regarding the bride price. I do not require a bride price. I trust my parents will not impose any undue burden upon us. Xiao Chen has his own aspirations, so there's no need for you to worry about the bride price, Lin Qingyun asserted, resolutely rejecting the notion. She was wholeheartedly willing to marry Xiao Chen, and her parents were not financially constrained. What need was there for a bride price? While certain traditions must be honored, she expressed her commitment to marrying into their family, and Xiao Zhan assured her that they would organize a splendid wedding. Hearing Xiao Zhan's firm tone reassured Lin Qingyun, confirming her acceptance by Xiao Chen's parents and warming her heart. I wish to bring my parents to stay with us. It would be more convenient for their care, Lin Qingyun suggested, prompting a shared smile between Xiao Zhan and Li Huiyun. As long as you both can enjoy your lives, we are quite accustomed to our routine here. We are elderly now and prefer not to venture out. Then I shall hire a caregiver for you, Lin Qingyun insisted. No need for that. We are still quite vigorous and do not require assistance. Xiao Chen's parents repeatedly declined her offer. Lin Qingyun wished to enhance their quality of life, but they were adamant in their refusal, and she ultimately decided to set the matter aside. After dinner, Xiao Zhan engaged Mu Mu and Han Han in play, and the children were delighted to spend time with their grandfather. Meanwhile, Li Huiyun began chatting with Lin Qingyun about everyday matters. Throughout the afternoon, Xiao Chen found no opportunity to be alone with Lin Qingyun, as he was occupied answering his mother's inquiries. Naturally, whenever he attempted to interject, he was met with playful retorts, leaving him to listen to their conversation from the sidelines. Xiao Chen had never realized his mother could be so talkative, engaging Lin Qingyun in a continuous dialogue. It was not until after dinner, during their evening stroll, that they finally had a moment alone together. I didn't expect my parents to be so enthusiastic, Xiao Chen remarked. It is because they hold you in high regard. Do I resemble a concubine cast into disfavor? Lin Qingyun replied, her expression not betraying amusement, as her mind was preoccupied with more anticipated matters. Honey, do you remember our agreement from yesterday afternoon? She inquired. Agreement? Xiao Chen suddenly recalled their conversation about Sailor Moon. He had resolved then and there not to prepare, for after all, he considered himself quite the manly figure. Sailor Moon? That is out of the question, due to a lack of preparation, coupled with the prospect of introducing them to his parents. Xiao Chen gradually began to forget about the matter. However, Lin Qingyun had been persistently preoccupied with it, observing the gleam of anticipation in Lin Qingyun's eyes. Xiao Chen feigned a sudden recollection of the issue. Oh, you mean that? I completely forgot. I haven't made any arrangements. Xiao Chen braced himself to face Lin Qingyun's ire. Yet to his surprise, she merely looked at him with a warm smile. I had a feeling you wouldn't be prepared at all, but rest assured, for such an important affair, if you forget, I certainly will not. As Lin Qingyun gazed at the blush on Xiao Chen's cheeks, a flicker of delight stirred within her. Could a tough man truly feel shy? Dear this, This isn't my home. What if someone overhears us? That would not be good. I anticipated you would respond in such a manner. Xiao Chen believed Lin Qingyun might let him off the hook. But the smile lingering on her face left him with an uneasy sense that matters were far from straightforward. I've already sent the bodyguards away. Xiao Hua is still at your house. Let's go. I've hidden everything in the car. Xiao Chen could hardly fathom that Lin Qingyun had gone to such lengths behind his back. He was genuinely unable to accept it. Hurry up. Our mother has told me she wishes to embrace a grandchild. Xiao Chen. Chapter 70. Why hold hands when everyone is asleep? Father, where have you and mother been? It has been such a long time since I last saw you. Upon the return of Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, Mu Mu and Han Han expressed their curiosity about their whereabouts during their prolonged absence. Oh, we merely went for a stroll, Xiao Chen replied nonchalantly, patting the heads of the two little ones, his demeanor calm and composed. Qingyun, come quickly and see. I have prepared beds for you both. The beds here are not as soft as yours at home. If you find them too firm, just let me know, and I shall add more bedding. Liu Yun, noticing the two had returned, beckoned Lin Qingyun to assess the comfort of the bed. Xiao Chen followed them into the room, reflecting on how he had always occupied this space before attending university. However, the bedding seemed remarkably plush now. He distinctly remembered sleeping on a hardboard bed back then, whereas Lin Qingyun now had 4 or 5 layers of mattresses beneath her. The contrast was astounding. Mother, if memory served me right, I had only a single mattress and a sheet. The disparity is rather significant. Wouldn't you agree? Li Huiyun, observing Xiao Chen's playful banter, responded with conviction. At that time, you were in a growth phase. A firmer bed is beneficial for your back. Otherwise, how could you have grown so tall? You've seen the children from your second Uncle S family at the village head. They slouch at such a young age. Were it not for Qingyun's presence, you would still be sleeping on that hardboard. Hearing Li Huiyun's words about Xiao Chen, Lin Qingyun felt a mix of amusement and sympathy for him. As Li Huiyun encouraged Lin Qingyun to sit and experience the bed's firmness, she inquired, how does it feel? Too hard? I can add more bedding if so. It's not hard. It's quite comfortable. Lin Qingyun replied, bringing relief to Li Huiyun. Once Li Huiyun stepped out, Lin Qingyun playfully rested her hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Is there anything else you wish to play? Recalling the earlier cosplay, Xiao Chen felt a surge of embarrassment. I don't want to play anything. Are you truly uninterested? If you do wish to play, just let me know, and I shall make arrangements. Xiao Chen, seeing the mischievous smile on Lin Qingyun's face, became even more resolute in his refusal. Father, today Han Han can sleep with you. Hearing Han Han's voice, Xiao Chen realized he had been temporarily rescued from the situation. My precious daughter, come to your father for a hug. Anan Suden Lu Bushtin, interrupting Lin Qingyun's advances. No, grandmother said you should sleep in that room by yourself, while I can sleep with father and mother. Mumu, having overheard the conversation between Han Han and Xiao Chen, rushed in. Didn't grandmother prepare a room for you? Don't you want to sleep there? Xiao Chen understood that in a new environment, the two little ones might feel a bit frightened at night. Grandmother said if you don't wish to sleep there, you can join her, but I want to stay in the same room as father and mother. Upon witnessing Han Nin's pitiful gaze, Xiao Chen agreed to let the two of them sleep here. After the family finished their evening routines, the two little ones swiftly dashed to the bed, fearful that Xiao Chen might change his mind. Look at how eager you are. Rest assured, I have indeed consented to your slumber here. Since they were at Xiao Chen's residence, Lin Qingyun couldn't engage in any inappropriate behavior, and it was a perfect opportunity to spend time with her daughter. Daddy, shall we tell stories tonight? Of course. Haven't you both already thought of your own tales? Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Henin eagerly awaited everyone to settle down, and took her place on the bed, excitedly beginning her narrative. Once again, they ventured into perilous waters, where storms frequently assailed them. Yet, with the ship they had built, they managed to withstand each crisis time and again. Ultimately, under the captain's guidance, they set foot on an uncharted island, where they encountered numerous animals they had never seen before and discovered treasures. It appeared that Henin was quite serious, as her story was remarkably captivating. Hearing Xiao Chen's praise, Henin's cherubic lips curled into a smile, showcasing her achievement. All right, it's your turn now, sister. After Henin concluded her tale, she obediently nestled between Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, allowing Mu Mu to take her turn. Legend has it that in those ancient waters, many ferocious sea beasts roamed, delighting in the destruction of passing ships. One fateful day, they encountered the legendary sea creature and endured a harrowing battle. Mu Mu's story was indeed thrilling, prompting Xiao Chen to inquire, "What inspired you to conceive of sea beasts? Are there monsters on land, yet none in the sea?" This retort left Xiao Chen momentarily speechless. As the story concluded, the hour grew late, and Mu Mu and Henin engaged in a playful debate over who would sleep next to Xiao Chen. The final decision was that Henin would take the first half of the night, and Mu Mu the latter half. Upon hearing their arrangement, both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun expressed disbelief that these two youngsters would actually switch places after midnight. Nonetheless, they decided to let the children determine their own affairs. After reaching a consensus, the two quickly fell asleep. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun observed the slumbering children, and soon, drowsiness overtook them as well. In a hazy state, Xiao Chen felt something step on his hand. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Mu Mu and Henin were shifting positions. In the dimness, they inadvertently trod on Xiao Chen without realizing he was awake. Once settled, Mu Mu gently patted Xiao Chen's chest and whispered, "Daddy, I'm sorry. It wasn't on purpose." Xiao Chen stifled a chuckle, finding his precious daughter utterly adorable. His heart was thoroughly melted, listening to the steady breaths of Mu Mu and Henin. Xiao Chen soon drifted into slumber as well. The following morning, it was Mu Mu and Henin who awakened first. They remained in bed, neither rising nor causing a commotion. She quietly sat up, observing the serene slumber of Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun. "Sister, why do Dad and Mom hold hands even while they sleep?" Upon hearing Henin's inquiry, Mu Mu found herself at a loss. Yet, as her younger sister sought her wisdom, Mu Mu racked her brain for an answer. Perhaps this is what father refers to as love. She mused. Henin's recalled Xiao Chen's explanations of love and familial bonds. "Sister, if we hold Dad's hand, does that mean we are expressing our familial affection?" "It should be so." The two girls first clasped each other's hands tightly. Then one reached for Xiao Chen's hand while the other reached for Lin Qingyun's. After doing so, Henin's whispered, "Sister, do you feel the bond of family?" "I am uncertain. Dad's hand feels so heavy." Chapter 71. You can escape for a moment, but not for a lifetime. Mu Mu exerted all her strength to grasp Xiao Chen's hand, yet it remained immovable. Sister, look. Mom's hand is resting on her belly. And I don't need to pull. I just need to touch it." Their conversation roused Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun from their slumber. "Oh dear, we've awakened them." Mu Mu and Han Han gazed at the two drowsy figures with expressions of apology. "What are you two doing?" Lin Qingyun rubbed her eyes and inquired. "Sister is teaching me about love," Mu Mu replied, her eyes sparkling with innocence. "Love?" Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun exchanged incredulous glances. "What do you mean by love?" Lin Qingyun pressed further. "Not that. Han Han doesn't know anything. When we woke up and saw you two holding hands while sleeping, Dad said that's love." Mu Mu explained. "We just wanted to hold your hands and feel the bond of affection." Upon hearing Mu Mu's explanation, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun understood the underlying reason. I know what love is and what familial affection is." Han interjected, eager to defend her knowledge. Xiao Chen, intrigued, decided to test their understanding. "Then, tell me, what is love and what is familial affection?" "Love is what exists between Dad and Mom, and familial affection is what I share with Dad," Han Han replied earnestly. Lin Qingyun, momentarily speechless, conceded that at this age, their comprehension was sufficient. As they grew older, they would gradually grasp deeper meanings. Those bound by blood share familial affection, while those without blood ties experience love. Many believe that familial affection is paramount. Yet in my eyes, both forms of connection hold equal significance. You are all indispensable to me. At this heartfelt declaration from Xiao Chen, a faint blush crept onto Lin Qingyun's cheeks. How annoying, she thought. It is often said that couples are like birds of the same forest. When disaster strikes, they take flight. Yet within Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun's hearts, there lingered an inexplicable bond. Indeed, in their hearts, each regarded the other as equally vital as their own family, each holding an irreplaceable place in the other's life. Observing the meaningful exchange between them, Moo and Han felt curious and mimicked their gaze, staring into each other's eyes. Soon, they found themselves cross-eyed, hastily breaking apart upon noticing Lin Qingyun gazing affectionately at Xiao Chen. Deciding not to interrupt, the two adeptly changed out of their pajamas into the matching outfits Lin Qingyun had prepared for them. They tiptoed quietly toward the door. Seizing the moment, Xiao Chen hurriedly dressed and followed suit. Lin Qingyun, exasperated, thought, "I merely want to look at you. Why run away?" She shook her head, preparing to rise and freshen up. Li Huiyun and Xiao Zhan had already risen early, readying breakfast. Xiao Zhan sat alone in the courtyard, puffing away at his cigarette. "Dad, please refrain from smoking in the morning. It's detrimental to your health." Hearing Xiao Chen's voice, Xiao Zhan did not turn his head but continued to smoke. Xiao Chen took a seat beside his father, opting for silence as he watched him intently. "When you plan to hold the wedding?" Upon hearing his father's inquiry, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss. Lin Qingyun had merely mentioned the wedding in passing without providing any specifics. "Aren't you going to meet her parents before making a decision?" "There's no need for that. I have no desire to meet her parents. It's too much trouble. Just let us know when the time comes." Xiao Chen could not fathom why his father was exhibiting such coldness towards him. In the past, whenever Xiao Chen returned home, the two would engage in lengthy conversations, with Xiao Zhan discussing the future and the contemporary era. This time, however, Xiao Zhan's indifference left Xiao Chen feeling uneasy about the situation. "Their daughter is willing to marry into our family. You must not disappoint her." Noticing Xiao Chen's continued silence, Xiao Zhan felt compelled to speak further. "Dad, rest assured, I will not let this relationship falter." Xiao Zhan cast a casual glance at Xiao Chen and replied nonchalantly, "Perhaps this is the only way I can assist you now. With such wealth in Qingyun's family, her father may not approve of your union. If he disagrees, then, Dad, that one tea happen. My father will surely support my relationship with Xiao Chen." Lin Qingyun had been eavesdropping, standing quietly behind Xiao Chen and Xiao Zhan, unbeknownst to the two men. The sudden sound of her voice startled both Xiao Chen and Xiao Zhan, compelling them to turn around, only to discover that Li Huiyun was also present, listening intently. "Qingyun, do not overthink this. My intentions in speaking to him are solely for the happiness of both of you in the future." Lin Qingyun, touched by Xiao Chen's father's words, felt a swell of emotion as a father advised his son to cherish his wife. What daughter-in-law would not feel a twinge of sentiment upon hearing such sentiments? "It's all right. If Xiao Chen dares to bully me, I will return to tell you." Xiao Chen, upon hearing Lin Qingyun's remark, exhibited no signs of guilt. "Who is really bullying whom here? If this brat dares to mistreat you, come back and tell your mother. I shall break his legs. Mom, I am your biological son. Why do you always threaten to break my legs?" Xiao Chen could only feel a sense of grievance inwardly, for it seemed that his parents favored Lin Qingyun far more than they did him. "At home, I can manage him without burdening you too." As Xiao Chen observed the mischievous smile on Lin Qingyun's face, he sensed that things were not going well. He could only pray silently, hoping Lin Qingyun would not take things too far. After all, he possessed a system that could serve him, and altering Lin Qingyun's attitude would be a simple matter. Yet, Xiao Chen was reluctant to resort to such means, for this was a matter of the heart. If that were the case, what difference would it make to have merely acquired a robot? Moreover, Xiao Chen was acutely aware of the immense authority bestowed upon him by this system. Mishandling it could indeed yield grave consequences. The cases of Beichin and Chu Ichio serve as glaring examples. Nevertheless, Xiao Chen felt no necessity to wield the capabilities granted by the system against Lin Qingyun. He was well aware of how his wife treated him. Apart from her slight assertiveness in certain aspects, there was nothing to fault. "Do you two not wish to meet my parents?" Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's inquiry, Xiao Zhan felt a pang of regret for not having considered whether his daughter-in-law was present when he made his remark. "What I meant was, regarding your matters, we do not wish to intrude. You may decide as you see fit. Merely providing us with a notification suffices." "That simply won't do. My mother mentioned during her recent visit that she intends to bring my father along next time to meet you both. Lin Qingyun recalled her mother's words as she departed, stating, "When we meet again, I shall bring your father with me." It was imperative that they meet Xiao Chen's parents. Xiao Zhen and Li Huiyun understood that some matters might no longer be concealed. Let be then, one may evade for a moment, but cannot elude for a lifetime. Chapter 072. Can I call you if there's nothing happening? When Lin Ji's company went public, Xiao Zhen faced bankruptcy, leaving him disinclined to pursue any further endeavors. Lin Ji had already aided Xiao Zhen in realizing his aspirations, and without Xiao Zhen's assistance, Lin Ji would not have reached the IPO stage. Witnessing Lin Ji's success filled Xiao Zhen with contentment. That was sufficient for him. Li Huiyun also yearned to have a child in the countryside, desiring to live a peaceful life thereafter. After distributing wages to the employees and retaining a modest sum, Xiao Zhen returned to his hometown with Li Huiyun. He thought that he would never meet Lin Ji again. Yet who could have foreseen that a connection would persist into their child generation? Next time my parents visit, I will surely bring them to pay their respects to you both. Xiao Zhen extinguished his cigarette and sighed. Let's eat. It will soon grow cold. Receiving no response, Lin Qingyun chose not to inquire further. They would meet when her parents came. It was certain that they would eventually become in-laws. During the meal, Xiao Chen's parents acted as if nothing had transpired earlier, maintaining their warmth towards Lin Qingyun. The past must be put aside. Dwelling on it would hinder their lives and happiness. Lin Qingyun learned a valuable lesson here. Why not be straightforward? She pondered. However, upon deeper reflection, she recognized the charm of Xiao Chen's parents' words and actions. Directly conveying these matters to her and Xiao Chen would likely induce some annoyance. Yet, experiencing the essence of such moments proved immensely beneficial for both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun. Some truths and principles, when articulated by others, are often incomprehensible, for they stem from personal experiences that one has yet to encounter. Dad, I want to play in the fields. I want to go too. Moo Moo and Han Han recalled the beautiful scenery they had seen the previous morning, their hearts tingling with excitement. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen seized the opportunity. This time, he was determined to let these two little ones experience some hardship, to truly understand the environment that Lin Qingyun had created for them. With Moo Moo and Han Han eager to go, Xiao Zhen and Li Huiyun naturally joined. Lin Qingyun also wished to accompany Xiao Chen to witness the sights. Little Hua slung a camera over her shoulder and followed the family into the fields. Along the way, Xiao Chen encouraged Moo Moo and Han Han to walk on their own. In the morning, it was manageable, but as midday approached, the scorching sun became quite relentless. Initially, Moo Moo and Han Han had energy, but gradually their pace slowed significantly. Dad, I'm tired. Han Han can't walk anymore. Come here, let Grandpa carry you. Xiao Zhen, unable to bear seeing his granddaughters in distress, rushed to embrace them. Xiao Chen had intended for them to walk a bit longer. After all, he recalled how much harder he had worked in the fields as a child. They had yet to grasp the gratitude owed to Lin Qingyun for her kindness. Dad, why do they still work in the fields on such a hot day? Xiao Zhen was more than willing to respond to his granddaughter's inquiries, preempting Xiao Chen's words with his own. This represents the dignity of a farmer. It is perhaps a sentiment held by the older generation, while the modern youth seem utterly oblivious to such notions. As society progresses, wealth has become the paramount value for contemporary young people, in stark contrast to earlier times when the worth of a family was measured by the abundance of their harvests. Listening to Xiao Zhen's elucidation, not only Moo Moo and Han Han, but also Lin Qingyun and Xiao Hua gained a fresh perspective on the life of farmers. The older generation devoted their lives to the cultivation of their fields, relying on the land for sustenance. Although every household today enjoys financial stability, many individuals are reluctant to toil for the soil. Yet, the emotional attachment to the land remains indelible for the elders. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's remarks, Xiao Zhen feigned mild indignation, saying, "You little rascal, how well you speak. I hardly recall you helping me in the fields during your childhood." Xiao Chen, taken aback, replied, "You worked the fields when I was at school, and during holidays, I always assisted you." Xiao Zhen conceded there was some truth to this, acknowledging Xiao Chen's filial piety and diligence. He remarked that Xiao Chen was merely indulging in verbal sparring, for such opportunities would soon diminish. Along the way, they encountered many warm-hearted individuals who praised Lin Qingyun's beauty as a daughter-in-law. Xiao Hua captured numerous candid photographs, preserving these moments in an album as cherished memories. As the sun ascended the mountain peak, Xiao Zhen led everyone homeward. Approaching the doorstep, they spotted a young man sitting outside, smoking. As soon as the Xiao family returned, the young man approached to greet them. Zhang Hao. Xiao Chen discerned the figure, but was uncertain at first. Xiao Chen, after all these years, you return without seeking me out first. After a closer look, Xiao Chen confirmed it was indeed Zhang Hao. Together with Guo Tao, the three had shared a close bond since childhood. However, Zhang Hao had not advanced to high school, opting instead to attend a vocational school, which severed his connection with Guo Tao and Xiao Chen. Uncle and aunt. Zhang Hao politely greeted Xiao Chen's parents. I just returned home yesterday, and I thought you were still working away. Once they recognized each other, they exchanged pleasantries. Where's Taozi? Why hasn't he returned? He remains at school, likely fretting over where to find a job. Lin Qingyun, recalling her recent voice message, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Is that so? Zhang Hao had heard of Xiao Chen's marriage and his newfound wealth, having returned home upon learning that Xiao Chen now owns several Rolls-Royces. Xiao Chen introduced Lin Qingyun and the children, and Zhang Hao's eyes sparkled with envy. After reminiscing, they exchanged contact information before Zhang Hao returned home. He found it difficult to witness Lin Qingyun tenderly wiping Xiao Chen's brow and slicing fruit for him. After a while, he decided it best to depart. Unable to bear the affectionate display, Xiao Chen's mother wished to invite him to stay for dinner, but he fled too quickly to accept. As Li Huiyin stepped outside the door, Zhang Hao had already vanished from sight. Xiao Zhen and Li Huiyin were engrossed in viewing the photos taken by Xiao Hua, their faces adorned with unceasing smiles. Let's keep this album at home. Whenever we wish to reminisce, we can simply take it out, Xiao Zhen suggested. This is a keepsake for your parents, and once we return, we'll send back the older photographs as well. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen's parents beamed with even greater joy. After lunch, Xiao Zhen and Li Huiyin realized it was time for their departure and opted against taking a nap. Instead, they entertained Mu Mu and Han Han, regaling them with stories. However, it seemed that these two little ones were particularly fond of the amusing tales from Xiao Chen's childhood. Lin Qingyun joined in the merriment, and as they listened to the anecdotes of Xiao Chen's early years, their laughter was infectious. At that moment, however, an untimely phone call from Guo Tao interrupted Xiao Chen. Hello, what is going on? What is the matter? Can't I call you without a reason? Chapter 73. I fear he might turn against me. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Guo Tao found himself at a loss for words. Ever since Xiao Chen ceased to stay in the dormitory, Guo Tao perceived a growing aloofness in him, to the extent that he could even label it as heartless. Where are you? I'm in our village. What? You've returned home. Guo Tao's astonishment piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity. What's the matter? Am I not allowed to go home? What do you mean, what's the matter? In the past, you would always call out to me when you return home, but now you have gone back alone, and you still ask me what's wrong. You've changed. You've changed. What's wrong with going home? I'm taking my wife and kids back to see how things are. Upon hearing this, Guo Tao lost all desire to continue the conversation with Xiao Chen. They were of the same age, having grown up together. Yet this fellow had rushed into marriage right after graduating from university and now had 2 daughters of his own. Moreover, his wife was quite capable in her own right. Nevertheless, despite their banter, the bond between them remained strong, with both ready to stand by each other in times of need. I'm just letting you know that our department is hosting a graduation gathering at our school tonight. With that, Guo Tao abruptly ended the call. His hasty manner of speaking amused Lin Qingyun. Is he always in such a hurry to hang up? Xiao Chen felt helpless. It had been less than a week since they last met, and Guo Tao seemed transformed. Yet, Xiao Chen remained oblivious to Guo Tao's inner turmoil. Lin Qingyun's repeated blows to his heart. Was Xiao Chen still the same Xiao Chen he once knew? Are you going tonight? Lin Qingyun hoped for Xiao Chen's attendance. As this gathering marked the final celebration of his university days, a rare opportunity for everyone to gather together once more. I feel that if I don't go, Guitao might turn against me. Although Lin Qingyun did not comprehend what Xiao Chen meant by turn against me, she gazed at him with eager anticipation. Perhaps this was the essence of their unspoken understanding. Do you want to go? Upon hearing Xiao Chen's inquiry, Lin Qingyun nodded enthusiastically. It had been a long time since she had experienced the atmosphere of university life, something she deeply missed. However, her primary motivation was to support Xiao Chen. After we have dinner at home tonight, let us go together. Mu Mu and Han Han had been listening intently as Xiao Chen conversed with Lin Qingyun. The two girls eagerly awaited Xiao Chen to invite them along. Yet, noticing Xiao Chen's lack of intention to include them, Han Han approached him tentatively and asked, "Daddy, are you and Mommy going together?" Seeing the adorable expression on Han Han's face, Xiao Chen understood her intent. "Of course, Mommy and I are going together. Si tien imitatid Han Han estuna." "Daddy, you're annoying. Why are you copying me?" Han Han pouted, refusing to engage further. "Mommy, are you going out with Daddy?" Lin Qingyun looked at Han Han, who mirrored her earlier stance and posed the same question. She affectionately ruffled her little one's hair and replied, "Yes, indeed. I'm going out with Dad." Ha ha ha. Mumu couldn't help but chuckle at the side. Xiao Chen had learned too well from Lin Qingyun. "Sister, you're laughing at me too. It's so annoying." Observing Han Han's reaction, Xiao Chen, Lin Qingyun, and Mumu were filled with joy. The key point was that Han Han was still so young, yet displayed such adorable behavior. Siling mukt, Han Han lukt helt plötsligt åt her grong foter. "Enough. Xiao Chen, you are relentless in your laughter. Look at how you're teasing the child." Lin Qingyun would not scold Xiao Zhen, but if Xiao Chen dared to bully his granddaughter, he was in for it. Upon hearing Xiao Zhen's voice, both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun promptly fell silent, realizing they had been too harsh on Han Han. "Han Han, we were just joking with you earlier. Don't take it too seriously. Tonight, I'll have Dad take us all out." Xiao Chen, taken aback by Lin Qingyun's words, felt a bit lost. Attending a graduation party with his wife was one thing, but bringing their daughter along. However, seeing Han Han's expression, he couldn't bear to leave her at home. "All right, tonight, you all are coming with me. I am exceptional. I possess this capability." Initially intending to attend as an ordinary person, but since his wife and child were unwilling, he decided to abandon the pretense and be forthright. "I wish to remain low-key, yet my abilities do not permit it." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's willingness to take them out for fun, Han Han's gloomy expression instantly transformed into radiant joy. "I knew Dad would definitely take me." "You're the best, Dad," Xiao Zhen remarked. "Why do I feel like I'm working for someone else?" Naturally, there were endless words to share, yet it was time for the Xiao family to return home. Xiao Chen's parents, along with Lin Qingyun and her daughter, bid a reluctant farewell. "Make sure to visit us often." Li Huiyun gazed at the departing vehicle, feeling a sense of loss as she returned home with Xiao Zhen. "The children need to have their own lives. They can't revolve around us." Observing Li Huiyun's reluctance, Xiao Zhen offered comfort. "As long as they are happy, that's what matters. We're getting older." Li Huiyun linked her arm with Xiao Zhen's as they walked home. Xiao Zhen felt nothing amiss. The neighbors admired the harmonious and happy couple. Since their return to the village, they had never witnessed the couple arguing. Xiao Zhen would accommodate Li Huiyun, and she would not be unreasonable. This alone was enviable, especially now that Xiao Chen had become prosperous and married such a beautiful and understanding wife. Xiao Zhen's reputation in the village was elevated several notches. Mu Mu and Han Han, sitting in the car, also felt reluctant to part with their grandparents. "Dad, why aren't Grandpa and Grandma coming back to our home with us?" "Due to my grandparents, who constitute a family unit, they reside together. Now, we form a family as well, living under one roof. In the future, as you grow older, you too shall establish your own families, and we shall inevitably part ways." Xiao Chen is at a loss for words on how to explain this. Would it be prudent to state that your grandparents are unwilling to live with us? Such a declaration might cause Mu Mu and Han Han sorrow, so he can only respond in vague terms. Han Han would never abandon her father. "As I mature, I shall remain with you and Mother." Lin Qingyun glanced at Han Han and silently mused, "Oh, come now. You, when you see a handsome boy, you can hardly move, and you claim you wouldn't forsake us? It would be a blessing if you simply refrain from inciting our ire as you grow." Mu Mu and Han Han are oblivious to the fact that this is how Lin Qingyun perceives them. In due time, You shall not think in such a manner. Oof. Father, are you questioning me? Chapter 074. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Why does Xiao Chen find this phrase somewhat familiar? After some contemplation, he recalls that it is a frequent utterance of that pesky system, which often torments him by bestowing abilities without revealing their nature, compelling him to discover them one by one. Xiao Chen is left speechless. Ding! Please refrain from questioning this system, dear host. Xiao Chen, in his apathy, chooses not to engage further with this lazy system. Ding! Host, kindly keep your language more refined. The system has indeed provided Xiao Chen with numerous advantages, particularly in his prowess alongside Lin Qingyun, which is now formidable. Reflecting on these thoughts, Xiao Chen no longer feels compelled to argue with the system. At present, his needs are readily met, and whether the system complies or not has become irrelevant to him. This is not skepticism. Henin, do not overthink it. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's explanation, Henin pouts in disdain, as if to say, "Dare to question me? My love for my parents is genuine." Through the rearview mirror, Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen observe Henin's expression, and both share chuckle. This little one is still so young. Once grown, she will undoubtedly be a force to reckon with. Throughout the journey, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun continue to jest with Mu Mu and Henin. Watching this father-daughter dynamic, Xiao Hua stands by, uncertain of whom to support, only able to stifle her laughter. Unable to reach Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, Henin, noticing sister Xiao Hua laughing at her, attempts to cover Xiao Hua's mouth with her hand. Yet, no one is offended. It is merely playful banter. Xiao Hua reciprocates the playful exchanges with Mu Mu and Henin. Lin Qingyun observes this lively scene with a warm heart, feeling a sense of contentment. Such joyous interactions had not occurred even once before Xiao Chen's return. The typically stern and aloof Lin Qingyun is now radiating a brilliant smile, bringing joy to Xiao Hua, Mu Mu, and Henin. The group continues their playful antics as they noisily return home. Upon arrival, Lin Qingyun ascends the stairs directly, preparing her attire for the evening banquet. She is determined not to let her husband lose face before his classmates. After a long drive, Xiao Chen now sits in the living room, pondering what meal to prepare, as he rests on the sofa with his eyes closed. The tea prepared for his family's arrival remains untouched. Suddenly, the roar of an engine reverberates from the entrance, startling Xiao Chen from his reverie. This is his home, and given that only the Lin family resides on this mountain, the bodyguards would not be idly playing with cars. Lin Qingyun has arranged a dedicated space for the servants' entertainment. Turning his head, Xiao Chen sees Aunt Liang warmly welcoming an unfamiliar man into their home. "Aunt Liang, it's all right. You may attend to your duties without concern for me. It has been quite some time since the young master last visited. Seeing you here is a delight. You should go and see the young lady. She has surely missed you." Aunt Liang leads the guest inside and resumes her tasks. Xiao Chen murmurs in discontent. "What are you saying? My wife only thinks of me. What kind of person is this?" Observing that individual adorned in punk attire, flamboyantly parading about. A quintessential dandy eager for attention, Xiao Chen chose to ignore him. Before Lin Qingze ascended the stairs, he caught sight of Xiao Chen lounging on the sofa, his expression one of sheer incredulity. "So lethargic. I wonder how my sister manages to discipline you all," he exclaimed, striding directly to Xiao Chen's position and plopping down on the sofa, his gaze brimming with hostility. Xiao Chen squinted, casting a disdainful glance at the boisterous Lin Qingze. The sight of Xiao Chen's nonchalance only fueled Lin Qingze's anger further. "Why aren't you working?" It dawned on Xiao Chen that this individual viewed him as a servant. "Work? What work? It's not even time for me to start," he retorted. "Moreover, what do you know? You're just a child." Lin Qingze's ire intensified upon hearing Xiao Chen's response. "You can't just sit here and doze off. Don't you have your own room? Who permitted you to sleep here? If guests arrive and see you like this, will my sister not be embarrassed? Goodness, this little brother-in-law has quite the temper." Observing Lin Qingze's demeanor, Xiao Chen felt inclined to engage him and temper his bravado. While youthful exuberance is not inherently negative, it becomes problematic when one fails to grasp the situation and rambles indiscriminately. As the brother-in-law, Xiao Chen believed it was his duty to instill a sense of awareness in him. There's no rule against me resting here. Furthermore, I'm merely taking a short break. How is that shameful? Lin Qingze, confronted with Xiao Chen's reasoning, was not one to concede easily. Ever since childhood, his mother had remarked on his loquacious nature, and he couldn't possibly be outdone by a mere servant. Don't you have work attire? You think you can just don a t-shirt and start working? Faced with the critique, Xiao Chen retorted defiantly. In my own home, I can wear whatever I please. Do you wear a uniform at home? Lin Qingze, realizing he had been exposed as a student, felt his face flush with embarrassment. I don't wear a uniform at school either. Then why should you be exempt from the rules while expecting me to adhere to them? Lin Qingze found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How is it that this fellow speaks in such a manner reminiscent of my sister? They both seem to take it upon themselves to lecture me. But she is his sister. What right does this servant have to correct me? We pay you salary. Indeed, but it is your sister who compensates me. You do not. Seizing the opportunity to press his advantage, Xiao Chen continued, your sister provides me with my wages, so I heed her guidance. Are your parents funding you to indulge in such poor habits? Noticing the earrings in Lin Qingze's ears and the makeup on his face, Xiao Chen felt exasperated. Is it too much to expect a man to embody some semblance of masculinity? You resemble a woman, devoid of any virile essence. Having said that, Xiao Chen deliberately feigned warmth, lifting his shirt to reveal his chiseled 8-pack abs. Upon catching sight of the muscular form on Xiao Chen's abdomen, Lin Qingze could not help but swallow hard. This startled Xiao Chen, prompting a fleeting thought. Could this fellow possibly be gay? He hastily lowered his shirt. Lin Qingze himself was not gay. Rather, he had experienced a sudden shift in perspective upon witnessing such masculine vigor. His family was exceedingly wealthy, and he often mingled with certain male celebrities who had introduced him to the world of cosmetics. Among them were those who exuded an overly sweet demeanor. Lin Qingze had inadvertently absorbed some questionable influences from them. Yet, upon observing Xiao Chen's robust masculinity, his deep voice, and his clean visage, Lin Qingze could not help but compare and feel that he resembled a woman in contrast. Who exactly are you? Xiao Chen tugged at his collar and replied nonchalantly, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am your brother-in-law. Chapter 75. Is this how wealthy people play? Brother-in-law? Lin Qingze gazed at Xiao Chen with a look of disbelief upon hearing him refer to him as brother-in-law. Outside of school, he spent all his time with a group of reckless friends, showing little concern for family matters. Lin Ji had taken to striking him every time they met, leaving him too afraid to return home and seeking refuge with his sister instead. Brother-in-law? Xiao Chen regarded Lin Qingze with a dismissive expression. What else could it be? I am certainly not your romantic interest. When did my sister even get married? How could I have missed that? Lin Qingze continued to look incredulous as he regarded Xiao Chen. You, the worldly scoundrel, know how to come home. Lin Qingyun's voice echoed from upstairs. She too was surprised that Lin Qingze had come to her, let alone that he was conversing with Xiao Chen. At home, no one could rein him in, and Lin Ji had taken to hitting him at every opportunity. Sis, is he really my brother-in-law? What else could it be? Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's response, Lin Qingze was left uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Never mind, I just want to say that brother-in-law is quite handsome. Ever since Xiao Chen had revealed his abs, Lin Qingze had sensed something amiss about him. Seriously, is this how wealthy people operate? Damn it, let me make it clear. I am a respectable person. Put away your greedy gaze. It was then that Lin Qingze realized his look at Xiao Chen had become somewhat inappropriate. Brother-in-law. Listening to Lin Qingze's words caused Xiao Chen to break out in goosebumps. Get lost. Don't look at me with those lustful eyes. Lin Qingze felt a wave of embarrassment. He merely wanted to train with Xiao Chen to acquire a bit of masculine charm. Brother-in-law. Can you please stop calling me that? Look at all these goosebumps. I could fry them up for dinner, you know? Xiao Chen found himself increasingly annoyed as Lin Qingze's voice, which was usually coarse, softened when speaking to him. I've already told you, I'm a serious person. Noticing Xiao Chen's reaction, Lin Qingze became aware of his own awkwardness. However, he still felt compelled to clarify. I just want to— What, you rascal? With that, Xiao Chen stood and rushed to Lin Qingyun's side. Wife, do you think our brother has an unusual orientation? Seeing Xiao Chen's earnest demeanor, Lin Qingyun, who hadn't seen Lin Qingze in a long time, could tell he was not deceiving her. Suddenly, her expression turned cold, her voice icy yet filled with anger. This is my man. If you wish to court danger, then try it. Sister, I am your own brother. How could you think such things about me? Let's take our time to sort this out. Lin Qingyun's chilling tone genuinely frightened Lin Qingze. At home, she was the only one who had treated him kindly. She had never scolded him, and suddenly feeling her formidable presence left him somewhat intimidated. My dear brother-in-law, do not be afraid. I'm merely— What do you mean merely? You little rascal, while I may indulge you in many ways, should you utter another word on this matter, I shall render you impotent. Impotent? Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Xiao Chen felt a chill in his nether regions. And what of Lin Qingze? He could only sit rigidly on the stool, utterly speechless, remaining perfectly still. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Chen patted his own attire. With his wife present, this flamboyant fellow dared not misbehave. Just as he contemplated approaching Lin Qingze to persuade him toward a more virtuous path, advocating for him to become a respectable man, Lin Qingze, looking quite wronged on the sofa, quietly muttered. Lin Qingyun, seeing his expression, felt a twinge of compassion. She sat beside him to offer comfort. Dear brother, fret not. Such matters can surely be remedied. I will find you a doctor and even a girlfriend. We shall take our time to adjust. Rest assured, I will not allow my brother to be labeled as such. Lin Qingyun's words of comfort, however, did not alleviate Lin Qingze's distress. Instead, he grew even more agitated. Sister, do you truly believe I am that kind of person? Stubbornly resistant. Just look at yourself, so effeminate. You exude no semblance of masculinity. It is evident you are inclined that way. Hearing Xiao Chen's lengthy tirade, Lin Qingyun cast Lin Qingze a reassuring glance. Do not worry. Your brother-in-law has many tricks up his sleeve. Even if you are inclined, he can set you straight. Each word from Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen pierced Lin Qingze's heart. At this moment, he was on the verge of tears. I swear, I'm not. Sister, brother-in-law, listen to me. I am not. Fret not. As long as you cooperate, your brother-in-law will surely help you. Lin Qingyun interrupted Lin Qingze before he could finish. Indeed, as long as you heed your brother-in-law's guidance, I will ensure you become a normal man. You shall display your vigor. Lin Qingze. I'm not. Now, Lin Qingze found himself at a loss for words. I'm not gay. You have misunderstood. I have a girlfriend. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Qingze in disbelief. Just this? This kind of individual has a girlfriend? So effeminate. If Guotao and the others were to discover this, they would surely choke on their own blood. Could it be that this is the power of wealth? Sister, you know, individuals like you refer to each other as girlfriend and boyfriend. Sever ties with her. Cooperate with your brother-in-law's treatment. I believe there is hope for you. Xiao Chen was not very knowledgeable in this regard, but upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words, he thought, this certainly has the ring of truth. This fellow has been thoroughly exposed. What a pathetic man. Finding himself unable to clarify, Lin Qingze took out his phone and unlocked the screen. Look, the screensaver features a photograph of my girlfriend. Gazing at the image of Lin Qingze, who was embracing a golden-haired beauty with blue eyes and fair skin, I can't help but exclaim, oh my, she's a foreign girl. Xiao Chen couldn't help but marvel at how this young man seems to be doing remarkably well. At that moment, both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun's attention was wholly captivated by their younger sibling. Lin Qingyun took the phone and examined the picture closely. Not bad. It takes some skill to have a girlfriend right after graduating high school. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingze wore expressions of awkwardness. What did she mean by having a girlfriend? Xiao Chen couldn't help but imagine Lin Qingyun saying something akin to, "Did you have a pair of twins right after university?" However, he quickly dismissed that thought. After all, she was his wife. He mustn't entertain such notions. Darling, who do you think is more attractive, me or my sister-in-law? Oh, such a perilous question. Would Xiao Chen falter in his answer? Naturally, he would declare that his wife was the fairest. Just look at that photo. What a peculiar sight. How could she possibly compare to you? Not to boast, but with her beauty, Even 10 of those girls would not match a fraction of my wife's allure. Lin Qingze. Chapter 76. You might as well kill me. Lin Qingyun was quite amused, while Lin Qingze looked at the couple with a face full of dismay. Brother, do you think what your brother-in-law says is true? I can't shake the feeling that he's deceiving me. Lin Qingyun held her phone beside her face, urging Lin Qingze to compare. Is there really a need for comparison? It's utterly obvious. Xiao Chen beamed with confidence as he awaited Lin Qingze's response. Lin Qingze feigned a look of confusion and casually remarked, "Should I leave then?" It was only at that moment that they realized, oh, this is indeed their younger brother, naughty Beichen. Just kidding. Why get upset? A man must possess a certain masculine charm. One cannot falter in that regard. Lin Qingze was left speechless, feeling as though he had been subjected to a profound mental blow. He cast a bemused glance at the two of them. Sensing his gaze, Xiao Chen rose. Clearing his throat, ahem, I'm off to prepare dinner. Seeing Xiao Chen about to leave, Lin Qingyun hurriedly followed, exclaiming, Darling, I want to help you cook. Lin Qingze began to regret coming here. Initially, he had sought solace from Lin Qingyun, but what awaited him was not comfort, but rather an overwhelming onslaught of emotional blows. Not to mention an endless supply of dog food. What had Lin Qingyun ever cooked at home? Now, she was eager to rush into the kitchen. How times have changed, and how people have transformed. With a resigned sigh, Lin Qingze ascended the stairs to find his little nieces. Munu, Han, Gusviu Eoim. The two little girls, engrossed in their toys, looked up at Lin Qingze, momentarily unable to recognize him, as their last encounter had been half a year prior. Being so young, their memories of him were quite faint. Observing their puzzled expressions, Lin Qingze mused, Can't recognize me? Perhaps I become more handsome. Have you forgotten? I am your uncle. Uncle? Moo and Han stared at the man before them, incredulous that he could be their uncle. Lin Qingze felt a pang of disappointment. Do you no longer recognize me? The girls set their toys down and scrutinized Lin Qingze closely. Are you really our uncle? Indeed. You can be certain of one thing. I am your uncle. Eventually, Moo and Han came to realize that this man was indeed their uncle. Memories from their childhood began to resurface. Uncle, why do you resemble a woman? Were you beaten out by grandfather? Lin Qingze stood frozen, mortified at how unremarkable he seemed in his niece's eyes. They truly had no recollection of him. Their only memory was of visiting their grandfather's house, where they witnessed their grandfather hanging him on the door and striking him. Although Lin Qingyun had shielded them from viewing it directly, they had still caught glimpses of Lin Qingze enduring the punishment through the gaps in her legs. Out of sympathy, and considering they had never seen such a scene before, it had left a lasting impression on them. The impression was indeed profound. Observing Lin Qingze lost in silence, Moo and Han surmised that he might be reminiscing about the time he faced punishment. The sorrow was overwhelming, rendering them speechless. It's all right, uncle. We won't hurt you. I will speak to my father and ensure he doesn't harm you either. Rest assured, we will protect you. Their heartfelt reassurances moved Lin Qingze to tears. Noticing his sorrowful expression, Moo and Han yearned to embrace him. But, uncle, you should wash off your makeup. I don't want to hug you while you're wearing it. For a fleeting moment, Lin Qingze contemplated fleeing the scene. Was this social death? No, more like familial death. However, considering that his two little nieces meant well, he reluctantly went to wash his face. Wow, even after washing your face, uncle, you're still not as handsome as my father. You're still lacking a bit. A bit? How could that even be? Can he truly compare to my father? Lin Qingze exclaimed. Do you believe I might perish before your eyes? If you don't wish to praise me, just say so. There is no need for this back and forth. What is this, a debate? The first remark starts with a wow, and I was entirely prepared to receive your compliments. Who would have thought the subsequent comments would be even more piercing? This is more outrageous than the banter between Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun. Ha. Moo and Han stared at Lin Qingze's awkward grin, tilting their heads in confusion. Had he lost his mind? Uncle? Moo waved her hand in front of Lin Qingze's eyes, saying, Are you all right? Good. This feeling is simply wonderful. You two go on. Pretend you've never seen me. With that, Lin Qingze descended the stairs and sat back down on the sofa, his gaze vacant as he stared out the window. lost in thought. Was he truly so inadequate that it elicited such disdain from his sister's family? Lin Qingze couldn't help but feel drawn to Xiao Chen. There was something inexplicably alluring about him. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun were oblivious to Lin Qingze's embarrassment with Mu Mu and Han Han. They were engrossed in the joy of cooking together, having long since forgotten about Lin Qingze's situation. Soon after, Lin Qingyun ascended the stairs to call Mu Mu and Han Han for dinner. "Uncle, hurry up. It's time to eat." Han Han remembered to call Lin Qingze before their meal. Hearing her call, Lin Qingze watched as the family stood at the staircase waiting for him. A twinge of sadness flickered in his heart. In his childhood, he had waited for Lin Ji to return home for dinner alongside his sister and mother. Years had flown by, and unbeknownst to him, he had transformed into the very person he once despised. Unlike Lin Qingyun, who excelled academically and was dutiful to their parents. Except for Mu Mu and Han Han, he had never caused them any worry. In contrast, he felt utterly inept, his financial irresponsibility reigning supreme. At this moment, Lin Qingze was engulfed in despair. "Indeed, apart from the pocket money bestowed upon me by my family, it seems I possess nothing of significance. As for my girlfriend, Lin Qingze cannot ascertain whether she is genuinely fond of him or merely enamored with his wealth. And those so-called friends? Their motives are transparently self-serving, drawn to him solely for his financial resources. Observing Xiao Chen feeding Mu Mu and Han Han evokes memories of Lin Ji's childhood, reminiscent of the times when he was fed by his own family. The warmth of that familial happiness starkly contrasts with his current solitude. With a sense of despondency, Lin Qingze lifted a morsel of food to his mouth. Suddenly, a sound escaped him, a gasp of astonishment. What on earth? Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered by the unexpected vocalization during a simple meal. "Brother-in-law, your cooking is simply exquisite," Xiao Chen remarked, her expression tinged with disdain, for she was, after all, a high school graduate. "Can't you exhibit a modicum of culture? Is what on earth all you can muster?" Yet, perhaps describing his own culinary creations with such exclamations was not entirely unfounded. Enough said. The civilization of Huaxia is indeed vast and profound. Chapter 077. Is that a serious gunfight? Humph. My father is an exceptional cook. Uncle, you should eat more. You look so thin. Not even as robust as my family Dodo. Lin Qingze. Am I to be compared with a dog? Oh wait, can that dog even be compared with me? Huh. It seems that no matter how I phrase it, it sounds rather odd. As Lin Qingze noticed the peculiar glances from his sister's family, he lowered his head, staring at the ground. "Uncle, what are you searching for?" "Oh, me? I'm looking for a crack in the floor to see if I can slip in." This sudden remark made Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun feel a bit embarrassed. After all, he is their younger brother, and how could they allow him to endure such humiliation in their home? "Brother, don't bother. This is a marble floor, and even if there were a crack, you wouldn't be able to squeeze through." As soon as Lin Qingyun finished speaking, she realized she might have misspoken. However, upon reflection, it wasn't entirely inappropriate. Indeed, even if there were a crack, he couldn't possibly fit through it. She merely intended to comfort him, to encourage him not to dwell on it. "Yes, he is my dear brother. How could I possibly be so cruel to him?" Upon hearing the comment about the crack, Lin Qingze felt it was a blatant mockery. "Sister, if you wish for me to perish, you could simply say so rather than express it so indirectly." Xiao Chen sensed the awkward atmosphere and attempted to diffuse it. "Qingze, let us eat. How is the food to your liking?" "It's fantastic." Lin Qingze chose to remain silent, quietly consuming his meal. Observing his sister's family, he couldn't help but admire Xiao Chen's prowess. If he could manage someone as formidable as his sister, it certainly attests to his strength. Anyway, since it's summer vacation and returning home seems unfeasible, he might as well settle in here, although their words often hurt him. It also allowed him to recognize his circumstances. Gazing at Xiao Chen's masculine aura, Lin Qingze couldn't help but feel a twinge of self-reproach. Being a man himself, he perceived the considerable gap between them. After dinner, Guitao called. "Are you coming or not? We just finished eating and are about to head out." Hearing the urgency in the voice on the other end, Xiao Chen felt somewhat sheepish. It seemed they were all waiting for him. "Dinner?" Liang is still waiting for you to treat us. You just ate at home? Listening to the voice on the phone, Xiao Chen felt helpless. He had to ensure his daughter was satisfied first. I will treat you all soon. I'm almost there. Please don't rush. On the other end, I can't believe he hung up. Brother-in-law, are you all going out? Noticing that Xiao Chen, Lin Qingyun, and even Mu Mu and Han Han had donned formal attire, Lin Qingze curiously inquired. We have a reunion with our university classmates. They invited me over. Upon hearing that Lin Qingze had also arrived at the university, he felt a surge of excitement. Soon he would be a university student himself. Having liberated himself from the arduous trials of high school, he was on the brink of a delightful new chapter in life. However, Lin Qingze hesitated, softly murmuring that he wished to accompany them, but was unsure how to voice his desire. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, hearing his half-finished sentence, inquired, "What is the matter?" To seek assistance from someone, one must first pay them a compliment. "Brother-in-law, you look truly dashing in that suit," Lin Qingze exclaimed. "Oh, come on. You still care about my physique? This kid shows no signs of reform, and still dares to claim he isn't gay," Lin Qingyun retorted fiercely, causing Lin Qingze to feel apprehensive. "I want to go with you," he finally blurted out. "Why not just say it directly?" "There is no need for all this dawdling. Like a woman," Xiao Chen replied. "Come on, brother-in-law will take you along." With Xiao Chen's consent, Lin Qingze's spirits lifted, and he promptly followed close behind. Xiao Chen felt no embarrassment. With his wife and children in tow, what difference did one more brother-in-law make? He was unperturbed by others' opinions. As they traveled, 2 Rolls-Royces sped down the road, with Xiao Chen's family comfortably seated in one, while Lin Qingze found himself sandwiched between the bodyguards and the other. Nevertheless, he felt grateful for the opportunity to join them, far better than languishing alone at home. Moreover, being with Xiao Chen would undoubtedly impart a touch of masculinity to him. At the entrance of Luoqing University, the 2 Rolls-Royces came to a halt. Xiao Hua and the driver exited to open the doors, while Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, accompanied by their children, stepped out. Gazing at the school S sign, Lin Qingyun was transported back to the past, reminiscing about the moment she first met Xiao Chen. "Daddy, is this your school?" the child asked innocently. "Indeed, this is where your father studied, and your mother was also a student here," Xiao Chen replied. "So, are you here to study?" The child's innocent question elicited a chuckle from Xiao Chen. "Your mom and I have already graduated. We're here for a reunion with our classmates." Hearing this, Mu Mu and Han Han ceased their inquiries, content to be cradled in Xiao Chen's arms. At that moment, Lin Qingze stepped out of the car, his face alight with excitement. "What are you excited about? Today, brother-in-law will show you the world." Upon hearing this, Lin Qingyun couldn't help but laugh. What did it mean to see the world? Her brother had seen it all. She found Xiao Chen quite endearing. As they entered the campus, Xiao Chen spotted a familiar figure. "Whoa, Chener, you finally made it. You've become even more handsome," the friend exclaimed. "While I was out there chatting away, I kept thinking about coming back to see you all. You disappeared without a trace. For days. A whole 4 days without seeing you. While I am outdoors indulging in idle chatter, I never forget to return and check on you all. After your absence of 4 days, do you not feel a pang of homesickness?" Listening to Wang Jiaoyong, who immediately launches into a tirade, even Xiao Chen is left speechless. Is this truly a serious conflict? No, wait. It has not been 4 days. It has been 103 hours. I distinctly remember that at the very moment my compression slider was at a critical point, you delivered the dreadful news. Have you even considered our feelings? Can you empathize with our predicament? Enough. Must you all behave like a gaggle of women? Can you not maintain some decorum? I'm not your partner. Is it truly so difficult to be apart from me? Xiao Chen has also had his fill of their incessant chatter, especially with the child still present. What if they corrupt the young one with their foul words? "Greetings to you all." Lin Qingyun politely acknowledges the group. "Hello, senior." "Hello, senior." Truly unbelievable. Why refer to her as senior? Guitao, overhearing their address, is left speechless as well. Surely this warrants some consideration for Chener. "Greetings, sister-in-law." Chapter 78. No worries, I know my limits. Upon hearing Guitao's call, the two instantly comprehended the situation. Why not seize such a delightful opportunity? "Sister-in-law, greetings." At this moment, a dark cloud loomed over Xiao Chen's face. Nothing surpasses the taste of dumplings. Nothing rivals the thrill of. These individuals never change their ways. Upon spotting Moo Moo and Han Han, they reacted as if they had discovered treasures, eagerly reaching out to embrace them. This is our daughter? To hell with that. This is my little lady. Xiao Chen felt irked by their words. Moo Moo and Han Han glared at them, resolutely refusing to let them touch them. Wang Jiaoyang, however, was no fool. I am willing to wait 20 years for you. To hell with it, you foolish creature, get lost. How dare they strike my daughter? They are truly asking for trouble. Yet, Xiao Chen refrained from acting out. Given his current state, he feared he might inadvertently harm Jiaoyang, which would be disastrous. At that moment, Lin Qingze felt as though he had entered a new realm. Previously, he had only encountered such dialogues filled with expletives in films or novels. How bold! His celebrity friends merely expressed their disdain with a simple annoying. Suddenly, he found Xiao Chen undeniably charming in this moment. Hello, Xiao Chen is my brother-in-law. Upon hearing this, the others turned their gazes towards Lin Qingze. Young man, you are quite perceptive. Wang Jiaoyang approached and patted Lin Qingze on the shoulder, finding the situation amusing. Lin Qingze sensed their acknowledgement of him, feeling an exhilarating rush of excitement. Alas, this was merely his imagination. There was no grand spectacle unfolding. They were simply exchanging pleasantries. Chener, why do I feel you become more handsome? Tian Beisheng had always envied Xiao Chen's appearance, with his striking features. Xiao Chen playfully ruffled his hair, responding cheekily. Am I handsome? This playful banter caught the attention of Wang Jiaoyang and Guitao. Indeed, Chener's face has improved significantly. Moo Moo and Han Han quickly countered. Our father has always been handsome. Yes, he has always been this handsome. You shouldn't speak carelessly. As they continued their jovial exchanges, the bodyguards trailed behind them at a leisurely pace. Lin Qingze stealthily approached Wang Jiaoyang and whispered, What you said earlier, was that about an actual gunfight? Observing the sincerity in Lin Qingze's eyes, Wang Jiaoyang decided to indulge him with a fabrication. Of course. Look at me. I am the top sharpshooter from Luoqing University. Would I lie to you? Lin Qingze's eyes sparkled with admiration for Wang Jiaoyang. Aren't you afraid of death? Death? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. Xiao Chen interjected, remarking that he must have made a poor investment in his dictionary. This comment went largely unnoticed by the two, observing Lin Qingze's admiring gaze. Wang Jiaoyang continued, Remember this. I am the foremost artillery king of Luoqing University. Fearless. Lin Qingyun, under the impression that Wang Jiaoyang was referring to actual cannons, was astonished that such things could exist in this harmonious society, further deepening her admiration for him. I too aspire to be an artillery king. I wish to learn from you. The imminent graduation of Wang Jiaoyang, combined with this unexpected declaration of a successor, sparked a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Really? You genuinely wish to learn? Lin Qingze nodded vigorously. Yes, I want to learn. His dream was to join the military and serve his country. I will impart all my knowledge to you. I hope you will carry this craft forward. Although Lin Qingze was somewhat bewildered by the conversation, he nodded emphatically. Could you let me see your cannon first? Wang Jiaoyang's face flushed with embarrassment. How could he show that? He was quite shy with someone he had just met, and even his roommates had rarely seen it. Just as he hesitated, he met Lin Qingze's earnest gaze. Such a thirst for knowledge is rare in this day and age. Look, show him. It seemed Wang Jiaoyang had made a resolution. I will find an opportunity to show you shortly. Hearing that he would be able to see it soon filled Lin Qingze with excitement. He couldn't believe that his brother-in-law's friend was willing to share such a dangerous thing with him. At that moment, he regarded Wang Jiaoyang as a leader. The two whispered to each other, distancing themselves from the crowd. Jiaoyang, why are you wandering so far? Tian Beisheng called out as he noticed Wang Jiaoyang leading Xiao Chen's younger brother away for a private conversation. Seeing Lin Qingze follow Wang Jiaoyang, Xiao Chen felt an unsettling premonition. Damn it, Wang Jiaoyang dared to lead him astray, and you'll see, this was only his first year after graduating high school. How can you sleep at night? Wang Jiaoyang was already blushing from discussing such matters with Lin Qingze. Xiao Chen's words only intensified his embarrassment. Before Wang Jiaoyang could retort, Lin Qingze spoke up, It's all right, brother-in-law. You needn't worry. I know my limits. Wang Jiaoyang was taken aback. Limits? What limits? You just met me and already want to see my treasure. And you claim to have limits? What could he possibly teach him that would lead him astray? Lin Qingyun, linking her arm with Xiao Chen's, listened to their banter with curiosity. How bad could a college student really be? Moreover, he was Xiao Chen's good friend. Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for how to respond, given the private nature of the discussion. It's nothing, dear, I'm just chatting. Lin Qingyun's curiosity about Xiao Chen's friends was not particularly piqued. Her attention was entirely captivated by Xiao Chen. Guitao led the way, and soon they arrived at the venue for the day's gathering. The crowd was dense, reminiscent of a gathering of illustrious families. Each individual was sipping red wine and engaging in conversation on the dance floor, exuding an unmistakable air of affluence. Naturally, this caught the eye of the wealthy second-generation students from their department. Having rarely had the opportunity to flaunt their wealth, they were all eager to showcase their riches this time. Numerous young women, well-versed in the secrets of wealth, approached clad in ultra-short skirts and shorts. As Xiao Chen entered with Lin Qingyun and others, they instantly became the center of attention. Is that Xiao Chen? Have you heard? He was dumped by Li Yaoyao a few days ago. And who is that beside him? She even has a child. Is he already married? He is so handsome. What a pity. Xiao Chen, oblivious to the whispers, would undoubtedly retort, what a pity for you. Many eyes were also drawn to Lin Qingyun, Mu Mu, and Han Han. Goodness, this guy found such a beautiful wife. Is that really Xiao Chen? Does he already have a child? Wow, that was fast. You silly birds. Just graduated. How could they possibly have such a big child? He must be a caretaker. Chapter 79. Unvarnished envy and jealousy in an instant. All eyes were upon Xiao Chen and his companions. To them, such scrutiny was nothing new. They were indifferent to the opinions of others, each with their own aspirations. The group settled into a secluded corner, engaging in conversation that stood in stark contrast to the surrounding festivities. Unbeknownst to them, as Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun entered, they had already attracted the attention of some onlookers. ISNT, that our department's prodigy. Xiao Chen? No wonder we haven't seen him in ages. It appears he has a family now, exclaimed one voice. Little lady, allow your elder brother to embrace you. Noticing the unwelcome demeanor of the group approaching, the bodyguards promptly positioned themselves protectively in front of Xiao Chen and his companions. Wife at ISNT Longzhen. How have you been lately? Han Longzhen, notorious on campus as a wealthy second-generation heir, was the one who had orchestrated this gathering. His affluence had garnered the enthusiastic support of class advisors, teachers, and even the department head, all urging students to attend. Upon hearing Xiao Chen refer to him as Longzhen, a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. Had it not been for his grandfather's insistence on a name, he would have changed it long ago. In school, no one dared utter his full name. He was simply known as Brother Long Xiao Chen. You'll be speaking on behalf of the top students shortly. Do prepare yourself. Longzhen proclaimed, his tone dripping with condescension. Your flattery is unwarranted. I believe a speech is unnecessary, Xiao Chen replied. Ignoring him, Han Longzhen turned and walked away, brimming with disdain. What is this fool doing here? Pretending to be important? His presence is truly irksome. Guitao and his companions, witnessing Longzhen's departure, expressed their irritation with scathing remarks. Moments later, a few of Xiao Chen's classmates approached, noticing he had brought children along. Those who shared a closer bond congratulated him, though Xiao Chen found it rather absurd. His child was not a newborn, after all. Yet, recognizing the goodwill behind their intentions, he responded graciously. Many were quick to recognize Lin Qingyun as Xiao Chen's wife, and they approached the couple to extend their greetings. Alas, their admiration for the goddess of their dreams was bittersweet, as she was already wed, with a child now attending kindergarten. They lamented that Xiao Chen had seized the opportunity too soon, leaving no chance for them. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun exchanged incredulous glances. When Lin had left the school, these same individuals were still engaged in sunbathing during military training. At that moment, Li Yaoyao, accompanied by the former wealthy heir Zhang Hao, deliberately sauntered past Xiao Chen. How dare that shameless hussy show her face here? One of Xiao Chen's companions fumed. With a single blow, I could bring her to her knees. Let me take care of those two wretches. Xiao Chen interjected. I'm not holding you back. At this juncture, Lin Qingyun perceived something amiss. Sensing the tension in her gaze, Xiao Chen felt compelled to offer an explanation. My dear wife, this is my former girlfriend from school. At that time, I was unaware of your existence. Thus, Lin Qingyun bore no grudges, for ignorance is no crime. Perhaps we should return Mu Mu and Han Han, as their presence here seems rather unsuitable. Lin Qingyun noticed that most individuals here harbored animosity towards Xiao Chen, driven by blatant envy and resentment. They often let slip coarse language, which is detrimental to the children. Therefore, let us depart together. My only intention in coming here was to meet with Tao and the others, nothing more. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingyun understood his concern for her. Very well, I shall heed your wishes. Xiao Chen felt a flush of warmth rise to his cheeks, eliciting envy from Guo Tao and the others. This is intolerable, they exclaimed. Let's go. I shall treat you all to a meal. The mention of a treat piqued their interest. I want skewers, grilled kidneys, they clamored excitedly. Today, I shall indulge you. Xiao Chen remarked, I had hoped to treat you to something finer, but if you prefer street food, do not blame me for being frugal. Lin Qingyun had no objections, as long as she could be with Xiao Chen. Lin Qingze, too, was unconcerned. He was eager to witness the spectacle. On stage, Han Longjin was delivering his speech when Xiao Chen and his companions made their way towards the exit. Han Longjin intended to maintain a facade of superiority and planned to call Xiao Chen up to embarrass him. Zhang Hao had generously provided him with funds, urging Han Longjin to find an opportunity to take down Xiao Chen, as he could not bear the unresolved tension. What was initially a minute of glory had been reduced to a mere 5 seconds of authenticity following the shock Xiao Chen had inflicted. Li Yaoyao was on the verge of ending their relationship. As Xiao Chen approached the exit, Han Longjin found himself unable to complete his self-important monologue. Now, let us welcome our department's top student, Xiao Chen, to the stage. The audience followed Han Longjin's pointed finger to locate Xiao Chen. Greetings, fellow students. Xiao Chen greeted, offering a wave before proceeding towards the door. Initially, there were individuals stationed at the entrance to intercept him, but upon seeing the group of bodyguards behind him, they hesitated to act. Han Longjin awkwardly watched Xiao Chen's retreating figure, while the students appeared bewildered. Zhang Hao immediately urged Han Longjin to pursue, insisting, we cannot let this money go to waste. Longu, if this succeeds, I shall give you an additional 5 million. Although Han Longjin was financially secure, he was not one to refuse money being offered to him. As the students witnessed this unfolding drama, they too began to follow suit, with one carrying a speaker in tow. Xiao Chen, halt. Upon hearing his name called from behind, Xiao Chen positioned Mu Mu and Han Han behind him. A large crowd soon emerged, most of whom were merely spectators, aware of the situation at hand. Xiao Chen usually confines himself to the school, traversing between the classroom, library, and dormitory, forming a monotonous triangle. His interactions with his peers in the department are quite sparse. What brings you here? Is there something you wish to discuss with me? As he spoke, Xiao Chen gestured for the bodyguards to step back. As the top student in our department, do you not have anything you wish to share with your classmates? Xiao Chen was well aware of the ulterior motives of the group before him, feigning ignorance. Indeed, did I not just converse with them moments ago? The crowd stumbled in response. In the past, during various school events, you would always take the stage to deliver speeches, often out-talking even the principal. Surely, you could spare a few words this time? Han Longjin seized upon the sentiments of the assembly, recalling that during Xiao Chen's previous speeches, many had derided him, thus evoking a sense of shared experience. With an air of disdain, Xiao Chen retorted, do you think I relish speaking to you all? It is merely because the teachers prefer to avoid you that I am compelled to utter a few extra words. Absolutely. Chapter 80. Who can endure this? I shall unequivocally state my position. You lot are nothing but a bunch of trash, eager to witness my misfortune. Even the teacher is disinclined to engage with you. Han Longjin wears an expression of palpable embarrassment. The crowd feels profoundly insulted, yet finds themselves at a loss for retort. Upon hearing that you were jilted by Li Yaoyao and subsequently vanished, did you retreat in sorrow? Retreat? How absurd. You think you are worthy of such a response? In response to their provocations, Xiao Chen does not shy away, even though he could simply indulge their whims. Not at all. I sought solace from my wife. Just look at Li Yao Yao. Could she compare to my wife's pinky nail? The onlookers gaze at Lin Qingyun, the undisputed belle of Luoqing University. Her beauty in person far surpasses that captured in photographs. Zhang Hao glances at Li Yao Yao beside him, then at Lin Qingyun next to Xiao Chen, and acknowledges indeed. So, are you currently living off your wife? Xiao Chen, typically an average student at school, often juggles part-time jobs to earn a living. Yet, the clothes he wears now elevate him to a realm far beyond that of his peers. Accompanied by bodyguards, he is a figure of envy. As Xiao Chen prepares to answer, Lin Qingyun interjects, "My husband has a sensitive stomach. I cook soft meals that he enjoys." Xiao Chen beams at his wife's words. How splendid they are. The crowd is awash with envy. To marry a beauty like Lin Qingyun is enough to stir admiration, especially considering her wealth. Who could possibly withstand such a reality? Anticipating the next question, Xiao Chen seizes the microphone before it is even posed. His swiftness catches Han Longjin off guard as he relinquishes the mic. Oomph. Xiao Chen clears his throat, while the sound technician nearly faints from the exertion. I met my wife during my freshman year, while you were still enduring military training under the sun. Alas, my charm is simply irresistible. I never intended to marry right after graduation, but my wife is waiting for me with our child. In the past, I was like you, aspiring to graduate and find work to earn money. However, my wife couldn't bear the thought of me working, providing me with tens of thousands, even millions, as pocket money each month. Money? It's merely a number. Classmates, you cannot even begin to fathom my joy. Having spoken, Xiao Chen hands a microphone back to Han Longjin and turns to leave with his companions. To hell with basking in the sun. Military training left me sunburned. Xiao Chen is so handsome. I wish I could be like him. If I had money, I would support Xiao Chen too. Some express envy toward Xiao Chen, while others, unable to reach such heights, harbor resentment. Unfazed, Xiao Chen strides towards the school gate, accompanied by his friends. Straight to the bustling food stall next to the school. "Boss, the menu," Wang Jiaoyang shouted as soon as he took a seat. Goodness, this is certainly not out of his own pocket. There is no hesitation in his tone. The momentum is palpable. In the past, when they dined here, it was always a collective contribution from their dormitory. Now, with Xiao Chen, a wealthy patron, they are unrestrained. Dig in. If you can't finish, you can take it home. Lin Qingyun arranged a table for the bodyguards as well, encouraging them to indulge. They work hard, following her wherever she goes, never faltering in their duties. Although it's just a food stall this time, they're all grateful to Lin Qingyun. Guitao and the others peruse the menu, browsing without ultimately selecting many dishes. Lin Qingyun understood their intentions. They wished to help Xiao Chen save money. What a joke. How much could one possibly spend at a food stall? Do you believe I could buy out the whole place? Boss, let us have 5 pounds of your skewers each, and you decide on the rest. With Lin Qingyun having spoken, Xiao Chen continued, bring on the grilled fish and beer. And don't skimp on the kidneys and lamb testicles. Today we feast. Guitao and the others were left dumbfounded. Guitao exclaimed. Tian Beichen and Wang Jiaoyang were equally astonished. Hey, this is what my sister-in-law meant by, their happiness is something we cannot experience? After years of dining at food stalls, they had never witnessed such a way of ordering. Typically, one orders by the skewer. Why is it being weighed today? Even the boss was taken aback. For your 2 tables today, beer is on the house. Upon hearing free, Lin Qingyun quickly interjected, no need. We're all business people here. We don't want it for free. We have a means. Xiao Chen was also taken aback by his wife's boldness. They don't even want a free stuff? Insisting on paying? Their financial prowess is indeed impressive. Guitao and the others, along with the boss, looked at Lin Qingyun in astonishment. Are you serious? Lin Qingze could no longer hold back. Shall I go pay for you now? No, just wait. The dishes will be right up. Guitao and the others were stunned. Could they be this extravagant? Why are you looking at me? I'm not the skewers. Lin Qingyun sensed their gazes and felt a bit embarrassed. Was there something wrong with her ordering style? Sister-in-law, do you need a younger brother? Get lost. What younger brother? Sister-in-law. As long as you wish, I could be your son right now. I'm his second son. Hearing their banter, Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. You guys, how dare you think of my wife? Lin Qingyun was also intimidated by their audacity. Goodness, wanting to be my son right off the bat? Am I that old? Hearing her question, the three immediately chimed in. You look younger than my sister. Judging by your appearance, you must still be in your youthful 18. You're not old at all. You appear even younger than your daughter. Lin Qingyun remarked awkwardly, clearing her throat. Young people must strive for themselves. If you're not employed, you may come to the company to work. The three nodded in agreement. Soon, the boss approached with a cheerful smile, carrying skewers of grilled meat. Guotao and his companions wasted no time in indulging. Wang Jiaoyang noticed Lin Qing's technique was lacking and offered hands-on guidance. You must do it this way to truly savor it. Biting just a little is not bold at all. Hold the skewer in your right hand, take a big bite, and pull with gusto. See? It all goes right into your mouth. The three watched Lin Qingze with concern, wondering how he could struggle with something as simple as eating a skewer. This amused Mu Mu and Han Han to no end, leaving them in fits of laughter. Xiao Chen, however, meticulously picked the meat off his skewer, feeding it to Mu Mu and Han Han. The two obediently held their little bowls, enjoying their meal. Daddy, Mua Chapter 81 Crisis. Guotao and his companions indulged in a feast, relishing the pleasure of hearty meat and copious amounts of alcohol. Such indulgence was a rare occurrence. Otherwise, they would soon find themselves at a loss for provisions. Typically, their gatherings consisted of merely a skewer and a bottle of liquor. The group expressed their gratitude towards Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun. As the meal drew to a close, they sat together, engaging in conversation. Wang Jiaoyang tugged at Lin Qingze, and the two hurried to the restroom. Come, let me show you my treasure. Lin Qingze was taken aback. Wasn't this about viewing a cannon? Why was he starting to remove his trousers? Brother, weren't we talking about the cannon? Why are you taking your pants off? Wang Jiaoyang appeared equally bewildered. Hadn't they been discussing this? He proceeded to remove his pants, giving them a few shakes. Isn't this what you wanted to see? Lin Qingze stood frozen, a wave of nausea washing over him. What on earth are you doing? So you meant Canon King in this context. Seeing Lin Qingze's astonished expression, Wang Jiaoyang felt a sense of satisfaction. This was precisely the reaction he sought. Lin Qingze felt as though his worldview had shattered. What was this absurdity? Could you please stop waving that around? My goodness. Jiaoyang, what on earth are you doing? Xiao Chen entered the restroom, witnessing Wang Jiaoyang confronting Lin Qingze in such a manner. This was outrageous. Wang Jiaoyang, startled by Xiao Chen's unexpected entrance, exclaimed, Chenner, what are you doing here? Good heavens. If I hadn't come in, this kid's dignity would be in jeopardy. Xiao Chen looked at the dazed Lin Qingze, feeling a headache coming on. Was this behavior acceptable? He was still just a child. Sister, brother-in-law. Lin Qingze trembled, utterly unprepared for this scene. Who could have anticipated that canon referred to this? Don't talk to me. And you claimed you weren't gay. Just moments after meeting, you were already involved with my roommate. Xiao Chen gazed at Lin Qingze's innocent face in disbelief. How could you possibly act in such a manner? He's barely 18. Wang Jiaoyang, now hastily pulling up his trousers, felt an urgent need to clarify the situation to Xiao Chen. Otherwise, his reputation could be irreparably damaged during his university years. Why are you just standing there? Hold him down. Wang Jiaoyang shouted at Lin Qingze, rushing forward to restrain Xiao Chen. Lin Qingze was left bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be the one being restrained? Where is Wang Jiaoyang now, in relation to Xiao Chen? Does he still wish to confront him? Xiao Chen seized Wang Jiaoyang's arm and exerted force. Wang Jiaoyang was as defenseless as a child, pinned to the ground by Xiao Chen. Do you still want to engage in combat with me? Speak honestly. Have you been harboring ill intentions towards me all along? Wang Jiaoyang found himself at a loss for words. Xiao Chen tossed Wang Jiaoyang into a corner and shot a glare at Lin Qingze. Lin Qingze was well acquainted with this scenario. At home, Lin Ji treated him similarly. He quickly crouched down beside Wang Jiaoyang, and they exchanged explanations one after the other. What a ridiculous misunderstanding. Xiao Chen grasped the meaning behind their words and, upon realizing it was a mere misunderstanding, decided to let them off the hook. Brother-in-law, could you keep this under wraps? Indeed. Chenia. I do not wish for my illustrious reputation to be tarnished here. Observing their flustered expressions, Xiao Chen had no intention of spreading the incident further and turned to leave. The two were left staring at each other. Lin Qingze instinctively maintained his distance from Wang Jiaoyang. Wang Jiaoyang, curious, wonder how this fellow could misconstrue playing around as something more serious. Moreover, he had merely spoken casually, yet Wang Jiaoyang genuinely believed it. Lin Qingze emerged from the restroom, his face still a mixture of shock and confusion. Brother, what is the matter with you? Lin Qingyun expressed her concern upon seeing Lin Qingze's demeanor. Hearing Lin Qingyun's inquiry only intensified Lin Qingze's embarrassment. And nothing, sis. After a while, Wang Jiaoyang also exited the restroom, his expression awkward as he glanced at Xiao Chen and Lin Qingze. Do you honestly believe this is my fault? After a hearty meal, Xiao Chen settled the bill, and they meandered onto the street. The driver went to fetch the car, leaving them to enjoy the gentle evening breeze. I have felt the evening breeze you once felt. Does that mean we are embraced in spirit? Xiao Chen unexpectedly hummed tune. Everyone stared at him in astonishment, except for Lin Qingyun, whose cheeks flushed as she gazed at him with starry eyes. What did you learn to sing? Guo and the others were quite puzzled. In the past, they had endured Xiao Chen's singing on their outings. I could do much more than that. You know nothing. Much more? You think we understand nothing? Hey, what are you imagining? Noting the dazed expressions of Guo and the others, Xiao Chen realized they had misconstrued the situation. Before long, the driver returned with the car. After bidding farewell to the trio, Xiao Chen and his family set off for home. Throughout the journey, the family chatted and laughed, but Xiao Chen's expression remained grave, his attention fixed on a rearview mirror. The driver, intrigued, noted that a few Wuling Hongwang vehicles had been following them for quite some time. Turn around. Head towards the outskirts. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's command, the driver promptly complied. However, Lin Qingze and Xiao Hua detected the chill in Xiao Chen's voice. What is happening? Is something wrong? It is nothing, my dear. Just a minor issue. No need for concern. Seeing Xiao Chen's earnest demeanor, Lin Qingyun chose to refrain from further questioning. It was merely a conscious effort to draw closer to Mu Mu and Han Han. Two Rolls-Royces sped along the road, one leading the way while the other followed closely behind, accompanied by 5 or 6 vans. The driver navigated several turns, yet the vans remained steadfastly in pursuit. At that moment, the leading van accelerated, overtaking from the side. The occupants of the trailing Rolls-Royce were well aware of the unfolding situation. The bodyguards within the vehicle, having undergone rigorous training, were prepared for the impending confrontation. As the Wuling Hongwang drew near, the bodyguards in the rear vehicle abruptly swerved the steering wheel, sending the Wuling reeling backwards. Observing their precarious position, the vehicles behind quickly enveloped the trailing Rolls-Royce from the right, effectively trapping it in the middle. Accelerate! Prompt the brothers in the back to break free. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's command, the driver pressed the accelerator to the floor, instantly widening the gap between them and the pursuing vehicles. The rear vehicle hastily accelerated, bursting forth. However, the two Wulings maintained their speed, flanking the Rolls-Royce on either side. The sudden surge of speed, combined with Xiao Chen's stern demeanor, prompted Mu Mu and Han Han to tilt their heads in curiosity. "Daddy, what's happening?" they inquired. "Nothing to worry about. It's just that someone wishes to race with us. You two simply remain seated and behave." Xiao Chen regarded his precious daughters with a tender gaze, only to swiftly replace it with an expression of cold indifference. Chapter 082. Captured in a flurry of fists, not only had they failed to shake off their pursuers, but they found themselves ensnared in an even more precarious situation. A shadow of concern darkened Xiao Chen's visage. The vehicle trailing them gradually accelerated, encircling the two Rolls-Royces on either side. Their only option now was to speed ahead, yet the road ahead was already obstructed. 3 Wuling vans blocked the intersection, leaving the driver momentarily at a loss. "Stop the car. Even if we managed to lose them, they would retaliate against our families." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's command, the driver cautiously halted the vehicle in the middle of the road, allowing for a more comprehensive escape should the moment arise. However, the Wuling van surrounded Xiao Chen's car, preventing any sudden escape. "Darling, don't get out. Lin Qingyun exclaimed as she saw Xiao Chen reaching for the door, urgently grasping his arm. Her concern for his safety was palpable. "It's all right, my love. Have you forgotten? I can take on 7 at once." Xiao Chen offered Lin Qingyun a reassuring glance before pushing the door open and stepping out, instructing Lin Qingyun and the children to remain inside. The Rolls-Royce was bulletproof, providing her with a sense of security. At that moment, the bodyguard and the driver had all exited their vehicle. "Leave the woman in the car. The rest of you, get lost." A man leaning against the door of the opposing vehicle brandished a baseball bat, exuding arrogance as he pointed at Xiao Chen. It seemed they were indeed targeting Lin Qingyun. Han Longjin lacked the strength to confront them. Before fully grasping the adversary's intentions, Xiao Chen refrained from acting rashly. "May I inquire where you hail from? Have you perhaps mistaken your target?" The man sneered, taking his time to respond. "Lin Qingyun is indeed your wife, is she not? Today, you shall not escape." Within moments, 5 or 6 dozen individuals emerged from 8 vans, brandishing weapons and encircling Xiao Chen and his companions. With only 7 on their side, the odds appeared grim. "Damn it, it seems I truly must face 7 at once today." Lin Qingyun watched the unfolding scene from the car, her anxiety peaking at the overwhelming disparity in numbers. She yearned to negotiate, but Xiao Hua clutched Lin Qingyun's clothing tightly. Remembering Xiao Chen's instruction, "Do not exit the vehicle." Desperate and frantic, Lin Qingyun could only reach for her phone and dial for help. "Stop. I must understand who you all are and how we have offended you. If we must perish, let us do so with clarity." Xiao Chen feigned a fragile demeanor, shouting towards the adversaries. "It is indeed your fault for crossing paths with the wrong people. Comply with us, and you may spare yourself some pain." The leader of the opposing group, uninterested in further dialogue, commanded his subordinates to apprehend them. "Seize the woman from the car." The bodyguards and drivers, not to be underestimated, prepared to clash as the adversaries charged forward. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Xiao Chen immediately sprang into action. A myriad of hand-to-hand combat techniques suddenly surged through his mind. Goodness! So, when the system suggested he should give a try, it meant this trial? At this moment, Xiao Chen was too preoccupied to ponder further. He plunged directly into the fray, with the advantage of his enhanced physique bestowed by the system and the newly awakened combat skills. No one could approach him. Without exception, all adversaries were swiftly felled to the ground, howling in disarray. Although Xiao Chen gained the upper hand, the bodyguards were merely ordinary individuals, while their opponents wielded weapons. Soon, they found themselves cornered beside a vehicle. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Chen charged into the throng, sending the bodyguards fleeing in all directions. Yet, wherever Xiao Chen tread, none could rise again. Before long, he had shielded the bodyguards behind him, leaving them astounded by his prowess. Is this young man truly so formidable? This is utterly astounding. The ground lay barren in his wake. "Come on, why run? Approach us." The bodyguards, invigorated by his display of strength, rallied and shouted at their foes. Glancing back, they beheld their adversaries sprawled across the ground, wailing in agony. Many writhed in convulsions, shaking uncontrollably. Those capable of fighting numbered only a scant few. At that moment, they regarded Xiao Chen as though he were a specter. They had never witnessed such a combatant. In less than 5 minutes, he had single-handedly taken on 50 to 60 individuals. This was not merely enduring a beating. It was a spectacle of 5 minutes spent incapacitating 50 to 60 foes. Lin Qingyun, wide-eyed, leaned against the window, fixated on Xiao Chen's silhouette. This man, always so dependable, no matter the circumstances. She had also been proactive, not only calling the police, but also having investigated the adversaries' backgrounds. She was uncertain whom they had offended. Lin Qingze, too, was astonished by his brother-in-law's extraordinary combat abilities. How incredibly impressive. Xiao Chen now advanced steadily towards the leader of the opposition. He had not anticipated possessing such ferocity. Hand-to-hand combat was astonishingly potent. The burly men posed little threat to him. Against such muscle-bound foes, Xiao Chen delivered a couple of resounding punches. Watching Xiao Chen approach, the gang members instinctively discarded their weapons. Faced with him, they had no means of resistance. Xiao Chen strode directly towards the leading man. Now, shall we discuss who sent you? The man could hardly fathom that his 50 to 60 subordinates had been unable to withstand 5 minutes against Xiao Chen. Before departing, he had confidently vowed to bring the person back. In the current predicament, it was uncertain whether he would even return himself. Goodness, we have pursued the wrong target. Damn it, how'd you drive your vehicle? The man scolded his subordinates before turning to Xiao Chen and saying, "My apologies. Brother, we have mistaken the wrong person. It is not you." Xiao Chen immediately swung his arm, delivering a resounding slap across the man's face. The crisp sound echoed, piercing even the luxurious soundproofing of the Rolls-Royce, reaching Lin Qingyun's ears. The man staggered like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the nearby bushes. Instantly, half of his face swelled up. Yet, Xiao Chen remained relentless, advancing into the thicket. The man, his face a portrait of terror, recoiled in fear, scrambling backward on the ground, his hands and feet pushing against the earth in a desperate bid to escape. No, no, no. I will talk. I'll tell you everything. However, Xiao Chen seemed impervious to his pleas, seizing the collar of his shirt and striking once more. Fortunately, he was present. Otherwise, who could fathom what Lin Qingyun and her daughters would have endured? Chapter 83. I am not your father. Only after Xiao Chen had vented his frustrations did he release the man, casting him to the ground. Now you may speak. The leader of the group, his face swollen from the blows, struggled to open his mouth, but could utter nothing intelligible. I ask you, who sent you? Are you from a minority group? I'm not your father. I am merely a number. If you do not speak. Is he not speaking? He cannot even manage to open his mouth. The incoherent sounds he made were barely audible. Seeing his inability to articulate anything further, Xiao Chen turned his attention to the other lackeys surrounding him. The group trembled in fear, having never encountered such a formidable figure. How could one man send a person weighing over 160 pounds flying several meters away with a single slap? I'll talk. I know everything. One among them, perhaps unable to withstand the pressure, raised his hand, eager to divulge the truth to Xiao Chen. Just a moment ago, my brother and I were sitting behind you, enjoying some skewers. Suddenly, a text message arrived on my brother's phone, instructing us to cause you trouble. The bigger the better. And they transferred 1 million to my brother. 1 million. My brother and I have never seen such a sum in our lives. These people were all hired by my brother, each receiving 100. Xiao Chen, uninterested in their ramblings, deemed their information useless. He turned to leave for home. Stop. Everyone, crouch down and cover your heads. The police had arrived, guns drawn upon witnessing the scale of the brawl. Xiao Chen signaled for his bodyguards to crouch as well. At that moment, Lin Qingyun rushed over, heading straight for Xiao Chen, her hands roaming over him. Darling, are you hurt? I'm fine, my love, but could you kindly remove your hands? Goodness, are you truly checking my health? Lin Qingyun's cheeks flushed slightly. Isn't this just to ensure a thorough examination? Xiao Chen chuckled at Lin Qingyun's rosy complexion, affectionately ruffling her hair. It's all resolved, dear. Just as they were reveling in their closeness, a police officer spoke up. Who called the police? At that moment, a female officer with a ponytail approached, her crisp uniform lending her an air of efficiency. Though she appeared to be in her 30s, she retained a certain allure. I call the police. Lin Qingyun recounted the events to the officer, but as she surveyed the scene with bodies sprawled about, some still twitching, she could hardly believe that Xiao Chen was the victim. Ultimately, several ambulances were summoned, but even they could not accommodate all the injured. The remaining casualties had to be transported in police vehicles. One bodyguard was taken away to give a statement. In the car, Xiao Chen turned to Lin Qingyun and inquired, have you had any business partners lately? Or have you offended anyone? He pondered why, on an otherwise ordinary outing, they had drawn such unwanted attention. Lin Qingyun shared his confusion. Now, the collaborators are all old friends. She merely traverses between the company and home, maintaining a 2-point routine. How could she possibly offend anyone? No, I cannot fathom who it might be. Besides, I have never wronged anyone. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Xiao Chen fell into a deep contemplation. If there is no animosity, then why would someone seek to trouble them without reason? In daily life, Lin Qingyun had not wronged anyone either, which certainly implies that it must be related to business. They're likely causing trouble for Lin Qingyun out of greed. Lin Qingyun had not offended anyone. So it must be. Dear, could you please call home and inquire? Just as Xiao Chen finished speaking, Lin Qingyun's phone began to ring. Upon checking, it was indeed her father. Hello, Dad. Billionaire. I'm relieved to hear your voice. Lin Ji nearly trembled as he spoke. What's the matter, Dad? Have you encountered some trouble or a crisis? Lin Qingyun wished to shield Lin Ji from worry, thus concealing the earlier incident. You need to liquidate as much cash as possible and take it with you to hide at Xiao Zhen's house. Lin Qingyun was bewildered. What's going on? Run with the money? Dad, what is happening? What has occurred over there? Her inquiry calmed Lin Ji's emotions slightly. We have been schemed against. The stock market has collapsed repeatedly. The factories and subsidiaries are in turmoil daily. We are on the verge of losing control. Bankruptcy is imminent. Hearing this, Lin Qingyun was utterly astonished. How could this be? She had only missed work for 2 days. How could such calamity have unfolded? Moreover, the Xingchen Group, such a colossal enterprise with a staggering market value, how could it be facing bankruptcy? Why did her father only reach out now? Doubts began to brew in Lin Qingyun's mind. Why did you wait until now to contact me? Why not inform me sooner so we could devise a solution together? According to your words, it has already reached an irreversible stage. What use is it to notify me now? At that moment, the line went dead. Lin Qingyun sensed something was amiss. She exchanged a glance with Xiao Chen and immediately redialed. Mu Mu and Han Han were unaware of the unfolding situation. Yet seeing the expressions of Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun, they sat quietly, refraining from crying or causing a scene. Hello, Billionaire? The voice on the line belonged to He Hui, Lin Qingyun's mother. Hello, Mom. Where's Dad? Why did he call me and then abruptly hang up? Could it be? Have you been targeted by a scam call? Your father has been in the shower since earlier. How could he have called you when his phone is outside? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a foreboding sense of dread. Lin Qingyun also sensed that something unexpected was about to occur. If it wasn't Lin Ji who called her just now, then it must have been someone impersonating him. Utilizing a voice changer, the voice bore an uncanny resemblance to that of her father. This peculiar tremor in the voice suddenly made sense. Mother, has the headquarters encountered any unusual circumstances lately? Not particularly, aside from a few partners unexpectedly withdrawing their investments in a new project, which has resulted in a notable financial loss. However, it's nothing too concerning. Everything else is quite normal. Why do you ask? Upon hearing about the withdrawal of investments, Lin Qingyun suddenly seemed to recollect something, yet the memory eluded her, hovering as a vague impression in her mind. Nothing. I was merely expressing my concern for you all. Well, since there is nothing amiss, do take care and rest early. With that, she ended the call. Yet Lin Qingyun continued to feel an unsettling sensation, unable to pinpoint what felt amiss. Why had that person called her? Why were they deceitful? Why would someone expend resources to create trouble for her? Chapter 084. My star. Your star. The myriad of questions left Lin Qingyun and Xiao Chen in a state of distress. Who could be behind such actions? What was their objective? Xiao Chen harbored an unsettling feeling that the perpetrator was not merely instigating panic. He feared that their words might indeed come to fruition. Lin Qingyun shared this sentiment. This was not a mere case of harassment. The recent robbery was ample evidence of that. Yet, the two were perplexed as to who orchestrated these events. What were their intentions? Do not worry, my dear. I am here for you, Xiao Chen reassured her. As long as I am by your side, you, our child, and your parents shall remain safe. Lin Qingyun cradled Xiao Chen's face, feeling a sense of comfort envelop her. Nestled in his embrace, the unknown terror that constantly gnawed at her heart seemed to dissipate, if only temporarily, when she was near him. Yes, my husband, I trust you. Mu Mu and Han Han sat quietly aside, observing the scene. Uncertain of the circumstances, they held on to Xiao Hua's hand, too timid to speak. Seeing the children in such a state tugged at Xiao Chen's heart, he gathered them in his arms, comforting them and urging them not to worry or overthink. The driver navigated the roads, and soon they were home. Lin Qingze, unaware of the events that had transpired, rushed over to Xiao Chen upon disembarking. Brother-in-law, you were incredibly impressive just now. I witnessed everything from the car. So many of them, armed with various items, yet they dared not retaliate against you. Truly remarkable. Moo Moo and Han Han exchanged puzzled glances. Throughout the encounter, Xiao Hua had shielded their view, preventing them from seeing what Xiao Chen had faced outside the vehicle. Daddy, did you get into a fight with someone? Han Han asked with concern. Are you hurt? Not at all. Did I not tell you? They simply wanted a race with us. Xiao Chen replied, determined to keep the children from worrying unnecessarily. He feared that if they learned the truth, their imaginations would spiral, conjuring all sorts of fears. Should they act foolishly, he would be filled with regret. So did you win, Daddy? You definitely won, right? Of course. My skills are beyond compare. Lin Qingyun took Lin Qingze by the arm, guiding him back into the house. Lin Qingze, no fool, could sense that something was amiss. Observing the serious expressions on Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun's faces, he quietly inquired, Sister, is there something wrong at home? Everything is fine. Just mind your own business. Lin Qingyun replied coldly, which only served to heighten Lin Qingze's suspicions. There was certainly something amiss. They were simply reluctant to confide in him. A thought stealthily formed in Lin Qingze's mind. Promises made must be kept. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun returned to the children's room, assisting them with their evening routines. After playing with the two girls for a while and lulling them to sleep, Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun emerged from their room. They decided to let Xiao Hua spend the night in Moo Moo and Han Han's room, watching over them. Upon returning to their own quarters, an air of melancholy enveloped them, for the ramifications of recent events were indeed substantial. Not only were Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun entangled in this affair, but their respective parents had also been drawn into the fray. It was evident to both that a master strategist was orchestrating a grand scheme behind the scenes, and developments were imminent. As for the words spoken earlier, both remained skeptical. At that moment, Xiao Chen's phone rang unexpectedly, a call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who are you? A chilling, icy voice responded from the other end. I heard you won a car race against me just now. A wave of cold sweat broke over Xiao Chen. How could this person know what he had said downstairs? Who are you? What do you want? He shouted into the phone. Lin Qingyun was startled, gripping Xiao Chen's hand tightly. There's no need to be so agitated. Let's converse calmly. This is merely the beginning. If you react this way now, how will we proceed? With that, the caller abruptly hung up, leaving Xiao Chen no opportunity for retort. Maintaining his composure, Xiao Chen quickly removed his clothing, turning in front of Lin Qingyun. Lin Qingyun, taken aback by his physique, swallowed hard. Xiao Chen found her reaction amusing despite the gravity of the situation. My dear, do I have anything on me? Realizing his intent, Lin Qingyun awkwardly averted her gaze. On Xiao Chen's back, he discovered a device resembling a listening device affixed to him, undoubtedly left there during the earlier scuffle. Astonishingly, he had been oblivious to its presence. Clearly, the adversary possessed considerable skill, managing to attach a listening device to Xiao Chen without detection. Holding the small black plastic object, Xiao Chen unleashed a torrent of curses towards it. I curse your ancestors. Do you dare to confront me face to face? The string of expletives left Lin Qingyun in utter bewilderment. Who could this mysterious figure be? Xiao Chen ranted like a machine gun. I curse the stars and everything associated with them. Meanwhile, in a modest rental unit, a man removed his headphones. He's cursing at me. The man chuckled coldly, choosing not to respond further. After venting his frustration, Xiao Chen decisively dismantled the listening device, severing the internal wires. Remarkably, this plastic contraption, smaller than a fingernail, was effortlessly torn apart by his bare hands. Lin Qingyun was taken aback by Xiao Chen's remarkable display of skill. Could he truly possess such prowess? Xiao Chen promptly turned on his computer, and the system responded, why not try for yourself to find out? Eager to take a gamble, Xiao Chen dove into the task. To his astonishment, a flurry of numerical codes materialized in his mind. His fingers danced relentlessly across the keyboard, leaving Lin Qingyun to question whether Xiao Chen was truly a university graduate or perhaps affiliated with some clandestine organization. This series of maneuvers was far more exhilarating than anything depicted in films. Choosing not to interrupt him, Lin Qingyun quietly sat beside him, offering her silent support. Xiao Chen traced the phone number he had called earlier, only to discover it belonged to a woman in her 60s. After exiting the page, he turned to Lin Qingyun, realizing that the threat was directed toward his wife's family business. However, he was at a loss regarding who might harbor grievances against the Lin family. A sense of despair washed over him. While he himself felt unafraid, his greatest concern lay in the potential harm that could befall his wife and children, an anxiety that weighed heavily on his heart. Chapter 85. With the plug-in in hand, Xiao Chen meticulously scrutinized the room, ensuring there were no listening devices before he felt at ease to sit down. Lin Qingyun gently caressed Xiao Chen's back, embracing his head and drawing him into her warm embrace. "Do not worry, my dear husband. I am here with you. Whatever challenges arise, we shall confront them together and find solutions together." As Xiao Chen gazed upon Lin Qingyun's delicate features, he could not bear to see his beloved wife endure such torment. It was evident that the recent robbery was merely a warning. The Lin family had experienced rapid ascendance over the past 30 years, and since their public listing, their journey had been relatively smooth. Xiao Chen was oblivious to the intricacies of this journey, only aware that Xiao Group was a name renowned throughout the nation, an entity recognized by all. In just 3 decades, they had transformed the economic landscape of Xia country, establishing countless factories and companies that ensure the livelihoods of innumerable citizens. The adage "a tall tree catches the wind" echoed in Xiao Chen's mind, illuminating the truth behind it. Although the Lin family had amassed considerable wealth, their endeavors had also created opportunities and jobs for countless people, making an indelible contribution to the enhancement of Xia's economy. Their tax contributions even surpassed those of the tobacco industry by several multiples. Neither the state nor the populace could oppose Lin Ji. Over the 30 years, the government had provided substantial support to the Lin family's enterprises. Lin Ji had managed affairs with remarkable acumen, ensuring that no other company could shake Xiao Group's standing. The presence of Xiao Group was palpable across various sectors, a testament to their enduring survival. Yet, Xiao Chen could not fathom who would seek to disrupt this tranquility. Lin Qingyun recounted the journey of Xiao Group, detailing the difficulties faced prior to their public listing, which they overcame with the assistance of benefactors. Together, they pondered who could possibly harbor intentions to act against them. After making calls home to confirm their parents' safety, they felt secure enough to rest for a brief moment. The following morning dawned as if nothing had transpired, save for the listening device submerged in the basin and the call records on their phones. Everything else remained unchanged, just as it had always been. After the family had breakfast, Xiao Chen adamantly opposed Lin Qingyun going to work alone. "Do not rush to the company. Accompany me to drop off the children first, and I shall take you to your workplace." Lin Qingyun recognized that Xiao Chen's intentions were rooted in concern for her well-being and readily agreed. Meanwhile, Mu and Han were elated, thrilled that both their parents were taking them to school that morning. Their joy was palpable from the moment they entered the car. Lin Qingze expressed a desire to accompany Xiao Chen as well. Observing his demeanor, Xiao Chen noted that, despite being a young master of the Lin family, he still bore the innocence of a child, which only added to Xiao Chen's concern. "Let him come along. Perhaps I can impart some knowledge to him." Since the moment he first encountered Xiao Chen, Lin Qingze found himself irresistibly drawn to him. He aspired to emulate Xiao Chen, to possess the capability to protect his family in times of peril. Lin Qingyun observed her younger brother, who typically exhibited defiance towards others, yet displayed utmost respect for Xiao Chen. She too wished to learn something valuable from him. After all, it was conceivable that one day, Lin Qingze would be tasked with the responsibility of leading the Lin family. As Xiao Chen drove, Mu and Han were anything but subdued in the car, incessantly chattering away. Despite harboring his own concerns, Xiao Chen remained patient with his precious daughters, answering their every inquiry with diligence. Upon arriving at the school, Xiao Chen personally escorted Mu and Han to their classroom. He meticulously surveyed the school staff and the overall layout of the institution like a detective, ensuring that no unforeseen events would transpire before he returned to the car, though his unease lingered. After dropping Lin Qingyun at her company, he conducted a thorough inspection of her office, checking and rechecking every detail. To onlookers, this might have seemed obsessive, but Xiao Chen's actions stemmed from a deep-seated concern for the safety of his wife and children. After all, their adversaries lurked in the shadows while they remained exposed. Caution was imperative, for they were the most cherished individuals in his life. Once he completed his scrutinous tasks, Xiao Chen settled in Lin Qingyun's office, choosing to remain there and simply watch her. Lin Qingyun, in turn, diligently reviewed various details, confirming that the company was free from any potential mishaps. All contracts, expenditures, and revenues were in perfect order. It was not until nearly noon that Xiao Chen took Lin Qingze home to prepare lunch. Confused by Xiao Chen's paranoid demeanor, Lin Qingze finally mustered the courage to inquire, "Brother-in-law, is something wrong?" After contemplating, Xiao Chen recognized that Lin Qingze was no longer a child, and treating him as such would be detrimental. If it weren't for intimidation, our family might soon face trouble. He recounted the events of the previous night. Upon hearing the tale, Lin Qingze's face lit up with excitement. "Brother-in-law, should we now seek out their lair and dismantle the criminal organization?" Xiao Chen regarded Lin Qingze with incredulity, pondering how this young man could possibly entertain such notions. With no leads to pursue, how could they even begin to combat the criminals? Satellite positioning, right? Isn't that how it's portrayed in movies? Watching Lin Qingze's naive enthusiasm, Xiao Chen felt a twinge of regret for his earlier thoughts. This was real life, not a science fiction film. How do you plan on utilizing satellite positioning? What equipment do you possess? How do you even know who they are, let alone raid their hideout? As a flurry of questions spilled from Xiao Chen's lips, Lin Qingze appeared increasingly embarrassed. Some matters are far from as simple as one might imagine. In films, characters are often endowed with a protagonist's halo, surviving gunfire unscathed. Go ahead, take a bullet and see if you can survive. This is not an attempt by Xiao Chen to undermine him. Rather, the absurdity of his assertion is what prompts such a response. Indeed, characters in movies seem to possess extraordinary abilities, excelling at everything. Upon hearing Lin Qingze's mention of these abilities, Xiao Chen suddenly felt invigorated. After all, he too had a sort of advantage. "Hello, system. Are you there?" "Ding. I have always been here." Upon hearing that voice, Xiao Chen's previous annoyance dissipated, replaced by a sense of familiarity. "Could you assist me in identifying the individuals from last night?" Xiao Chen tentatively inquired of the system. "Impossible. You claim to be formidable, yet you cannot manage such a trivial task." The system had even granted Xiao Chen the ability to alter others' thoughts, yet it could not accomplish this simple request, which he found utterly unbelievable. "Ahem. This system is merely here to serve you. Whatever you desire, I can provide, but helping you identify people is beyond my capabilities." "Is that all?" "That won't do at all," Xiao Chen retorted scornfully. "Oomph. Do not presume that taunting me will yield results. I can only inform you that those individuals do exist, and they do not pose a threat. Their objective is to bring down your wife's family company. Thank you for divulging this information. That is more than sufficient." Chapter 86. Warning. Upon hearing the system's words, Xiao Chen's suspicions were confirmed. Historically, one must confront challenges head-on, be it an enemy or an obstacle. There is no merit in evasion. One must face it boldly. With this knowledge, Xiao Chen felt an exhilarating urge to engage. If he relied solely on the system for resolution, what would happen if he encountered similar challenges in the future? What if the system were to depart and cease its assistance? Some matters must be navigated independently, step by step. Moreover, Xiao Chen now possessed abilities granted by the system, emboldening him to confront adversaries with confidence. Upon returning home, Xiao Chen made his way to the kitchen, preparing lunch for Lin Qingyun as he typically did. Lin Qingze, the young master, had never set foot in the kitchen before. Watching Xiao Chen's culinary skills left him utterly astonished. His brother-in-law was truly remarkable, seemingly proficient in every task. Lin Qingze was captivated, utterly spellbound by Xiao Chen's adeptness. "Brother-in-law, this is incredibly impressive," he exclaimed. Nearby, others regarded Lin Qingze with disdain, remarking that this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The young master possessed far more than just basic skills. As Xiao Chen cooked, he continued to reflect. Worrying aimlessly proved futile. It was better to live life fully. After all, the other party had yet to make a move. With a deft flick of his wrist, he packed the meal, focused solely on being by Lin Qingyun's side. Such a significant matter surely concerned her even more than himself. Having completed his tasks, Xiao Chen sauntered to his vehicle with an unhurried elegance. As he drove, he whistled cheerfully, leaving Lin Qingze in a state of awe. The transformation was astonishing. Just moments ago, he had appeared anxious, yet now, his demeanor had shifted dramatically. At a red light, a nearby vehicle lowered its window. A man, clad in a cap and mask, was meticulously concealed. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen recognized him. The man, taken aback by Xiao Chen's dismissive gaze, responded with a provocative gesture. Xiao Chen merely returned an okay sign. When the green light illuminated, the man accelerated explosively, darting past Xiao Chen's car. Expecting Xiao Chen to pursue closely behind, he was astonished to find that Xiao Chen's vehicle had vanished from view. Instead, Xiao Chen shifted into second gear, leisurely veering left. Lin Qingze was utterly bewildered. Was it the intention to race against them? Why had his brother-in-law turned back? Aren't we going to chase him? He pondered. Why pursue him? My wife is still hungry. Lin Qingze struggled to comprehend Xiao Chen's thought process, glancing at the direction of the fleeing vehicle before turning back to see Xiao Chen, still whistling away. If we chase after them, we could discover their identities and perhaps extract some intelligence, he suggested. Xiao Chen, whistling nonchalantly, replied at a leisurely pace. They are merely provoking us, attempting to induce pressure that ultimately leads to panic. What is the purpose of this? Shall we simply watch him flee? What else can we do? By the time we catch up to him, the meal I prepared for my wife will have grown cold. Lin Qingze found himself in a quandary. What held greater significance, the meal or the information? Xiao Chen leisurely drove to Lin Qingyan's company, bearing the meal as he made his way to her office. Lin Qingze could only follow behind, bewildered. Darling, it's time to eat. Upon seeing Xiao Chen enter with the food, Lin Qingyan felt a warmth in her heart. As long as this man was by her side, she would not feel panic, regardless of his circumstances. Gazing at Xiao Chen's smiling face, all her worries dissipated. The two enjoyed their lunch with cheerful spirits, while Lin Qingze could not share in their ease. He was perplexed at how quickly Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyan's demeanor had shifted. Just that morning, they were fraught with anxiety, yet now their smiles were unceasing. Was this the allure of love? Lin Qingze simply could not fathom it. In the afternoon, Xiao Chen accompanied Lin Qingyan as she reviewed documents, and when Mu Mu and Han Han were about to finish school, they headed to pick up the children together. As if nothing had transpired, Xiao Chen had made all necessary preparations, and Lin Qingyan had already communicated with the police. Since the other party had not taken action, why burden themselves with distress? After collecting the children, they strolled along the river before returning home. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Qingze inquired, "Sister, brother-in-law, why are you both so unfazed?" The other party had already contacted them, yet they continued to live their lives with such carefree ease. Since they were aware of the situation, what was there to be anxious about? Lin Qingyan, adopting a nonchalant demeanor, responded to Lin Qingze's questions. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was playing with Mu Mu and Han Han in the park. In the distance, a voice exclaimed, "Hey, brother." They seemed completely untroubled. Instead, they are out enjoying themselves. The person on the other end of the phone expressed surprise. "Are you saying they're playing outside? Damn, has this person lost their mind? Don't they realize we're on to them? I don't know. Brother, shall we just take action?" After Mu Mu and Han Han had their fill of play, Xiao Chen took them home. The family shared a delightful dinner, though Lin Qingze appeared rather downcast. After the meal, Xiao Chen took the children to watch a movie and tell stories. Mu Mu and Han Han, needless to say, were more joyful than anyone else. That night passed without incident. The following morning, the family resumed their routine, unperturbed and wholly devoid of tension. Days rolled by without any disturbances. Everything remained so serene, nearly indistinguishable from their usual lives. Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyan continued to revel in their affection for one another, living a life of sweet bliss. Lin Ji learned of this matter through Lin Qingyan, remaining entirely unperturbed. After all these years, he had weathered countless storms. How could a mere phone call instill fear in him? Meanwhile, the other party had shown no further signs of activity. The ruffians taken to the police station had yet to be released, waiting for their adversary to reveal themselves. The authorities were taking this incident very seriously, issuing statements to safeguard the interests of the Xiao group. Just when everyone thought this situation was merely a farce, a phone call shattered their illusions. Hello. You must be the parents of Moo Moo and Han Han. We sincerely apologize. The children have gone missing at school. We have already contacted the police, and they are currently investigating. This incident is a result of our negligence. Please do not worry. At this moment, Xiao Chen found it increasingly difficult to remain composed and immediately set off for the school. Just as he pushed open the door, the phone rang once more. It was a video call, and upon connecting, the faces of Moo Moo and Han Han appeared on the screen. Daddy, we are at Grandpa and Grandma's house. An uncle brought us here from school. Chapter 87. Is this also within your control? Xiao Zhen and Li Huiyan were utterly unaware of who had brought Moo Moo and Han Han over. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Xiao Zhen opened it only to find the departing tail lights of a vehicle, with Moo Moo and Han Han standing on the doorstep. Concerned for Xiao Chen's well-being, she hurriedly called him upon entering, reassuring him of their safety. Although they eventually traced the culprit's hideout through surveillance footage, it was already deserted by the time they arrived. The police were baffled as to the motivations behind such actions. Was it merely a game of manipulation or display of power? Husband, what are your thoughts? Xiao Chen stood by the window, gazing out at the scenery. I wish to confront them. Lin Qingyun, noticing the seriousness etched on Xiao Chen's face, understood that she could not dissuade him. This matter required a resolution. Her tacit agreement provided Xiao Chen with the impetus he needed. Perhaps he should have retaliated from the outset rather than passively waiting. Though these events had yet to unfold, the intimidation and eavesdropping were sufficient to warrant several years of national scrutiny. Lin Qingyun embraced Xiao Chen from behind, resting her head against his back, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat and breath. I will wait for you at home. She knew that accompanying Xiao Chen would only hinder him, an encumbrance rather than assistance. Rest assured, my dear wife, I shall return the same way I depart, said Xiao Chen, pulling Lin Qingyun closer and gently teasing her nose. Provoked by his playful gesture, Lin Qingyun instinctively grasped Xiao Chen's hand. Take care of yourself. You mustn't get hurt. I have a surprise waiting for you upon your return. Feeling her hand clasp his, Xiao Chen felt a jolt of determination. Wife, have no fear. Lin Qingyun rose on her tiptoes, cradled Xiao Chen's head, and softly kissed his forehead. As Lin Qingyun stood by the window, she watched Xiao Chen's figure grow increasingly indistinct as he drove away. Immediately, she set off for the company, allowing Xiao Chen to pursue the whereabouts of those individuals alone. She would not remain idle at home. She aimed to ensure Xiao Chen had no concerns weighing on his mind. In his vehicle, Xiao Chen noticed a transfer of 5,210,000 from Lin Qingyun, labeled as Action Fund. A smile crept across his face. His wife's approach was refreshingly unpretentious. Just a few kilometers from home, he noticed someone had begun to tail him. With a scoff, he pressed the accelerator, the car's speed surging dramatically. The pursuers were taken aback. Previously, Xiao Chen had fled at the first opportunity, yet this time he seemed resolute. Regardless, they pressed on, undeterred. With the lessons learned from their last encounter, Xiao Chen surmised that they would not exit their vehicles, granting him no chance to act. Navigating his Jeep Wrangler toward the sparsely populated outskirts, the pursuers assumed he was returning to his parents' home to collect the children, aware of Xiao Chen's formidable capabilities. Thus, they dare not follow too closely. However, the command above was to exert immense pressure on Xiao Chen, aiming to instill a sense of panic within him. They could only closely trail behind him. Noticing that their speed had increased, Xiao Chen executed a sharp drift around a corner. The intersection was conveniently obscured by trees, obscuring their view of Xiao Chen, which only heightened their anxiety. Hurry, don't lose him. We'll be in trouble if we return empty-handed. The passengers in the back seat urged their driver, who was beginning to show signs of impatience. Do you think my skills will let him escape? Quiet. Everything is under my control. The driver, brimming with confidence, approached the intersection without reducing speed. With a deft drift, he maneuvered the turn. Bang! Cough! Are you blind while driving? Is this what you call being in control? After drifting around the corner, Xiao Chen halted his vehicle right at the intersection, waiting for them to arrive. The two passengers in the back were jolted by the impact, with one of them tumbling into the front passenger seat. All three were left dazed from the collision, their vehicles severely damaged, while Xiao Chen's Jeep merely bore a few dents. Emerging from the adjacent thicket, Xiao Chen forcefully ripped open their car door. The trio, startled by Xiao Chen's sudden appearance, found themselves speechless with fear. They wanted to flee but lacked the courage to move their legs, helplessly watching as Xiao Chen reached out his large hands, effortlessly pulling each of them into the small grove. "Brother, are we going to be, one of the red-haired men asked, his face a mask of terror, glancing at an older companion beside him. "How would Watman know?" Another person gulped, observing the rope Xiao Chen had taken from the car. "I think he prefers the younger ones. I'm the oldest here, so he probably won't target me." The red-haired man, watching Xiao Chen approach slowly, felt a tightening sensation of dread. "Brother, I'm still young. There's so many things I haven't done yet. Please let us go." Xiao Chen regarded the three with icy indifference, saying nothing as he fiddled with the rope in his hands, which only intensified their fear. That night, the car's camera had captured the scene of Xiao Chen taking on a group single-handedly. They had all seen it. "I'll tell you everything." "Me too. Ask me anything." The red-haired man, witnessing his two companions capitulate, hurriedly added, "We were tasked with monitoring you, and we wanted you to know we were watching to induce panic." Xiao Chen swiftly slapped him across the face. "Stop rambling. Do you think I'm unaware?" The red-haired man felt a fiery sting on his cheek and promptly silenced himself. Xiao Chen produced the rope, binding all three to a tree, then clapped his hands together, seemingly satisfied with his handiwork. They turned back onto the main road and drove away. The three of them listened to the fading sound of the engine, each releasing a sigh of relief. The red-haired man was grateful that his dignity remained intact. "Brother, did he really just drive off? Could he possibly be a fool? Why didn't he ask us anything?" He had already formulated a plan to deceive him, yet the man left without a word. Xiao Chen remained silent throughout, and the three exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes reflecting their confusion. They began to struggle, attempting to free themselves from the ropes. Xiao Chen parked the car in a secluded spot, covered it with branches and leaves, and then made his way back on foot. Quietly, he slipped into their trunk. However, Xiao Chen was puzzled. He had loosened the ropes significantly, so why had they not yet managed to escape? Chapter 88. Infiltration after waiting for over an hour. Xiao Chen felt quite uncomfortable in the trunk. Just as he was about to shift positions, he heard their voices approach. "Finally, it's released. My hands are sore. If I see him again, I will surely make him suffer." "Goodness, brother, our car front is completely wrecked." The three of them huddled around the front of the car, squatting there to discuss how to explain their return. "Let us just say we were racing against Xiao Chen and accidentally crashed into a tree. Is that not embarrassing? We could also claim that we toppled Xiao Chen's car, leaving this honorable scar on ours. I can't believe it. You really are something, brother. Too impressive." After some more banter, the three got into the car and drove off towards their lair. Xiao Chen had anticipated they might converse about something in the vehicle. However, the only words that escaped their lips were utterly vile. Their thoughts were dirtier than a toilet. After enduring a bumpy ride in the trunk, Xiao Chen finally reached his destination. Once the three exited the vehicle, he waited in silence for what felt like an eternity before quietly kicking open the trunk. Surveying his surroundings, Xiao Chen was astonished. Good heavens! The garage was filled with Wuling Hongwangs. If this convoy were to hit the road, it would certainly draw attention. Without hesitation, he selected a relatively new vehicle, removed the key, and tucked it into his pocket. He stealthily made his way up the safety passage and soon realized he was in an abandoned factory, now managed by this group and resembling an office space. As he passed by a room, he overheard some commotion inside. "Xiao Chen, it's time to change shifts. Get up and let the brothers outside take a break." "Wow, they're quite professional." "Shifts?" The footsteps drew nearer, and Xiao Chen had no time to listen further. He bolted. If discovered, the entire plan would be in disarray. Upon reaching the hall, he climbed onto a pipe overhead, just beneath the spotlight, remaining undetected. Perched atop the pipe, Xiao Chen observed the individuals below, tirelessly typing away. Some were monitoring the stock market, while others were communicating with the outside. There were even real-time video feeds coming in. Xiao Chen was taken aback. How organized and methodical they were. A group of individuals, each engaged in their meticulous tasks, was clearly operating with intent and strategy. As he watched the hustle and bustle below, the shift change personnel returned. After having a meal at a nearby table, they each retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Xiao Chen soon understood the roles these individuals played. The masterminds were not even in Luo City. With this clarity, he jumped down from the pipe. Since they were not the masterminds, there was no need to engage with them. It was time to take the initiative. The group below was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure descending from the roof. Goodness, is that Johnson? Upon recognizing Xiao Chen, they began searching for weapons one by one. Yet, Xiao Chen offered them no opportunity. He charged forward with fists raised. In less than a minute, the group of over 10 lay sprawled on the ground, each one crying out in disarray, unfazed by their cries, as there was no one else around. Xiao Chen bound them together. Like a warrior of myth, he hefted a steel pipe and made his way towards the dormitory. Another chorus of wails erupted as those inside the dormitory found themselves similarly restrained by Xiao Chen. The trio of red-haired individuals, upon seeing him, were so terrified that their legs turned to jelly. Without needing to lift a finger, they collapsed to the ground. A cluster of individuals lay bound together, trembling at the sight of Xiao Chen. "Hey, didn't you say you would torment him the next time you saw him?" one among them uttered, prompting another to hastily cover the mouth of the red-haired one with his shoulder. "Lower your voice. I do not wish to be beaten." Their conversation was not lost on Xiao Chen, who chose to ignore them. "Who among you is the leader?" The crowd exchanged glances, still nursing the pain from Xiao Chen's earlier assault, none daring to step forward. Xiao Chen adjusted his grip on the steel pipe, a playful glint in his eye as he regarded them. "It seems your resolve is quite strong." At that moment, one from the first group he had bounced it up. "We have no leader." "No leader? Go on. We are divided into departments, each interconnected, and we who carry out the tasks do not have a leader." Listening to his words, Xiao Chen's expression grew colder. Without a leader, how could these individuals work cohesively? How could they fulfill their duties punctually each day? He could scarcely fathom the kind of person who led such a disorganized group. "When did you commence this plan?" The crowd appeared bewildered. Surely, Xiao Chen should have inquired about the nature of their plan instead. "I joined 10 years ago, primarily overseeing stock market operations." The man met Xiao Chen's gaze, refraining from deceit, for the pain inflicted was all too real. 10 years. Xiao Chen's face registered shock. This implied a plan that had been in the works for over a decade. What magnitude of financial backing would that require? Upon further inquiry, Xiao Chen learned that those he had initially restrained were skilled individuals, while the others had been recruited only recently for labor. The overarching scheme was to study the daily expenditures and revenues of any enterprises linked to the Xiao Group across the nation, subsequently manipulating the stock market to reap profits. However, the recent significant actions aimed to sow discord, seeking to secure a position within the Xiao Group through stock control. Xiao Chen could hardly fathom how much wealth they had amassed over the years. How many shares did they possess? They even aspired to usurp Lin Zhi's position as chairman. Had Lin Zhi truly remained oblivious all these years? Such a grand conspiracy, if undetected, could indeed lead to a change of ownership for the Xiao Group. It is evident without a doubt that the mastermind behind the scenes within the Starry Group must be an individual who stands on equal footing with Lin Zhi. Xiao Chen could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. He hastily contacted Lin Qingyun to inform her of the situation, urging her to relay the message to Lin Zhi. Meanwhile, upon receiving the news, Lin Zhi was also drenched in cold sweat. The intricate conspiracy that had been meticulously crafted over the years, orchestrated by someone close to him, was almost beyond his belief. Fortunately, we have our son-in-law. One cannot help but admire Xiao Chen's audacity, reminiscent of Xiao Zhan, for daring to investigate this matter alone. Listening to He Hui, Lin Zhi was filled with astonishment. "We owe so much to the Xiao family. Oh, it is curious who has persistently opposed Yunner's relationship with Xiao Chen, yet now begins to speak in favor." Lin Zhi couldn't help but chuckle at He Hui's demeanor. At this juncture, there is no need for further mockery. He turned to instruct his assistant to organize a meeting. "It appears that there are significant vulnerabilities in our management." Chapter 89. Tap, tap, tap upon receiving Lin Qingyun's reply. Xiao Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. The gazes of the onlookers towards Xiao Chen resembled that of ravenous wolves eyeing a tender lamb. Please spare me. I've only been here for 3 days, and I am still young. I have no desire to eat the state's fare, implored the red-haired young man, his voice trembling. Observing him closely, Xiao Chen estimated he was merely 18 or 19 years of age. Then why not seek a stable job and earn a living in peace? What brings you here to stir up trouble? Xiao Chen inquired. The red-haired youth's eyes brimmed with tears at his words. It's not that I don't wish to work steadily. I left school after middle school and have been working ever since. I've changed jobs countless times, at least dozens. This revelation piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity. How could you have switched jobs so frequently? Why not remain at one place and work diligently? The young man's face clouded with grievance. When I first started, I was serving dishes, but the restaurant closed within 2 months. I've gone through several establishments, each time lasting no more than 2 months before they shut down. I even trained as a chef, but the owner closed up shop shortly thereafter. I've tried every position and every job, yet none have lasted beyond 5 months. Upon hearing this, even Xiao Chen couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. He had heard of the term luck of the draw before. But what could this be called? Unlucky fool? At that moment, the red-haired young man sensed the palpable animosity emanating from those around him. I cannot help you. When the police arrive, you shall have to explain yourself to them. With that, Xiao Chen settled into his chair and began operating his computer. Suddenly, the phone on the table rang. Whose phone is this? The man who had just stood up did so again. It's mine. Xiao Chen took the call, activated the speakerphone, and held the phone near the lips of the man who had just risen. What is going on? Why did you all sell off your shares in Luocheng at the lowest point? The voice on the other end sent a wave of terror across the man's face as he looked at Xiao Chen. Given his knowledge of the Luocheng stock market, he knew there was unlikely to be a downturn in the coming month. How could you have sold at the lowest point? The astonishment in the young man's eyes was unmistakable. Hello, can you hear us? The man fumbled for words, finally managing to stutter out, tap, tap, tap. What in the world are you doing? Do you realize what time it is now? Tap your sister. Xiao Chen abruptly ended the call, having heard a cacophony of voices in the safety corridor. This shift is fantastic. We just arrived, and before the game even started, we are being sent back. Yet, uncertainty lingered in the air regarding the arrangements this time. A throng of dozens emerged from the safety corridor. Upon witnessing everyone bound and seated together, Xiao Chen observed them with a bemused expression from his chair. Are we in the wrong place? Yes, indeed, we must have taken a wrong turn. Brother, please continue without us. We shall take our leave. Upon encountering Xiao Chen, this group was momentarily stunned. They had seen the video and, despite their numbers, dared not approach him. Fortunately, someone broke the ice. They pretended not to notice anything and began to retreat. Stop right there. Did you come here on your own accord? Or shall I take action? At the sound of Xiao Chen's voice, they dared not act recklessly. They lined up and squatted down beside him. The crowd initially thought they might put up a struggle, but to their surprise, they complied, sitting quietly together. Before long, the wail of police sirens echoed outside. The officers had arrived. The data and video evidence on the computer had become irrefutable proof. After exchanging pleasantries with them, Xiao Chen drove home in his Wuling Hongguang. The bodyguards were well aware that the individuals in the Wuling Hongguang were there to monitor them. Previously, Xiao Chen had advised against alarming the enemy, so they had refrained from acting rashly. However, this time, the Wuling Hongguang headed straight to their doorstep, pushing the bodyguards to their limits. Anger surged within them as they stood at the entrance, glaring intently at the vehicle. They were prepared to confront anyone who dared approach, ready to pull them down and deliver a thorough beating to vent their frustrations. As Xiao Chen parked the car, an axe suddenly struck the vehicle. He was taken aback. Is this a welcome gesture? An axe to greet me? Without hesitation, he opened the door and stepped out. Observing the bodyguards, their tempers flaring, he felt a twinge of anxiety. Was this a reprimand for not bringing them along? Such hostility. You need not extend such an enthusiastic welcome. It was merely me taking care of a few matters. No big deal. I shall bring you next time. Upon hearing Xiao Chen speak, the bodyguards realized they had misjudged the situation. Fortunately, Xiao Chen bore no ill will. Did you take them all down, my lord? Goodness, look at my lord returning in that car. No need for further explanation. My lord is indeed impressive. The bodyguards, who had not witnessed Xiao Chen single-handedly take on 50 or 60 opponents that night, had doubted the claims. Yet, seeing him return with confidence in his demeanor, they believed wholeheartedly. My lord is truly remarkable. My lord is indeed formidable. Xiao Chen felt a bit embarrassed by their praise. I am not remarkable. And calling me truly formidable, come now. My friend, that's a bit much. At that moment, Lin Qingyun had just returned from her company and, hearing the commotion outside, curiously stepped out to investigate. Hey, darling, I'm back. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, she understood he had successfully handled everything. Hastily, he rushed forward, feeling around Xiao Chen's body. At this moment, the bodyguards discreetly withdrew. As Xiao Chen sensed Lin Qingyun's delicate hands exploring him, he exclaimed, "My dear, we are still at the doorstep. Let's not be so hasty." Lin Qingyun, with a face full of urgency, continued her search. "Oh dear, why can't I seem to unfasten this belt?" Xiao Chen remarked. "I had a premonition you would be so eager to explore, hence I deliberately tied a belt that is quite inconvenient to undo. In the past, you would have unraveled it in mere seconds, as you were so adept." Clearing his throat, he suggested, "How about we have dinner first?" Lin Qingyun, seemingly aware of his thoughts, blushed profusely. "You make it sound as though I am overly anxious." Indeed, Xiao Chen had been out in the afternoon and had only returned in the evening, so he was quite hungry. Chapter 90. Truly impressive, having satisfied his hunger. Xiao Chen contentedly patted his belly. Lin Qingyun patiently awaited beside him, her anticipation palpable. "Have you heard back from your father?" Xiao Chen deftly redirected the conversation. "Not yet, but I believe there should be no issues. If you're worried, we can visit tomorrow," Lin Qingyun replied, pouting slightly, fully aware of Xiao Chen's intentions. Don't think for a moment that I can be easily fooled." Noticing Xiao Chen's anxious demeanor, she took his hand. "Darling, I believe we should go, as I possess more experience in this matter. Why not head out now?" Lin Qingyun's previously cheerful expression dimmed at the suggestion. At that moment, Xiao Chen sensed the shift in her mood and was about to retract his statement when she interjected, No, let's go in the morning. It's time for us to rest." Xiao Chen found it difficult to resist her charming plea, recognizing the adorableness in her yielding demeanor. "Fine, tomorrow it is. After all, how could he bear to part with his beloved wife? A true man never backs down. Then let us hurry. I've prepared everything," Lin Qingyun exclaimed. "Everything?" Xiao Chen's mind suddenly flashed to the mortifying attire reminiscent of a certain nightmare. This left him in a conundrum. On one hand, his beloved wife, and, on the other, the embarrassing outfit. Lin Qingyun eagerly tugged him upstairs, and he reluctantly followed her lead. "It's just a small request. I'll indulge you." Meanwhile, at the dining table, Lin Qingze sat in a daze, feeling overlooked. Am I not considered a person here? He tilted his head, glancing towards the stairs. This isn't fair. As the couple entered their room, they locked the door and drew the curtains. How about I take a shower first? I've been out all day, Xiao Chen suggested. What do you mean by that? Lin Qingyun immediately expressed her discontent. What's wrong? She suddenly berated herself, leaving Xiao Chen puzzled. I've told you before. We should conserve water. Wait for me. We'll shower together. With that, Lin Qingyun swiftly discarded her shoes and leaped into Xiao Chen's embrace. Xiao Chen gazed at her with fondness, his warm hand gently ruffling her hair. We are already an old married couple. Why be shy? Lin Qingyun took his hand and dashed toward the bathroom. Even as an old married couple, why the rush? Their playful banter hinted at the deep affection they shared, reminiscent of classic romances filled with intertwining fates and tender moments, where passion ignited the air and love blossomed amidst the gentle unfolding of life's evening promises. Several hours later, Lin Qingyun emerged from the bathroom, a satisfied smile gracing her features, while Xiao Chen followed behind in a somewhat dazed state. Fortunately, the system's enhancements had bolstered him. Otherwise, he doubted he could have walked out of that door unscathed. Lying on the bed, Xiao Chen pondered how he would assist his father-in-law in the capital the following day. Lin Qingyun rummaged through the wardrobe, eventually selecting a few outfits that pleased her. In front of Xiao Chen, she donned one of the garments. Brothers, I must say, this is truly remarkable. Xiao Chen had always maintained a commendable composure. Yet Lin Qingyun seemed to ignite that inner flame within him each time. As he gazed at the slowly rising national flag, Lin Qingyun chuckled softly. "Darling, do I look beautiful? Nosebleed. What do you think?" What had just transpired was merely a prelude. The true spectacle was yet to unfold. The grand battle was imminent. It was not until the late hours of the night that Lin Qingyun finally settled down, yet her eyes still sparkled with vibrant energy. Had it not been for the obligations awaiting them the next day, she would have undoubtedly kept Xiao Chen from sleeping. Observing Lin Qingyun's disheveled appearance, Xiao Chen was reluctant to concede defeat. "Let us get some rest. Darling, we have to meet my father tomorrow." With that, Lin Qingyun wrapped her arms around Xiao Chen, drifting into slumber. Early the following morning, both rose with renewed vigor. Xiao Chen mused privately that the system's capabilities were rather impressive. At least at that moment, he felt invigorated, devoid of any fatigue. After a brief wash-up, Lin Qingyun accompanied Xiao Chen into the kitchen. "Miss, what brings you here so early?" The kitchen staff were taken aback at her early arrival. "I'm here to cook. What's the matter?" Noticing the astonished faces of the kitchen staff, Lin Qingyun felt a surge of curiosity. Exchanging glances, the staff wondered if this trend would lead to their unemployment. Yet, their culinary skills paled in comparison to Xiao Chen's. He smiled reassuringly. "There's no need for concern. This household cannot do without you. With so many people relying on meals daily, you need not worry." It was then that Lin Qingyun understood their fears of being dismissed. How could that be possible? After all these years, they had prepared her meals, and two of them had accompanied her from the capital. She would never consider letting them go. The thought had never crossed her mind, especially since they were all so familiar with one another, so she was puzzled by their astonishment. "Indeed, Aunt Wang, I grew up on your cooking. There's no way I would dismiss you. Please, do not indulge in such thoughts." Upon hearing Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyun's words, the staff felt a weight lift from their hearts. However, since they were receiving a salary, they felt compelled to contribute. After all, they were cooks. And now that they were not allowed to prepare meals for Lin Qingyun, they felt quite uneasy. "Madam, consider this. You have employed us. Yet now you insist on cooking for yourself. How can we reconcile with that?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Lin Qingyun gazed at them with a charming smile. "I simply wish to learn how to cook for my husband. Is there a problem with that? Do you have any objections?" Xiao Chen, observing Lin Qingyun's adorable demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. How utterly delightful! The others, taken aback by Lin Qingyun's transformation, found themselves at a loss for words. In their eyes, Lin Qingyun had indeed changed. The former Lin Qingyun was the epitome of an aloof goddess, exuding an air of regal elegance with every gesture. And now, she had completely embraced the persona of a tender woman. They regarded Xiao Chen with admiration, thinking, "Young master, this is truly impressive." Thankfully, those words never reached Xiao Chen's ears. "Why does it seem that my family insists on calling me impressive? Am I truly remarkable? Is there even a false version of being impressive?" Chapter 91. All for your own good. Lin Qingze happened to awaken just as the two were finishing their meal preparations. He chuckled to himself, fully aware of their routine, what time they rose, and when they dined. Upon hearing that they were to return to the capital, Lin Qingze felt a twinge of fear about going home. Yet the presence of Xiao Chen provided him with comfort. He yearned to return and see his parents, for such significant matters demanded one's presence. Although Lin Ji was strict with him, he was nonetheless Lin Qingze's father. "Even if your palm cherishes my face, I cannot bear to see you suffer such indignities." Witnessing her brother's resolve brought a sense of solace to Lin Qingyun. "Aren't you afraid of Dad punishing you when you return?" she teased. "A real man cannot submit to his father's might. I shall return and reason with him, urging him to refrain from resorting to violence against me." Lin Qingze asserted with bravado, though deep down, he was quite apprehensive. His childhood had been marked by vivid memories of belts, wooden sticks, and bamboo whips, each leaving a profound imprint. Such ambition. How can a true man be vanquished by physical pain? Xiao Chen remarked, patting Lin Qingze on the shoulder with a proud smile. However, Lin Qingze felt as though his bones might shatter under Xiao Chen's vigorous claps. "Goodness, I wonder if my two little nieces ever experienced the joy of childhood? Xiao Chen mused, recalling how much stronger his hand was than Lin Ji's. I would rather they not endure the hardships of a complete childhood than lay a hand on them. Despite Lin Ji's ferocity, he had never struck Lin Qingyan. How can you compare your son to your daughter? It's quite absurd. Brother-in-law, my dad is quite fearsome. When you visit our home, you must protect me. With your skills, my father cannot best you. He is unwilling to accept your relationship with my sister. You should confront him and make him relent. Listening to Lin Qing's impassioned declarations, both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyan were nearly rendered speechless. After all this time, Lin Ji had finally developed a somewhat favorable impression of Xiao Chen. Yet here was Lin Qingze, daring to incite a confrontation between Xiao Chen and their father. Lin Qingyan promptly grabbed Lin Qingze by the ear. If you wish to be punished, I can certainly assist Dad in disciplining you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Sister, why are you pulling my ear? It hurts. Lin Qingze grimaced, standing on his toes as he glared at Lin Qingyan. How dare you suggest that your brother-in-law confront your father? It seems you haven't been disciplined in quite some time. At Lin Qingyan's words, Lin Qingze shot her an indignant look. What is the matter? Isn't it true that Dad disapproves of me and wants to beat me into submission? My suggestion to brother-in-law is perfectly reasonable. Lin Qingze's obstinate retorts resembled those of a stubborn duck. He was determined to stand his ground against Lin Qingyan. Xiao Chen observed the exchange, shaking his head in disbelief. No wonder you get punished. You're simply asking for it. If he were my son, I would ensure he received a thorough lesson. Lin Qingze, today, I shall take it upon myself to discipline you on behalf of our father. Sister, I'm a grown adult now. Could you please refrain from smacking my backside? Besides, your strikes hardly inflict any pain. Observing the playful banter between the siblings, Xiao Chen was reminded of his own brother. I wonder how he is faring at school these days. Brother-in-law, come lend me a hand. Lin Qingze's cry pulled Xiao Chen back to reality. He stepped forward and effortlessly lifted Lin Qingze, who resembled a little chick, offering no resistance. Behind him, Lin Qingyan playfully swatted his rear. Lin Qingze, it seems we have devolved into a couple's playful brawl. Only when Lin Qingze ceased his cries did Lin Qingyan relent. Gazing at his brother, who wore a sorrowful expression, Lin Qingze lamented, at home, it is only father who disciplines me, and now here I must endure a double team. Brother-in-law, we are both men. How can you not assist me? Xiao Chen could not help but burst into laughter at Lin Qingze's plight. I did not strike you. I merely lifted you. Why do you blame me? Lin Qingze pouted, knowing full well that aligning with the two of them would surely result in his bullying. If it weren't for a lack of alternatives, I would never have come here. Xiao Chen tossed Lin Qingze into the helicopter, then turned and gently lifted Lin Qingyan, carrying her aboard. Lin Qingze, is this what they call preferential treatment? Mu and Han Han are with their father, which put Xiao Chen at ease. He was filled with confidence for this trip to the capital. As the rotor blades whirred, the helicopter ascended gracefully. Xiao Chen had never flown before. He had only heard others speak of the thrill of flying. It was nothing extraordinary. Watching his home diminish in size below, he gazed through the glass, pondering, is indeed quite high. The capital is not too far from Luo City. And soon enough, the helicopter arrived. It landed at the Lin family's helipad. Miss, you have returned. Xiao Chen initially thought that Lin Qingyan's bodyguards were numerous enough. But upon seeing the Lin family, he was astonished to find over 100 individuals present merely to greet them. With such a spectacle, one could easily believe they were preparing for battle. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Xiao Chen reached out and carried Lin Qingyan down. Who is this man? How dare he carry the young lady down? In my prime, I merely held her hand to assist her. Look, the young lady seems quite pleased. The world has changed. Indeed it has. After Xiao Chen and Lin Qingyan disembarked, Lin Qingze jumped down behind them. Gazing at his home, he felt a rush of nostalgia. Lin Han-san, have returned. Lin Qingze quickly spotted a few familiar bodyguards. Suga, I'm back. Upon seeing this, they all gathered around. What brings you back? Lin Qingze was utterly perplexed. What is wrong? Am I not allowed to return? A few days ago, the old master eagerly awaited your return from vacation. Yet your presence was conspicuously absent. It was only after a phone call to the school that he discovered you had been on break for quite some time. The old master was exceedingly vexed. It seems this time you cannot escape the impending punishment. Remember what I taught you. When the old master strikes, do not resist. You are well versed in the techniques. Take care. If you manage to survive this ordeal, we shall reunite. With that, they returned to their respective posts. Xiao Chen listened intently to their conversation from the side. Observing Lin Qing's dire predicament, Xiao Chen contemplated offering assistance. Leaning close to Lin Qingyun's ear, she whispered mischievously, "Bujabujabu. Gunniyu." Lin Qingyun cast a nonchalant glance at Lin Qingze. Will this work? We shall find out through trial. The two exchanged wicked glances. Amused by Lin Qingze's innocent expression, dear brother, sister, and brother-in-law are doing this for your own good. Chapter 92. Is this not masterful control? At this moment, Lin Qingze felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, pondering how he might navigate this impending crisis. Brother, stay close behind me. I shall ensure your safety. Upon hearing Lin Qingyun's words, Lin Qingze felt as though he had encountered a savior. Sister, are you truly willing to assist me? The pain inflicted upon you by our father resonates deeply in my heart. Lin Qingze was profoundly touched by Lin Qingyun's sentiments. Wow, sister, why the sudden kindness towards me? He nodded vigorously, embodying a demeanor of trust. Fear not. When we meet, just express yourself properly. Do not be so obstinate. I refuse to believe he can truly make things difficult for you. Lin Qingze, placing his faith in Xiao Chen's words, followed closely behind Lin Qingyun into the living room. The three of them had risen early that morning and departed promptly. At that moment, Lin Ji and He Hui were enjoying breakfast. Lin Qingyun led Xiao Chen and Lin Qingze into the living room. Lin Qingze had mentally prepared himself for the encounter, yet upon entering, an overwhelming dread enveloped him in the absence of the familiar. Miss, young master, the master is having breakfast. Why not join him? The butler, upon seeing the trio, quickly beckoned them. We've already eaten. We shall wait here, they replied. The butler, in response, hurried off to prepare tea and pour water. Xiao Chen observed the decor and arrangement of Lin Qingyun's parents' home, pondering whether poverty had indeed limited his imagination. Lin Qingyun, however, appeared quite at ease. Meanwhile, both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingze were fraught with anxiety. One was about to meet his future father-in-law, while the other feared the potential wrath of his father. Lin Qingze's gaze shifted to Xiao Chen, silently pleading, "Brother-in-law, you will protect me, won't you?" On the other side, upon learning that Lin Qingyun had returned with Xiao Chen, Lin Ji and He Hui set down their chopsticks and made their way to the living room. Master, upon hearing the servant's greeting at the door, both Xiao Chen and Lin Qingze jolted in surprise, their heads turning instinctively towards the entrance. Seeing Lin Qingyun rise, they quickly followed suit. Lin Ji glanced at the two young men behind Lin Qingyun, remaining silent as he settled onto the sofa. Dad, this is my husband, Xiao Chen. I am Xiao Chen. Dad, I'm back. In a moment of fluster, Xiao Chen found himself at a loss for words. Truly, the founder of the Star Group exuded an intimidating presence. Lin Qingze felt a sense of relief that Lin Ji did not immediately rush over to strike him. The weight in his heart began to lift. So you're Xiao Chen? Lin Ji inquired slowly. Xiao Chen, was my previous statement not clear enough? Father-in-law, I am Xiao Chen. Lin Ji scrutinized Xiao Chen from head to toe, noting the resemblance to a younger Xiao Zhen. With a tall stature, broad shoulders, and striking features, he indeed appeared quite handsome. Is your father well? Why do you inquire about my family first? My parents are currently in excellent health. Well, that's good. For a moment, the five of them fell into a profound silence. Thud, how quiet it is. He glanced at Xiao Chen and Lin Ji, finding the situation amusing. Clearly, both were eager to impress one another, yet upon their formal meeting, they were rendered speechless. Xiao Chen exclaimed, "We meet again. Mom, you look even more beautiful. Indeed, radiantly beautiful. Is it truly so nerve-wracking to meet the father-in-law? Ha, you still possess that sweet tongue." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's compliments, He Hui felt an undeniable joy. Rarely does anyone tell her she looks youthful. Please sit down. Why are you all standing? Lin Ji was equally a loss for words. This was his first encounter with his son-in-law as well. Look at me. This is our first meeting, and I don't even know what to say. Father-in-law, it's all right. This is my first time too. Lin Qingyun and He Hui couldn't help but laugh. They had never realized how endearing these two could be. I've heard that you single-handedly dismantled their hideout in Luo City? Not at all. It was all thanks to Qingyun and Qingza's assistance. Otherwise, I would have been captured myself. Lin Qingza tilted his head. How did I help you? Upon noticing Lin Qingyun's signal, Lin Qingza understood that the credit was being attributed to him. Indeed, it was my strategic input that enabled my brother-in-law to take them down in one fell swoop. You little rascal, be quiet. When did it become your turn to speak? Lin Ji suddenly raised his voice, startling Lin Qingza, who trembled slightly. If I'm a little rascal, then what does that make you? A big rabbit, perhaps? Lin Qingza tugged at Xiao Chen's sleeve, expressing his grievance. Children sometimes act thoughtlessly. Let's not be angry with him. Look, this time he has been quite sensible. He has severed ties with that group of friends and is solely focused on studying and turning his life around. Xiao Chen continuously spoke well of Qingza. After all, he was his little brother-in-law, who dared not return home after a beating. Let us not mention his troublesome friends. Just thinking about them infuriates me. Chun, you would believe it. This boy even wears makeup. When he came back that time, he had more foundation on than the white paint on the walls. Not a hint of manliness about him. His sister never wore such heavy makeup, dressed in those baggy pants, exposing one shoulder, with hair dyed in vibrant colors. I told him, and he dared to claim it was fashion. A trend. Lin Ji seemed to have opened a floodgate, incessantly lamenting to Xiao Chen about how infuriating Lin Qingza was, asserting that his beatings were merely to instill some wisdom in him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen stood up, intent on striking Lin Qingza. This startled Lin Qingza. Brother-in-law, did you not say you would protect me? Why do you want to hit me too? Hit you? A disobedient brat like you, I could easily incapacitate. Seeing Xiao Chen about to take action, Lin Ji rolled up his sleeves as well. Fortunately, it was Lin Qingyun and He Hui who restrained the two of them. Otherwise, Lin Qingza would have had to endure a rather chaotic altercation. Father-in-law, look at him. He has already shown signs of remorse. Let's grant him mercy this time. In light of your brother-in-law's intercession, I shall pardon you this once. Should you dare to repeat such folly, I shall not hesitate to break one of your legs. Xiao Chen observed Lin Qingza, who remained motionless on the sofa, and was taken aback. Could it be that this lad was rendered speechless by fear? In a hurry, he nudged him with his elbow. Have you committed my words to memory? Yes, I have. Just a moment ago, Lin Qingza found himself questioning the very fabric of this world. Love was but a distant concept. Yet you, Chun, possess a remarkable knack for handling such matters. As he spoke, Lin Ji draped an arm over Xiao Chen's shoulder, and the two engaged in conversation as if they were brothers, unencumbered by hesitation. Xiao Chen discreetly exchanged glances with Lin Qingyun. This is how to seize control of the situation. Chapter 93. Your husband. My brother, however, nothing escapes He Hui's keen observation. Witnessing Xiao Chen's close relationship with Lin Ji brings her immense joy. Lin Ji was animatedly speaking when Xiao Chen's expression suddenly turned serious. Has he uncovered who in the company is plotting treachery? This is a matter of great importance. Xiao Chen's visit here is primarily for this issue, while meeting the father-in-law is merely a secondary concern. This situation is causing me considerable distress. Aside from the few who initially stood by me, the rest lack the capability. Isn't there a lead now? Why still fret? Xiao Chen found himself puzzled. The situation could not be clearer, so why the lingering worry? Dear brother, you have no idea. Those few individuals outperform everyone else, and they are utterly devoted to the company. How do we investigate? Upon hearing Lin Ji's words, Lin Qingyun's smile vanished from her delicate face. Dear brother? This is my husband. You call him dear brother? Even Xiao Chen was taken aback. One does not express such sentiments about their daughter's suitor. Dad, this is my husband. Lin Ji was momentarily stunned. I know this is your husband, yet you still call him dear brother? What did you just call him? Lin Ji then realized the generational mix-up. His face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly glanced at Lin Qingyun. Well, that is your husband, and this is dear brother. He is indeed my brother. Upon hearing this, Huey spat out the water she had just sipped. What the hell, dear brother? Your daughter's husband, and you refer to him as such? Oh dear, Dad. As they say, there is no turning back once the arrow is loosed. Lin Ji, calm and steady, grasped Xiao Chen's hand, declaring, a married daughter is like spilled water. From now on, you will lead your lives, and we shall remain as we are. Brother is brother, and dear brother is dear brother. Dear brother. Xiao Chen could hardly utter the phrase. Father-in-law. Dear brother. Father-in-law. After exchanging countless rounds, Lin Ji had lost count of how many cups of water he had consumed. Xiao Chen could only play along, adhering to his role. Observing the time, Xiao Chen knew it was time to act. Father-in-law, you all carry on as usual. I'll be back shortly. Xiao Chen had taken care of a significant matter in Luo City, and Lin Ji believed him without question, yet he remained concerned for Xiao Chen's safety. Lin Ji insisted on assigning another group of bodyguards to Xiao Chen. Otherwise, he would accompany Xiao Chen himself, reasoning that he could not allow his only brother to face such risks alone. In his moment of exasperation, Xiao Chen spotted Lin Qingze and immediately took hold of his arm. Father-in-law, his presence is more than sufficient. Ah, yes, Dad, I can accompany my brother-in-law. Seeing this, Lin Ji no longer pressed Xiao Chen, instead providing him with a phone number. This is Chief Zhang's number, should any issues arise. Feel free to contact him at any time. Xiao Chen glanced at the number, but said nothing, turning to leave. Lin Qingyun grasped his arm and nestled into his embrace. Darling, please promise me you'll be safe. Do not worry, my dear. Such trifling rascals cannot harm me. Xiao Chen gently cupped Lin Qingyun's face and bestowed a tender kiss upon her forehead. Ahem, brother, why do you not consider the presence of others? Lin Ji and He Hui sat on the sofa, observing the couple. Xiao Chen sheepishly scratched his head. My apologies. I became so lost in emotion that I forgot you were here. After another round of farewells, Xiao Chen, accompanied by Lin Qingze, exited through the back door. Brother-in-law, do we have a plan? None. Should we disguise ourselves? No need. Then how shall we locate them? We wait. Lin Qingze bombarded Xiao Chen with questions. Each met with nonchalant responses as Xiao Chen meticulously surveyed their surroundings. Eventually, he led Lin Qingze to the entrance of a street, and they sat down on the ground. He pulled a bottle of mineral water from his pocket, took a sip, and placed it beside him. Lin Qingze, bewildered, questioned, Brother-in-law, why are we resting? Shouldn't we be searching for their lair? Xiao Chen, appearing languid, remained seated, his gaze fixed on the passing vehicles. No need to rush. Someone will come for us shortly. You might as well sit comfortably. They sat by the roadside, resembling despondent youths who had just experienced a failed venture, burdened with debts and lacking a place to go. At that moment, a car passed by Xiao Chen for the 5th time. He smiled faintly, prompting Lin Qingze to mimic his laughter, albeit perplexed. Must you copy me? I laugh, and you follow suit? Meanwhile, in another vehicle, one man exclaimed, Hey, have you noticed those two sitting by the roadside? What does it matter? Focus on why we're here. Stop meddling. Indeed, it's individuals like you that have led our team to this predicament. Our plan has yet to succeed. The two scolded their distracted companion. Damn it, our monthly salary is substantial. Yet how much will we earn if we succeed? I could recruit a newcomer and earn a bonus of 300. If you don't want to, I will. Those two together are worth 600. With that, the man parked the car by the roadside. If you two don't join, don't regret it later. The others in the vehicle were hesitant. What are you hesitating for? Don't you know that person from Team B doubled their salary just by recruiting newcomers? If you won't go, I will. With that, the second person followed suit, and the third could no longer remain still, getting out of the car to pursue. Xiao Chen muttered softly, Did you see? They are coming. At this moment, Lin Qingze was utterly in awe. His brother-in-law was truly remarkable. They dared to approach us themselves. How was this accomplished? Since the other party was already quite close. Lin Qingze refrained from speaking, silently admiring Xiao Chen in his heart. Hey, little brother, why are you squatting here? Damn it, little brother. It's one thing for my father-in-law to call me that, but who are you to address me as such? Xiao Chen had no intention of lifting his head to acknowledge them. Observing Xiao Chen's silence, Lin Xingze feigned an air of arrogance in his response. It was not mere pretense. It was a genuine display of his character. What is it to you? Am I also someone you can casually refer to as your elder brother? Initially brimming with arrogance, Lin Xingze, while mimicking lines from films, succeeded in embodying the essence of that attitude. The man, fixated on the $600, was reluctant to relinquish his pursuit. I have a lucrative opportunity here. I wonder if you two might be interested. Chapter 94. Upon hearing the matter at hand, Xiao Chen began to engage in negotiation. What kind of work is this? How does it pay? I refuse to partake in any dubious dealings. The man's expression darkened. He muttered under his breath. What a ridiculous notion. Our arrangement is quite straightforward. We simply drive to designated locations and circle around. Meals and accommodation are provided, with a 12-hour shift divided into 2 shifts. It's rather easy. Noticing the lack of sincerity from his interlocutor, Xiao Chen felt increasingly uneasy. If you aren't serious, why not divulge the specifics? Surely, it can't be some sort of illicit work. The man, observing Xiao Chen's brash demeanor, restrained himself. After all, it was 600 yuan at stake. He could not let it slip away. Leaning closer to Xiao Chen's ear, he whispered, Gunyo, ABA. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the man, chuckling. The Xingchen group is no small matter. Before he could finish, the man hastily covered Xiao Chen's mouth. Out there, we are merely sightseeing. We cannot speak so openly. Xiao Chen feigned understanding. How many of us are there? After a moment of calculation, the man replied earnestly. In our department, there are approximately 400 to 500 personnel stationed throughout the capital to keep watch, including other departments. The total is around 600 to 700, but we seldom interact with them. Occasionally, they may ask you to follow a vehicle. You simply comply. At that moment, the 2 individuals behind them joined the conversation. You have no idea. The base in Luocheng has been dismantled, and it was done single-handedly. They are currently recruiting enforcers. Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled at the mention of enforcers. Feigning calmness, he replied, I have 200 or 300 brothers, each one a capable fighter. Would you be interested? What is the pay for a month? The 3 men, upon hearing the mention of 200 to 300 fighters, began calculating frantically. That must be quite a sum. 1 plus 1 equals 2. 2 plus 2 equals 4. Wow, this is no trivial amount. They gazed at Xiao Chen as if he were treasure. A shiver ran down Xiao Chen's spine. Brother, can you truly gather 200 to 300 enforcers? Xiao Chen scoffed. That's the baseline. I can provide as many as you require, but you must ensure the salaries are paid. Otherwise, I cannot rally them. Perhaps you should make a call and confirm. Upon hearing this, the 3 men quickly took out their phones and made a call. Hello, Brother Chong. We've found 200 to 300 individuals to act as enforcers. Are you interested? On the other end, a robust voice responded. What the hell? We sent you out to work, and now you are trying to recruit more? Have you lost your minds over money? 200 to 300. Wait, did you say 200 to 300? Seeing the excitement on the other side, the 3 men were equally exhilarated. Yes, Brother Chong. After receiving affirmation, they exclaimed, this is fantastic. Regardless of how formidable Xiao Chen may be, he cannot withstand such a multitude. Inquire when the other party can arrive. We are always ready to welcome them. Wait, you imbecile. I almost forgot. We must first exchange the code. The man paused momentarily, discreetly covering the phone. Flipping the Jang Bruggen. Once they confirmed the code, they hung up. He hastily retrieved a cigarette for Xiao Chen from his pocket. Brother, when will your people commence their duties? At any time, with a single call. My brothers can arrive instantly. Xiao Chen, holding the cigarette they offered, swayed it as he spoke. Lin Xingze observed Xiao Chen's nonchalant conversation with the nefarious individuals. The one who initially referred to him as brother had already begun calling him big brother. The admiration for Xiao Chen had indeed escalated. You may call now. We shall wait here. Alas, not at this moment. I must consult with my brothers in person first. The other appeared quite dejected, yet his gaze remained resolute. Brother, we have firmly established our friendship. Without discussing anything else, from now on, you shall be my big brother. Xiao Chen immediately stood and slapped him across the face. Slap. The man was momentarily stunned. What are you waiting for? Call me Big Brother. I demand you refer to me as brother. Lin Qingze struggled to suppress his laughter at Xiao Chen's demeanor. After regaining his senses, the man quickly exhibited a fierce glare. He was about to retaliate, but refrained, contemplating the wealth Xiao Chen could bring. Damn, brother, you certainly possess considerable strength. Xiao Chen, with an air of maturity, placed his arm around the man's shoulder. Since you have called me Big Brother, I will bring my people here at 6 this afternoon. Right here. The man, sensing the deal was secured, felt a wave of joy. All right, Big Brother. We conveniently have a shift change at 6. We will await your arrival. With that, the man prepared to leave, mindful that they could not stray from their posts for too long, lest they draw attention from above. Hey, wait, Xiao Chen called out, and the three turned to look at him. What was that code you just mentioned? What was it? Zhang Brugan? The three exchanged glances. After all, Xiao Chen was soon to be one of them, so sharing was of no consequence. Is flipping the Zhang Brugan. Each level has its own code. You will understand once you arrive. After saying this, they proceeded to the vehicle across the street. This is no trifling matter. If the three of us can succeed, we are bound to reap substantial rewards. Indeed, this time, we owe it all to Xiao Chen. Otherwise, we would never have discovered this opportunity. The initial man grew indignant. When I suggested going, none of you were keen. Now that a profit is in sight, you all rush to claim credit? The other two quickly offered their apologies, recognizing that the success of this endeavor hinged entirely on Xiao Chen. Otherwise, it would not have come to fruition. This time, I shall take 60%, and you two shall receive 20% each. After all, those who witness should share in the spoils. Although the two were somewhat reluctant, receiving a modest share was still a positive outcome. A mere 20% is still 20%. Let us stroll around this vicinity and see if we can encounter more individuals. The trio, having tasted a hint of success, embarked on a fervent quest. Brother-in-law, shall we simply allow them to depart? Should we not pursue and capture them all? Xiao Chen mused, observing Lin Qingze's naive demeanor. Did he not hear that there were over 1,000 individuals on the other side? The thought of confronting such a multitude was daunting. You are my dear little brother-in-law now. Moreover, our primary objective is to uncover the mastermind behind this. Rushing in recklessly would serve little purpose. Besides, did you not hear their coded signals? They are classified into different tiers, each with its own intricacies. Let us return home. Home, Lin Qingze exclaimed in disbelief, grasping Xiao Chen's arm. Is this it? Are we truly just going back? Seeing the astonishment on Lin Qingze's face, Xiao Chen chuckled softly. What are you so flustered about? The best is yet to come. Chapter 95. Have you always been this brave? Xiao Chen, accompanied by Lin Qingze, deliberately evaded the gazes of others and stealthily scaled the wall into the Lin residence. After clarifying the circumstances to Lin Ji, Xiao Chen took Lin Qingze to select personnel. Brother-in-law, your strategy is quite impressive. We can infiltrate the inner sanctum directly. At this moment, all the bodyguards were gathered in the courtyard, numbering over 1,000. Brother-in-law, why not take them all with us? We could simply overwhelm them in one fell swoop. Xiao Chen gently patted Lin Qingze's small head. You foolish child. Why do you only think of grand schemes? Bringing so many people would only arouse suspicion. How many can a bankrupt company like ours muster? After contemplating Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingze realized that recruiting too many was indeed unrealistic. Then how many should we take? 300 will suffice. Xiao Chen surveyed the lined-up bodyguards. Numbers alone do not determine victory. It is the quality that matters. You have all served the old master loyally, and he has treated you well. Now, we face an adversary. What shall we do? You all understand the situation at home. Xiao Chen's words ignited a fervor within them. Let us do it. 1,000 voices echoed this sentiment, startling even Xiao Chen. He whispered to Lin Qingze, have they always been this courageous? Lin Qingze scratched his head, indicating his own uncertainty. Just then, Su Yuan, who had just entered and spoken to Lin Qingze, stepped forward. Young master, we have all heard of your exploits in Luocheng. Our hearts are eager to act. This time, whatever you command, we shall follow, so we can contribute to the Lin family. Listening to their declarations, Lin Ji felt a wave of gratitude. To witness such resolve from you all fills me with appreciation. My younger brother will lead, and you will heed his orders. Xiao Chen turned to see Lin Ji, accompanied by He Hui and Lin Qingyun, joining the gathering. The crowd was taken aback upon hearing Lin Ji refer to Xiao Chen as younger brother. Hadn't this person returned with the young lady? Being addressed as younger brother by the master elevated Xiao Chen's status in their eyes, for few had ever witnessed such camaraderie from Lin Ji. This outing is for a mission, not for leisure. I urge everyone to consider this carefully. There may be risks to life, Xiao Chen stated earnestly, regarding the crowd. Those willing to participate, please raise your hands. With a collective rustle, over 1,000 hands shot up in unison. Xiao Chen, Lin Ji, and the others exchanged glances filled with appreciation. The enthusiasm displayed was a testament to their deep respect for the old master. However, with so many eager participants, Xiao Chen pondered before ultimately making a decision. You are tasked with nominating suitable individuals for this mission, with a total of 300 slots available. Allowing them to select their peers is far more effective than choosing on their own, as they spend every day together, and Xiao Chen is not intimately acquainted with them. This approach will undoubtedly yield the selection of outstanding candidates. Lin Ji is also quite pleased with Xiao Chen's proposal. The bodyguards exhibit remarkable efficiency, and within 20 minutes, 300 individuals have been chosen and stand before Xiao Chen. Dressed in casual attire, we shall depart at 5 o'clock this afternoon. Acknowledged, observing their spirited demeanor. Xiao Chen feels a sense of satisfaction. Once dismissed, Lin Ji places an arm around Xiao Chen's shoulder, showering him with praise. Lin Qingyun and the others can only follow behind the two of them. Around 11 o'clock, Xiao Chen enters the kitchen, wishing to personally prepare a meal for those brothers who are willing to accompany him on this adventurous journey. The Lin family's kitchen is significantly larger than his own, as it caters to the culinary needs of thousands. Upon seeing Xiao Chen enter the kitchen, everyone recognizes him as the son-in-law and greets him warmly. No need for formality. I'm merely here to cook. The kitchen staff is taken aback. You cook, son-in-law? Observing their astonished expressions, Xiao Chen shrugs. When he first entered his own family's kitchen, they wore similar expressions. Why is it so hard for them to believe he can cook? Indeed, he can create dishes that elicit exclamations of wow. The staff is bewildered. They have never encountered someone from such a prominent family who could cook. Only Lin Ji occasionally shows interest in preparing a dish for He Hui. Otherwise, they have never seen anyone from the family step into the kitchen. My husband's cooking is not just any ordinary wow. Lin Qingyun follows Xiao Chen into the kitchen, wishing to stay by his side. She feels uneasy at the thought of leaving him. Her brother-in-law's cooking is sure to be extraordinary. Lin Qingze is also eager to accompany Xiao Chen, drawn to the many captivating qualities he possesses. Wife, why are you here? What is the matter? I just want to be with you. Hee. I came to watch my brother-in-law cook. Upon witnessing their young lady and young master supporting Xiao Chen, despite their reluctance, the others step aside to allow him to take command of the kitchen. Xiao Chen wastes no time, for a multitude awaits their lunch. The ingredients have already been prepared, and to minimize waste, Xiao Chen begins his culinary endeavors with the available provisions. Those who initially doubted his culinary skills are now left in awe. Everyone, do not pause your tasks. The side dishes cannot keep up. Lin Qingyun notices that they are all fixated on Xiao Chen's cooking, forgetting their own preparations. With kindness, she reminds them. Hearing her voice, everyone snaps back to reality. Is this something he learned in the womb? His understanding of ingredients is truly remarkable. Perhaps the young lady is enamored with the dishes prepared by her suitor, which is why she has taken a liking to him. After all, to win someone over, one must first capture their heart through their stomach. Upon hearing their words, Lin Qingyun smiled radiantly. His charm extends far beyond his culinary skills. You have only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg. Seeing Lin Qingyun's proud expression, everyone felt a sense of joy for her. My dear, you have been raised on my cooking since childhood. At that moment, someone playfully teased Lin Qingyun. Indeed, Sister Li's cooking is simply delectable. Hearing Lin Qingyun praise her, Sister Li felt a sense of comfort in her heart. Yet, my husband's dishes are the finest in the world. Laughter erupted from the crowd. The young lady truly cherishes her suitor. In every other sentence, she mentions him. The kitchen was abuzz with a lively scene. While Lin Ji and He Hui peek from the window, their hearts filled with happiness. After all, their daughter's happiness is the most important thing in the world. Chapter 96. Indeed, wow. After preparing the meal for everyone, Xiao Chen took the initiative to cook a special dish for Lin Qingyun's parents. The guests relished Xiao Chen's culinary skills, showering him with praise. After finishing the first serving, they eagerly returned for seconds. Xiao Chen had prepared an ample amount, anticipating that they might not have enough to eat. At the dining table, the servants brought out the lunch that Xiao Chen had meticulously prepared. Lin Qingze could barely contain his excitement. "Dad, you must try the wow dish that my brother-in-law made." Upon hearing this, although Lin Ji felt a desire to scold him, he chose to indulge Xiao Chen instead. As he savored the food, he pondered, "This skill is truly wow." The entire family erupted in laughter at Lin Ji's words. "Indeed, it's wow. Come on, dear, you must taste it." Lin Ji eagerly fed the dish to He Hui. "The children are still here. Besides, I had the pleasure of tasting Xiao Chen's cooking before you." He Hui, enjoying Xiao Chen's dishes, felt quite pleased. A mother-in-law grows increasingly fond of her son-in-law. However, as Xiao Chen observed Lin Ji feeding He Hui, he couldn't help but notice the similarity to himself. This wasn't merely fear of his wife. It was love, a genuine concern and care for one another, stemming from the heart. At that moment, Lin Qingyun stifled a laugh, her eyes brimming with affection for Xiao Chen. After the meal, Xiao Chen instructed the 300 guests to return to their rooms and rest well. He had grand plans for the evening ahead. Lin's parents, having finished their meal, also retired to rest. Xiao Chen settled onto the sofa in Lin Qingyun's room, his mind swirling with thoughts about the night's agenda. "Darling, would you like me to add some excitement to your expedition tonight?" Lin Qingyun's sweet voice sent a shiver down Xiao Chen's spine. Why was he still working while others rested? At 5:30, everyone donned casual attire and gathered in the courtyard, awaiting Xiao Chen's emergence. They had taken brief naps in the afternoon and now felt invigorated. Just then, Xiao Chen appeared, slightly swaying as he walked out. The crowd greeted him with exuberant enthusiasm. Are you all ready?" "Always prepared to set off." Their voices rang out, each filled with vitality. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. He had intended for them to rest, not to be this energized. Although they were applying for bodyguard positions, they needn't display such pomp. Ahem, everyone doesn't need to be so spirited or orderly. Just think of how a little ruffian would behave. Emulate that. This statement left everyone astonished. Emulate ruffians? Indeed, if you appear too formal, it would be odd if we weren't noticed. As they envision themselves as ruffians, they may not have fully grasped Xiao Chen's intention, but at least they resembled it somewhat. Leading them, Xiao Chen guided them to scale the wall from the side. The entrance was closely monitored. If they were detected, the situation could quickly become untenable. A group of individuals arrived at the designated meeting place with great enthusiasm, where Xiao Chen had arranged to meet them earlier that morning. Xiao Chen nonchalantly sat down on the ground, leaning against the wall, exuding an air of lethargy. Observing his demeanor, the others mimicked his posture and settled down beside him. Xiao Chen, bemused by their imitation, thought to himself, "Why are they copying me? I'm merely sitting here due to a sense of emptiness." "Brother-in-law, your performance is remarkable. You truly embody the essence of a washed-up, bankrupt entrepreneur." Lin Qingze continued to gaze at Xiao Chen with admiration. However, Xiao Chen chose to disregard his comments, pondering that perhaps when Lin reached his age, he would comprehend the burdens I bear. At precisely 6 o'clock, several small trucks arrived, led by the 3 individuals from the morning. Upon arrival, none of the occupants disembarked. "Hey, hurry up and get in the truck," Xiao Chen called, prompting everyone to swiftly board the vehicle without blindfolds or confiscation of their phones. This unexpected leniency surprised Xiao Chen, yet he refrained from voicing any objections, recognizing that it facilitated their movements. Meanwhile, a group of individuals monitored the live surveillance on their computer screens. Did they have any concerns? Were they aware of the true identity of the leader amongst them? Inside the truck, a man turned his head towards Xiao Chen upon hearing the conversation in his earpiece. "Brother, what did you do before?" How could you possibly have so many employees? Xiao Chen understood that this was a test of his credibility, especially since he had caught sight of the earpiece in the man's ear. This was decidedly unprofessional. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. What does this brother mean? The man felt compelled to clarify, lest he find himself in a precarious situation. These days, many young people are inclined to send their children to martial arts classes. In a moment of impulsiveness, he rented land, constructed a building, and established a martial arts academy. To his dismay, he hired 400 martial arts instructors, yet only 2 students enrolled. The more he thought about it, the more it pained him. As Xiao Chen narrated his tale, the crowd found his story believable, particularly given his colorful language and emotional delivery that evoked genuine sympathy. Even Lin Qingze, seated next to Xiao Chen, was swayed, patting him on the shoulder. Brother-in-law, don't be disheartened. Immediately realizing his faux pas in addressing him as brother-in-law, Lin Qingze panicked. How can I ever face your sister? Xiao Chen, momentarily stunned by Lin's slip, maintained his composure, suppressing laughter at the sight of Lin's sympathetic expression. How clever I am. Those watching the video were also moved by Xiao Chen's narrative. Let us bring them back. The man in the truck responded to the voice in his earpiece, promptly turning around to head back. Xiao Chen recognized that he had successfully gained the other party's approval. Before long, the convoy arrived at the familiar, dilapidated factory, which had been transformed into a surprisingly comfortable space. The layout bore a striking resemblance to that of the city of Los Angeles. Xiao Chen, accompanied by Lin Qingze and 300 bodyguards, entered the factory in grand fashion. They were greeted by individuals who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon their entrance, one man promptly stood, grasping Xiao Chen's hand. Brother, I have heard all about your endeavors. Now that you are here, we are indeed family. Should any issues arise, do not hesitate to voice them. As family, we shall assist you in resolving them. What a remarkable way to start the reunion, an immediate attempt at brainwashing. The guide accompanying them felt a jolt of recognition at this familiar rhetoric. Was there truly no variation in the script? With such a performance, how could Xiao Chen refrain from playing along? He pulled the man into an embrace with enthusiasm. Brother, we have truly found our home. It is a stroke of fortune to discover an organization such as this. Chapter 97. Why do I feel like she has an interest in me? The individual gazed at Xiao Chen, equally taken aback, not for any other reason but the sheer authenticity of the moment. Here, one could treat it as one's own abode. No need for formality. First, I shall arrange accommodations for you all, and then we shall dine together. Once we have shared a meal, we can engage in further discourse. With that, the group followed suit, dividing rooms and enjoying box meals, subsequently gathering downstairs. Brother-in-law, when shall we make our move? Lin Qingze whispered into Xiao Chen's ear. A wave of tingling sensations coursed through Xiao Chen's body. What the heck? Why are you whispering in my ear? He thought, feeling a surge of impatience. Calm down. We have yet to grasp the situation fully. There is no need to rush. Lin Qingze nodded, relaying messages to those behind him. At that moment, his heart raced uncontrollably, the thrill of the situation sending his adrenaline soaring. He had never anticipated that his earlier words about infiltrating their ranks in Luo City would manifest into reality. Upon returning from delivering messages, he felt a large hand clap down on his shoulder, startling him. Damn it, brother-in-law, you nearly scared the life out of me. Lin Qingze complained, looking at Xiao Chen, still shaken from the surprise. No harm done. I merely noticed your nervous demeanor and thought to remind you not to attract attention. Hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingze suddenly realized they were still within the enemy's stronghold. Relaying messages was indeed a bit excessive. Before long, a group approached, led by a man and a woman. The man bore no semblance of masculinity. Xiao Chen distinctly sensed that this fellow was either a cross-dresser or gay. The woman, in her revealing attire, exuded an air of mature femininity. Brother-in-law, I can't help but feel that the way that woman is looking at me is somewhat unsettling. Lin Qingze observed the woman, who fixated on him with an alluring gaze, causing goosebumps to rise all over his skin. Greetings, everyone. I am the woman directly covered the man's mouth. Oh yeah, these are my people. I would advise you not to meddle. Sun Hao, undeterred, pried open Xiao Wan's hand. His eyes fixed intently on the imposing bodyguards behind Xiao Chen. Licking his lips, he remarked, "Sister Wan, our reconnaissance team also needs personnel." Xiao Chen almost regurgitated the boxed meal at the sight of Sun Hao. This man was truly repulsive. The bodyguards behind him shared the same sentiment. Look at them. Each one is formidable. They are ill-suited for petty theft. A man should protect his own. Xiao Wan's words left Sun Hao speechless, prompting him to leave with a reluctant glance at the bodyguards. "Hello, everyone. I am Xiao Wan. As you arrived, you must have heard about it. We are all enforcers, and our primary concern is that son-in-law from the Lin family. We are united as one family, working together in harmony and mutual support." Listening to the incessant indoctrination, Xiao Chen nodded. The bodyguards, observing his gesture, followed suit. They hardly paid attention to Xiao Wan's words. Each was preoccupied with thoughts of how to eliminate their foes in unison. Furthermore, we each possess our own secret codes, and without the proper signal during a rendezvous, one could be deemed an infiltrator. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingze, without hesitation, inquired, "What is our code?" Xiao Wan, upon hearing Lin Qingze's voice, displayed an excited expression and demeanor. "Oh, little brother." She approached him, gently tracing circles on his chest with her index finger. "Our code is Wan is simply wonderful." Her teasing gestures, coupled with her alluring lips that danced as she spoke, rendered Lin Qingze momentarily stunned. The bodyguards behind them subtly raised their heads in respect. "Sister Xia, what is our code?" They whistled and cheered. Xiao Chen glanced at Lin Qingze, then turned to observe the eager faces of the others, each seemingly ablaze with fervor. Surely, they wouldn't allow a mere woman to bring them to their knees. "Did I bring you here to complicate matters for myself?" Xiao Wan looked at the bodyguards with a mischievous grin. "Hee, your secret code is oily stir-fry. Just utter this phrase, and everyone will know you belong to me." Damn it, oily stir-fry. Xiao Chen thought the previous code-flipping blurgan was absurd enough. And now this oily stir-fry? What nonsense is this? The bodyguards were all aflame with excitement, the whistling never ceasing. Xiao Chen pondered, could it really end like this? They brought them here, and couldn't he even pass the first hurdle? Overwhelmed by a disheveled woman? There was little else to clarify. Why don't you all take a moment to familiarize yourselves with the surroundings? As long as no one troubles us, we can relax here as if we were at home, eating, drinking, playing, and making merry. After uttering this, the bodyguards remained rooted in place. Xiao Chen noticed their gazes were fixated on Xiao Wan. Seeing them linger, Xiao Wan let out a light laugh. "You need to stop thinking about it. There is no possibility for us. We have many other lovely ladies around." Only then did the bodyguards reluctantly disperse, milling about the factory. Xiao Chen constantly reminded himself that he was on a mission, not merely wandering through a brothel. As the others spread out, Lin Qingze continued to stay by Xiao Chen's side. "Why are you following me? Go explore on your own." Surrounded by a throng of people, Xiao Chen added, "This job is quite decent. You mustn't let slip away." Upon hearing his words, those nearby dismissed their suspicions and shifted their focus away from the two. Lin Qingze gently urged Xiao Chen to take a seat, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "Brother-in-law, why do I feel like that woman has an interest in me?" Xiao Chen jolted at the remark, exclaiming, "For heaven's sake, don't speak directly into my ear." Indeed, they were siblings by marriage, and he was acutely aware of the leverage she held over him, yet she clung to it so tightly. However, Xiao Chen also noticed that Xia Wan had been fixated on Lin Qingze, her gaze never straying from his form. "Qingze, this is now in your hands." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Lin Qingze felt a wave of dread wash over him. "Brother-in-law, I don't wish to surrender my first experience here." Suddenly, panic surged through him as he spotted Xia Wan approaching with her alluring gait. Chapter 98. He is still just a child. Xia Wan's enchanting stride drew the gaze of all, their eyes fixed upon her swaying allure. Her delicate, fair legs captivated attention further. As Xiao Chen watched her approach, his heart sank momentarily. Could it be that she harbored feelings for Qingze? But he is still but a child. In the midst of their conversation, Xiao Wan had already positioned herself beside Lin Qingze, playfully flaunting her S-shaped figure as she leaned alluringly against his shoulder. Lin Qingze, overwhelmed, silently pleaded for rescue. Xiao Chen distinctly perceived a tremor coursing through Lin Qingze's body. Goodness, this 18-year-old lad. Would he be able to withstand such temptation? Don't be nervous, little brother, she giggled. I want to bite. Just refrain from touching me indiscriminately. Lin Qingze felt a flush enveloping him as Xiao Wan's cool fingers roamed across his skin. A chaotic exploration reminiscent of Wang Jiaoliang's reckless abandon. He felt as though he was on the brink of bursting. With a desperate look, he turned to Xiao Chen, as if to say, brother-in-law, please save me. Cough, cough, this is my younger brother, still young, merely a child. Sister Xia, please, he cannot endure this. Xiao Chen was at a loss, uncertain of how to navigate this situation. Xiao Wan, however, paid no heed to him, despite Xiao Chen's striking looks. She felt no attraction towards a married man. Little brother, do you remember our secret code? Lin Qingze shook his head, his innocent mind already grappling with the complexities of adulthood. Xiao Wan is amazing, under normal circumstances, would be a compliment, but now, the words eluded him. Xiao Wan deftly lifted Lin Qingze's chin, feigning a hint of irritation. Oh, you've forgotten what I just told you. Truly forgetful. Xiao Chen watched in dismay. Realizing this was not Xiao Wan's first encounter of this nature, her practiced movements were telling. She had deftly seized upon Lin Qingze's vulnerabilities, leveraging their hierarchical relationship. Lin Qingze, wishing to refute her, found his voice utterly trapped. He was wholly at her mercy, ensnared in her game. Leaning closer to Lin Qingze's ear, Xiao Wan whispered, our secret code is Xia Wan is amazing. Remember it? Okay? Even Xiao Chen felt a shiver run down his spine. He genuinely wondered if Lin Qingze could withstand such alluring temptation. Lin Qingze finally understood why Xiao Chen shivered when he spoke close to his ear. This tingling sensation was almost overwhelming. Yet, recalling his mission, he resolved not to succumb to such distractions. Perhaps one cannot fathom how many individuals the other party has encountered. Desire is the first trial of youth. Lin Qingze pinched his thigh, striving to maintain his composure. He firmly recalled the words. With an unwavering attitude, he articulated 3 words with certainty. At that moment, Xiao Wan also rose from Lin Qingze's side. A wave of relief washed over Lin Qingze. This woman had him completely under her control. Xiao Wan placed her hand over Lin Qingze's grasping thigh. It was all over. Lin Qingze felt electrified. Xiao Wan lifted Lin Qingze's hand, placing it against her chest, pressing it firmly inward. Under Xiao Chen's astonished gaze, Lin Qingze's hand disappeared, entirely enveloped. He attempted to withdraw his hand, but his body felt utterly limp, devoid of strength. He could only submit to Xiao Wan's playful ministrations. Xiao Wan, undeterred, advanced further. She wrapped her arms around Lin Qingze's waist, leaning her face close to his. With a gentle nudge of her nose, she touched the tip of Lin Qingze's nose. I had someone help you move your dormitory. Come to my room tonight. In a panic, Lin Qingze hurriedly retreated, shaking his head vigorously. No, how annoying. This is also out of concern for you. I wouldn't want you crammed in a room with those burly men. You saw it yourself. It's all bunk beds. And with snoring and grinding teeth at night. How could you endure that? In my sister's room, there's a large bed. We could roll over without falling off. Xiao Chen was covered in goosebumps. Sister Xia, he is still a child. He hasn't even gleaned any information yet. Surely we cannot act now. Xiao Wan shot Xiao Chen a glare. Don't think that just because you are handsome, I would be attracted to you. What is wrong with being a child? I enjoy this type. Goodness. Can one be so assertive while pursuing younger prey? Turning back, she caressed Lin Qingze's face. Look, someone is already vying to take your sister from you. Can you bear to let her be bullied by such a person? Lin Qingze was nearing despair. 18 years. He had never endured such an experience. Ilikemen. Lin Qingze recalled Xiao Chen's early revelation to Lin Qingyun about being gay. Feeling as if he had discovered an antidote, he extricated his hand from the encasing and pushed Xiao Wan aside. With righteous fervor, he declared, I like men. I have no interest in women. None whatsoever. Xiao Chen was taken aback. Could this child truly be disillusioned with women? Do not forsake an entire forest for a single tree. A flicker of surprise crossed Xiao Wan's face, but she quickly regained her composure. She seized Lin Qing's hand. It's all right, even if you are bent. Sister can straighten you out. As she spoke, her hands continued their movements. Xiao Chen hastily pushed her hands away. Though it was a task, he could not allow his younger brother to lose this. He was still just a child. Xiao Chen could not bear to subject him to such torment. No, love. This is nothing but torment for Lin Qingze. It will lead him astray. Xiao Chen cannot bear to lose this obedient child, Lin Qingze. Xiao Wan's expression was fierce, resembling a ferocious beast robbed of its prey. Her once beautiful face now appeared somewhat terrifying. Little brother, Wan is waiting for you in room 301. I have prepared a surprise for you. With that, Xiao Wan shot a glare at Xiao Chen and strode towards the work area without looking back. This time, there were no plump charms above, but her long, fair legs were even more striking. Seated, she picked up her milk tea and began sipping it leisurely at the natural table. Xiao Chen quickly shook Lin Qingze's shoulder, urging, Qingze, you mustn't let her deceive you. Not all women are like that. You needn't worry. Just don't change your sexual orientation. Lin Qingze was still lost in the torment Xiao Wan had just inflicted upon him when Xiao Chen's shaking finally roused him. With unwavering determination, he stated, brother-in-law, I believe we can extract useful information from her. Seeing the resolute look in Lin Qingze's eyes, Xiao Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Are you sure? It's like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Chapter 99. With a soft whisper, Lin Qingze leaned closer to Xiao Chen's ear. Gumiya ruberwabo. Is this acceptable? Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid plan. This way, we can significantly shorten the time required for our task. As time was of the essence, the two hurriedly made their way back to the dormitory, not heading to their own rooms, but instead quietly sneaking into room 301. Upon turning her head, Xiao Wan noticed the absence of the two, and, after scanning the vicinity without finding them, her curiosity piqued. Where could these two lively individuals have wandered off to? After registering Xiao Chen and the others' information, she stretched and returned to her room. In the security department, the atmosphere was lethargic during idle moments. When Xiao Wan pushed open her room door, she was startled to see Lin Qingze sitting on the edge of the bed, engrossed in his phone. The sight of him was akin to discovering a rare treasure. Truly, I perceive your feigned modesty, just as you recognize my ulterior motives. Hee. Look who is here, little brother. At the sound of Xiao Wan's laughter, Lin Qingze shivered slightly. Maintaining composure in front of this woman proved to be quite a challenge. Evening, good, splendid, Lin Qingze stammered, attempting to deliver the secret code. Xiao Wan, witnessing this, laughed even more heartily. Little brother, you are indeed adorable. We are practically inseparable. No need for secret codes. However, you might want to compliment me like this later. With that, Lin Qingze felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Xiao Wan wasted no time, promptly settling onto his lap, one arm wrapped around his neck while the other began to explore. At this moment, Lin Qingze was on the edge of nervousness. Thankfully, Xiao Chen had tied his pants in a tight knot, rendering them unyielding. After much effort, Xiao Wan's hand remained stuck, her frustration mounting as she could only feel through the fabric. Lin Qingze shuddered slightly. Sister, can we talk for a moment first? Realizing that Lin Qingze was merely a novice, Xiao Wan decided to ease the tension. If she frightened him, how could they ever enjoy playful moments together in the future? Hee. Little brother, you certainly possess quite a bit of knowledge. Let's chat for a while. Just as Lin Qingze sighed in relief, Xiao Wan continued, however, soon you may find yourself utterly captivated by your sister. Sister, I would like to know what exactly we are doing here. I just graduated from school and am quite lost. Could you enlighten me? A flicker of doubt crossed Xiao Wan's eyes, prompting Lin Qingze to quickly align his actions with hers, determined not to disappoint Xiao Chen. Feeling Lin Qingze's compliance, Xiao Wan's heart leaped with joy. Unexpectedly, this little brother was quite proactive. Hee. Was I once again drawn in by my own charm? Xiao Chen concealed himself within the wardrobe, peering through the narrow gap to observe the scene outside. Goodness, Lin Qingze is truly relentless. Observing these two passionate individuals, Xiao Chen couldn't help but reminisce about Lin Qingyan. Shaking off such impractical thoughts, He reminded himself that his priority must remain on the task at hand. Yet, could Summer Wan be any more skilled? As she spoke, she launched an assault on Lin Qingze. Our primary source of profit here hinges on seizing the stock market. Realizing that he had fallen into her trap, Lin Qingze hastily probed further. Seizing the stock market? Whose market are we capturing? Why not establish our own factory? Summer Wan cradled Lin Qingze's head in her arms. My dear little brother, we are merely working for others. The stocks we purchase merely serve to adorn someone else's gown. Initially resistant, Lin Qingze abandoned his struggle upon hearing her words. We are merely embellishing someone else's gown? Suddenly, Lin Qingze surrendered, and Summer Wan appeared particularly exhilarated. She believed her advances had borne fruit. Indeed, ultimately we are laborers. However, to encounter you in this work, dear sister, is no misfortune. As she spoke, Summer Wan pressed herself against Lin Qingze, planting kisses upon his face. Lin Qingze was utterly taken aback. Sister, you haven't finished speaking yet. A forcibly coerced fruit is never sweet. Although there are instances of forceful consumption, Summer Wan desired Lin Qingze's willing participation. As we acquire stocks, once we gather a sufficient quantity, they shall all belong to one individual, allowing him to realize his ambitions. Indeed, this aligns perfectly with Xiao Chen's conjectures. Now, it merely remains to extract the name of the counterpart. Lin Qingze felt his resolve waning. Yet, for the sake of his parents, sister-in-law, he persevered. So, dear sister, for whom are we toiling? Summer Wan had now entered a state of blissful oblivion. I am unsure. Although we are stationed at headquarters, I have yet to meet the true owner. Upon hearing her admission of ignorance, Lin Qingze was momentarily tempted to kick her away. However, Summer Wan's subsequent words persuaded him to endure a little longer. During our meetings, we only engage via video calls, never having seen the person in reality, let alone knowing their name. The only information we possess is that the code word is Jen. What on earth? Why does every code word include Jen? How infatuated must this owner be with that character? Why not name his son Jen? Wait, Xiao Chen suddenly recalled. Is there not a classmate named Han Long Jen? Could it be him? Xiao Chen was uncertain, yet the clues available